traveling to a different world. I found myself in the Blue Star. Luckily, I am good at storytelling, so I was immediately noticed by a wealthy young lady and started working as her exclusive storyteller in the mansion. I thought the days would continue like this, but I didn't expect that Jin would take me to the Yi family to cancel the marriage. Upon hearing this, my world collapsed. Yi, Lin, Xiao, and Chu are the four main surnames of the destined protagonists. Even if I became blind after crossing over, it would be fine, but to find myself in opposition to the protagonist of the largest surname, isn't this a mess? At this time, I had just finished telling Yuxian the story of Lin Dayu's battle with Godzilla. Yuxian, who was lying down, slowly opened her eyes and said somewhat resentfully, "You finished telling it so quickly." Yuxian is a well-known genius in the city of Jincheng. She was taken as a direct disciple by the main sect master of the Cloud Sign sect when she was only 12 years old. Yuxian suddenly changed the subject and asked, "How far have you practiced the gathering spirit technique I gave you?" Earlier, because Yuxian loved the story I told so much, I tentatively asked her if she could teach me some cultivation techniques. At that time, Yuxian gave me the gathering spirit technique. I have not concealed anything at all, and said directly, "I have cultivated to the 6th level." Yuxian was slightly shocked. "In just over a month, you have actually been able to cultivate the gathering spirit technique to this level. Your talent is no less than mine." Suddenly, a thought popped into Yuxian's mind, and a bright smile appeared on her face. "However, my strength is not limited to this. The gathering spirit technique has broken through the 6th level and entered the 3rd realm, but there is another unknown force in my body. After I went blind, my body inexplicably began to automatically absorb spiritual power. Not long ago, I conducted a small experiment, and just a wisp of it could turn a large tree into nothingness." Yuxian's eyes flickered, with a meaningful smile on her face. "In that case, accompany me to the Yi family tomorrow." I replied with a okay and followed Xiaohuan out of Yuxian's courtyard. After walking for a while, I asked Xiaohuan, "Why is Miss taking me to the Yi mansion tomorrow?" Hearing my question, Xiaohuan casually replied, "To call off the engagement." Upon hearing this, I stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Without thinking about anything else, I hurriedly asked, "Do you know the background of the person engaged to Miss?" Xiaohuan looked at me making such a fuss and was a little surprised. During this period of time, I have always maintained a gentle and refined image. It is really strange to lose my composure like this. Isn't it just breaking off the engagement? What's the big deal? Besides, even if that Yi Xiantian had exceptional talent before, so what? Now he is just a waste. His cultivation has been stuck at the 3rd realm and he hasn't made any progress. He can't even beat me. Upon hearing this, my anxious heart finally settled. Although I didn't know why Yuxian brought me along to break off the engagement, I had a feeling that something ominous would happen to me. I thought that unintentionally revealing my talent in cultivation would serve as a guarantee on Yuxian's side, but now it seems like it was a case of good intentions leading to bad outcomes. At this point, there is no other way. I can only pray that Yuxian won't make me do something harmful to the protagonist. The next day, Xiaohuan arrived as scheduled. "It's time. Miss asked you to go over. We're going to the Yi family." I frowned inside. "Let's go. Hit the road." Xiaohuan heard a different meaning in my words. Puzzled, "What do you mean by that? Isn't it a good thing for Miss to call off the engagement?" Listening to Xiaohuan's muttering, I superficially agreed with yes, but in my heart I thought, what you said is not wrong, but you can't resist others being favored by God. On the other side of the Yi family's backyard, a young man is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, trying to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to break through to the 4th realm. However, every time the young man gathers a portion of spiritual power, it inexplicably disappears without a trace. The boy slowly stood up, not at all surprised by the situation, but with a more profound sense of desolation on his face. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out, with a gentle smile on his face. "Xianer, something good has happened. Come to the ancestral hall later. Maybe today is the time for your talent to return." Yeshuan did not show much surprise at this. Over the past few years, he had heard too many such words, and simply replied calmly, "Thank you for your concern, father." Yi Zhan sighed. "A distinguished guest is coming today, so make sure to prepare properly and don't forget the etiquette." "Xianer understands, father, you can rest assured," Yi Xian replied on the surface, but in his heart, he became curious about this so-called distinguished guest. Yeshuan returned to his room and had just changed into a new outfit when he heard a voice outside the door. "Young Master Xian, the clan leader wants you to go to the main hall immediately. You are the protagonist of today's events." "I am the protagonist?" Listening to Yeshuan, I was a little confused, but I still opened the door and responded to the old man He Lu standing outside the house. "I see. Let's go." Old Ling. The old man known as Lao Ling had a kind smile on his face. have you encountered something happy recently? You seem so cheerful. Ye Xuan inquired. And the old man smiled. I am happy for you, young master. Perhaps today you will be able to restore your talent. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled the words his father had said before, and a slight ripple stirred in his calm heart. Clan Hall. When I saw Yi Xian arrive, I couldn't help but shake my head lightly, as if regretful yet resigned. Ye Xuan noticed my actions, and felt a little curious and interested. Perceiving the host's contact with the S-level protagonist of Destiny, the luck plunder system is bound. The novice gift package has been issued, receiving the reward of the heavenly eye. I just felt a flash in front of my eyes, and the scene of the entire lobby appeared in my mind in an instant. What's going on? Is this clairvoyance? No. I found that the effect of Tianyan is not something my eyes can compare to. With just a thought, I can extend my field of vision at will. If described in terms of the cultivation world, I should have already reached the level of externalizing divine consciousness, and my current maximum perception range is about 50 meters. And I found that everyone had a letter hanging above their heads. Most of the people in the field had letters ranging from C, D, E, F, to G. Yuxian had the letter A hanging above her head, and Yunlan sitting next to her also had the letter A above his head. At the same time, what caught my attention the most was undoubtedly Yeshuan standing in the field, with that shiny golden S above his head, almost dazzling my eyes. Yeshuan was not the only protagonist with an S-level aura in the field. There was also a girl in the corner with the letter S above her head, appearing, a childhood friend bond. It's also a double S bond with top-tier chi. Chapter 7 appeared. The old grandpa in the ring? These three should be the honored guests that father was talking about. Yi Xian secretly pondered in his heart. With that, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully towards the elders of the clan who were sitting in the upper seat. Father, the three clan elders. Ha! Xianer has arrived. Ah, hurry up and sit down. You're the main character. Looking at Yi Xian's arrival, before Yi Zhan could say anything, the three clan elders sitting beside him hurriedly said in unison. This behavior caused Yi Xian to faintly stare. On a normal day, it's good that these three don't trouble themselves. Now that he had gone against the norm to flatter himself so much, with Yi Xian's understanding of them, they definitely did not have any good intentions. Or maybe it wasn't themselves they were trying to flatter, but the honored guest his father had mentioned? In this way, it might be possible that today he would really be able to recover his talent and no longer be reduced to the laughingstock of the family. Although he didn't have any good feelings towards the few elders who often made things difficult for him during the weekdays. However, now that there were at least distinguished guests present, Yi Xian could not afford to brush them off. The family scandal is not for public consumption. Regardless of the fact that these three didn't deal well with themselves, it was better to keep everything in perspective. Obediently, he sat in the first position on the left hand of the three clan elders, a position that was exactly opposite to Yu Xianer's position. I think this should be a special arrangement. Sitting opposite each other, it was inevitable that some eyes would be exchanged, which also made Yi Xian realize that the girl across from him, who was of a similar age to him, was somewhat excessively beautiful. This person is so beautiful. She's no better than Yuer, but Yuer is still prettier. Yi Xian secretly made a comparison in his heart, and after nodding his head towards Yu Xianer, he withdrew his gaze. Such behavior that knew the difference made Yu Xianer think highly of the other party in her heart. Xianer, this teenager is rather good in character. The matter of withdrawing from the marriage was your fault in the first place. Even if you have the Cloud Song sect at your back, you may not use your power to oppress others. Be sure to give the other party satisfactory compensation. With her own master's words ringing in her ears, Yu Xianer nodded and replied, Master, disciple understands. The conversation between the master and disciple duo naturally fell into Lin Chu's ears without any difference. Looking towards Yi Xian, he sighed in his heart. Compensation is compensation. Withdrawal is withdrawal. In this world, when a man is withdrawn from marriage by a woman to her face, is it not possible to compensate for this strange shame? Granted, this world is not about the inferiority of men and women. The Chen Yuan imperial dynasty had been in existence for 10,000 years and had produced many capable female emperors and generals, but it's rare for a man to be withdrawn by a woman. Ah, Patriarch Yunlan, my son has also arrived. I wonder what you brought Xianer here for today. Since taking Xianer as a disciple 3 years ago and nurturing her for 3 years, she is deeply loved by me, and I treat her as my own son. Therefore, today, I am only here as Xianer's elder, and I am not here as Patriarch Yunsong, but simply as Xianer's master. As for what I'm here for, it's better to let Xianer speak for herself. Yunsong sect Patriarch. Yi Xian was surprised in his heart, even though Yi Xian had never traveled out of the world outside of Jin City to practice. However, he still clearly knew the great name of the Yunsong sect. The land of Yunzhou ranked at the bottom of the Qian Yuan dynasty's boundaries, both in terms of area and resources. However, at least it was a state with a lot of resources, and the Cloud Song sect, as the #1 sect in the land of Cloud Prefecture, still had a great deal of power in Cloud Prefecture. This kind of power was simply not something that their tiny little Yi family could touch. Thinking about it, how could Yi Xian not have crossed paths with the Yuntsong sect? Then why did his father say that he was the main character in today's event? That's not right. Father seems to have called that woman Xianer, the one from the Jade family? My unseen fiancé? Yi Xian frowned and thought darkly. What are they doing here now? The wedding date has not yet arrived. It is hard to believe that they, associating himself with such a situation. Yi Xian couldn't help but look progressively ugly as a wave of anger gradually surged in his heart. If it was really as he thought, then not only would he be reduced to a laughingstock because of it, but his father would be disgraced as well. The majesty of being a patriarch is also bound to be greatly diminished. Fittingly, as he thought, Yu Xianer directly stood up and bowed towards his father, Yi Zhan, and apologized. Uncle Yi, what Xianer has come here today is to withdraw from the marriage. Nowadays, Xianer only wants to devote herself to cultivation and has no time to care about her children's love. So I still ask for Uncle Yi's permission. When these words came out, not only Yi Zhan's face stared, but all the people present had their breaths slightly stuttered. Withdrawal. Yi Xian clenched his fists even more tightly as he listened to this and clenched his teeth fiercely. Just knowing that the presence of Yunlan did not allow him to have an attack, he forcefully suppressed the anger that was about to erupt in his heart. It wasn't just Yi Xian. Yi Zhan, who was sitting on the main seat, was also burning with rage in his heart. Bang! The chair that Yi Zhan was sitting on, suddenly, crumbled apart. However, at the thought of Yunlan's presence, his body stiffened violently, and then he turned around as if resigned to not look at the group of people led by Yunlan. Niece Jade, truly worthy of being the first proud daughter of Jin City. That's just it. I think it's because my Xianer doesn't deserve you, so let's withdraw this marriage. Thank you for Uncle Yi's understanding. Today's matter is Xianer's fault. In order to compensate for the Yi family's loss, the Yu family will aid the Yi family in some business. I believe that it won't take long to be able to bring the Yi family back to the upper-class families of Jincheng. Jade Immortal added once again out of the blue in order to apologize. As a token of apology, the 7-star Dan Tong serves as an indemnity. Please accept it, Patriarch Yi. 7-star Dan. At those words, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. One must know that this is an elixir that can help 6th realm cultivators to increase the probability of entering the 7th realm by 50%. Increase by 50%. Even a wasteful person has a 50% chance of being able to break into the 7th realm. The Yuntsong sect is so big. It's just that compensation can never make up for shame. It's the same as someone giving you a mallet and then giving you a sweet date. Even if this sweet date is sweet, you will never forget the painful memories that this gavel has brought you. Ordinary people are like that, let alone these heavenly destined protagonists. As expected of Lin Shu, Yi Xian immediately stood up, his eyes glaring sternly at Yu Xianer and said, "Today's humiliation I, Yi Xian, have remembered, but here I would like to advise a few words. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the youth." When these words came out, in Lin Shu's eyes, an exclamation mark appeared above Yi Xian's head. Such a sudden turn of events caused Lin Shu to freeze, and then his mind moved, and the exclamation mark then swelled into a paragraph. Trigger event, after being exited from the marriage. Yi Xian secretly made a vow in his heart that he will definitely rush to the Yuntsong sect to wash away the humiliation of the ex-marriage in the future. And the soul spirit lurking in the soul regeneration ring has awakened as a result. And Yi Xian is also at this time to start his own path of reversal. It's appearing. Grandpa Ring. Sure enough, everything was played out before Lin Shu's eyes like a script. Chapter 8, the first system task. When Yu Xianer heard Yi Xian's words, she smiled for no reason and then blurted out, "Don't kid yourself? If the one who said that was you who hadn't been reduced to trash 3 years ago, I'd still believe it. Now, oh, district, nowadays you are nothing more than a 3rd realm waste. You can't even beat the servants around me, and you still dare to speak out of turn? Yi Xian, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat this person beside me, I can ask my master to help you recover your talent." Yu Xianer pointed at Lin Shu behind him and said towards Yi Xian, "Don't worry about it either. He's at the same 3rd realm cultivation level as you are, so he can't be considered to be oppressed by force against you." Jade Xianer's words caused Yunlan, who was sitting beside her, to furrow her brows slightly as she transmitted her voice. Why would Xianer do that? "Senior, if I don't do this, I'm afraid Yi Xian won't willingly accept my reparation. Although this will completely offend the other party, this will likewise be able to make Yi Xian accept it willingly. Later on, I will trouble you, Master, to take the initiative to help Yi Xian discover the reason why he has fallen into a waste." Yu Xianer explained in a voice transmission towards Yunlan. She knew clearly that withdrawing from the marriage would have a great impact on both Yi Xian and Yi Zhan's father and son, but she had reasons why she had to do it. Although Yi Xian's realm was now stuck in the third realm. However, it was thought that he would certainly not have wasted his cultivation in the past few years, so Yi Xian must have spent a lot of effort on the physical art techniques and fleshly body liang. Thinking about it, it should be more than enough to deal with Lin Shu, who had only stepped into cultivation for less than 2 months, even though Lin Shu had arrived at the third realm in 2 months. As far as Jade Xianer knew, he had never studied physical martial arts. In this comparison, Yi Xian was at least as the talented young master of the Yi family in the past, so he thought that he should be able to access a lot of martial arts techniques. Giving a condition for a competition like this, if he really isn't willing to be a waste of space for the rest of his life, he's bound to accept his master's favor. As for whether he will come to the Cloud Song sect in the future to wash away today's humiliating words, at that time I will naturally respond to all of them. The self-proclaimed proud daughter of heaven, Yu Xianer, had her own arrogance, and she didn't feel that Yi Xian, who had wasted 3 years, would be able to catch up with her, even if she really let him regain his talent. Yu Xianer didn't think that Yi Xian would be able to match herself. On the other hand, Yi Xian, who had been bullied so much, naturally had his own arrogance as a teenager, and he immediately said in a cold voice towards Yu Xianer, "If you want to fight, then fight." Lin Shuzhe was confused on the spot. "What do you mean? It's none of my business if you withdraw from the wedding. You really don't mess with me. I just want to be a passerby." Muddling through the plot. Lin Cho was a bit tearful, but the mechanical tone that sounded in his head at the same time also made it impossible for him to refuse. System, releasing the latest quest, achieving victory amongst the match with Yi Xian, rewarding a pair of feat enhancement scrolls, 10 points of chi luck value, and randomly seizing one of the protagonist's chances. The mission duration is 1 hour, so please complete the mission as soon as possible. Lin Shu, this is really the end of the line. We can only arch our heads upwards, looking at Yi Xian, who was already residing in the middle of the field, waiting in a strict stance. Lin Shu understood that he could no longer refuse this match. Then he also took a step to the field and said in a somewhat helpless tone, "The master's order can't be refused. Brother Rin, still please make a move. This fight is only about high and low, not life and death." Although Yi Xian was filled with anger, he did not blame others for this anger, and after hearing Lin Shu's words, he nodded in agreement. After obtaining the heavenly eyes, coupled with a physique that had already been improved through air, even though the other party was a Heaven's Mandate protagonist, Lin Shu thought that he wouldn't lose to the other party, not because of anything else, but simply because the other party had not yet truly awakened, and everything was still in its infancy. At the same time, the fight at the realm of body refinement mostly relied on physical techniques and physical strength as a fight, since it was not possible to gather spiritual energy into the body to contain it. On weekdays, with the Yuan Qi in his body constantly strengthening his physical body, coupled with the assistance of the heavenly eyes rewarded by the system. So if that was the case, Lin Shu felt that the big picture advantage was still on his side. The Yi family clan hall was still quite large, so Lin Shu and Yi Xian were both able to let go of their hands and fight. As the proud son of heaven in the past, Yi Xian still had a few skills, whether it's physical strength or physical techniques, have a few flavors of martial arts experts. If Lin Shu, who hadn't awakened his heavenly eyes before, might really lose. However, nowadays, the timing of the withdrawal of the marriage, the geographical advantage of the awakening of the system, and the people with a strong enough background, Lin Shu had all the advantages. How could he lose? In the face of Yi Xian's powerful attacks, all of his moves were dodged by Lin Shu in a cloudy manner. Combined with his masked black satin and angular face, he was quite inscrutable. Flame, don't blame me. I really have reasons why I can't lose. I hope it's better if you don't hold a grudge against me. Seeing that his attack was neutralized by Lin Shuji, Yi Xian couldn't help but get serious, the force in his hands increasing by a few points at the same time. For 3 years, due to unknown reasons that caused him to be unable to do so, he was unable to draw the spirit into his body and enter the realm of chi refining. However, he did not give up practicing because of this. Continuously refining his knowledge in the area of martial arts techniques had benefited Yi Xian in no small way. Although he was still a third-realm martial artist, he could be called the best within the 3 realms. It was only a pity that today, he had met Lin Shu, and it was Lin Shu who had opened his heavenly eyes. It wasn't true that Yi Xian's moves were swift and harsh, but all of this was under Lin Shu's heavenly eyes. Nothing to hide. His every move was like a slow-motion replay in Lin Shu's eyes. Because of this, Lin Shu also discovered another effect of the heavenly eyes, being able to detect the opponent's martial arts skills and improve them to add to his own. It's a total turn-on and enjoyable. With this plugin added on, Lin Shu definitely didn't have any losing picture. And Lin Shu's behavior like this also shocked Yu Xianer, who thought she knew him well. Yu Xian'er didn't expect Lin Shu to have such a high martial arts talent that he was able to acquire the opponent's martial arts moves in the middle of a fight. Lin Shu, he shouldn't really be able to win against Yi Xian. Such a thought suddenly appeared in Yu Xian'er's mind, causing her to look at Lin Shu in the field with some complexity for a moment. Don't want to. If Yi Xian really can't defeat Lin Shu, who has just stepped into cultivation, it's because he himself is too useless. Yi Xian, who was in a match with Lin Shu, similarly realized that his moves were constantly being copied by him, and was surprisingly higher than himself in terms of proficiency. Knowing that he was going to lose if this continued, Yi Xian couldn't care less. Suddenly, he rushed towards Lin Shu, revolving his heart technique, gathering spiritual energy in his legs, quickly coming to Lin Shu's side, and viciously striking a high whip kick towards his head. This was the result of 3 years of constant repetition of his skillful spirit power manipulation. Even though Yi Xian still couldn't manage to draw spirit into his body, he could gather free spirit power from the outside world and use it to strengthen the strength and speed of his attacks. Do it with a preemptive strike. Chapter 9 explains the reason for the disappearance of the gift. Suffing. This swift strike of the whipblade came towards Lin Shu with the sound of whistling wind. The sound was so powerful and the speed was so fast that there were even residual shadows crossing. It was obvious that this powerful kick was out of the realm of the third realm martial artists. Noticing Yi Xian's rather powerful kick, Yu Xian'er was worried that Lin Shu wouldn't be able to catch it. As he was about to strike, he was stopped by Yun Lan. Master? The youngster following beside you is not as simple as you think. Without you having to make a move, this move should not be able to hit him. Gazing at Lin Shu, who was fighting in the field, Yun Lan explained towards Yu Xian'er. With regard to Yun Lan's words, Yu Xian'er did not have the slightest doubt and dismissed the idea of striking out on this. Yi Zhan looked at Yi Xian's kick, and his face couldn't help but show a hint of relief. As for the rest of the Yi family in the lobby, minds were divided. Some puzzled, some disdainful, some appreciative. It looks like the Yi family is also divided into their own different factions within the family. This might be one of the reasons why the Yi family was heading towards degeneration step by step. Aha! That's a powerful kick. And it's fast. I would be able to catch it, but there's no need for a hard catch. But is spiritual power still able to be utilized in this way? Interesting. Rather, it has taught me quite a lot. Lin Shu murmured, and then a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he spoke out. A very good kick. It just wasn't fast enough, and a good way to use your spirit energy. Thanks for the lesson. When these words came out, Yi Xian couldn't help but let his pupils tremble as an ominous premonition surged in his heart, only to see that Lin Shu's figure suddenly fell back a few steps, coincidentally directly allowing Yi Xian's kick to fall short. I had thought that my kick, which had been building up momentum for a long time, would be able to hit Lin Shu 100%. However, the opposite was true, and his own kick fell short. This high whip hit was fruitless and naturally gave way to the gap. Seizing this break, Lin Shu turned the same way and returned a kick to his opponent. Yi Xian, who was briefly lagging in the air, naturally had no way to dodge this kick from Lin Shu. Of course, he didn't sit back and wait for death, using the same way to gather free spiritual energy to protect his body, obviously trying to forcefully take this move. However, could Lin Shu really let Yi Xian receive this move so easily? The answer is no. It was so hard to have this good opportunity. Of course Lin Shu did not hold back, running the spirit-gathering skill to absorb the spiritual energy around him. In a flash, Yi Xian directly flew backwards. It was good that Yi Zhan quickly came behind him and helped him stabilize his body. Otherwise, if he let the other party slam into the wall, he would have suffered a lot of internal injuries. However, Yi Xian's condition was still not very good, feeling the qi and blood that kept churning in his body and was difficult to calm down. His face was green and red. Woody spat out a mouthful of bruised blood. His face was then much better, only his breath was still a bit sluggish. It wasn't unacceptable for Yi Xian to lose a match, but the other party was actually using his own moves to defeat him. This is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of all. He wasn't a sore loser. He just found it hard to accept that he had lost in such a way. Did not force out any of the opponent's cards, but instead, the opponent simply looked at his own moves for a few moments, and then his own moves that he had practiced for a long time were completely removed. That's what's so frustrating. Not only that, Yi Xian was able to feel that Lin Shu had already collected his strength at the last moment, otherwise he would not be able to stand here anymore. Yi Xian was filled with unwillingness. His fists clenched fiercely, allowing his nails to be embedded in his flesh. Waste. Yi Xian, you are truly a waste. Consuming so much of the family's resources over the past 3 years and you're still stuck in this third realm. Now that I've been crushed by a cultivator who is also a third realm martial artist. Strength. Why did the heavens treat me like this? Compared to the stinging pain coming from his hands, what was more frustrating to Yi Xian was undoubtedly the complete implementation of the name of waste. Yi Xian couldn't help but tremble as he recalled the fight with Lin Chu in his mind. Looking at Yi Xian, who was in such a state, Yi Zhan was also furious for a moment, his heart stinging with pain. Xianer, forgive my father's incompetence. Feeling the burning gazes around him, the one that made Lin Chu feel most uneasy was still the eye that emitted a piercing golden aura at the corner of the lobby. Grass. I've been targeted. I can't do it. I have to remedy this quickly, or else if I'm really approached by this woman, I'll have to suffer some flesh and blood at the very least. Lin Chu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat in his heart as he hurriedly paced to Yi Xian's side. Looking at Lin Chu, who moved closer to Yi Xian, the crowd expressed their disbelief, and Yi Zhan, who stood beside Yi Xian, couldn't help but coldly say, "Kid, you've already won. What more do you want?" Regarding Yi Zhan's attitude like this, Lin Chu had expected it, and after arching his hand towards him, Lin Chu then owed it to him. "Patriarch Yi, I have no ill intentions. I just noticed something strange about your son in the middle of the fight. Dare I ask, is it true that whenever Mr. Yi is cultivating, his spiritual energy will inexplicably disappear into thin air?" Hearing this, not only did the two father and son of Yi Zhan freeze, everyone present gave a slight lurch. Yi Xian raised his head to look straight at Lin Chu, his tone somewhat incredulous. "How did you know? Was this the reason why Yi Xian was unable to make a breakthrough after all?" Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the crowd was convinced of such a statement. After all, this matter was not known by many people even within the Yi family. The Yi family only knew that Yi Xian's cultivation had been stuck in the third realm of Wufu for 3 years, and no matter whether it was precious pills or spirit replenishing grasses, they were unable to help him break through. One had to know that the precious medicines Yi Xian had consumed over the past 3 years were enough to pile up a person with mediocre talent to the 6th realm. However, this was no way to help Yi Xian, who had outstanding talent in the past, break through a small 4th realm. It is for this reason that it has been given the name of a waste. However, many people in the Yi family were unaware that there was such a hidden agenda. Perhaps it is due to the fact that my eyes are unknown, making my other senses unusually sharp, including the perception of spiritual energy as well. So during the course of the fight, it was discovered that whenever Lord Ye's spiritual energy was running, there was a lot of spiritual energy that flowed and disappeared. Pointing to his eyes that were covered in black satin, Lin Chu said, "So, uncertainty of purpose? He's actually blind." Those present thought that this was Lin Chu's special look. It turns out that the other guy was really blind. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart became even more disheveled. He couldn't even defeat a physically crippled person. What a failure. Seemingly sensing Yi Xian's frustration, Lin Chu spoke out. "Brother Yi doesn't have to be like this. Although I can't see the physical object with my own eyes, I am able to clearly perceive the external environment. At the same time, this is also why I was able to easily acquire Brother Yi's physical arts techniques, as well as the operation of spiritual energy. The great Tao may be so Brother Yi doesn't need to feel sorry for himself. If Brother Yi really wants to know why the spiritual power disappeared for no reason, I think you should check the black ring on the middle finger of your right hand first. If I haven't sensed it wrongly, the direction of the spiritual energy flow is there." Pointing at the black ring in Yi Xian's hand, Lin Chu reminded. "Of course, if that is not the case, then please do not blame Brother Yi and Patriarch Yi. Perhaps if we ask some cultivators with strong divine soul power to probe, we might be able to identify the exact cause of the spiritual energy flow." With these words, those present believed 7 or 8% of Lin Chu's words. "If that's the case, perhaps I'll be able to help, depending on whether or not Patriarch Yi trusts me." Yunlan slowly got up at this time, and a silver bell-like clear voice followed. Chapter 10, Mission Accomplished. Taking the chance. Hearing Yunlan offer to lend a helping hand, Yi Zhan's heart was delighted, but he didn't agree to it right away. It wasn't that he was worried that the other party would do something secretly. If Yunlan really had the intention to harm Yi Xian, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As an immortal realm, even if she made a move to overthrow their Yi family, it was just a casual matter. Yi Zhan lowered his eyes to look at Yi Xian beside him, apparently leaving the final decision to the other party. "Xianer, make your own choice. Whatever the choice, my father supports you, and I don't believe my son will be a waste of space for the rest of his life." Yi Xian looked at his father. His temples were already slightly white, although there was a million unwillingness in his heart, but he also knew that he could not be able to act in a spirited manner again. Now that he was able to recover his talent, it was a chance to turn the corner, and he couldn't just watch such a good opportunity disappear in front of his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was incomparably eager for strength. However, thinking about the situation in the field today, he was helpless in his heart, but he did not reject Yunlan's offer. "I'll trouble Patriarch Yun." Lin Cho was secretly delighted when he saw Yi Xian accept his offer. According to the protagonist's personality, having been favored for nothing, he thought that in the future, If he really hit the Cloud Song clan, he would have room for a detour. And at the same time, the prompt of quest completion naturally rang in Lin Chu's mind. System, ding. Noticing that the host has successfully defeated the S-ranked Qigong protagonist. Mission accomplished. Reward 1 copy of the Feat Enhancement Scroll, 10 points of Qi Luck value, and 1 copy of the Heaven's Destiny Protagonist Chance. Technique Enhancement Scroll, use it on any technique below the Immortal Realm to unconditionally raise the upper limit of the technique to the 9th realm. For techniques above the Immortal Realm, unconditionally raise it by 1 realm. Oh, good baby. The spirit gathering skill that Lin Chu had obtained nowadays, cultivated to the highest 9th layer, was only enough for him to come to the 4th realm. This was undoubtedly a great constraint for Lin Chu. However, now that he had this feat enhancement scroll, he didn't need to worry about the constraints of his feats being too weak. Of course, Lin Chu didn't use it easily. Right now the spirit gathering skill was still barely enough. Now with the system, obtaining better feats in the future, that was a sure thing. Use the Divine Fate Protagonist Chance. Compared to the others, this so-called chance of being a heavenly destined protagonist was still more important. Lin Chu said silently in his heart. System, ding. The Heaven's Destiny Protagonist Chance was loaded successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a soul ring, which has a 12-realm Immortal Realm cultivator in it. A familiar mechanical voice sounded, and a blue-colored ring appeared in Lin Chu's mind. He was able to extract it with just a thought. A soul ring? This is taking the main character's golden finger? It can still be played like this? The system is awesome. After reading this Heaven's Destiny Protagonist Chance, Lin Chu couldn't help but inwardly praise the system's greatness. At the same time, again, remembering that there was another reward of Qi Luck value, Lin Chu once again asked the system, how is this Qi Luck value used? The system didn't reply and a panel appeared in front of Lin Chu's eyes. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 10 out of 100. Acquired technique, spirit gathering technique. Technique can be upgraded. Talent, innate 1 airbody. Heavenly eye. Props, feat enhancement scroll X1. After obtaining the Qi Luck value, it will be automated into upgrade experience. And after the value reaches 100, the Qi Luck level will be automatically raised. Roughly understanding the system's function and utility, it was mainly to probe the protagonist's chance and level of fortune. By intercepting their chances, the system would release a mission, which would in turn allow Lin Chu to obtain the Qi Luck value to raise his Qi Luck level. Not only that, but the system also gives extra rewards for completing quests. Looks like this is forcing me to plunder the protagonist's chance. This is simply fantastic. Lin Chu's heart was on fire, knowing that just this small chance today would be able to make an ordinary person soar. And as long as Lin Chu kept pulling the wool over the protagonist's eyes, his ceiling would be able to be constantly pulled up. The future Lin Chu is the one who combines all the main characters' chances. Lobby center. Yunlan stepped on her long, well-proportioned and straight legs and came to Yi Xian's side. Her mind condensed and the power of her divine soul erupted as silk-white aura lingered around Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian, run your spiritual energy. When Yi Xian heard this, he didn't allow for anything else and directly did as he was told, rushing to run his gongfu and condense his spiritual energy into his body. As expected, the familiar feeling reappeared, and the condensed spiritual energy disappeared into thin air once more. This time, however, Yi Xian didn't care and his eyes looked hopefully at Yunlan in front of him. As the 10th realm of the Immortal Realm, Yunlan certainly had a few skills. Plus, since the spirits in the Black Ring have disappeared, under intentional exploration, it was immediately discovered that this Black Ring was the true culprit that caused Yi Xian's spiritual energy to disappear. Retracting the power of his divine soul, Yunlan's eyes swept Lin Chu with an ulterior motive. Then he said towards Yi Xian, the inference is right. This ring is the real culprit that caused your spiritual energy to drain away. This Black Ring was originally intended as a spirit storage ring, and previously, I don't know for what reason, it caused it to take on the property of absorbing spirit power. Not only that, this property of absorbing spiritual energy is extremely hidden, and if I don't look closely, I really won't be able to discover the hidden secrets. Now that I've solved its spirit-absorbing utility, you don't need to worry about it absorbing your spirit energy anymore. Yi Xian's eyes steeped in indignation as he looked toward the ring worn on the middle finger of his right hand. When he immediately removed this ring to pinch and burst it, his divine soul Mingtai had a moment of clarity and stopped the action in his hand. This ring was the only item left to him by his mother, and even if it was because of this item that he was reduced to a waste, then this matter had already been finalized. Even if we destroy it now, what can we do? Destroying it wouldn't make up for the cynicism and humiliation he'd suffered over the past 3 years. After spending 3 years like this, he was no longer the spirited teenage boy he was 3 years ago. Tightening his fists in his hands, Yi Xian eventually stopped the movements in his hands, clenching the ring tightly but then loosening it with resignation. After the tight frown loosened up, Yi Xian's mood calmed down. Today, there were twists and turns, both good and bad for him. The good news is that the cause of the disappearance of the talent has been found, which means that his talent has returned. 3 years of wastefulness he was able to rip away. Thank you, Patriarch Yun, for your help. Feeling that there was no longer any hindrance to his absorption of spiritual energy into his body, Yi Xian respectfully arched his hand towards Yunlan and spoke out. No matter. You'd better thank him for this. Yunlan pointed to Lin Shu, who was standing on the side, motionless and upright. If he hadn't discovered the end of your spiritual energy operation, it wouldn't have been my turn to help you. Yi Xian nodded approvingly, striding over to Lin Shu and bowing. Many thanks, brother. It's just a small thing. Some things are only cherished after they are lost. I know this kind of reasoning. Pointing at his eyes that were covered in black satin, Lin Shu said in a serious tone, now that your talent has returned, brother Yi, the road of cultivation is long and far, and I will go up and down the road. I wish you good luck in your martial arts endeavors. When these words came out, many people, including Yi Xian, all lit up in front of their eyes and inwardly sighed with a good sentence. The road is long. I will go up and down the road. This son is a great talent. Chapter 11 The Unchangeable 3-Year Pact. Yi Xian nodded approvingly. Tot, may I ask your name yet, kind brother? Surname Lin. Single name. 1 character. Cho. Lin Shu did not reject Yi Xian's gesture of goodwill and replied politely. After all, if you make good friends with these protagonists, you might be able to pull more wool over their eyes. Moreover, after having a piece of his chance intercepted, Lin Shu realized that the chi luck on Yi Xian's head hadn't diminished in the slightest, and even shown a few points brighter. This means that the sheep still has a lot of value to be exploited. Worthy of attention. Only, Yi Xian's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yu Xianer. Yu Xianer did not show any weakness and locked eyes with her, and a pleasant female voice followed. Yi Xian, I know that you are upset about withdrawing from the marriage today, but I don't feel that I did wrong on my own. If you are truly unwilling, 3 years from now, you and I will fight on Cloud Song Clan to determine the highs and lows. Yes, 3 years from now, you and I will fight in the Cloud Song sect, and at that time, I will cleanse myself of the humiliation of today's withdrawal. The teenager's eyes burned without fear as he looked straight at Yu Xianer and replied unwillingly. Gotta. Still nothing has changed. The familiar 3-year appointment, after all, still changes nothing. However, Lin Shu didn't care that much about it. Anyway, this matter had little to do with him anymore, so just let him be. Anyway, nowadays, whoever wins and whoever loses has nothing to do with him. There was only one thing Lin Shu wanted to do right now, and that was to make good use of the system and glean more wool from the chi protagonist. When he has the strength, where can he go in this big world? Yun Lan, who was on the side, did not stop this so-called 3-year engagement. This pact was not bad for Jade Cynthia. Instead it was able to be a motivation for Jade Cynthia. Yu Xianer's talent was outstandingly good. A 15-year-old 5th realm cultivator, looking at the entire Tian Yuan continent, was barely able to claim the name of genius. However, in the end, her nature was still too arrogant, and the path of cultivation still rarely hit a wall. Yunlan also wanted the other side to suffer some setbacks. Otherwise, this kind of nature will do more harm than good to the cultivation, and it is not to be desired. With this 3-year covenant, I don't think it's a bad thing for her. Moreover, it is said that the young master of the Yi family broke into the 3rd realm 3 years ago at the age of 12. Such a talent was in no way inferior to Jade immortals, and was even quite a bit stronger. The realm of body refining is mostly a refining of the physical body, and due to this, the result is that children younger than the age of 10 usually do not attempt to forge their bodies, unless one is utilizing precious medicines to forge one's body day after day, year after year. Otherwise, forcing them to cultivate gungfu to step into the path of cultivation would do them more harm than good. As for helping him to forge his body through precious medicines, generally speaking, not a flourishing family power cannot be done, because a child is a child. The heart is always jumping out of the box. Few of its people can withstand the boring and painful process of forging the body. So then, the age to step into cultivation in Tianyuan continent is mostly after the age of 10, after the mind has matured a bit. Of course, the Tianyuan continent is vast, and there must be no shortage of people who are able to enter the cultivation path before the age of 10. All of this speaks to a universality. Within the continent, it was ultimately the ordinary children that made up the majority, and the noble princes and kings were definitely in the minority. The withdrawal was finalized in the form of a 3-year contract. Lin Chu's appearance, in the end, didn't let this matter deviate. However, this matter was of little consequence to Lin Chu. Today, not only was he mixing it up on the fire and flame flop, but the system had also managed to arrive. The hangers-on arrived. and there was no need to cringe any longer. Lin Shu also gave birth to the idea of going to the outside world to have a look. After all, the name of the Chi Luck looting system was that it needed to reach out to these Chi Luck protagonists. Only then would he have more chances to intercept and plunder the Chi chances on them. After the withdrawal, Lin Shurji pedestrian had no intention of staying in the Yi family. A group of 4 people, taking steps, left the Yi family on this. Before leaving, Lin Shu seemed to have remembered certain things and came to Yi Xian's side to try and say a few words. What odd changes even in symbols. Look at the quadrant. There's also 80 for the sledgehammer and 40 for the small hammer. Palace Jade Liquor, Heavenly King over Tiger. He had tried all of these, and the other side hadn't responded in the slightest. This made Lin Shu realize that the other party was not from the other world, and was not traveling through the same world as him. It seems like there is still a difference between this so-called Yi Xian and Hua. But, overall, it's not too bad. There's just one more thing that's been nagging Lin Shu a little bit. That's the burning golden eyes, always staring at him, in that corner of the lobby, staring at Lin Shu's heart. She always felt that the owner of this gaze did not have good intentions towards her, and this person was also the second Chilut protagonist in the lobby with a rank of S, excluding Yi Xian. According to the setting, she should be this Yi Xian's childhood friend, so she must have come from an extraordinary background as well. Having been targeted, Lin Shu had no way to fix it. However, Lin Shu felt this gaze, although it had a deep meaning, it didn't reveal any killing intent. So he couldn't care less. Just don't hurt his life. With the extras arriving and having the biggest thing to fall back on, Lin Shu's mind was set free. Back at the Jade residence, Yu Xianer was the first to question. Lin Shu, I didn't expect you to be quite strong? Originally, she thought that Lin Shu crossing 3 realms in a row in 2 months' time had already surprised her, but she didn't expect that she would be able to defeat Yi Xian without any effort. Even though she talked about Yi Xian being a waste of space and stopping at the 3rd realm for 3 years. But after witnessing Lin Shu's fight with him, Yu Xianer knew clearly that if she were to fight with him at the 3rd realm cultivation level, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch that kick from Yi Xian. Because of this, Yu Xianer was also under pressure. Only that she didn't care in the slightest about that so-called 3-year contract. If she really couldn't even defeat someone who had wasted 3 years of cultivation, then she was truly that waste. Miss is too kind. It's only because my perception is stronger and I had a head start that I was able to win. Lin Shu slightly bowed his head and nodded, humbly saying, if it was Miss who made the move, I think that there would be no need to tangle with him, and he would be able to defeat him without much effort. Listening to Lin Shu's compliments, Yu Xianer tilted her head with a I don't need you to say that look. With the same 3rd realm, Xianer can't defeat that Yi Xian. Yun Lan, who was on the side, however, interjected, that's why you, who are under the same 3 realms, were able to defeat Yi Xian so easily, and at this point Xianer can't compare to you. In response to Yun Lan's words, Yu Xianer did not refute them. Only in her heart, she was secretly unconvinced. She had already come to the 5th realm, and there was naturally no comparison with Yi Xian of the 3rd realm. Chapter 12, Entering the Yunsong sect. Yun Lan looked at the flamboyant young man in front of him and couldn't help but nod at his appearance. Then when he thought about that competition scene just now, the idea of taking Lin Shu as a disciple arose in his heart. At the age of 15, even though he only had a 3rd realm cultivation, what Yun Lan valued was Lin Shu's martial arts talent. With this kind of talent, if he is given time, he will definitely be a martial arts master who will start a sect in the future. As for cultivation talent, the Tian Yuan continent had no shortage of heavenly treasures and elixirs that improved cultivation qualifications. I wish to take you under the Cloud Sang sect. Will you be willing? When Lin Shu heard this, he secretly pondered in his heart. Worshipping the Cloud Sang sect? It doesn't seem to be a no-no. Well, at least it's the #1 clan within the Cloud State. Martial arts secrets, cultivation techniques, and magical skills will certainly have a lot of inventory. The main reason was that by joining the Yuntsung sect, Lin Shu would be able to travel outside on the basis of his identity as a disciple of the Yuntsung sect. Backed by the Yuntsung sect, going out on parade, people with bad intentions who want to make a move on him also need to weigh the situation. Therefore, for Lin Shu, joining the Yuntsung sect had many benefits, and he had no reason to refuse. Thanks to Patriarch Yun's regard, I am willing to join the Yuntsung sect. Seeing that Lin Shu agreed to join the Yuntsung sect, Yun Lan arched her eyebrows slightly and her heart was delighted. Just now, Yu Xianer had transmitted her voice to inform her that Lin Shu had just stepped onto the cultivation path for 2 months, and he was already at the 3rd realm. This kind of outstanding cultivation talent, as well as martial arts talent attainments, is truly the pride of Heaven Ah. The beauty lies in the fact that the other party stepped into the path of cultivation too late. However, it didn't matter. It was only a matter of time before such natural talent caught up with Yu Xianer's steps. Yunlan didn't think that there would be such an unexpected pleasure on this trip. At the same time, inwardly, he was pleasantly surprised that with the two of them, Yu Xian'er and Lin Chu, the future might make the Yuntsong sect's prestige spread to other states. Senior, Lin Chu's eyes are blinded for some unknown reason, so I'd like to ask you to take a look at them. Yu Xian'er remembered this matter of business and reminded from the side. Oh, Yunlan gave a puzzled cry, her eyes looking at Lin Chu. She thought it was a birth defect, but she didn't expect it to be caused by external factors. Little Chuzi, hurry up and untie the black satin so that Patriarch Yun can take a look at your eyes. Xiao Huan also tugged on Lin Chu's long shirt at this time and said hurriedly. Lin Chu nodded and reached out to untie the black satin. Then I'll trouble you, Patriarch, to examine me. Although nowadays, with the heavenly eyes, the visual effect is many times better than the eyes. Lin Chu still wanted to restore his eyesight, and given this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't turn it down. The tightly closed eyelids, after trembling a few times, slowly opened. Lin Chu's eyes just presented themselves to the three of them. What kind of eyes are these? Within the eye sockets, Lin Chu's two eyeballs were set as if they were orbs carved from pure white moist jade. There was only a faint grayish halo attached to the eye. Other than that, there are no embellishments. The eyes that were as exquisite as pure white jewels matched Lin Chu's angular face, further accentuating his handsomeness. Looking into these eyes, Yunlan froze for a moment, and then waved his hand, green onion jade finger, gently pointing at Lin Qiuhei, running the spiritual power to probe up Lin Qiao's eyes. Just as the spiritual power and divine soul power surged into Lin Qiao's eyes. Instead, Yunlan realized that a white burning aura was coming straight towards him. In a flash, she only felt a burning sensation coming from above her divine soul. At the same time, the spiritual energy that surged into Lin Chu's eyes was like plunging into a bottomless abyss, and it disappeared into Lin Chu's body. This kind of bizarre thing was the first time Yunlan had ever encountered it. As an immortal realm, the purity of her spiritual energy was not something that could be compared to someone in the martial man's realm. Lin Chu, who was only a third realm martial artist, was able to manage to devour her spiritual energy without any warning, and it was also able to cause her divine soul to feel burning pain. If she hadn't personally encountered it herself, she would never have believed that such a thing could happen. The cultivation talent was excellent, and he was a martial arts prodigy, and now he was so strange. This made Yunlan become more and more interested in Lin Chu. When he kept increasing the input of spiritual energy, the white scorched chi fought against it, and even had a tendency to suppress it. At this moment, Lin Chu, on the other hand, felt that his body was better than ever, and as Yunlan continued to input his spiritual energy, he only felt that the air in his body was growing at an ever-increasing rate. Such a small amount of effort could match the amount of air he had accumulated in a month. Feeling the spiritual energy that he had surged into Lin Chu's body, it was constantly being devoured by the other party. Yunlan was worried that if he continued like this, not only would he not be able to probe the situation clearly, he might even have side effects on Lin Chu. By nature, she was directly stopping the movement of her hands. What is it? You can't do it in just a minute? I haven't had enough. Noticing that the spiritual energy was no longer being input, Lin Chu secretly lamented in his heart. He had thought that he would be able to take this opportunity to build up the air in his body. However, feeling the air mass in his body that had grown a full 2 times bigger, Lin Chu was still satisfied. The speed at which one's fleshly body would become powerful would undoubtedly increase greatly when this growing mass of air flowed throughout one's body. This was also Lin Chu's biggest bottom line to survive in this world before he awakened the system. And through the system's explanation, this should be the utility brought about by that so-called innate one air body. I think it should be the change brought about by that mutation when I crossed over to the Tianyuan continent. How did you damage this eye? Yunlan was filled with doubts and inquired towards Lin Chu. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chu organized his language and replied, 2 months ago, when I first arrived in Jin City, a white curtain suddenly covered my eyes, and I don't know how long it took for me to wake up, but I found that I had lost my eyesight. Lin Chu's words weren't a lie. This was an aberration that he had encountered on his way when he crossed over to this point. At that time, it was as if he was in a sea of white air, with endless streams of air pouring into his body. Since the air didn't cause any damage to him, he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, the first time he crossed over, Lin Chu had thought that this was the normal process. Who had thought that after coming to this strange Tianyuan continent, he realized that he had lost his eyesight. As for the later, it was to seek employment in a restaurant and join the Jade family as an exclusive storyteller. Listening to Lin Chu's explanation, the puzzled look on Yunlan's face increased. Only, through this mere explanation, she could not tell the reason for it. However, she was able to confirm one thing, and that was that the white scorching chi within Lin Chu's body was greatly beneficial to him. At the same time, Yunlan discovered that the white scorched chi was very similar to the Dao sect's innate Yuan chi, both in terms of characteristics and efficacy. Xiao Chu, I don't have a way to help you regain your sight now, but you don't need to be discouraged. When I go back to the Yuntsung sect to consult some ancient books, there might be a solution. Upon hearing Yunlan's words, both Yu Xian'er and Xiao Huan's faces revealed a look of surprise. Apparently it didn't occur to him that the immortal realm's Yunlan didn't even have the means to help Lin Chu regain his sight. The two of them looked at the alabaster pupils in Lin Chu's eyes, and their hearts felt as if they were blocked by something, and they only felt a little heavy. There is no need for the patriarch to be too concerned, although the eyes are not clear, but the other senses have become sharp as a result. It is also considered a blessing due to a misfortune. Perhaps the time to restore the light has not yet arrived, Lin Chu said calmly as if he was resigned to his fate. Anyway, now that he was able to see, there was no need to be in too much of a hurry about the restoration of the Ming. Lin Chu was now seeing a lot more than what his eyes could see. The three people who didn't know what was going on in Lin Chu's mind only felt that his words made people's hearts clog up. Chapter 13, Innate Air. Soul Revival. The restoration of sight ended in failure. Returning to the familiar elegant courtyard, Lin Chu couldn't wait to pull out the azure ring. After tinkering for a while, Lin Chu realized that the ring hadn't appeared with half a movement at all. Not to mention spirits. Not even a hair in sight. System. What's going on here? Did you find a fake? System. The soul has been affected by unknown influences and cannot be revived normally. Please also ask the host to use the innate air to replenish it so that it can be revived completely. Innate one? Lin Chu froze. Dare I say that this still needs to absorb his own air in order to revive? I hope it doesn't suck me dry. I'm having a hard time storing up all this air. The air mass in his body was operated and surged into the ring, only to see that the ring was also nonchalant, receiving all the air that was channeled into it. Time passes slowly. The air in Lin Chu's body was about to fade away, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Haven't you sucked enough? I'm going to be drained. 3 years of sucking wasn't enough. Now you want to just drain me? This is a bottomless pit. I'm not serving. Seeing that the original air mass that had grown more than twice as big was about to disappear, Lin Chu's heart ached vaguely, and as if that wasn't enough, this ring was even thinking of absorbing the little spiritual energy in his body. Who can stand this? Lin Chu was afraid that if this continued, she too would be put on a fiery script. He was not at all interested in turning into something like a waste. Thus, Lin Chu immediately and directly choked off the air that was channeled into the ring. This ring is for whoever wants it. I can't afford it. Just as he was about to throw the ring out, a female voice followed. Ugh, how can a young man say no? That ring emitted azure dazzling light. Floating up in the air, curling clouds of smoke rose. A transparent silhouette gradually emerged. It's not a grandpa in the ring? It's not Granny either. Instead, it's a great beauty? This script change. Simply fantastic. It's the big beautiful women that make it easier to accept than the old grandpa. While secretly rejoicing in his heart, Lin Chu's face was pretending to be grave and spoke out. Why did you appear in the middle of my ring? No wonder the air in my body disappeared for no reason. All of this is a ghost of you. The Yuan Qi that I managed to accumulate with great difficulty was actually absorbed by you in a single strand and all of it went away. I don't care about these details. Now that I've regained my consciousness, of course I won't continue to absorb your aura and Yuan Qi. The silhouette came floating in the air, surveyed for a while the black satin that Lin Chu had masked over his eyes, circled around his circumference, and then nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to be burdened with an innate one air body. No wonder you were able to revive me straight away. Noticing the other party's unkind intentions, Lin Chu decisively took a step backward, her brows slightly furrowed. What kind of devious ideas do you have again? As promised, the Yuan Qi in my body has been sucked out by you. Hey, it's just that I sucked a little bit of your air. Aren't you curious about who I am? The sinister shadow looked proud and tilted her head to look at Lin Chu with a, I'll tell you if you beg me look. Not curious. Lin Chu knew he had to whet her appetite. Otherwise, showing too much enthusiasm might make this ring spirit suspicious, so it's always right to follow the script for a bit. Furthermore, according to the way she acted like this, she shouldn't let Lin Chu off easily. The ring spirit's face stuttered as he sniffed, crossed his arms, and continued to say to himself, Aren't you curious as to why I'm staying in this ring? Not curious. Lin Chu continued to reply. Aren't you curious as to why your innate air was able to revive me? This question did cause Lin Chu's retreating steps to pause for a moment, but he still mouths, repeating his previous words. Not curious. The 3 times of not being curious apparently pushed the other side too. The only thing that could be seen was the floating silhouette that waved its hand, and a shattered hollow appeared in front of Lin Chu. Suddenly, a great sense of crisis came from the hollow and surged through Lin Chu's heart. He clearly knew that once he was swallowed by this hollow, he would definitely die 10 deaths. Elder, I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai. Dare to ask why Elder appeared in the ring of the younger. I am really curious. Please tell me all about it. With such a change of heart, Lin Chao's face straightened and he clasped his hands and said very much from the heart. I thought you weren't curious? Why don't you continue to not be curious now? Hearing the gnashing of teeth in the other party's words, Lin Shu understood in his heart that it seemed that he had really pushed the other party to the brink. Can't stand it anymore? Tolerance limits are a little too low, aren't they? However, looking at this person, he must have been in a high position earlier, and thought that he never accepted compliments from others. Not having been subjected to adversity is what led to this. Hoof. With a stifled grunt, that sinful shadow crossed her waist and came in front of Lin Chou, with a haughty face to match. But she looked heroic. Hoof. To tell you the truth, I just have ulterior motives for you, kid. The innate air in your body is very beneficial to my future resurrection. However, you need not worry that I will be a threat to you. After all, if something happens to you, it may result in my resurrection being hopeless. Faced with such straightforward words, Lin Shu naturally chose to believe them. Besides, even if the other side has ulterior motives, so what? The other party was able to understand her life with a wave of her hand, and other than the fact that she had what she was seeking, Lin Shu couldn't think of a second reason. Now the two of them were considered to be grasshoppers on the same rope, counting the relationship as one of honor and one of loss. Then what does the late generation need to do to be able to help you? Senior? Forgive me for speaking frankly. Nowadays, my cultivation is low, and the yuan qi contained down in my body has been exhausted, so I'm afraid that I can't help my seniors nowadays. Watching as Lin Shu sighed in frustration, her eyes seemingly probing her direction. How could Xiao Ruoling not know what he meant? She flexed her finger and pointed at Lin Shu, and a stream of light drilled into his brow and a wave of memories suddenly appeared in the middle of Lin Shu's mind. Green Cloud Royal Dao Technique, an 11-realm immortal realm technique? Noticing the gungfu in his mind, Lin Shu's heart was thrilled. It's not too much to call it a flying leap with this technique. The innate air in your body is compatible with the Taoist innate qi, so the Taoist techniques can help you accumulate innate air faster. Xiao Ruoling sensed Lin Chao's surprised emotions and was in a happy mood. Lin Shu bowed towards the floating Xiao Ruoling and thanked. Many thanks, senior. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoling looked proud and tilted her snow-white neck to look at Lin Shu. If you serve me well in the future, the benefits won't be spared. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu's expression was austere, and he said with a straight face, Senior, if you tell me to go west in the future, I definitely won't go east. Kid, I'll only look up to you. Xiao Ruoling was satisfied with Lin Shu's reaction and patted his shoulder approvingly. You kid is very uptight. Lin Shu, worship your valor. Senior. Chapter 14, The Ambitions of the Four Teachings of the Same Sect. While we're at it, you brat might as well cultivate the gungfu I gave you first. I'm curious as to what will happen when the legendary Dao Sect's sacred body encounters a Dao Sect gungfu. Xiao Ruoling's eyes were filled with curiosity, and it was evident that the other party had the basic qualities of being a letso person. Lin Shu didn't spoil the other party's fun and silently ran the gongfu in his mind. In fact, he himself was a million times more curious about this gongfu. No matter what, it was still an immortal realm technique, and it must be vastly different from the spirit-gathering technique he had previously practiced. Following the gongfu heart secret running in his mind, Lin Shu instantly settled down, only feeling as if he himself was in a white turbid world. There was a constant flow of white air pouring into his body. Outside, Xiao Ruoling looked at the scorching white air rising from Lin Shu's body with an expression of I knew it was so. It's true. This innate one air body operates the Dao Sect's heart technique, and what it cultivates is pure innate one air. I didn't expect that such a supreme genius would appear in this tiny land of Yunzhou. As more and more air clusters gathered on Lin Shu's body, the intimidation he emitted became more and more intimidating. In order to cause unnecessary trouble, Xiao Ruoling waved her hand and summoned a barrier to completely isolate the outside world, searing white air into his body. Lin Shu clearly perceived that his physical body continued to grow stronger, and along with it, his perception ability did not expand at the same time. The probing distance of the celestial eye simultaneously increased with each passing day. 50 meters, 60 meters, 70 meters. Eventually the probing range of the heavens eye stopped at a distance of 120 meters in a circle. Lin Shu sensed the saturation of air in his body and stopped to absorb it. He knew that the path of cultivation was about gradual progress, not eager for a moment's achievement. He then stopped his absorption, receiving and returning to the breath. Looking internally at the spiritual platform, the air mass in the body appeared again. As for the amount of air compared to earlier, it was only a little more. Open the system panel. Lin Shu didn't get up at the first opportunity, but instead said in his heart, Host, Lin Chor, lucky rank, B, upgrading experience, 10 out of 100. Acquired techniques, spirit gathering technique. Xingyun Yu Dao technique. Talent, innate 1 air body. Heavenly Eye. Props, feat enhancement scroll X1. Sure enough, the acquired feats on the Qingyun Royal Dao skill appeared on it, confirming the idea in his mind. Lin Chu was satisfied, but noticing the spiritual energy and air in his body and existing in his spirit platform made him a little puzzled. Is it possible to practice the techniques together? Lin Chu had a half understanding about this situation, but he didn't think much about it. There's still Qiu Rolan, just ask her. 12 realm souls, who had cultivated for an unknown amount of time in their lives, definitely had something to say about cultivation and learning. With this thought, Lin Chu calmed the air and aura in his spiritual platform before he leisurely got up. Just as he was about to ask Qiu Ruoling a question, the other party took a step forward and spoke out. Is it because you want to ask why there are two distinctly different energies in your body's spirit platform? Lin Chu froze and nodded his head in acknowledgement. As expected, nothing can escape your eyes. Senior. Hoof. Grunting a few times, Qiu Ruoling said arrogantly, generally speaking, everyone is only able to cultivate techniques with the same root, and few people are able to cultivate multiple different techniques. The Tianyuan continent has a wide variety of gong methods, but in the final analysis there are only 4 cultivation bases. Confucianism's vast and righteous qi, Taoism's innate qi, Buddhism's power of Brahman, and the method of inducing the spirit to be collected. In the end, the art of war still relies on spiritual power as its foundation, and is essentially categorized under the method of drawing in the spirit to receive it. These 4 righteous cultivation methods are different from each other, and few people are able to achieve compatibility and coexistence of all of them. When Lin Chu heard this, he was a bit puzzled. Then why was he able to perceive the aura and air in his body coexisting properly? Noticing Lin Chu's doubts, Qiu Ruoling continued, but well, you are the exception. At the birth of man, the innate air is gathered in his body. When subjected to these 4 kinds of energy fluctuations in the outside world, the innate 1 air in the body, along with these 4 kinds of breath fluctuations and excitation, the excitation of the innate 1 air, means that whether a person is able to step into the cultivation of the road, a person's innate 1 air's induction of the other 4 energies determines the person's cultivation talent. You are burdened with the innate 1 air body, while the innate 1 air is the origin of the other 4 cultivation energies. With the innate 1 air sitting in your body, there is no need to worry about the 5 energies clashing. At the same time, the Taoist innate qi is born out of the innate 1 air, and is well versed in the way of the innate, and you, who are burdened with the innate 1 air body, cultivate through the Taoist gongfu. And what you get from cultivation is naturally this innate 1 air. This explanation from Qiu Ruoling made Lin Chu realize the wild, cool and gripping aspect of his physique, and a thought popped up in his heart for no reason. According to this, then wouldn't he be able to cultivate the 4 teachings at the same time? Seemingly sensing Lin Chu's thoughts, Qiu Ruoling knocked on his head and said bluntly, want to cultivate with the 4 religions? The idea is good, but the path of cultivation should not be overly ambitious. And even if you're an innate 1 air body, it's not easy to do the 4 teachings together. Lin Chu came back to his senses and knew that he was thinking a bit too much. It's the kid who's a little overambitious. No harm done. It's just human nature. I think I held the same idea back then. And in the end, I still barely managed to only practice the Tao and spirit drawing methods at the same time. Qiu Ruoling spread her hands and said in a somewhat helpless tone. Only the words fell into Lin Chu's ears with a whiff of Versailles. Senior's talent is outstanding. I admire you to the core. Lin Chu complimented. Qiu Ruoling was satisfied with Lin Chu's compliments and smiled brightly. In fact, compared to normal people, it's undoubtedly much simpler if the innate 1 air body wants to do the 4 teachings together. It might be feasible in the future if you really want to try it. Hearing the implication outside of Qiu Ruoling's words, Lin Chu once again asked, since Senior is able to achieve the same cultivation of the 2 laws, does he have any experience? There is naturally. Only then, you are burdened with the holy body of the Tao sect. There is no way you can manage to mix with me. Your own path needs to be found on your own. After all, you have the innate air as a supplement. No need to worry about going off the deep end. Bold trial and error is, maybe again and again, really can let you cultivate the 4 methods. Qiu Ruoling looked as if she was watching the fun. Obviously, she wanted to see what kind of cultivation path Lin Chu would actually follow in the future. Such words from her were equivalent to planting a seed in Lin Chu's heart. And with a guarantee like Qiu Ruoling, Lin Chu also sprouted the idea of practicing the 4 laws together. The ambition of the 4 religions to cultivate together quietly sprouted in his heart. In addition to Qiu Ruoling's guarantee, Lin Chu's biggest backbone and reliance is that he has such a plug-in in his hands as the system. Chapter 15, The Unreasonable Protagonist. After practicing the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill, Lin Chu clearly sensed that his body's speed of absorbing the energy around him had increased by more than 1 level. Along with that, The strength of his physical body had also increased by a considerable amount, and Lin Shu only felt that he seemed to have endless energy. With a gentle leap and reappearance, Lin Shu's figure had already arrived at a position 3 feet away. Acquiring the Immortal Realm technique didn't make Lin Shu's aura grow much. Instead, it made the aura around him become more and more introverted. Taoist Kung Fu emphasizes on the perception of heaven and earth, focusing on inner cultivation, and the balance of all things. Powerful but not ostentatious. The main one is understated. All the reasons made the aura on Lin Shu's body even more dusty. A modest gentleman. Gentle as jade. It's a perfect way to describe Lin Shu. Combined with his handsome and extraordinary face and the black satin covering his eyes, it added a bit of mystery to him. The early morning light spilled into the courtyard. Through the window sill, it shone on the teenager who was seated above the bed and practicing. Under the early light, the teenager's body was flooded with a burst of shimmering light, and several white streams of air, visible to the naked eye, flowed around him. Lin Shu let out a long breath, storing as much of the white qi flow in his body as he could. Looking internally at his breath, the white flow of qi flows continuously along the 8 qi meridians and veins. During this process, Lin Shu's meridians and bones were continuously nourished and strengthened. In a trance, opening his eyes, things around him appeared in his eyes. Clenching his fists and soothing his body, Lin Shu only felt stronger again. No wonder people who cultivate like to settle down and meditate instead of sleeping. This is not only able to improve their cultivation, but it's also not many times stronger than relying on sleep to regain energy. After lamenting a few words, Lin Shu also slowly got up, and after soothing his body, he put on a green shirt and walked towards the outside of the house. After washing and dining, Lin Shu thought about continuing to lie down in the compound to soak up the sun when a familiar voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chuzi, you're lazing around here sunbathing again. Come out on the street with me. We're going back to the Yungsong sect with Miss in a few days. We need to prepare some things for backup." "On the streets? It's not impossible. Now that I've regained my sight, I'll be able to see for myself what kind of scenery this Jin City has to offer." Lin Shu stood up and looked in the direction of the source of the sound, stroking his chin and looking in a pleasant mood. "Think about coming here. So long, have not had the opportunity to take a good look at this Tianyuan continent. Is what kind of style?" After such a while, Xiao Huan came to Lin Shu's side, crossed her little waist, and said in a good way, "I really don't know how that cultivation came from you staying here lazily sunbathing all the time every day. How did it come about?" "It's just a hangover." Lin Shu let out a light laugh and touched Xiao Huan's pill head. "Maybe I'm so gifted that I don't need to deliberately cultivate to be able to increase my cultivation level? Che, you're very stinky. Hey, come with me to the street. We're going back to Yungsong sect soon. We have quite a few things to prepare for." Xiao Huan flexed her hand to knock away Lin Shu's head that was touching her, pouted, and said in a bad mood, "Don't touch my head like that. You won't grow tall." Although Lin Shu was accepted by Yunlan as a disciple, Xiao Huan still did not change his attitude towards him. But Lin Shu did not care about it, and was even a little happy about it. After all, living in the Jade Mansion for so long, Xiao Huan's behavior like this brought him a lot of fun on weekdays. If it wasn't like that anymore, it would rather make Lin Shu a little uncomfortable. "Okay, when do we leave?" Lin Shu got up and said in a relaxed tone. Noticing the different emotions in Lin Shu's tone, Xiao Huan froze for a moment, only feeling as if he had changed a lot. How can I describe it? Normally, Xiao Huan always felt as if Lin Shu had many concerns, and always had a sense of fear about this world. But now, she heard a sense of confidence from the other party's tone, as if she had a great deal of backbone. Such a huge change before and after. This was what made Xiao Huan freeze in place. Still, it's a good thing. What are you gawking at here? When are we leaving?" Coming in front of Xiao Huan and waving his hand, Lin Shu laughed. "Poof." With a delicate hum, Xiao Huan said towards Lin Shu, "Since you're ready, then we'll leave now." Without giving it much thought, Xiao Huan blamed the reason for this back-and-forth change on Lin Shu being accepted by Yunlan as a disciple. Other than that, she couldn't think of anything else that could serve as Lin Xiao's backbone. Jin City, as a large city within Yunzhou, ranked as a large city, the fireworks were very strong. The marketplace is abuzz in the morning. Above the main street, the crowd was packed. Looking at the ancient Xianya pavilions on both sides of the street, Lin Shu couldn't help but nod his head, giving a completely different feeling from the city of his previous life. There's so much earthiness here that you can't help but linger. Since there were only Lin Shu and Xiao Huan on this street trip, Xiao Huan was very active and excited, self-concernedly bringing Lin Shu this way and that, flowing in front of the various vendor stalls. Xiao Huan's joyful and delicate laughter continuously came. "I've purchased a lot of novelty items, small toys and beautiful jewelry similar to those in my previous life." Sure enough, no matter what world you're in, there will be such items. After all, as the saying goes, Women make the best money. Of course, there are times when men do. After Xiao Huan had a good time, she didn't forget about the main event and brought Lin Chu to the East Marketplace. The East Market of Jin City is mostly a gathering of traders and merchants. In other words, these vendors gathered here are mostly without business licenses, and the acquisition of goods is mainly a you-know-what. Once it's out, there are no refunds or exchanges. It's kind of a default rule here. It is said that each city is divided into such a place to supply the trade. Of course, the center of this division will still mostly fall into the power of the nobles and officials. Only some outlying areas of the site will allow some civilian vendors to set up stalls. After all, there is always a difference between honor and disrepute in this world. But well, the small outlying area alone was enough to make some people a fortune. You and I are willing to do this, and there are some rules in it that people from all sides agree on and follow, and it's barely in perfect order. Existence is reasonable. With the existence of such a place, has become the foundation of many people's business, but also to promote the development of many economic. Overall, the pros outweigh the cons. The Chen Yuan dynasty also acquiesced to its existence and did not intervene. On the occasion of the parade in the East Market, Lin Chu also bought some pen and ink atlases and the texts of books about this world along the way. Before the eyes cannot see, these things cannot be fully understood. Some common sense knowledge and cannot easily ask others. But it was different now. He was able to see it naturally without such concerns. After walking for a short while, Lin Chu sensed that not far away, there was a group of people gathered in a cluster. Seemingly there was a conflict. There was hilarity. And Xiao Huan also pulled Lin Chu towards the front. We are human beings. Can't change the attribute of melon eating. Lin Chu was no exception. As early as he noticed the mass of people, he was the first to utilize his divine sense to probe away. It was discovered that one of the parties involved in this conflict was an old acquaintance of his. With this scene, how could Lin Chu not know what kind of situation it was? All he saw written all over Yixian's face was, "I'll get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending." What made Lin Chu even more shocked was that the bright golden chi on Yixian's head had become even more intense. The bright letters on his head actually changed from S to SS. This protagonist is still able to evolve. It doesn't make sense. The biggest golden finger has been snatched away by me, and my chi is increasing instead of decreasing. It's too unreasonable. Identification complete. God's own son, no doubt. Chapter 16, A New Mission. Another interception. There really is an insurmountable chasm between people. Looking at the bright SS, Lin Chu was deeply struck. There is a gap between people. Yixian, do you really think you are still the same genius of yesteryear? The current you is nothing more than a district waste, and it's only natural for you to be withdrawn from marriage by Miss Siener. Ha! In the center of the crowd, a young man in fancy clothes was holding a folding fan and sneering at Yixian. The youth is about 20 years old. His eyes are cloudy, and his face is a little white and yellow, with a look of kidney deficiency and essence loss. Li Ran, even if I am no longer a waste, now at the age of 15 I have also come to the third realm of the Wufu. You are now 19 years old but comparable to me in realm. Even the waste in your mouth is not as good as you. What does it count for? Yixian replied in an unassuming tone. And look at your weak kidneys. I think you must be used to having a good time in your day. So let me give you a word of advice. Is it bad to admit that you can't do it? In case one day a Philly family finds out that you died in the place of a greenhouse, wouldn't it be a laughing matter? These words caused whispers to ring out around him, and the mocking gazes in them couldn't help but make him furious. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. The key Yixian's words really weren't wrong. With such a comparison, he was truly that waste. Not only that, but being publicly outed and told that he couldn't do it was what made him take it the hardest. Even Lin Chu, who was watching from the sidelines, had to admit that saying a man couldn't do it was the biggest insult. It had to be said that the aggressiveness of Yixian's words was given enough. Li Ran, who had his face opened wide by being plastered. His face became hideous as he stared at Yixian with a deathly glare, itching to eat him alive. Li Ran also didn't have the idea of making a move because he knew that he couldn't defeat Yixian. Although this is the case, Li Ran seemed to remember something and said unwillingly, Yixian, don't think that I don't know that you, a waste of space, for 3 years, have consumed how many resources of the Yi family. After enjoying so many resources, yet your realm is only stuck at the third realm of Wufu. You still don't admit that you're a waste? After being forcibly withdrawn from your marriage, and then willingly enjoying the support of the Yu family, you Yixian will only be able to rely on women in your life. As a man, what could be more humiliating than this? Watching Yixian's face grow more and more somber, Li Ran was secretly happy that he had pulled one back in his heart. Looking at Li Ran, who was constantly mocking Yang Yixian, Lin Chu couldn't help but spit out in his heart. The protagonist comes with a mocking buff that matches my stereotypical impression of a heavenly destiny protagonist. As they were arguing, Lin Shu also came to the outskirts of the crowd. At the same time, a delicate figure appeared by Yi Xian's side between shakes. It was at this exact moment that Lin Shu realized that a golden exclamation mark appeared on the head of the silhouette and Yi Xian at the same time. The golden exclamation mark, under constant expansion, transformed into a frame of golden text that was presented in front of Lin Shu. Contingency 1, SS level Chi Luck protagonist Yi Xian was in the East Market Square. Found a mysterious black box, which contains a pair of broken secret spiritual techniques. Relying on his mother left behind the pagoda of time and his own superb martial arts talent. More than a month, Yi Xian will be practiced to a small completion of the secret technique, and successfully break through to the fourth realm. Contingency 2, Morong Yu, the only daughter of the head of the Morong family, is burdened with the golden crow burning heavenly flame, and due to her own lack of cultivation, she is unable to master the divine fire. Today, the divine fire of the burning heavenly flame suddenly went out of control at the hour of midnight, and Morong Yu was unable to collect the divine fire in time, and thus she suffered serious injuries, and her life was at stake. Yi Xian found the situation of Morong Yu, and despite the dangers, he forcefully helped to suppress the divine fire, and thus made Morong Yu's love for her even more intense. Ding! Publish a new mission, intercept Yi Xian's chance and help Morong Yu successfully master the divine fire. Reward, 1 mysterious big treasure chest, 10 points of fortune value. After reading the golden subtitles, Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The pagoda of time? It seems like this is a new finger that God has given him. It seems like this is the main reason why Yi Xian's chi has grown. The whereabouts are unknown, and the probability is high that the real mom who left a powerful spell has a strong and powerful family background. As for who Morong Yu was, it was obviously the young girl beside Yi Xian. The young girl dressed in a purple dress with a delicate figure. Her footsteps lightly clicked, and in a flash, she landed beside Yi Xian's body. At this moment, her willow brows were slightly furrowed as she looked coldly at Li Ran, who was sneering at Yi Xian. Ms. Morong. Seeing this young girl, Li Ran's slightly shriveled face took on a fiery look. Only, Morong Yu to Li Ran cannot have any good face, for his words are even more ignored, only as the wind beside the ear. Suddenly passed only. Brother Yi Xian, are you alright? Morong Yu's light voice resounded through the field. Yi Xian looked at the young girl and smiled faintly. His originally agitated mood gradually calmed down. Nothing happened, only that there are always barking dogs coming from beside his ears. It's just a bit annoying. Jumping clowns are not worth mentioning. Brother Yi Xian, you are too needless to care. Morong Yu concurred. Between the two of them singing and harmonizing like this, Li Ran on the side was like a clown. Witnessing the two of them reducing themselves to nothing. Added to that, the mocking voices that kept coming from all around him, Li Ran only felt a dryness on his face, and the anger in his heart intensified. Lin Shu wasn't the least bit interested in the conflict that was happening in the field. He was currently busy completing the task that the system had given him. After some searching, Lin Shu also found out where the broken secret method that the system was referring to was. Coincidentally, the fragment was at a vendor not far from Yi Xian, with a target in mind. Plus the fact that the secret skill hadn't yet been discovered by Yi Xian, Lin Shu didn't hesitate and came directly to the field, saying to the stall owner to himself, "Boss, what's the value of this thing?" The stall owner's eyes narrowed slightly and froze when he heard Lin Shu's question, obviously not anticipating that at this time, there would be someone else asking for a price. Moreover, the person who asked the question, even had his eyes covered with black satin, making him a bit novel, and he couldn't help but have to gaze at it a few more times. But how can you not do a deal that's delivered to your door? This gentleman has a good eye. This object is this black box that I found by chance from the center section of the Cloud Sangling Ridge. In order to bring it out from the Cloud Sangling Ridge, I have gone through a lot of effort. If it wasn't for my small talent and cleverness, I would have fallen into the rations of the demonic beasts. The merchant, who had slender eyebrows and looked a bit thievish, rubbed his palms together, as if he was really there, and introduced the origins of this black box towards Lin Shu. Seeing that Lin Shu had an extraordinary temperament and was not dressed like a normal family, this merchant understood that he might really be able to make a good profit here in Lin Shu today, and thus made up such a story. Of course, he didn't fake on the matter of the black box's origin. The black box was indeed what he found in the Cloud Sangling, only he found in the periphery of the Cloud Song Ridge, and with his cultivation of this refining realm, the amount of him would not dare to go to the center of the Cloud Song Ridge. I'm not interested in where this black box came from, just make a direct offer. Lin Shu wasn't interested at all in the words of this vendor about the origin of the black box. He only wanted to hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing after intercepting this crippled secret skill. He had noticed that his sudden appearance in the midst of this had attracted quite a bit of attention. Among them, Yi Xian and Morong Yu were also naturally included. Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Yi Xian's words suddenly rang out. The moment these words came out, an ominous premonition appeared in Lin Chu's heart. As expected, after hearing Yi Xian's words, Li Ran looked at Lin Chu with an unkind expression. And who are you? Lin Chu ignored it and continued toward the stall owner. Offer. Sensing the odd atmosphere, the vendor hurriedly said, 300 gold. Hearing this, Lin Chu didn't hesitate, and between the flip of his hand, he pulled out a small blue bag and threw it at the vendor. Gongzi, keep this box. Weighing the pouch containing the gold in his hand, the merchant smiled with a wide-eyed smile, just as he wanted to take the black box to Lin Chu himself. Lin Chu's movements, however, were a step faster than his, stepping slightly on her toes and slightly upward, hooking the black box high up, reaching out and quickly picking it up, turning around and trying to leave. Chapter 17 Conflict. When Li Ran saw a blind man, who even dared to ignore himself so much, coupled with the fact that he had lost face at Yi Xian's earlier, and desperately wanted to get it back, he naturally set his sights on Lin Chu. In his opinion, a blind man was just a blind man. How powerful could he be? He would have wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian, but he just couldn't make a move due to Morong Yu being at the side. Now that Lin Chu had appeared, he had found a suitable target. Anymore, could he, a martial artist who was about to break into the fourth realm, still be able to suffer at the expense of a blind man? A dead blind man dares to ignore this young master. Do you know who my father is? Believe it or not, I'll make it impossible for you to mix in this Jin City today. Onlookers, see this as the same whisper. This blind man really suffer. This time appeared in this pure heart to find things for themselves. Ah, that's right. Who in Jin City doesn't know the character of this Li family's son? It looks like this blind man is going to save this Yi family's young master from this undeserved disaster today. But looking at this blind man's temperament, which is quite extraordinary, perhaps there is a great deal to be said for him? Nonsense. If this blind man has a great origin, can Li Ran this playboy go to mess with him? Although Li Ran is a waste of money, but at least he is also a direct descendant of the Li family. Who can mess with him and who can't mess with him? Can he not know? That's true. So it looks like this blind man won't be able to escape today. When these words came out, Yi Xian and Morong Yu's faces looked odd for a while. Others don't know Lin Chu's origin, but the two of them know it clearly. Little Li family only, although the power of the Yi family is stronger than a chip, is not as good as the Yu family. Now this Li Ran even dared to go looking for trouble from Lin Chu, but he really had enough brainlessness. Lin Chu sighed in her heart. It's true that my feeling was right. This Yi Xian is really something too. What's the point of calling me properly? Isn't that just cutting off some of your chances? However, this villain is also really brainless enough. Open mouth is to find people trouble. Just so like to show themselves, to find their own existence? Although Lin Chu, this person, didn't want to make more disputes, but that didn't mean he was afraid of things. Besides, with the Cloud Song clan as his background, just by looking at this layer of relationship, he could no longer be considered a mini-boss in the former mid-stage, which is something a little villain from a newbie village like you can match. It's almost like reversing the Big Dipper. It's a good thing that Lin Chu was cautious before. When he said the book, he didn't show his face in front of the public too much, looking for too much presence. Otherwise, according to this villain's virtue, he really didn't know how many troublesome things would be brought to him. Lin Chu had never been a timid person, and he wasn't going to tolerate being output by a small character writing his face. If you don't know who your father is, ask your mother. I'm not your father, so why ask me? Such a comment caused many in the room to burst out laughing. Lin Chu was a person who had gone through the modern internet cultivation in his previous life, and his ability to curse was not something that a small dude could match. Li Ran was stunned at first. Then, there was a surge of anger. A stinking blind man dares to scold me. Today, I will make you go out sideways. With that, he turned 3 steps into 2 and rushed straight towards Lin Chu's direction. His moves were vicious and went straight for Lin Chu's face. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Chu. If you look for trouble, then look for trouble. I'm just buying a thing. There's no reason to find me trouble. Is it hard to be descended from wisdom? Lin Chu glanced at Yi Xian and shook her head, resentful in her heart. Forget it. Anyway, I'm now backed by the Yunksong sect. There's no reason to be afraid of a dude. Lin Chu's body leaned back slightly, coincidentally dodging Li Ran's claw strike. And then, lifting his hand and extending 2 fingers, slightly together, Dang Ran sent out a force, and between the fluttering, the 2 fingers lightly pointed at Li Ran's chest. Suddenly, Li Ran only felt a stabbing pain coming from his chest, and he felt a huge force sweeping over him. With a muffled grunt, his figure retreated several meters towards the back before he managed to slow down. However, Li Ran's chest was still vaguely painful, causing his face to instantly freeze. However, he did not intend to stop there. Taking out a long sword with his backhand, he quickly stepped forward, leaping high across the room, and shouting in a low voice, "Blistering cloud sword technique." Li Ran, who was about to break through the fourth realm, was barely able to use his spirit arts to defend himself, and this strike was really quite loud. Clouds of smoke obscured his eyes as the sword light swam and flashed out, carrying a gust of hissing wind. The people watching the battle around them watched the eye-covering clouds emerge, and the sword light suddenly flashed, revealing a stern intent, with an unstoppable momentum, stabbing towards Lin Chu. The crowd of onlookers, seeing this, have retreated a few steps. They do not want to suffer an undeserved disaster. Lin Chu raised his eyebrows, and when the long sword was less than half a meter away from him, he finally made a move and a black long pole suddenly appeared in his hand. Black pole surging above the white shimmering light, Lin Chu flexed his hand forward and lightly threw it out. The long pole rotated and blew away the cloud of smoke that obscured his eyes and then collided with the sword light, emitting a burst of metal collision sound. "How dare you show off your skills even if they are trivial." The black pole swept the clouds clean, and the long pole was in the air, lightly smashing towards Li Ran. As Li Ran was about to stab Lin Chu, the black pole took a step ahead and landed at Li Ran's shoulder. In the next instant, Li Ran's pupils shook tremendously and his mind went blank, as if he had encountered some bizarre event, making his body unable to resist falling. His knees couldn't withstand the huge force coming from his body, and bent down to kneel, making a creaking sound as it rubbed against the ground. The clouds are all dispersed. The scene in the field fell into the eyes of the crowd of onlookers. They did not expect the earlier still aggressive, unstoppable son of the Li family. Surprisingly, in an instant, he was killed by this green-clothed teenager whose eyes were covered in black satin. This back and forth change was just too fast, leaving many people frozen in place without reacting. The long sword came out of his hand, and Li Ran knelt on both knees, gasping for air, the veins on his neck bulging as he soldiered on trying to raise his head to look at Lin Chu. However, no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't manage the simple act of raising his head. As for why that was the case, it was of course because Li Ran always had a long black pole pressing down on him. Within his line of sight, he could only stare dead on at the black boots Lin Chu was wearing on her legs. Innate 1. Morongyu had seen a lot and naturally recognized what the white glow coiled above that black pole was. Yi Xian, who was beside him, heard Morongyu's whisper and inquired, "You error? What are you talking about? What is the innate air?" After hesitating for a moment, Morongyu still spoke out to explain. "In short, Brother Yi Xian, you can regard the innate 1 air as a standard for the strength of one's talent. The lifelong pursuit of a high practitioner of the cultivation way is to transform one's own innate vital energy into innate 1. This Lin Chu was actually able to achieve such a level. His talent must be extraordinary." Morongyu's words were much the same as Chiu Wolin's explanation earlier. As he explained, the eyes that looked at Lin Chu showed an extra dash of interest and regard. Obviously, in her mind, she had already categorized Lin Chu as a genius on par with her. Yi Xian, who was on the side, nodded with seeming understanding, and a hint of admiration was revealed among his eyes as he looked at Lin Chu. "Brother Lin is about the same age as me, yet he has already made it this far, and with the martial arts talent he displayed earlier, I'm far behind him." Morongyu's eyes flowed and she let out a delicate smile. "Brother Yi Xian, you don't have to be presumptuous. Talent is not the only factor that determines the path of cultivation. Besides, Brother Yi Xian, your talent is not that bad. Coupled with cultivating so diligently on weekdays, you're definitely able to catch up with the other side." Hearing that, Yi Xian returned a smile. His hand couldn't help but have to caress a small tower hanging at his waist as he looked towards the green-shirt figure in the field, and within his eyes, there was an extra touch of determination. "Sooner or later, I'll defeat you in a dignified manner one day." Chapter 18, You Need a Background to be a Gangster. Li Ran stared at the long black boots in front of him, and after struggling a few times to no avail, his heart was filled with indignation. Lin Chu didn't want to talk too much with people who didn't have a brain, and as he took a step and was about to leave, he once again heard a few threats ringing in his ears. "You damn blind man, do you really think you can leave so easily? I'll do what I say. If I find out your true identity, I'll make sure to get you killed, so you'll know what happens if you offend me." As a villain, he would be wasted in his villain status if he didn't threaten a few times and leave a few harsh words after he suffered a boring loss. Lin Chu turned around and surveyed the top of Li Ran's head with interest. There was a bright golden letter there, D. Cannon fodder. Not worth mentioning. In the face of Li Ran's threat, Lin Chu didn't say anything. He just sized up the other party from head to toe and a meaningful smile leaped out from the corner of his mouth. "Really? Then what can I do to get your forgiveness?" Li Ran, who was overwhelmed by anger, didn't hear the flirting intent in Lin Chu's words and really thought that the other party was afraid. "You waste one of your own arms, I'll have mercy and let you go. Otherwise, you'll wait for death." Li Ran cursed angrily. "Ho ho ho ho. So majestic." He was accustomed to being a bully in his day-to-day life. And even though he couldn't defeat Lin Chu, he didn't care in the slightest. In this world, coming out is all about background and power. A blind man was just a blind man, at most a fourth realm cultivator. His Li family could easily crush him to death with their hands. As for Lin Chu having a background, Li Ran had naturally considered that in the land of Jinchang, the main area that the Li family was responsible for was in the various city gate areas. So, naturally, Li Ran would know in advance if there were any big shots visiting. However, in recent times, other than getting the news that a great figure from the One Cloud Sang sect had visited the Jade family, he had not heard of any other news within the clan. What's more, this blind man was acquainted with Yi Xian, and he didn't think that Yi Xian, who had been reduced to a waste, would know any big shots. As for this blind man getting involved with the Yunsong sect, where's the hullabaloo? A blind man who was at most at the fourth realm. The Yunsong sect would accept such a crippled person? Because of this, he, Li Ran, dared to speak up and say that he wanted to get Lin Chu killed. But coincidentally, Li Ran inwardly first ruled out such a possibility as precisely that fact. So yeah, he's afraid he's going to be in for a rude awakening today. Suddenly, Li Ran felt the huge force on his body disappear. Thinking that Lin Chu was afraid of his threat, a sneer appeared on his face as he looked condescendingly at Lin Chu. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Waste one of your own arms, and this matter will be considered over. Lin Chu's face remained unchanged as he looked at Li Ran and inquired, is the Li family very powerful, strong or not? All I know is that if you don't do as you're told, you're going to die a horrible death. Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded with interest and smiled lightly. Is that so? And how does that compare to the Jade family? Hearing Lin Chu move out the Yu family, Li Ran didn't hear the implication of his words. Although my Li family is not as good as the Yu family, it's still a famous and prestigious family in Jin City. It's not something that a blind man like you can mess with. So, I advise you to do as you're told. Ignoring Li Ran's words, Lin Chu said to himself, then how does it compare to your Li family in the Yunsong sect? This time, even if Li Ran was even more stupid, he heard the meaning beyond Lin Chao's words. The slightly yellowish face took on a trace of pallor as he said with a slightly trembling tone, you're from the Yunsong sect. No. Although there was a visit from the Yunsong sect recently, it was a woman. It must not be you, a blind man. Lin Chu smiled bashfully. Xiao Wan, you've seen enough drama after watching it for so long. Prepare yourself well. After today, everything you have will go up in smoke. After uttering these words, a little lowly figure appeared beside Lin Chu. Che, who told you to mind your own business and intervene in other people's conflicts. But this Li Ran is really stupid. He's used to acting like a bully every day and dares to taunt anyone. What a mouthful. Relying on his family's power, he stirred up the storm in this Jin City, making many commoners abhor him. Yet they dared not do anything about it. Today, you've run into a tough opponent. You really deserve it. The moment he saw Xiao Wan, Li Ran's legs went limp and his knees involuntarily fell to the ground. Knowing that he was at the end of his rope, this blind man really had to be someone from the Yunsong sect. Other people don't know Xiao Wan, but he knows it clearly. The personal mate of the Yu family's eldest miss. The cultivation talent is also one of the best. The age of 14 stepped into the fourth realm of the genius girl. If it wasn't for the fact that Jade Immortal's talent was too dazzling, coupled with the fact that Xiao Huan only wanted to act as Jade Immortal's Greenleaf and serve as a companion, she would certainly be sought after by many. Li Ran, who had unconsciously fallen to his knees, his body involuntarily trembled. After today, his proud identity as a direct descendant of the Li family would be reduced to nothing. The Li family wouldn't mess with the Yu family for his sake, let alone the behemoth that was the Yunsong sect. Power, wealth, and women would be far away from him, but he was unable to entertain any thoughts of resistance. And in Lin Chu's eyes, it was a different scene. In his eyes, the letter D on Li Ran's head transformed in a trance into a gray G letter of the alphabet. Originally, some of the golden Shi that surrounded him also drifted away into the sky and disappeared. It seems that people's luck is not fixed, just a word to determine the life and death of people's misfortune, but also really cruel world. Lin Chu, however, didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Who told him to mess with someone he shouldn't have messed with? Some woes don't go unrewarded. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. The world of the weak and the strong is always about either you die or I die. In order to not let such a thing happen to him, all Lin Chu could do was to become that person on top. At the same time, the crowd of onlookers was even more astonished, and the eyes that looked at Lin Chu revealed respect and envy. They didn't think that this teenager with black satin over his eyes would come from the behemoth that was the Yunsong sect, which was really enviable. This teenager is actually from the Yunsong sect. Humph, this Li Ran's good days are over. Ha ha ha. Usually relying on the power of the Li family, he was a bully in Jin City. But after today, He is afraid that he will become a street rat that everyone will be shouting at. Aren't you guys curious that this Yi Xian is able to befriend such people? Can it be that his talent has returned? I've been told that when the Yi family withdrew from the marriage, there was a great figure from the Yunsong sect present, so maybe it was that great figure who came to help. Yunsong Zong. With this person's help, I'm afraid that the Yi family is going to soar to the heavens as well. Did you even enter the Yunsong sect? This Yunlan does have a few points of vision, to be able to see that this Lin Chu is burdened with an extraordinary physique. Morong Yu secretly said in her heart. Yi Xian looked at Lin Chu at the same time and made a distant bow towards the other party. Thanking him, I thank Brother Lin for his help in today's matter. In his opinion, it would have been unreasonable for Lin Chu to suddenly appear in the field and buy a seemingly useless black box. So as to why he is here, there is only one reason, and that is to help himself. In Yi Xian's heart, Lin Chu's image was undoubtedly greatly improved. However, what he didn't know was that Lin Chu's appearance was trying to intercept his chance now. Although Lin Chu didn't know why Yi Xian thanked himself, he felt that it was always right to accept it. With a slight nod, he was considered to have accepted down Yi Xian's acknowledgement. After all, it's not a bad thing to increase your favorability with the protagonist, but instead, you can increase the efficiency of your wool gathering. Yi Xian, I put you at ease, yet you think of intercepting my chance. This sun, it's not human. Chapter 19 Ice-Cold Triple Condensation Technique. This little episode didn't affect Lin Chu too much. He knew that the person from the Yu family who was hiding in the shadows would handle Li Ran properly for them. After following Xiao Huan, looking at the scenery of this neighborhood, and after acquiring some so-called necessities, the two of them also slowly returned to the Yu family. After returning to the quiet courtyard, Xiao Ruoling suddenly appeared and said towards Lin Chu, "Little Hatsuko, that young girl in the field just now is extraordinary. Not only that, that small tower hanging from that teenager's waist is equally extraordinary. Even I can't probe its specific details." Xiao Ruoling had no reason to have a few more points of goodwill towards Yi Xian in her heart. If she hadn't met Lin Chu in advance, maybe she would have chosen this guy named Yi Xian as her candidate. Hearing this, Lin Chu knew exactly where the two were extraordinary in his heart, but he still inquired with feigned curiosity. Surprisingly, even you, Elder Qiu, think it's extraordinary. What is the origin of that young girl and that pagoda in the end? Xiao Ruoling didn't sell her story and said bluntly, "If I'm not mistaken, that young girl should be from the Morong family, and her status should not be low." Morong family? Lin Chu muttered. In the land of Qianzhou, a famous and prestigious clan, the Cloud Song sect is like a firefly compared to the White Moon. After all, that's among the top clans of the Qian Yuan imperial dynasty. Qianzhou, named after Qian. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that it was one of the most prosperous states in the Qian Yuan dynasty. Bar none. The origin is so extraordinary, but how does such a proud daughter of heaven end up in this tiny Yi family? Lin Chu issued a fatal doubt, causing Qiu Ruoling to freeze for a moment. I don't know about this matter either, but well, I'll show you kid a path. If you can win the heart of this young girl, then you'll be able to walk sideways in this Qian Yuan dynasty. Lin Chu, however, said without a trace of humor, how can it be that good? Then doesn't Yi Xian and Morong Yu's relationship show? Even if I wanted to intervene, I don't have that kind of a chance. Xiao Ruoling glanced at Lin Chu and said with a bad smile on her face, "Your kid is still moved in the end. Otherwise how could you say such words? I'll give you a trick. I see that girl is not very old, but she is burdened with the Morong family's inherited divine fire. But with her cultivation of only 5 realms, I don't think she can easily master this divine fire. I observe that the divine fire is vaguely showing signs of erupting, and when the time comes for you kid to utilize the innate one air to help suppress it, you might be able to leave an indelible impression on this girl. Moreover, if you get a trace of the subfire of this divine fire, the benefit of which is also extraordinary. How about the heart is not moved?" Xiao Ruoling's words fell into Lin Chu's ears and were full of compulsion. What's more, Lin Chu had originally had a reason for having to go and do so. "Elder, just tell me what to do and I'll do it." He. Then it won't be done. Just listen to my command when the time comes and it'll be over. Guaranteed to make you rake in a lot of benefits. Xiao Ruoling patted Lin Chu's shoulder and said confidently. Looking at the silhouette rotating around his circumference, Lin Chu sensed the ill will in the other party's tone. Lin Chu did not say anything more in response, and between his hands, he pulled out the black box that he had acquired in front of the vendor. Looking at Lin Chu suddenly pulling out a black box, Xiao Ruoling also surveyed it with interest, and then seemed to find something extraordinary about this black box. "Yo-ho, little Hatsuko, how did you find out that there is a spirit art hidden in this black box?" "It's just that I felt in my heart that this black box was a bit impenetrable, so I just bought it casually." Lin Chu responded indifferently. "Is there even a spiritual art hidden in this black box?" As Qiu Ruoling waved her hand, The black box floated up into the air and fell into her hands. Yes, neither. It's true that there's a spiritual art hidden in here. Only it's just a fragmented part of it. Just a third of it. But it's enough for you at this stage. At least it's an immortal technique. And you're not far from breaking into the fourth realm. So you can try to learn it. Can a mutilated part be considered an immortal technique? Lin Chu sniffed. And his heart couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a bad chance given to the protagonist. Out of the blue it's an immortal technique. Xiao Ruoling saw that Lin Chu was a bit agitated and knocked him on the head. What's there to be happy about? It's only a mere 12 realms of immortal laws in the district after it's mended. I have plenty here, and when your realm comes up, I'll naturally teach you all of it. It's an immortal technique. The Tianyuan continent was vast, but immortal techniques were very rare. Among them, most of the higher-ranked spells were mastered by prestigious clans. Now, just by simply intercepting one of the main character's chances, he had obtained the immortal technique, which was really a pleasant surprise. After calming his restlessness, Lin Chu spoke. Senior Autumn, you are very knowledgeable, so naturally you can't see that this little immortal technique is definitely different from kidney. Count on your kid's ability to talk, but since you are able to see the extraordinary nature of this black box, it means that your fortune is not shallow. Learn this spiritual art well. Xiao Ruoling smiled and said, after that, when you enter the realm of qi refining, I will give you better spirit arts for you. I've already unlocked the prohibitions on it, so you can sense it by letting go of your divine sense. I'll thank Elder Autumn for this. Lin Chu sniffed and was in a happy mood. After receiving the black box, his divine sense invaded it and a huge memory appeared in his mind. One of the 3 ice-cold condensation techniques, ice blade condensation, gathering the spiritual energy around the body, transformed into an extremely cold attribute of the ice blade to attack. Practice to the fullest can be the empty space to condense thousands of ice blades frozen for thousands of miles. Out of nowhere, an azure-colored shadow appeared in Lin Chu's mind, and when he flexed his hand, his spiritual energy condensed, and a huge ice blade appeared behind him with it. The blue light flickered faintly, and in a flash, an abyss of 10,000 feet appeared, carrying out the sky. Miles and miles of land are frozen. The power is so great that it is rare in the world. This is too powerful. Lin Chu gulped, his heart appalled. Between waving his hand, he freezes the land for 10,000 miles, and where the ice blade passes through, it freezes the bones. Is it really humanly possible to do it under this strike? This ice-cold triple condensation skill is very good, enough to support you to the 9th realm of refined god. Seeing that Lin Chu had already acquired this ice blade condensation, one of the 3 ice-cold condensation skills, Xiao Ruoling also nodded with a smile. Obviously, he was satisfied that Lin Chu was able to get started on the ice-cold triple condensation skill so quickly. Lin Chu felt the ice blade move that the azure blue figure had just made in his mind, and then he settled down to sit in meditation and fell into an epiphany. Xiao Ruoling let out a shocked cry. To have entered an epiphany so easily, this enlightenment is really surprising, but this is not a bad thing for me. Chapter 20, Breaking into the 4th Realm. Artistic technique completes in small steps. The move that the azure figure had wielded, the ice blade, was constantly replayed in his mind, and Lin Chu felt the changes in it in detail, comprehending the meaning of it. Over time, there was constantly spiritual energy condensed in Lin Chu's body, and between the rise and fall of his chest, the spiritual energy transformed into points of starlight enveloping his body. In a trance, the temperature around Lin Chu suddenly dropped, and it seemed like frost condensed. The land 3 feet away from its center was covered with a thick layer of frost. Only, this phenomenon didn't last long, and when the spiritual energy returned to Lin Chu's circumference as much as it could, he only felt that the spiritual chi in his body seemed to have broken through a certain barrier, and the spirit-gathering skill came to the 7th level in a smooth manner. The innate air flowed freely from it, causing the spiritual energy in Lin Chu's spiritual platform to change into a translucent azure color. Holding his breath and concentrating his spirit into his body, Lin Chu woke up leisurely, noticing that his body was filled with a different kind of vigor. Feeling better physically than ever before. Seems to have a feeling. Lin Chu in the palm. Condensing spiritual energy. Dazzling blue light constant palm. He can feel it's on the bone-chilling cold. I didn't think that I still underestimated the effect of this heaven's eye. I didn't think that I would be able to manage to recreate that frost ice blade in my own mind. In this way, in the future, wouldn't one be able to easily acquire those higher spiritual arts? It's really an open and shut enjoyment. I'm a bit of a heavenly destiny protagonist in this way. Lin Chu lightly pointed his finger, and the tiny ice crystals condensed in his palm, sped out and landed on a big thick tree 10 feet away. In a flash, the thick tree was covered with a layer of ice crystals. With a bang, it shattered to the ground, turning into wisps of tiny blue fragments that glistened in the sunlight. Sentinel void condensing ice. This ice-cold triple condensation skill, one of the ice blade condensation, Lin Shu had already accomplished it in a small way. Moreover, having this spiritual art allowed Lin Shu to manage to bring his spiritual energy to the extremely cold ice attribute. One of the reasons why the art of drawing spirits was widely circulated in the Tianyuan continent was because of its mutability. Relying on one's sense of realization, as well as the acquisition of spiritual arts, can change the attributes of spiritual power, thus emitting even more appalling power. And Lin Shu, who had the assistance of the innate air, could not have been simpler for this transformation, adding the plug-in enchantment of the celestial eye, transforming the attributes of spiritual energy. The trail is just that. Zhou Ruoling had thought that even if Lin Shu's talent was any better, this ice blade condensation was at least an immortal technique, and it would take some time for him to become successful in a small way. Who would have thought that after Lin Shu had initiated against the ice blade condensation, he instantly fell into an epiphany, breaking into the fourth realm, not to mention that the ice blade condensation had also come to a minor accomplishment. In response, Zhou Ruoling couldn't help but be surprised at the martial arts talent that Lin Shu had displayed. Is it hard to believe that the innate one air body has a bonus for martial arts cultivation? Zhou Ruoling stared at Lin Shu with eyes full of curiosity and said, "That's not right either. Can't it be that your eyes have been blinded by the innate one air, and you're even able to improve your martial arts talent?" Zhou Ruoling knew the condition of Lin Shu's eyes, and after making a diagnosis, she found that within Lin Shu's eyes, there existed an extremely dense concentration of innate air. The white mist that Lin Shu felt obscuring his eyes was a manifestation of this innate air. According to what Zhou Ruoling had said, this wasn't some kind of bad thing for Lin Shu. When he entered the realm of the immortals, the innate air surrounding this eye was able to be turned into a driving force for him to break through the realm. Nowadays, it was just that the realm was too low to turn these innate airs into aids. After knowing what the cause was, Lin Shu had a thought in his mind and knew that he was afraid that it was caused by that white-on world that he encountered when he crossed over. However, now that there is a heavenly eye, Lin Shu did not care too much about the matter of the restoration of sight. When the time is ripe, everything will be determined. Seeing Lin Shu stowed away and returned to his rest, Zhou Ruoling came to him and surveyed him with interest. "Does your kid have some other physique? This immortal technique you were able to achieve a small success at the fourth realm." Strange. Hearing this, Lin Shu smiled and replied, "If kid I have another physique, with senior's strength, can I not see it?" "Zhou Ruoling, that's true. It seems like your kid has a high talent for martial arts. In that case, I won't have to worry about you not being able to cultivate my Dao afterward. Many thanks to senior for teaching the Dao." Lin Shu solemnly bowed. Seeing this, Zhou Ruoling said without a trace of anger, "You get my Dao, and I'll take on a word of your gratitude?" Hearing this, Lin Shu froze for a moment and then realized, "Disciple Lin Shu, greetings to master." The teaching of a man's Taoism cannot be done except by his disciples. When Zhou Ruoling saw Lin Shu being so uptight, a hint of a smile appeared on her face and she was in a very happy mood. The disciple of the innate one air body, natural talent and enlightenment is so heaven-defying, such as if let those old things of the Taoist sect to come, may not rush to accept the disciple. Now it's good that she, Zhou Ruoling, has picked up the slack. Although you have now broken through to the fourth realm and the spiritual power path, your Dao cultivation is still stuck in the third realm. And although the Dao sect spells are strong, they are not something that can be practiced in the realm of body refining. Therefore, you seize the moment to cultivate the Green Cloud Imperial Dao technique and strive to have your Dao cultivation break through the fourth realm so that I can impart the Dao arts to you. I will follow the teachings of my master, and I will definitely double my cultivation in these hours." Lin Shu nodded his head in response. Zhou Ruoling nodded in satisfaction. "There is one more thing. Your spiritual power cultivation method is too simple. You have to change it to another method, of which the ice attribute technique is the most suitable for you. Only, I don't have any ice attribute immortal realm techniques here. The highest is only the ninth realm, so it's a bit unworthy of you." Lin Shu wanted to say something, and in his heart, he said, "The ninth realm technique is also enough. I'm not that picky." Seemingly sensing Lin Shu's thoughts, Zhou Ruoling had a look of hatred. "You're at least my disciple. Can you broaden your horizons a bit? It's not that there's no suitable immortal technique. It's not impossible to think about practicing the nine realms technique first, and then you can just switch to it when the time comes." Lin Shu muttered. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruoling sneered. "Do you think that there is no risk in switching cultivation techniques? The fundamental reason why the nine realms technique cannot enter the immortal realm is because of the flaws in it. And although you are burdened with an innate one air and won't go off the rails because of it, but if you don't deal with it correctly, you might end up in a retraining situation." Upon hearing that there is such a risk in switching to a cultivation technique, Lin Shu said with a straight face, "Disciple's eyes are narrow. I hope that master does not blame me. Lin Shu will listen to your arrangement." "Master." Zhou Ruoling seemed to have thought of something, and a light smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Didn't your brat join the Cloud Sang sect? You also became that Yunlan's disciple, by the way. Don't worry, senior. Lin Shu only has you as a master in his heart. Lin Shu said righteously. Chill Roland, alright, I'm not asking for a crime. What I'm going to say is that the Yun San sect's inheritance technique is ice attributed. And as far as I know it's still an immortal realm technique. It's only a mere 10th realm immortal technique. Otherwise, that Yun Lan wouldn't have stopped at a 10th realm immortal. Lin Shu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Thank you, Master, for reminding me. Disciple knows how to do it. Chapter 21 Golden Crow Heaven Burning Flame. The moon is like a silver disk and the stars are bright. At the elegant small courtyard, Lin Shu sat cross-legged on top of the grass in the courtyard, with a pot of white porcelain sake placed in front of him, as well as several jade cups. The night breeze was slightly cool, but it was just right for Lin Shu. Black satin fluttered and his shirt moved slightly. After picking up a cup of wine and drinking a few cups alone to the shadow, Lin Shu slightly raised his head, looked at the moon in the sky dome, and muttered, "It's almost midnight." A wisp of cloud smoke floated out from the spirit ring in Lin Chao's hand, and then a figure with a delicate figure appeared. Little Chouzi, the time has come. There's a job. Hurry up. Chiu Wolan's words were filled with excitement. Hearing this, Lin Shu stroked the weeds staining her sleeves and slowly got up. Then, Master, let's go. Walk on, walk on. The Morong family's golden crow burning heavenly flame is a rare divine fire in the world. The origin of the fire we have no way to get, but we can try to get a strand of the subfire, and then you can use your innate air to cultivate it, and it may be able to be used as your life spirit fire. Seeing Chiu Ruoling's rare expression of excitement, Lin Shu had no difficulty in seeing the preciousness of this so-called golden crow burning heavenly flame. However, this kind of rare thing in the world, to get it, I am afraid that it will take some effort, and if something goes wrong, there may be no small amount of danger. Lin Shu thought for a moment and spoke out. Master, is it dangerous to obtain this golden crow burning heavenly flame? Chiu Ruoling turned back to Lin Shu. Dangerous? As a divine fire of heaven and earth, it must be dangerous to obtain it. This Morong family's girl, although she has gained the recognition of the divine fire, it's not that easy to fully utilize the power of the divine fire. Fifth realm cultivation is still a bit insufficient, but who let her be distracted for so long trying to master the divine fire? Otherwise, with this girl's natural talent, I'm afraid she would have already arrived at the realm of God refining. However, if we let her get through this today, and after completely mastering the divine flame, she will definitely be able to be among the top batch of cultivators in this Tian Yuan continent in the future by virtue of the power of the divine flame. What? Scared? Don't worry with your master, I'm here. Today we only have success not failure to speak of. Looking at Chiu Ruoling, she patted her rippling chest and assured him. Lin Shu shook his head and denied. That's not the case. I want to say that since it's so difficult to obtain this divine flame, if it will damage the soul body of the master, then it's fine if we don't take it. Chiu Ruoling heard this and was slightly stunned. Then she laughed. Count on your brat having a conscience. But difficulties are difficulties. Even if I only have a soul body left now, acquiring a strand of divine flame subflame would be a breeze. You don't need to worry about the divine fire hurting my soul body. If you really have the heart, then cultivate well and find a good physical body for master in the future to help me come back to life. That's how it is since. Master's grace of preaching and teaching will not be forgotten by Lin Shu. Lin Shu's words were from the heart. After all, no matter how he had the system as a plug-in, there was no lack of those chances. Compared to the divine flame, it was still Chiu Ruoling's golden finger that was more beneficial to him, and more conducive to his long-term development in the future. Not only that, Lin Shu was able to tell that Chiu Ruoling was really thinking about herself. No matter if it was her future development or access to opportunities, she counted herself as being devoted to herself. Throw in a plum and return it with a peach. With the experience of his previous life, although Lin Shu didn't consider himself to be a great person, he was never an ungrateful person either. Chiu Ruoling similarly sensed the sincerity in Lin Shu's words and said with relief, If you have this heart, Master, I am enough, but you must obtain this divine fire, which also counts as a part of my selfishness. With this golden crow burning heavenly divine flame, it will be a breeze for you to step into the path of the Dan Dao, and combined with your physique, the soul strengthening elixir refined using the innate one air will be able to help me refine my divine soul cultivation, which will also increase my chances of coming back to life in the future. So little Hatsuko, you have a reason why you have to obtain this subfire. Lin Cho speaking so sincerely moved Chiu Ruoling, and she also told him all about her considerations. Hearing this, Lin Shu nodded his head and responded, Since that's the case, then I will do my best to strive to obtain a strand of golden crow burning heavenly flame. Chiu Ruoling was very satisfied with Lin Shu. This disciple is really good. Not to mention his talent is excellent. His character is also excellent. Those old men should be envious to death. In the middle of the conversation, Lin Chu arrived near the Yi family residence. Xiao Chuzi, that Morong Yu is not here. Qiu Ruoling spoke out and reminded. Lin Chu's footsteps lurched, stopping in place, and inquired out loud. Then where is she? The southeast direction of the Yi family residence. The high building where the first light of the morning sun shines first. At this time, the midnight night is deep. The cold air is out of the ambush, and it can help her to better suppress the agitated divine fire in her body. Qiu Ruoling told to know. Yes, Lin Chu answered back, and then quickened his pace, dodging and constantly prancing and moving, rapidly approaching in the direction indicated by Qiu Ruoling. While rushing, Lin Chu also extended the probing range of his heavenly eyes to its maximum range. Half a moment later, Lin Chu sensed a burning intent at the roof of a stargazing building. The temperature was so high that even Lin Chao's probing divine sense slightly felt the burning sensation. Little Chuzi, collect your soul consciousness and exclude your breath. I'll help you erase your breath and we'll sneak into it quietly. Qiu Ruoling's voice rang out at the right time. That girl has a 10th realm immortal realm beside her escorting her. I'll lure that guard away for you later. And after that, I'll leave you with enough divine soul power to be able to briefly burst out with the power of a 10th realm immortal. So you take this opportunity to utilize this power and add the innate one air in your body to help this girl suppress the divine fire. Remember, you must take advantage of the divine flame returning to this girl's body before striking out to intercept a strand of this golden crow burning heavenly flame subflame by utilizing the air of the innate heaven. Because this is the time when this golden crow burning heavenly flame is at its weakest. The words were full of seriousness. Lin Chu knew that this matter was of great importance, and after solemnly nodding his head, he replied, got it, that's good. Everything will just wait until this divine fire storms out, and then we'll step in to help. A few moments later, a burning fire suddenly appeared on the roof of the stargazer. The time has come. Hatsuko, let's split up. Lin Chu answered. Master, you be careful. There's no harm in it. It's just a tiny 10th realm immortal. I can destroy it with just my hands. Qiu Ruoling gave a valiant smile and said without a care in the world. As expected of a 12 realm bigwig, his words were tough. Seeing that Qiu Ruoling was confident, the last trace of concern in Lin Chu's heart was completely dispelled. Raising his head, he looked towards the stargazing tower with solemn eyes. Master, then let's split up. Good. Let's join forces for the first time. Master and disciple. We can only succeed and not fail. Oh. Lin Chu laughed, as it should be, smiling at each other. The two of them split up. Qiu Ruoling's breath was no longer concealed, and her immortal realm cultivation was revealed. Morong Yu's guards, who were secretly protecting her, detected the aura and their faces were startled. Immortal realm powerhouse. Who is it? Yunlan? No, it shouldn't be. Such a powerful divine soul power. It can't be Yunlan. Thinking about it without thinking about who the visitor was, this guard lifted the sheath of his sword beside him and disappeared with a flash of his figure. Whoever it is, you must not be allowed to disturb the lady. Sensing that there was clearly a person leaving this stargazer building, Lin Chu knew that the time had come. Pick up the pace and approach the roof. Reaching the top of the building, Morong Yu's figure appeared with her. At this moment, she was in an unpleasant state, her flawless little face covered in pain. Behind her, there seemed to be a brilliant golden bird silhouette coiled, and where the golden light surfaced, the surrounding space rippled. Sacred, lofty, powerful, yet with a force of unparalleled destruction. Lin Chu felt a burning in his soul just looking at it. This is the golden crow burning heavenly flame. It really deserves the name of God's fire. Chapter 22, Flame of the Burning Sky, Destruction Origin. The brilliant flame of burning heaven, sensing Lin Chu approaching Morong Yu, automatically protected its master. The Tao heavenly flame split and amnestied out. The flames flickered, and in an instant, it surrounded Lin Chu, worthy of being a divine flame. Now after storming out, it's even able to automatically protect its master, but it's just that this state doesn't look good. Lin Chu scanned the golden flames surrounding his body and murmured in a low voice. I don't mean any harm, though, just want to help your master out of danger. The divine fire has a spirit that recognizes good and evil. Noticing that there was no malice in Lin Chu's body, coupled with the fact that he was burdened with the innate one air body, he was born with an affinity for the world's spirits. After a moment of hesitation, the flames that surrounded Lin Chu's body condensed into a ball and transformed into the appearance of a little girl. His height was but just touching Lin Chu's waist, and he was so cute with his powdered face. Only, her behavior was less than adorable. The little girl wrapped her arms around herself and stared disdainfully at Lin Chu with her eyes. Are you really able to step in and help this girl suppress the divine flame in her body? Lin Chu nodded. That's why I came. The certainty of the words, however, brought a hint of hesitation to the little girl's face. You have no other purpose? Naturally, My purpose for this trip is to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain a strand of divine fire in addition to helping Morongyu suppress the divine fire. Lin Shu was blunt and honest. At this time, if there was any more concealment, later on, if one had any movement, one would definitely not be able to hide it from the other party. Why don't we just be honest about it? It's just a flame. It's not the original fire. He had already heard in the autumn ruwaling that, with the power of the golden crow burning heavenly flame, a wisp of subfire is just a drop in the ocean for it. As expected, the little girl had a face like that, and did not feel annoyed about Lin Shu coveting the divine fire. Coming here for the divine fire, that makes sense. I have to say that you have come at the right time today, and you are also the one who was burdened with the innate one air body. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine flame had shown signs of a rampage a few days ago, I would have suspected that the divine flame anomaly was your doing. Come to think of it, the divine flame stormed out and Lin Shu happened to appear, and he happened to be the owner of the innate one air body. To ask what kind of energy in the world could suppress the raging power of a divine fire rampage, the innate air is undoubtedly the most effective, and the innate chi of man happens to be able to neutralize the divine fire. Hearing this, Lin Shu spared a smile and slowly said, "Things are unpredictable, maybe this is all arranged by heaven?" "That's right, that's it. He's just here one step ahead of the others." The little girl didn't discuss the matter too much. Priorities still had to be set. Go! If you're able to help this girl suppress the divine fire, what's the point of giving it to you if it's just a strand of subfire in the district? Saying that, the little girl came to Morongyu's body on her own. Seeing this, Lin Shu stepped behind that petite figure. The closer he got to Morongyu, the more Lin Shu could feel the temperature getting more and more scorching and unbearable. When Lin Shu arrived in front of her, a reddish golden flame suddenly snapped and rushed towards Lin Shu. Sensing the danger, Lin Shu was about to unleash the force that Qiu Ruoling had left in his body to ward it off when, instead, the little girl transformed into a golden flame and blocked the blow for him. "Thanks for the help. A small matter. It's urgent. I'm not hiding anything. This girl's situation is very bad. The golden crow burning heavenly flame in her body has gone berserk due to having two origins. To say that this matter is also due to me, originally perceived that the golden crow burning heavenly flame within, there is another golden crow origin. Because of its spiritual consciousness has not awakened, I in order to strengthen their own body, want to devour this origin. Who would have thought that this golden crow origin sensed the danger and thus revived? And his power is an extremely powerful destructive power. And as a living being's origin, even if I revived in advance, I couldn't easily suppress it, which is why this situation has arisen nowadays. Surprisingly, there was such a hidden agenda. Lin Shu returned. Then, Senior Golden Crow, what do you need me to do? My name is Jin Ling, don't call me Golden Crow Senior. Jin Ling was displeased with the title of Golden Crow Senior and spoke out. Now that the other origin has possessed an autonomous consciousness, I, as a living origin, can no longer manage to coexist with it? And all you have to do is to draw this Golden Crow origin out of this girl's body. Okay, Elder Jin Ling, what should I do? Lin Cho echoed. As Jin Ling continued to resist the red gold flame attack, she continued. Run all the innate one air in your body and envelop this girl's circumference. The attraction of innate one air to this destruction origin is incomparable. Sensing the aura of the innate air, he will be attracted to you, and as long as you hold on, after gaining his approval, you will be able to possess the only one golden crow burning heavenly flame in this world. Moreover, it's still the most prestigious flame of destruction in terms of attack. Jin Ling's words gave to Lin Shu a great deal of motivation, but he wasn't overwhelmed by the compelling words. In this world, there's never any good intentions without a reason. To put it bluntly, it was still because this Jin Ling did not have the means to grasp another strand of golden crow origin. If two origins with very different powers were allowed to exist within Morongyu's body, it might cause her to die. After several considerations, the only way to resolve this crisis was to lure this destructive origin out of her body, only surviving in one of her origins in Morongyu's body. In the end it is still because the gold diamond is too greedy. Want to borrow this stock source powerful body? But greed is not enough to swallow the snake elephant. The final result is still clucking their teeth. It's not too late. This girl won't last much longer. So hurry up and use the innate air to draw him out. Morongyu stifled a grunt and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, which made Jin Ling anxious. Lin Shu didn't say much and puffed up his body's innate air to envelop Morongyu. That red golden flame, sensing the innate air, was indeed attracted to it, and instead of struggling to fight against another stream of golden crow origin, it was better to go and devour this innate air. Looking at the attracted golden crow origin, Jin Ling's face showed joy and said towards Lin Shu, "That's it, when he shows up completely, I'll be able to step in and help you return this strand of golden crow origin to your body." Lin Shu didn't reply, and in his hands, he increased the delivery of the innate air. Lin Shu's body's dense white scorching chi flowed out and took in towards Morong Yu's side, only to see her body's white aura constantly fluttering and rotating around her. That red golden flame kept devouring the innate air, and Lin Shu was like an uncle who tempted a child with a delicious dessert, constantly enticing it. Under the gradual progression, the red gold flame then left Morong Yu's body. It was at this time, when Jin Ling saw that the time had come, she pinched the spell in her hands, and a brilliant golden-colored barrier surfaced within Morong Yu's body, completely isolating the other golden crow origin. At the same time, a mechanical voice came from Lin Shu's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious great treasure chest and 10 points of chi luck value. Out of nowhere, an ancient black box treasure chest appeared in front of Lin Shu's eyes. The yes/no open option also appeared in front of Lin Shu's eyes. Open the treasure chest. Lin Shu didn't hesitate and directly chose to open the mysterious treasure chest. After all, he himself was very curious about what kind of treasures the so-called mysterious treasure chest could open. The mystery treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 23, Mother Cauldron of All Things. Source Fire Spirit Pill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Source Fire Spirit Pill X1. Mother Cauldron of All Things X1. An Alchemy Patriarch Inheritance X1. Source Fire Spirit Pill. After taking it, it can increase the degree of affinity with the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Open up the space of foreign fire in the body, and organize and nurture the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. The mother cauldron of all creatures, the cauldron that was conceived at the beginning of heaven and earth, and was nurtured by the aura of Hongmeng. It can hold all things, and can be used to produce all things. Alchemy Master Inheritance, containing the 14th Realm Immortal Realm Alchemy Master Life Alchemy Inheritance A, because it contains the power of the soul is too large. Detected at this stage, the host cannot accept the inheritance. Now most of the inheritance is sealed by the system. The inheritance memory can be unlocked with the host realm enhancement. It is recommended that the host soul power is strong, and then choose to accept the inheritance. The mystery chest gives surprisingly good rewards. No matter which one, the existence of the outside world is enough to stir up a bloody storm. Source Fire Elixir. The mother cauldron of all things. The lifelong legacy of a 14-realm alchemy master. Lin Shu's breath hitched as he looked at the prompt on the panel, followed by a huge surprise. It made him want to laugh. But then, Jin Ling's words were the words that pulled him back from a million surprises. Kid, what are you waiting for? Get ready, converge your divine sense and operate your Yuan Qi. Whether you can obtain the only golden crow burning heavenly flame in this world depends on it. From his surprise, Lin Shu came back to his senses, calmed his heart, and solemnly said, Senior, I'm ready. Let's begin. Jin Ling heard this. No longer say too much what? Both palms strangling. Between the continuous flickering of the shadow, brilliant gold light toward the crimson flame shrouded. Kid, continue to utilize the innate air to attract him, and try to get it to enter your body on its own. Eyeing the burning firelight in front of him, Lin Shu's face was grave and he did as he was told one by one. There was the driving force of the golden ling, as well as the innate one air constantly tempting the golden crow origin. When the red gold flames were less than 3 feet away from Lin Shu, the mutations suddenly increased, and the golden crow origin all of a sudden, without any warning, drilled into Lin Shu's body, and it kept devouring the innate air within Lin Shu's body. When Jin Ling saw this, her face changed and she said, hurriedly, she separated a stream of living spirit chi and drilled into Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu was in a bad state at this time, and after the destruction origin drilled into his body, Lin Shu only felt the vitality in his body, constantly draining away, and the destructive aura constantly wreaking havoc on his body. He only felt that his body was gradually disintegrating. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Shu hurriedly sat on the ground and held his breath to run the innate one air to resist it. Kid, try harder to make it through. If you make it through, you'll be able to possess this most powerful divine fire in heaven and earth. Jin Ling's voice rang out at the right time in Lin Shu's mind. How could Lin Shu not know this? But how could this divine fire be recovered so easily? However, Lin Shu also summoned up all his strength and continuously utilized the innate one air to wrap the crimson flames in an attempt to limit the weakening of the destructive power. Holding the guard to return to the origin, the air sinks to the spiritual platform. The cycle of the circumference of the heavens is obedient to the heart. 16 words of aphorisms suddenly appeared in Lin Shu's mind, causing his mind to completely calm down. It was just that the raging flames that churned incessantly in his body were not something that could be suppressed so easily. The origin of life and the origin of destruction were two very different forces in this world. Among them, due to the Golden Diamond's presumptuous attempt to devour the other party, thus causing it to go berserk in response to the stress, and thus exerting the most furious destructive power in the world. No, at this rate my body will be completely chiseled through by him. Really, I won't be able to recover him. Lin Chu's heart was burning with anxiety, and his mind was constantly thinking about how to suppress this heaven and earth divine flame. Suddenly, he remembered something. Source Fire Spirit Pill. How did I forget this? Or was the situation too urgent? All of a sudden forgetting the rewards offered to the system. There's also that mother cauldron of 10,000 things, which should be able to provide me with a not-so-small boost. With a thought, Lin Chu secretly said in his heart towards the system. System, use the Source Fire Spirit Pill to energize the mother cauldron of all things. System, received. Use the Source Fire Elixir. The mother cauldron of all things has been returned to the host's Dantian Spirit platform. Please check. In the outside world, Jin Ling, who was observing Lin Chu at all times, had a face that was 10,000% grave. Not good. The aura of the living spirit origin caused it to storm out, and now this kid is trying to recover it, directly touching its reverse scales. It wants to use the destruction origin to forcefully break open this kid's body. Lin Chu is in a very bad state at the moment. His bare skin constantly has a reddish light flashing. The edge of the black shirt on his body even has a flaming trend light flooding up. What was even more terrifying was that the space around Lin Chu was like a lake swept by a gale, rolling up layers of ripples. Damn it! Surprisingly, can't even the innate air suppress him? Jin Ling gritted her teeth. It's all my fault for pushing it so hard that it directly went berserk. No way! This kid is burdened with the innate one air body. We absolutely cannot let him perish. As if Jin Ling had made up her mind about something, a touch of determination appeared on her small, powdered face. Immediately, an unprecedented layer of brilliant golden light surfaced on her body. It's fine if I don't want this destruction origin. I have to protect this kid's life. Just as Jin Ling was about to utilize the origin of life, a layer of azure light flooded Lin Chu's body. In a flash, the red light of his body was converged inward as much as possible. If it wasn't for the fact that the black clothes on Lin Chu's body had traces of being slightly burned, Jin Ling would have wondered if she had looked away. What is this? This? Jin Ling's gaze was somewhat incredulous. She had never seen such a bizarre scene before. The golden crow burning heavenly flame, which was about to storm out, was now suddenly curbed by something. There's something odd about this kid. Jin Ling pursed her lips and said so. Still, it's a good thing. At least it doesn't require me to expend effort to drain the living essence. Now I have to think of a way to bind a relationship with this kid. The innate one air body Now that he was also burdened with the golden crow burning heavenly flame, Jin Ling dared to be certain that Lin Chu's future achievements would definitely be quite a bit higher than Morong Yu's. What's more, Jin Ling had also discovered that Lin Chu had a not-so-small hidden secret in him, and that he was definitely not as simple as what he had seen. Lin Chu, on the other hand, was in an unusually good state at this moment, and after taking the Source Fire Spirit Pill, he felt that a space suddenly appeared at the place of the spiritual platform Dantian. The mother cauldron of all things stood in the center, emitting an ancient and powerful flare of light. The golden crow burning heavenly flame in Lin Chu's body, which was originally flowing around haphazardly, was obediently staying at a corner of the mother cauldron, and it looked like it was well behaved. Sensing Lin Chu's divine soul power, the body of the mother tripod of all things emitted a faint glow that, as if the golden crow burning heavenly flame was receiving some kind of message, it flew straight towards Lin Chu, as if it was a child revolving around him. Master, I'm sorry, it's because I was too reckless. Please forgive me, Master. A delicate and cute voice rang in Lin Chu's ears. Lin Chu was slightly stunned and then reacted. No harm done. Then what is your situation today? The firelight shook for a moment, and the delicate voice sounded again. I still ask the Master to take me. I want to follow the Master. Looking at the golden crow burning heavenly flame that had just tortured himself to death, suddenly begging himself to take her in, this made Lin Chu somewhat unresponsive for a moment. Seeing that Lin Chu didn't reply, the firelight flickered and the words took on an anxious tone. Master, I'm very useful. I can help my master defend against the enemy. I can also help my master refine pills. I can also burn fires to make pills, purify refined minerals, and help you, Master, to refine weapons. Please, Master, please take me. Listening to, and continuously selling his golden crow burning heavenly flame, Lin Chu cried and laughed a little for a while. Alright then, I'll reluctantly accept you. Golden crow burning sky flame, great, thank you, Master. This image would have been a shock if it had been in the outside world. The golden crow burning heavenly flame, which was the divine fire of heaven and earth, was begging to be taken in, which was just too baffling. Chapter 24, The Morong Family. The line of sight drifted to the mother cauldron of all things in the center of the foreign fire space. Lin Chu knew in the bottom of his heart that the changes before and after this golden crow burning heavenly flame must have been due to him, driving the power of his divine soul and touching the mother cauldron of all things. Lin Chu only felt that he was under a vast and incomparable starry sky. The bright stars in their own eyes are as small as smoke. and can be extinguished by the touch of a hand. Is this the power boost brought about by the mother cauldron of all things? It's a pity that I can only feel how powerful you are but can't manipulate you. It seems that I have to work hard on my cultivation, or else I'll be a failure as a master if I can't even drive the rewarded magic treasure. The mother cauldron of all things seemed to respond to Lin Shu, and the body of the cauldron emitted a burst of dreamlike light. Lin Shu smiled in relief and stroked the tripod. I hear you. I'll try my best to cultivate, so I'll entrust you to stay in this foreign fire space for a while. The mother cauldron of all things flickered with light once again, and a stream of light burst out from the cauldron, drilling into Lin Shu's brow. Lin Shu only felt his spirit lifted, and it was as if his divine soul power had gotten a leap. Even the body that had been damaged by the golden crow burning heavenly flame was, in an instant, completely restored. Not only that, the innate air was replenished back at the same time, instantly restoring Lin Shu to his previous most vigorous state. I'm sure it's still cool to be open. Lin Shu revealed a bright smile, pleasantly surprised at the benefits brought by the mother cauldron of all things. The golden crow burning heavenly flame, who was dryly watching from the side, found that the mother cauldron of all things was finished. As if he was courteous, he flew in Lin Chao's direction and said as if he was offering a treasure. Master, this is the divine flame origin. Refine it. After refining it, Master, I will completely connect the master-servant contract with my master. And after that, Master, you will be able to drive me at will. Lin Shu had no reason to refuse. Wasn't the main purpose of coming here today this so-called golden crow burning heavenly flame? Moreover, it was still the origin fire, so it could be said to have completely exceeded expectations. The golden crow burning heavenly flame voluntarily cooperated, and Lin Chao's refining process did not have any surprises, and the divine flame origin was easily refined by him. To think that even the divine flame origin was directly refined. What exactly happened in this? Looking at the center of Lin Shu's eyebrow, where a red gold flame mark appeared, Jin Ling's tone was filled with disbelief. You have to know that this is the golden crow burning heavenly flame that possesses a destructive origin. Moreover, it is still the golden crow burning heavenly flame that was pissed off, and it would be good if the fish did not die. Now, even the most cherished divine fire origin was voluntarily offered up, and there were 10,000 points of disbelief amongst the Jinling's very own. After refining the divine flame origin, Lin Shu leisurely woke up, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a little lowly near in front of him, surveying himself with curious eyes. It was as if he was surveying some newly discovered novelty species. Elder Jinling, what are you doing? Lin Shu was nearly startled and hurriedly took a step back. Jinling stroked his chin. You kid is very off. Tell me what exactly you did to make that guy willingly offer up his divine fire origin? Before Lin Shu could say anything, he only saw the divine flame seal on his brow flashing with radiance, and a familiar delicate voice rang out. What's it to you? I just want to offer the divine flame origin, how about it? Saying that, the firelight transformed into a tall figure that appeared beside Lin Shu and looked at Jin Ling and said nonchalantly, You old man, on the basis of being conscious before me you think of devouring me and strengthening yourself. I'm just not going to do what you want. Poof. Surveying the tall and delicate figure on the side, Lin Shu was a bit surprised. He originally thought that this golden crow burning heavenly flame had such a delicate and cute voice. It would be a little lowly look like Jinling. I didn't realize that there was such a contrast. Imperious look, lowly voice. Wouldn't this be a surprise doubled? To say the least, Jinling is also a bit of a contrast. She is obviously a little lowly look, but the voice is very imperial. The two people precisely complement each other. Such a situation caused Lin Shu to fall into deep thought. Can it be that the two of them still have some other kind of bond? When Jin Ling heard the other party call herself an old man, veins rose on her small face and she gritted her teeth. Who are you calling an old man? Whoever answers is called? Really? Your consciousness has been revived for who knows how long, and now you're still here pretending to be young with me. You really don't know how to be ashamed. Good guy. Lin Shu straight away called out good guy. He didn't expect that this Hong Xian just didn't revive her consciousness for a long time, and her language's attack power was so strong. Those words are straight to the heart of Jin Ling's heart. Hong Xian looked at Jin Ling with the appearance of a little lowly, her tone filled with contempt. In her opinion, the other party was trying to use this kind of costume to confuse Lin Shu, and then use him. Hong Xian wouldn't let her get away with it so easily. Unwilling to show weakness, Jin Ling countered. I should have just devoured you long before you possessed consciousness. You old man aren't still trying to maximize your benefits and attempting to navigate the laws of destruction from me, which is why you keep feeding me the biospirit chi. Hong Xian bristled in disdain. Nowadays, if I didn't have an autonomous consciousness, I might have really let you have your way. Jin Ling stared at Hong Xian and said in a cold voice, I have nothing to say about this matter. It's because I wasn't ruthless enough to directly devour you. Now that it's come to this, I don't have anything else to say. since you and I have become the vassals of others, why don't we shake hands and make peace? This last sentence was obviously not said to Hong Xian, but to Lin Shu. Since Hong Xian had voluntarily recognized Lin Shu as her master, she would naturally honor him. Hong Xian didn't reply this time, apparently leaving the decision to Lin Shu. After all, this matter was finalized, and in the end, Hong Xian might even have to thank Jinling. Otherwise, she wouldn't necessarily have been able to meet Lin Shu and thus befriend that person. At that thought, Hong Xian couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. With that person around, I might become the most powerful divine fire in this world. And whatever Samadhi true flame, chaotic true flame, and yin-yang extinction flame will all step aside. In response to Hong Xian's sudden smile, Jinling expressed her disbelief, but did not care, thinking that the other party was playing some kind of trick. What do you think, kid? Hearing Jinling address Lin Shu as brat, Hong Xian was not happy. What are you talking about, you old fart? Eating or not eating oil cakes? Speak to my master with some respect, or you'll have to eat your fruit. Lin Shu, however, didn't care and stroked Hong Xian's head, soothingly saying, no harm done. It doesn't matter what the name calling is, it's a senior after all. Hong Xian glared at Jinling and skimmed her head without looking at the other party. She still listened to Lin Shu's words, only that she still didn't have a good face for Jinling. Such a well-behaved and obedient Hong Xian still made Jinling a bit surprised, and her eyes looked at Lin Shu with an extra touch of deep meaning. That one addresses you as Lin Shu. Lin Shu, since she recognized you as her master, how about I make a deal with you? Lin Shu returned. Just tell me what the agreement is, senior. Jinling stopped talking nonsense and went straight to the point. I see that your cultivation is only at the 4th realm. I think you just entered the path of cultivation not long ago. Lin Shu nodded her head in acquiescence. In that case, do you know what this girl's background is? Although Lin Shu knew it in her heart, she shook her head in denial. She is a member of the Morong family of Qinzhou, and you are in a remote place in Yunzhou, so you probably don't know what the word Morong stands for. Let me put it to you this way. Within the Qian Yuan dynasty, 30% of the industries in Qianzhou originated from the Morong family. Within the imperial dynasty, there are nearly half of the court officials to bear the favor of the Morong family. Even the current Qian Huang and now the Morong family is the master of the Righteous Brotherhood. And this girl is also the only daughter of the current Morong family head. Jinling looked proud as she pointed at Morong Yu, who was still seated, and spoke. Now you should know what the word Morong means, right? Lin Shu was shocked when he heard this. Although he knew that Morong Yu had come to be extraordinary, he hadn't thought that this background would be this big. In comparison, the so-called rich white women in the previous life were simply weak. Lin Shu, don't want to make an effort. What to do? Chapter 25, Alignment? What's so great about it? Wouldn't it be better to join the Taoist sect with my master's qualifications? Hong Xian on the side was clearly not bluffed and said disdainfully, no matter how powerful the Morong family is, it can't be compared to the 3 religions of Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism. After all, among these 3 religions, there is no way for the Morong family to compare one advantage. You should know what I'm talking about. Hong Xian looked toward Jinling and said with intent. Jinling didn't deny it. It's undeniable that the 3 religions are powerful, but as the Morong clan of the Alchemy family, with the cultivation resources accumulated over the course of millions of years, I think I won't be worse than any of the 3 religions. Of course, for you to join the Taoist sect, that would be perfect. I couldn't be more clear about what the innate one air body means to the Taoist sect. I'm only afraid that if you appear before the eyes of that group of high Taoists, they'll be afraid that they'll pull their punches and fight over you. Lin Shu still knew very little about the division of forces in the Tian Yuan continent, so he was confused by what he heard. Still, he heard in it all the advantages he now had. That's your own physique. Then, elder, what exactly are you asking for? Lin Shu said. I want to befriend you on behalf of the Morong family. And when you come to the land of Qinzhou, the Morong family will shelter you as a booster behind you, while you will be required to come to the aid of the Morong family in the future when it is time for the Morong family to exist and die, to help the Morong clan to tide over the difficult times. Jinling's words made Lin Shu somewhat incomprehensible. Now, he was only a small 4th realm martial artist, compared to the top families. To put it bluntly, he was only an ant that could be crushed with his hands. There's something odd, Lin Chuxin said. How come the other party is so sure that they will be able to help the Morong family get through this in the future? Moreover, she herself has said that the Morong family is so powerful, and there are even countless parties in the court. Moreover, she has a brotherly bond with the current Qian emperor. So what predicament would make such a top-level family appear in a crisis of life and death? Jinling could see the doubts and incomprehension in Lin Chu's heart and said once again, Lin Chu, I understand that you have a lot of doubts in your heart, but all in all, An alliance with the Morong family will do you 100 favors and not a single harm as far as you're concerned nowadays. Then again, even if you are burdened with the Tao sect's holy body, your strength is ultimately nothing more than the fourth realm, and me wanting to strangle you is just a matter of moving my fingers. Hearing this, Hong Xian angrily said, "How dare you? Really? Let's see who dies and who lives today." Saying that, raging crimson flames flared up around her body and shot straight towards the golden diamond explosively. Jin Ling frowned slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a brilliant gold-colored barrier appeared. Red flames hit it, as if the mud sinking into the sea generally disappeared, did not set off any movement. Seeing such a situation, Hong Xian clenched her silver teeth and said viciously, "The old thing is indeed an old thing. All these years really haven't been in vain." Lin Cho saw that the smell of gunpowder had once again intensified, and not wanting to start another dispute, he spoke out to stop it. "Hong Xian shall not be rude." When Hong Xian saw Lin Chu's serious look, she immediately shriveled up and said in a condescending voice, "Yes, Hong Xian knows that she's wrong." Lin Chu turned towards Jinling and said, "Senior, you continue." Hong Xian's words and dissimulation made Jinling very concerned. What on earth gives her the nerve to say and act like that? Having just stretched out Morong Yu's body, in order to ensure the other party's safety, she was not able to make a move to contain her. Now that she was free from Morong Yu's constraints, it wasn't like Jinling didn't have a way to subdue her. I'm sure that Hong Xian knew all about this. Then what caused Hong Xian to have the nerve to strike out at her without the slightest fear? Therefore, there must be a hidden agenda, and it must be that the key point lies with Lin Chu. Jinling guessed that Lin Chu's body must have other secrets. Is it possible that apart from the innate air, there are other physical qualities or secrets that I haven't detected? However, long before her divine sense had already swept up and down and inside and outside of Lin Cho, there was nothing more except for the discovery of a latent divine soul force, and this divine soul power was not enough to be Hong Xian's backbone in her opinion. Thinking about it, has not been able to figure out the reason. Jinling simply do not want to. Lin Chu, think of it as me betting that you will achieve the 15th realm in the future. If you really do so, the Morong family will have a passing God realm powerhouse behind them to rely on, and all the crises lurking in the shadows will be solved. Moreover, being burdened with the Tao sect saint body, and now being burdened with the golden crow burning heavenly flame, you will definitely be able to sit in the position of Tao sect's chief in the future, and this is also the reason why I value you. I can swear by the heavens that my words are not half false. Once the last sentence came out, Lin Chu believed most of Jinling's words. Swear to heaven. The heavenly Tao witnesses it, and if you falsify it, you will end up in a miserable situation. At the very least, they will go off the deep end and their path of cultivation will be completely cut off. Lin Chu, who came to this world and awakened the system, couldn't believe more in the heavenly Tao. Seeing that Lin Cho seemed to want to agree, Hong Xian then jumped out and said, "It's just you swearing an oath. You're just that girl's vassal nowadays. Are you sure you can represent the Morong family?" Having had her good deeds ruined by Hong Xian several times, Jinling's eyes became dangerous as she looked at Hong Xian. Seeing this, Hong Xian was not the least bit afraid. "What? Am I wrong? You are nothing but a vassal. Your status is equal to mine. Who gave you the courage to negotiate with my master? And, it is true that you do not represent the Morong family." Jinling's face was embarrassed, but there was no way to retort. There was indeed nothing wrong with Hong Xian's words. She had never represented anything more than herself. Sister Jinling's bottom line is naturally from me. Who says she can't represent the Morong family? The decisions she makes are equivalent to the decisions I make. A clear and pleasant voice rang out, causing Jinling to tremble and look back. Sure enough, Morong Yu had already awakened. Her vermilion lips lightly opened, and she said playfully, "As a member of the Morong family, I should have this qualification, right?" Hong Xian turned her head and gave a petulant hum without saying anything, acquiescing to Morong Yu's words. "Sister Jinling's decision is my decision. What do you think, Mr. Lin Chu?" Morong Yu placed her hands on her belly, paced to Lin Chu's body, and said softly, between whispering, but with an unquestionable meaning, "In the end, it is still the son of a large family. The temperament is naturally extraordinary." Lin Chu arched his hand and said, "I am grateful to Senior Jinling and Miss Morong for valuing me. With such conditions, Lin Chu naturally has no problem with it. I will agree. Just kidding. It was always right to agree to the shelter of a top family. As for sheltering the Morong family in the future, it does sound like a lot of work, but what does this have to do with the current Lin Chu? The one who should worry about these things was the future Lin Chu. He would just enjoy the boost provided by the Morong family for now." Lin Chu was a bit impatient to go to Qianzhou to find out what was going on. With the shelter of the Morong family, it was not too much for him to walk sideways. Chapter 26. What do you mean by surprise? It's called a surprise. Underneath the Stargazers building, A flash of black satin fluttered, and the remnants of a shadow flashed by. On top of the Stargazer high-rise, a large and a small figure eyed the direction where the black shadow flickered away. Jin Ling watched for a while, sighed, and said towards the pretty figure beside her, today's matter is still because I was too negligent, and didn't notice that the other Golden Crow origin had produced a consciousness, allowing it to go out of control and rampage to put you in danger. Yu shook her head and denied. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't because I was in too much of a hurry and forced Sister Jin Ling to force you to devour the Golden Crow origin. Or was I too eager? Jin Ling looked at Yu's figure, as well as the sadness that existed between her brows, and there was nothing she could do in her heart. Yu was regarded as the most gifted and talented member of the Morong family in the past 1,000 years. At the age of 3, he was recognized by the Xian Tian flame. At the age of 7, he had already perfected his body refining. When he was 8 years old, he began to try to get recognized by the Golden Crow burning heavenly flame. In 2 years' time, Yu's talent and perseverance were recognized by Jin Ling, and she willingly became Yu's aide. And ever since she was 11 years old, she was dispatched to this land of the Cloud State. In 3 years' time, not only was she able to successfully break into the 5th realm, but she was already able to control the Golden Crow burning heavenly flame. With her outstanding talent, after discovering that the Golden Crow burning heavenly flame in her body actually had 2 origins, she naturally would not give up such an opportunity to strengthen her body. After reaching an agreement with Jin Ling, the two of them kept trying to devour this origin during this year. It's about to work, and then suddenly this happens. In the end, it almost ended up being a fish out of water. Yu looked at the radiant starry sky, clasped her hands in vain, and murmured, "In the end, is it still impossible for me alone to do it?" Looking at the somewhat depressed Yu, Jin Ling opened her mouth and comforted. Breaking into the 15th realm is never that simple. It has nothing to do with talent. It lies in whether or not you are able to obtain the recognition of heaven and earth. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only less than a dozen X's of Tanshan realms under the sky. Of course Yu understood all of this. Sister Jin Ling, I understand all of this, but I can't help father without reaching the 15th realm, can I? Jin Ling, the path of cultivation. The most taboo is to rush into things. With Emperor Qian in place, the Morong family will be safe and sound. You still have a lot of time left. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. However, I have another method here that may be able to speed up your cultivation. What kind of method? Sister Jin Ling, please speak. Yu's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait. Looking at such an eager Yu, Jin Ling's tone paused for a moment. This method is also something I just thought of by observing that Hong Xian. Although it can help you speed up your cultivation to a great extent, the final decision needs to be made or you have to be willing to do it yourself. Yu saw Jin Ling's stammering appearance, and her face was puzzled. Sister Jin Ling, just say it straight. Jin Ling took a deep breath and slowly said, You should know that although I am a Golden Crow origin, the power I possess is the power of the living spirit. Yu nodded. Since I know, that's the point. The power possessed by the other Golden Crow origin is the exact opposite of mine, and his power represents destruction. Jin Ling said, and under Lin Chu's innate one-air harmonization, I found that even though the two forces of me and her are completely opposite, there is a vague sign of a fit between them. The Taoist doctrine of yin and yang says that I am the extreme yang and she is the extreme yin, and that the yin and yang go hand in hand and can be of great use. With a flash of light in her mind, Yu said tentatively, so, the way to increase my cultivation speed lies in the other Golden Crow origin, or that Red Xian? Jin Ling nodded. Yes and no. That Hong Xian, for some unknown reason, offered her divine fire essence to that black satin youngster named Lin Chu. So the way to increase your cultivation speed lies with Lin Chu. The theory of yin and yang. Yu, who had been familiar with the scriptures and literature since she was a child, was more than aware of it, and she also knew what Jin Ling wanted to say. Her cheeks flushed and her voice trembled a little as she said, Does it have to be this way? Seeing that Yu understood the meaning within her words, Jin Ling knew that the next words would be better to say. It's the safest way for you to intermingle with his yin and yang, but of course if you still have your heart set on that Yi Xian, just pretend that I didn't say those words. But, I have to give you a reminder. Although that Yi Xian's talent is very good, I can see that he only regards you as his sister. You have to understand this one thing. Speaking of this, Jin Ling's tone suddenly became serious. Furthermore, the pagoda around that Yi Xian's waist has the power of the law of ages, which is very similar to the power of that old guy Morong candle. Hearing this, Yu's face stared. Sister Jin Ling, are you saying that brother Yi Xian is related to Grandpa Candle? Jin Ling nodded. Have you forgotten something? Morong Yen had fled Qianzhou for more than 10 years since before she was imprisoned by that group of people from the imperial dynasty? Indeed. Morong Yu thought for a moment, and then she associated something with it, a bitter smile appearing on her face. So, it's possible that brother Yi Xian is really Aunt Smoke's child? Grandpa Candle's grandson? Looking at Morong Yu, who seemed to have realized everything, Jean Ling couldn't help but spit out in her heart. Even if it's the fallen Yi family, does it have such a great attraction for the Morong family? It's really fate. If that was really the case, then Morong Yu and Yi Xian would no longer be possible. Between the two, all that remained was simple brother-sister love. What is this? May all the lovers in the world become brother and sister? Lin Chu, what do you mean by surprise? This is called a surprise. In that case, it was a direct general strike that would directly kill Yi Xian. Morong Yu calmed the waves within her heart and said indifferently, Sister Jean Ling, I know what to do. If that's the case, let's stay here in Yunzhou for some more time before departing back to Qianzhou. There is so much at stake that I still need to discuss it with my father and inform him of all of this. Jean Ling looked at Morong Yu, who was able to calm her heart so quickly, smiled gratefully and replied, Good, Yuer, everything needs a process. Cultivation and relationships are both like that. Before we leave the cloud state, we can meet that Lin Chou one more time and seek some destruction origin. After we return to Qianzhou, I will be able to attempt to transform the two forces and study the changes in both. Hearing this, Morong Yu looked towards Lin Chu's faraway direction. Her mind couldn't help but recall Lin Chu's handsome face, and she said in her heart, that guy looks quite handsome. Moreover, the cultivation talent is still justified, and now he has also obtained the golden crow burning heavenly flame just like me, and with an innate one-air body, he will definitely gain the attention of the Dao sect, so it seems that he's quite outstanding. Looking at the bewildered Morong Yu, Jean Ling couldn't help but say, what is this little nymph of yours thinking about? Morong Yu's face blushed even more as she stuttered. No, nothing, I know. Before I leave Yunzhou, I will go and seek that Lin Chou once and ask for a strand of destruction origin. Chapter 27 Going and Staying. Clouds of white emerged in the sky, and the first light of morning rose faintly. At the familiar elegant courtyard, the sunlight poured down, through the cracks in the window sills, and specks fell into the house. Inside the house on top of the bed, the teenager sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly, and at the center of his forehead's brow, the divine flame seal bloomed brightly. Divine majesty, as if it were heaven. The night passed by in a flash, and after returning from the Stargazer building, Lin Chu proceeded to start refining the divine flame origin, with Hong Xian's active cooperation. In addition, with Qiu Ruoling's guidance and assistance, Lin Chu easily mastered this golden crow burning heavenly flame. At the space of the foreign fire, red gold flames appeared, and in addition to the mother cauldron of all things, there was an additional golden crow burning heavenly flame. The burning flame of red gold, on the contrary, gave the space of the foreign fire an extra touch of different color. As the golden crow burning heavenly flame of the heaven and earth divine flame, his origin must be a rare treasure in the world. After Lin Chu successfully fused it, the benefits were naturally extraordinary. This is a strong and unusual physical body, but also received a sublimation-like increase. The circulation of the body meridians than in the past smooth and incomparable. The distance that the heavenly eyes were able to observe also expanded to a 1-mile radius, and the speed at which the body autonomously transformed the innate air also reached an appalling level. It could be said that overnight, the current Lin Chu was enough to beat 100 of his previous self. Not to mention, this wasn't even counting the fact that he still had a base card like the mother cauldron of all things in his hand. TSK, tisk, a pleasant voice rang out, slurping. If I hadn't seen the changes before and after your brat with my own eyes, I would have suspected if you were one of those old monsters who reincarnated and recultivated. Calmly returning to his rest, Lin Chu let out a light laugh and said, the process before and after. Haven't I already informed the teacher in full? Qiu Ruoling wrapped her hands around her and floated in the air, circling around Lin Chu as she spoke. If I hadn't really seen the existence of the golden crow burning heavenly flame on you brat, I wouldn't have believed a single word of what you said earlier. Although I knew that signs of an outbreak of divine fire existed in that girl's body, I didn't expect such a hidden agenda. Yeah, who would have thought that within the golden crow burning heavenly flame, there would exist two origins with very different powers. Not only that, the two golden crow burning heavenly flames happened to clash, causing it to have to give up one of its origins. And such a heavenly good deed would actually fall on Lin Chu's head. Can it be that Lin Chu is really what those old men from the Taoist sect call a person with deep blessings and heaven-defying luck? Thinking about it, Qiu Ruoling could only think of these. I thought that she would be satisfied if this kid could obtain a strand of sapphire. Who would have thought to have gotten a complete golden crow burning heavenly flame that possessed the golden crow origin? It made Qiu Ruolin a little sour. That's right, even if it's sour. Envy her to death. The The divine fire that had been passed down by the Morong family for millions of years was so easily obtained by this kid. If she had such good luck as Lin Shu, maybe, it wouldn't have ended up in such a situation as it is today with only one soul body left. Can't think. If I keep thinking like this, my Dao mind might be destabilized because of this. Xiao Ruoling hurriedly stabilized her Dao heart and gave Lin Shu a glance full of helplessness. I didn't think that there would be another day when I would be affected by something like this. However, the stronger this kid is the better for me. At least I didn't choose the wrong person. Looking at Xiao Ruoling, whose face was constantly changing. One moment she hung her head in shame, and the next moment her eyes were shining. Lin Shu was really a bit puzzled, but he didn't care about it and just thought that the other party had remembered some past events. Time passes easily, and soon it is dawning. Although it was said that a day's work was done in the morning, Lin Shu had been practicing ever since he returned from that stargazer's tower. Cultivating again is really a bit tedious. Once again putting on the black satin, Lin Shu was fully dressed, and after stretching his waist lazily, he was once again lying on top of the lounge chair in the courtyard. Lin Shu enjoyed the morning when he woke up, lying down at the compound and enjoying the sunshine. It made him feel his body warm, and even the speed of his body running the air seemed to speed up quite a bit. Although it was not as good as actively transporting one's own energy to cultivate, it had the benefit of being able to run without stopping. Therefore, even if Lin Shu didn't cultivate, he kept getting stronger every moment. After cultivating the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill, this feeling of becoming stronger became even more pronounced. Lin Chuxin said, "So much for being open." With nothing else to do, Lin Chu's mind moved and secretly said, "Check the system panel. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 20/100. Acquired techniques, Spirit Gathering Technique. Xingyun Yu Dao Technique. Acquired the Spirit Art, Ice Blade Condensation of the Ice and Cold Triple Condensation Technique. Talent, Innate 1 Airbody. Heavenly Eye. Props, Feats Enhancement Scroll X1. Universal Mother Cauldron. Golden Crow Burning Heavenly Flame. Inheritance of the 14th Realm Alchemist Master, to be used. Feat Enhancement Scroll. Almost forgot there's such a good thing. Do you want to use it now?" Lin Shu thought about it and still didn't choose to use it. Such a good thing. It had to be utilized to the maximum extent possible. Besides, the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill was already enough for one to cultivate to the 11th realm. Even if it was raised to the 12th realm, it would only be to speed up the speed of one's absorption of the innate air. Increasing the speed of cultivation wasn't that important to the present-day Lin Shu. His cultivation speed was fast enough. Moreover, with the system's support, intercepting a random item of the protagonist's chance would be enough to make a leap in one's strength. In contrast, raising the level of feats was not that necessary. Keep it. Maybe you'll be able to obtain a higher level cultivation technique yourself afterward. Teacher. She also said that Gongfu is best when it suits you, and that it's better to walk your own path. Lin Shu found that the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill suited him very well, and that was enough. Looking at Lin Shu, who was lazily basking in the sun, Xiao Ruoling had thought of motivating him and letting him cultivate properly, but the words came to his lips but he couldn't say anything, and turned to say, "Little Chuzi, what are your thoughts now? Ideas?" Lin Shu rested her hands at the back of her head. "Teacher, do you have any other plans?" Xiao Ruoling nodded and said, "Indeed, I had thought of letting you cultivate properly for a period of time in this land of the cloud state, and then travel and venture into other states when you have the ability to defend yourself." Saying this, she paused for a moment and continued, "However, you gave me a big surprise. Not only did you obtain the Golden Crow Burning Heavenly Flame, but you actually did reach an alliance with that Morong family's eldest lady. Now that you have the assistance of the Morong family, you can already go to that Xianzhou to see the world. Are you leaving Yunzhou?" Lin Chu whispered. Seeing that he was somewhat hesitant, Xiao Ruoling added, "The decision is in your hands, to go or to stay in your thoughts. I'm just offering options to you." Lin Chu pondered for a while and replied, "Teacher, I think we should stay in Yunzhou for now." His thoughts were simple. Compared to going to that Xianzhou which was full of uncertainties, staying in Yunzhou was undoubtedly a better choice. Yunzhou was located in a remote area, plus he had already worshipped under the Cloud Sang sect, with the Cloud Song sect, the #1 sect in Yunzhou, backing him up, with Qiu Ruoling, a 12-realm big shot, secretly assisting her. It was undoubtedly more suitable for Lin Chu, a newbie, to develop and survive. Moreover, Lin Chu had another important reason why he didn't want to leave. There was still such a big fat sheep like Yi Xian waiting to be gripped here. As for going to Qianzhou, go naturally, but not now. Chapter 28 Clan Competition. Compared to Qianzhou, where we don't know what kind of condition it's in, the land of Yunzhou is undoubtedly more suitable for us to develop, and to make gradual and slow progress. Lin Chu said bluntly. Xiao Ruoling recognized Lin Chu's words. Since that's the case, then everything will be according to what you said. Stay in Yunzhou and figure it out. Xiao Chuzi. Remind you of one thing. That Yunlan's gong method you can try to learn. Her ice attribute gong method should be quite suitable for you. It's just that the grade is a bit worse, but it's barely enough. Lin Shu sat up straight and looked at Qiu Ruoling, nodding his head in response. I'll make a note of this matter. Qiu Ruoling gave Lin Shu a suggestion. You can show Yunlan that you have the talent to cultivate ice attribute techniques. With your talent it should be easy to get her approval. If that Yunlan isn't stupid, he will definitely pass his mantle to you. Understood. Lin Shu stroked his chin and replied. The two asked questions and answered questions, constantly planning for the future. Bang! The sound of a wooden door hitting a stone wall rang out, and Lin Shu didn't need to think about it to know who was coming. Resigned to lying flat on top of the recliner again, he helplessly said, Xiao Wan, if you continue like this, it won't be long before I have to replace this door again. Can't you be a little more civilized? All day long. You're so windy. Che. Xiao Wan stepped to Lin Shu's side without a care in the world. If the door is broken, it can be repaired. The Jade Mansion doesn't like this tiny wooden door of yours. It's not a shortage, but every time it breaks down. I don't see you calling someone to fix it. Is it easy for him to let a blind man fix the door every time? Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Shu turned and said, What is it this time? Say it first. I haven't come up with a new talking book yet, so don't rush. Xiao Wan crossed her arms and said in dissatisfaction, Are you unhappy that I came to you? If it wasn't for the fact that you're all alone every day, I wouldn't have come to you. Happy? Of course I'm happy that Sister Little Ring has come to visit me. A little blind man. With great mercy. Lin Shu flattered. Xiao Huan heard but was not very satisfied. You are not some little blind man. You will regain your sight sooner or later. You are just right and often a person. What's more, you've been accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Yun now. Hearing this, Lin Shu smiled and said, Alright, I know what you mean. Although this girl, Xiao Wan, was a bit brash on weekdays, she was still a kind-hearted little girl by nature. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become Lin Shu's first friend in this world. Saying that, Xiao Huan nonchalantly pulled Lin Shu up from the recliner before lying down on it herself, and self-consciously ate the fruit dessert that Lin Shu had made herself. Lin Shu cooperated and got up, while then self-consciously went inside to carry out a recliner once again, while then laying down on it. The two of them just basked in the morning sunlight and ate their fruity desserts in a good way. Really, Lin Shu, you really know how to enjoy yourself. This is such a comfortable life. Xiao Huan squinted her eyes and said lazily, Lin Shu, life is timely and enjoy the good life in the present. Xiao Huan held a marigold cup in her hand and ate with her mouth full of juice. After lying down for a while, she seemed to think of the main thing and straightened her posture and sat up. Xiao Chuzi, I'm afraid we'll have to return to the Cloud Sun sect a little later. Oh, is that so? I know. Just come back later. Lin Shu was still leisurely lying on the recliner with a relaxed and cozy look, and returned without a care in the world. Seeing this, Xiao Huan frowned and said in dissatisfaction, Aren't you curious as to why we're returning to the Yunsong sect a little later? No. Lin Shu subconsciously tried to reply with a not curious sentence. However, sweeping over Xiao Huan's face, the word danger was written all over the smiling little face. After thinking about it, Lin Shu still decided not to look for trouble, swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, Curious, then why do we have to return to the Yunsong sect later? Poof. After Xiao Huan hummed lightly, she said to herself, You've been in Jin City for less than 3 months, so you shouldn't know that every year at this time of the year, the various clans in Jin City will jointly organize a clan competition. Clan competition? Lin Shu froze for a moment. It seems like this event should be prepared for that Yi Xian. Such a good opportunity to show his saintliness in front of people. Classic bridge. Xiao Wan continued. What about the so-called clan competition? It's when each clan's children send out the outstanding children within the clan to compete and fight, and under the elimination of the best and the worst, the loser needs to contribute 30% of the clan's assets to the winner. 30% of the family estate. That's no small amount. Not only that, according to what Xiao Huan had said, such a bout should be provided as an opportunity to fight between clans with existing grudges. As harsh as it sounds, it's very much in line with how the world works. The best of the best, the strongest of the strong. Lin Shu suddenly understood something. So, the Jade family is going to participate in this clan competition as well? That's not right. The young lady who is now in the 5th realm. There should be no one amongst this Jin City who can defeat her, right? If we fight like this, not to mention losing the family estate for nothing, we might even end up losing face. Xiao Huan stared at Lin Shu with a smirk, causing him to react and point at himself. Can it be that Miss is asking me to go on the field to fight for the Yu family? Xiao Huan didn't say anything and gently nodded. This is also what Patriarch Yun meant. She wants to see how talented you are in martial arts. Jin City is at least a big city that ranks high in Yun Prefecture, so there are still quite a few talented people with good aptitude, barely able to serve as your whetstone. And you needn't worry, Patriarch Yun has said that she will personally teach you in these times. Lin Shu couldn't be interested in this kind of thankless thing at all, but he also knew there was no way to refuse and helplessly said, "What if I lose 30% of the Yu family's fortune? It must be an astronomical amount, right?" Xiao Huan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Shu and said in a gloomy tone, "With Patriarch Yun's personal teachings, how dare you still think of losing? If you really lose, you'll stay in the Jade family for the rest of your life as a cow and horse." Lin Shu smiled sarcastically and said, "Of course I was joking. Don't worry, I'll definitely return in full victory." Of course, he also knew that Xiao Huan was speaking in jest, and even if he did lose, he wouldn't have to stay in the Yu family as a cow. He was at least accepted as a disciple by Yun Lan now, a disciple of the Yun Song clan sect master, an identity that was still very prestigious in Yunzhou. Moreover, this kind of clan competition is not a one-game game. It must have a round system. But well, the Jade family, as the number one family in Jin City, definitely didn't want to lose a single game. Xiao Huan had finished explaining everything, plus she had already stayed here in Lin Shu long enough. So, standing up and smoothing out the folds on his clothes, he kicked Lin Shu's calf. "The words are all clear to you. Remember to make a trip to the Listening Terrace Pavilion at Shinhour today." Got it, got it. How dare I forget the words of Little Miss Ring. Lin Shu waved his hand and returned. Then, there was a loud bang of a door valve colliding. No need to think that it must be the movement of Xiao Huan leaving. Clan competition? It's not bad to have a look. Yi Xian, I'm a little curious about what kind of performance you'll have. Lin Shu didn't have the slightest intention of getting up. Tilting his head to look at the sun above his head, he said softly, Chapter 29, Benevolent Spiritual Art. At the hour of Shenzhen, listen to the stage loft. Lin Shu sat on the ground, with a woman in a turquoise green shirt sitting in front of him. I didn't expect you to break through to the fourth realm, and the attribute of your spirit power after illusion is still ice, and the ice attribute spirit power is so pure. Yun Lan was a little surprised when he probed Lin Shu in terms of his spiritual attributes and realized that the other party was actually of the same type of ice attribute as himself. This is simply too rare. It is important to know that when breaking through the realm of Qi cultivation, after gathering Qi into the body, relying on one's personal perception can allow one's own spiritual energy to take on natural attributes. After the spiritual energy was condensed, the mind began to become ethereal as a way to better control one's spiritual energy, which was the sign of entering the realm of Qi cultivation. Cultivators at this stage will be able to acquire some of the more complex and powerful spiritual arts, and those with high talent are able to comprehend some higher-level spiritual attributes at this stage, e.g., lightning, frost, living spirit, lava, light, darkness, time, space. The use of spiritual power reaches an extremely high level, and is able to comprehend some of the essence and laws of spiritual power, and can create some spiritual arts that are uniquely their own, also known as natal spiritual arts. These spiritual arts were either capable of using a fusion of different attributes of spiritual energy, or they were capable of utilizing one attribute to the extreme. All in all, this stage tests enlightenment. Spiritual powers are illusory and unpredictable. Among them, there was no lack of people with extremely high natural talent who were able to create some puzzling and powerful spirit arts, and Lin Shu, who had just broken through the fourth realm, was able to condense such pure ice attribute spiritual energy with ease. This kind of natural talent was as terrifying as it was the basic spiritual arts that are the five elements, on the other hand, are able to be transformed through learning. After all, the five elemental attributes were ubiquitous and had a long history, and most people's spiritual energy was transformed into mostly the five elemental attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Yun Lan associated Lin Shu's terrifying martial arts talent and tentatively inquired, Xiao Chu, how did you break through the fourth realm by breaking through? How did you break through the fourth realm? In Lin Shu's mind, he recalled the scene. At that time, with the blessing of the heavenly eyes, he kept observing the frosty slash that penetrated the heavens and the earth. As he watched, he maneuvered himself along with the azure figure. As he practiced, suddenly the spiritual energy in his body surged. Under the transformation of the innate air in his body, Lin Shu only felt that a barrier in his body was broken through. And with that, he felt refreshed. Lin Shu described the scene according to his memory. Master, I only felt that I was in a frosty world at that time. An azure blue figure rose up in the air, and between lifting his hand, he waved out a blade that seemed to freeze the heavens and earth. Under the constant observation and rehearsal, I broke through to the fourth realm, and with that, my own spiritual energy was transformed into the extreme cold attribute. Lin Shu was telling the truth. He was just describing that spiritual art he had obtained as coming from his own senses. However, after the heavens I kept deducing and observing, Lin Shu always felt that he was getting more and more skillful in mastering this spiritual art. It was used without the slightest diaphragm, as if it had really been created by him. Hearing this, Yunlan's face was delighted as she eagerly inquired, "Then can you make that blade?" Lin Shu nodded and replied, "Naturally, I can." Yunlan came closer to Lin Shu, her eyes eager. "Let me see." Looking at Yunlan who was close by, Lin Shu only felt a burst of fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose. Lin Shu involuntarily moved a step towards the back and spoke out, "Master, this place is too narrow. I think it should not be able to be exerted." After reacting, Yunlan realized that their posture was a bit too ambiguous. Her face blushed as she hurriedly stood up straight and whisked her sleeve to set up her stance. "It's because I was too eager. The lake pavilion in this courtyard is quite big. It should be big enough for you to exert yourself, right?" The lake outside the listening terrace pavilion stretched halfway across the Jade Mansion, and it was huge. Lin Shu was only in the fourth realm now. His spiritual power was limited. Even if the immortal technique was strong, there was no way to freeze such a lake. Enough! Yunlan walked in front with his arms crossed, while Lin Shu followed behind him. The two of them came to the pavilion building in the lake. Yunlan said, "Just go all out. With me watching, you don't need to worry about the spirit technique aftermath rippling around." "Yes." Lin Shu bowed and arched his hand in response, and then moved towards tapping his feet to the lake. To be honest, Lin Shu himself didn't even know how much damage he could inflict when he executed ice blade condensation at full strength. Without the right opportunity, it was Lin Shu himself who was curious about relying on this ice blade condensation. What realm of cultivators he could defeat? With Yunlan on the sidelines, this was a good opportunity to recognize his own strength. Therefore, this time, Lin Shu wasn't going to stay his hand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shu's toes slightly tapped on the lake surface, and with that, a circle of ice crystals appeared. The ice crystals extended towards the surroundings and stopped condensing at a distance of 1 foot in a circle centered on Lin Shu. What a skillful control! There was some surprise in Yunlan's tone. As his feet landed on top of the ice crystals, Lin Shu dismissed distracting thoughts and condensed his entire body's spiritual energy. With the snap of a finger, it was as if a pair of icy blue eyes snapped open in the void, and the temperature of the land in a few miles around instantly dropped. In a moment, the icy blue eyes disappeared into thin air, and a huge azure blue ice blade stood constant in the sky, rolling up a path of residual clouds. Lin Shu pressed his imaginary hand and drank. Ice blade, congeal, fall. Huge ice blades that flashed and fell at a rapid pace. Frosty coldness swept across the entire lake, and the surface of the lake centered on Lin Shu began to freeze continuously, invoking the momentum of heaven and earth. Immortal spiritual art. Yunlan marveled. The ice blade fell, and in an instant, the several miles of land centered on the ice blade was transformed into a world of ice crystals. The loud noise spread up and down the Jade Mansion, startling many people. With all this commotion, the crowd thought an enemy was coming. Just as several clan elders of the realm of God refining within the Jade Mansion wanted to come and investigate, a cold voice followed in their ears. "There's no harm in it. This commotion was caused by this seat. There's no need to be alarmed." The crowd's hearts trembled and stopped moving. How could they not know this voice? Since this one caused it, what else could they say but to call it good? As the frost mist dispersed, Lin Shu sat paralyzed in the middle of the field, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, making people not know whether he was happy or sad. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If I'd known it was going to be so loud I'd have kept my strength down. Lin Shu used all of his spiritual energy and realized that he was only able to make half a move. He thought to himself, how could he give up halfway? Thus, it was a direct choice to use the innate air to replenish it. However, after the innate air was replenished, it unexpectedly made the power so great, he himself was almost swept up in the aftermath. But fortunately, the Qingyun Royal Dao skill was known for its ethereal nature, and only then did he manage to dodge it. Looking at the ice cones that kept erecting and protruding in the field, Lin Shu only felt a bad premonition. The stretched out ice cone, all of a sudden, split into countless tiny ice blades shooting out towards the surroundings. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Nope, there's a second wave of offense? A hidden attribute? Ice blade condensation doesn't have this move either. Lin Shu hurriedly shouted. Master, I see. I don't know what to say about you when you don't even know your own native spiritual arts. Yunlan sighed, pointed with an imaginary hand, and said softly. Before the words fell, the ice blade stood still in midair, as if time had stopped. Flexing his hand and pressing, the ice blades that were originally shooting in all directions, all landed on the ice surface, making a crisp sound. Chapter 30 Frost's Sacred Code. While sighing, Yunlan's heart was more excited. Even though Lin Shu didn't seem to be very skilled at the spirit arts he had comprehended, it was kind of excusable. After all, to be able to use an immortal technique in its entirety when one had just entered the chi refining realm was nothing short of a heavenly genius. Moreover, the other party's spiritual power attribute was unexpectedly the same as hers. It was completely a disciple sent to her by the heavens, right? In fact, Lin Shu himself was also very confused. He had already reached the point of minor accomplishment for this ice blade condensation, but he didn't realize that after this move, the condensed ice crystals would turn into ice blades to attack the surrounding indiscriminately. It was also good that he had tried it once today, otherwise if it was put in a real battle, wouldn't he have been injured by his own moves? Lin Shu was filled with puzzlement, pondering in his mind what the reason for this was. Yunlan tapped her toes and disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she came to Lin Shu's side in the field. The fingertips condensed a bit of cold light and touched Lin Shu's brow, which then allowed him to recover a lot of his spiritual energy. Yunlan paced and wandered on top of the ice surface, tapping the condensed and raised ice crystals, nodding his head in satisfaction every now and then. This native spirit art is very strong. Has entered the ranks of immortal spirit art? Just to your cultivation now I'm afraid that you can only barely use a move. The spirit power will run out, so do not use it as a last resort. Of course Lin Shu knew that. After all, this move was still a move that he had used up a lot of innate one air to make. If he hadn't also cultivated the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill, he would definitely not have been able to fully execute the Frost Flower Slash. In the end, it was still an immortal technique. Lin Shu sighed in his heart and responded with his mouth. Master, disciple knows. Yunlan looked at Lin Shu. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. He couldn't stop smiling between his eyebrows. He couldn't help but be happy in his heart. At last, I have found a mantle inheritor for me. Xiener's talent isn't bad, but her spiritual attributes are far from mine. Xiener was now at the 5th realm of cultivation and had already comprehended the dual attributes of wind and fire. Her natural talent could not be considered bad. It was only for this reason that caused Xiener to have been unable to obtain Yunlan's true transmission. The world in Yunzhou knew that Yunzhang sect patriarch Yunlan, as a 10th realm immortal, possessed an ice extreme spiritual body and was honored as the ice cold fairy. The ice spirit technique was, naturally, what she was best at. Now, Lin Shu's appearance was an unexpected surprise to Yunlan. Outstanding cultivation talent, excellent martial talent, and spiritual attribute fit. It was simply the perfect inheritance disciple. With this thought in mind, Yunlan smiled with her eyebrows, came to Lin Shu's side and spoke. When you break through the 4th realm, your previous gong method can be discarded, and from now on, you'll be practicing this gong method. Saying that, Yunlan flipped her hand and an emerald blue jade slip appeared in her hand. The azure light wrapped around it and floated in Lin Shu's direction, landing in his hand. Taking advantage of the richness of the ice-cold chi of this place, coupled with the depletion of your spiritual power, it's a good opportunity to switch to a cultivation technique. So seize the opportunity and I'll guard the spell for you. Yunlan signaled. Lin Shu nodded his head and responded. I will follow your master's orders. When his divine sense disappeared into the jade slip, 4 blue fonts revealing extreme coldness appeared in Lin Shu's mind, the Frost Sacred Canon. As we all know, Xian Fantasy World feats whose names contain the word Holy Code are generally feats of great origin. This gongfu should be the gongfu that Yunlan himself practiced, although teacher said that it is merely a 10th realm immortal gongfu, but the name sounds extraordinary. Learn it first. Lin Shu didn't forget about the feats enhancement scroll that the system rewarded him with. He knew that the system had its reasons for handing out rewards. Therefore, Lin Shu knew that this so-called Frost Sacred Canon was most likely a part of some sort of divine skill that had been stripped off. To say why he would think that, one could only say that novels were written that way. And Lin Shu thought deeply. On top of the ice, Lin Shu's black satin fluttered as he sat cross-legged in the air, his hands constantly displaying strange hand seals. Between one breath and the next, there was constantly a faint azure-colored stream of air flowing into his body along with his breath, enriching the spirit platform and warming the meridians. Time slowly passed. The airflow lingering around Lin Shu became denser and denser, and the temperature around his body dropped. This situation didn't last long. The blue streams of light that were wandering out were all of a sudden absorbed into Lin Shu's body. Cold chi is internalized and collected. He got started so easily? Yunlan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in shock. It seemed that she had underestimated Lin Shu's martial arts talent, and she was afraid that his talent was even more appalling than she had imagined. Yunlan stared at Lin Shu, stunned. Her lips and teeth moved slightly as she murmured softly, I wonder if you'll be able to take the Yunzhang sect out of this cloud state. Although the Cloudsang sect was known as the #1 clan in the cloud state, it was only a not-so-small prestige in this cloud state region. Although he was living in a remote area, Yunlan's desire to grow the clan remained unchanged. However, Among the disciples of the sect, there are very few amazing and outstanding people, so how simple is it to get out of this cloud state? Now, Yunlan on the other hand, she saw an opportunity in Lin Shu, and this kind of talent was also top-notch in this Tianyuan continent. When he came back from his studies, he might be able to make the Yungsong sect grow and become a prestigious sect in this Tianyuan continent. Something called ambition quietly appeared in Yunlan's heart. At the same time, a red stream of light flashed past Yunlan's side of the Yuxiener to stay in the field of frostland of Lin Shu. Eyes flow between. Seems to have thought of something. Senior, has senior brother Lin Shu transformed his spiritual power attribute into the power of frost? Yunlan nodded his head and said with relief, this senior brother of yours has even better natural talent than I had imagined. After breaking through the fourth realm, he was directly transforming his spiritual energy into ice extreme spiritual energy. Hearing this, Yuxiener was slightly stunned and surprised. Broke through the fourth realm? I remember that he only broke through the third realm some time ago. Cultivation speed is so fast? Full count, this kid has only just cultivated for 2 months and he's already come to the realm of qi refining? This. Yunlan lightly laughed, walked to Yuxiener's side, touched her head and said, Xiener, you still saw too little. The Tianyuan continent is able to reach such a point that I don't know how many of them are. Among the Confucian sect, the one who once achieved enlightenment and went straight into the realm of the immortals, that's the real heavenly pride character. Just like the words your senior brother left behind in that Yi family, the path of cultivation is a long way to go, and I will go up and down it. You have to work hard. Otherwise, in case you are surpassed by him one day, wouldn't you be a bit of a disgrace as a senior sister? Yuxiener's pretty face stared. She was used to being competitive in her life. Now Lin Shu's arrival was giving her full pressure. However, in her dictionary, there was no such word as losing, so she secretly resolved in her heart to, from now on, he must redouble his cultivation efforts and not let Lin Shu catch up with him. Even if Lin Shu was more talented, she would still have to crush him under her. Witnessing the change in Yuxiener's eyes, Yunlan nodded with satisfaction, thinking, finally, this girl has been given some intensity. Chapter 31 Extreme Ice and Destruction. By the time Lin Shu awoke from his cultivation, it was already the time of twilight. As the sun set in the west, a reddish hue carried through the sky, leaving behind a red streaming haze. As his divine sense unfolded and extended around him, Lin Shu realized that there were 2 pretty ladies standing in front of him. The 2 of them saw Lin Shu leisurely waking up and pacing in parallel towards his direction. The crimson eyes of the girl in red stared at Lin Shu, looked him up and down, wrapped her arms around her chest and hummed, how lucky. Just stepping into the fourth realm and transforming your spiritual energy into the extreme ice attribute just happens to be what Master Teacher is best at. But don't be too happy. It's not that easy to surpass me. Lin Shu froze for a moment and suddenly understood. It seemed that Yuxiener was bitter about the fact that she had not been able to comprehend the ice spirit attribute. Now that Lin Shu had just been initiated and had obtained the true transmission of Yunlan, and had obtained the pro-transmission technique, this made Yuxiener feel envious. A red-clothed Yuxiener looked fiery and charming. Even Lin Shu couldn't help but praise her appearance. With his eyes lingering on her slender figure for a moment, Lin Shu lightly smiled and said, with senior sister's natural talent, I think I will be able to comprehend the extreme ice attribute very soon. Senior brother, I am just a fluke. Yunlan, who was on the side, but inserted the topic and said, Cho Air, you don't need to be modest. With such a natural talent, how can there be so many flukes? If there really are so many flukes under the heavens, how come your senior sister didn't comprehend the essence spirit art at the fourth realm of the district? When these words came out, Yuxiener couldn't help but stare at Lin Shu with wide eyes in disbelief. The fourth realm comprehending the original life spiritual art? Looking at her surroundings, she suddenly realized. Her jade finger pointed at Lin Shu and inquired towards Yunlan. Senior? Can't it be that the commotion just now was caused by Lin Shu? Cloudland was non-committal, nodding his head in acquiescence. Receiving Yunlan's confirmation, Yuxiener fell silent, her crimson pupils staring at Lin Shu, her eyes full of complexity. Yuxiener's gaze made Lin Shu's scalp go a little numb and he said, There's something wrong. I have a bad feeling. After staring for a while, Jade Immortal didn't say anything and directly flew away in the air. Looking at Yuxiener, who left alone without saying anything, Lin Shu was silent. Yunlan knew Yuxiener's nature, so he didn't bother with her. Pacing in front of Lin Shu, he opened his mouth and said, Xiener's nature is too strong. Sure, you don't need to care. The Frost Sacred Canon is a law that has been inherited from Yungsong sect throughout the ages. Cultivate it properly, for the master hopes that you will be able to bring Yungsong sect out of the land of this cloud state. Looking at Yunlan's solemn gaze, Lin Shu was able to feel that she sincerely wanted to strengthen the Yungsong sect. Lin Shu's face straightened and he returned with a fervent voice. Disciple understands. For this disciple, Yunlan was indescribably satisfied in his heart. No matter if it was in terms of being a man of the world or cultivation talent, it was a superior choice. Thus, Yunlan did not give too many instructions, and with the few sentences left behind to cultivate properly, he left the ice. Looking at the direction Yunlan left, it was exactly the direction where Yu Xiener had just left, and without any surprises, she should have gone to seek Yu Xiener. After all, it was the disciple who had followed his cultivation for 5 years, and it would be a lie to say that he had no feelings with the other party. As a master's words, this Yunlan is quite reasonable. The lord of a clan treats himself with great care. Just as Yunlan left this place, Xiao Ruoling drilled out from among the rings. Lin Chu's eyes stopped for a moment in the direction Yunlan left and turned back. It's just that this has also made this Yu family's eldest young lady, who has been spoiled since she was a child, more and more proud in her nature, which is not a good thing. This Tian Yuan continent is so big, if one's eyes are only set on this corner of the world, then sooner or later one will suffer. Xiao Ruoling looked at Lin Chu and said with interest, "Little Chuzi, you're comparable in age to that Yu Xiener, yet you have such a heart. My teacher is very pleased." Just between the words, a trace of an imperceptible sigh flashed under her eyes, and she said, "It seems that sucking this kid's yuan qi for 3 years has made him suffer a lot of fatigue. Don't worry, there's a master here to make it up to you twice in the future." The two men did not discuss the subject too much, and on returning to their lodgings Lin Chu sent a question to Qiu Ruoling regarding the strange change that happened when he performed the ice blade condensation today. "Qiu Ruoling, I knew you would ask that. As for what the reason is, you brat just steal the joy." Lying on top of the chair, Lin Chu listened to the other party's explanation. According to Qiu Ruoling's words, because Lin Chu had refined the divine flame origin of the golden crow burning heavenly flame. The divine flame origin that represented destruction caused Lin Chu's spiritual energy to take on a destructive aura. The moment his spiritual energy was depleted after exerting ice blade condensation with all his might, the divine flame origin that was lurking in Lin Chu's spiritual platform thought that Lin Chu was in danger. Plus the power of extreme ice inherently represented the power of destruction. The combination of the two naturally caused a second wave of attacks, and the combination of the two increased the power of the ice blade condensation to a rare point. With this move, Lin Chu was completely able to threaten cultivators at the realm of God refining. Roar, so I'm this powerful now? Straight across 3 realms of reverse deity refining cultivators? Lin Chu hemmed and hawed, boasting with awesome coaxing. Qiu Ruoling looked at Lin Chu's complacent appearance and skimmed her mouth. "Your kid is still far from it. Even if that attack of yours can threaten a God refining cultivator, but if you can't do a one-hit kill, with your 4th realm cultivation spirit power storage you'll only be able to make one move, and one fruitless death will be yours." The words are harsh, but this is undoubtedly the reality. Lin Chu kindly laughed. "This is not a joke. Teacher, don't worry. Without all the preparations, I will definitely not easily push myself into a desperate situation." "Good to know." Qiu Ruoling, knowing Lin Chu's steady nature, turned her words around and complimented. "It's already rare for you to be able to use a complete immortal technique with your current cultivation level." "Ha ha. Thanks for the compliment, Sensei." Although her mouth was instructing Lin Chu, Qiu Ruoling was satisfied with Lin Chu's performance from the beginning to the end. That immortal spiritual art you obtained by chance has undergone this mutation. The essence of the art has changed. It is not too much to call it your original spiritual art. Under doubled cultivation, it is able to serve as your base card. You and cultivate it well. Qiu Ruoling instructed. This spiritual art fits you but is ultimately a remnant of the law. Incomplete laws ultimately have limitations. If you are able to complete it in the future, it would be a good thing. Of course, there's no need to force yourself if the complementary arts are unethical, as the master has quite a few arts here that fit you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chu's face was delighted and she looked at her with bated breath. "You're a slippery one, but you're greedy. Don't worry, I've already prepared it. Take advantage of this night and consolidate your spiritual platform. And tomorrow, when the purple energy comes from the east, I will teach you the key techniques of the Tao." Lin Chu fluttered and rolled over, rushing into the house, sitting on his knees, running the essentials of his gongfu to consolidate his spiritual platform. Such an anxious appearance made Qiu Ruoling giggle, and immediately drilled into the ring, waiting for the first light to rise in the east. Chapter 32 3 Qing Imperial Spirit Technique. Purple energy is coming from the east, and the clouds are white and bright at first. On top of the roof, Lin Chu had already waited for a long time. Following the first ray of purple gas in the sky, he operated the green cloud royal Tao skill, calming his mind and entering the state of meditation. The name of the Taoist art that Qiu Ruoling had imparted to Lin Chu was the 3 Qing Imperial Spirit Art. According to his words, this art is one of the profound and important arts of the Taoist sect, which is roughly divided into 3 kinds: spiritual symbol royalty, spiritual formation royalty, and spiritual pet royalty. The method of concurrent cultivation of the three paths of the talisman path, the formation path, and the beast control path. After all, when it comes to talismans and formations, the Taoist sect must be the premier sect in today's world. The three Qing imperial spirit technique came from Qiu Ruoling, a 12-realm big brother. The grade must be not low. Immortal technique undoubtedly, and Lin Shu only felt that it was a bit too simple for this three Qing imperial spirit art to be practiced down. It was much easier than even practicing ice blade condensation earlier. In the blink of an eye, along with the first strand of violet qi not entering Lin Shu's body, this three Qing imperial spirit technique was initiated. If he hadn't clearly perceived the essentials of the technique appearing in his mind, he would have thought that Qiu Ruolin had found a fake. The red sun came out of the ambush. The purple aura dissipated, and Lin Shu returned from his state of immersion. After stretching himself, a light smile spread on the corner of Lin Shu's mouth as he floated to the ground with a slight point of his toes. It's still early, and after the jutsu has become small, Lin Shu also couldn't wait to test out the newly acquired three Qing imperial spirit art. Divine sense unfolded. In a 3-mile radius, apart from the servants who woke up early and got busy, there were no people with bad intentions approaching. Fingertips flooded with white air. Lin Shu's mouth chanted an unknown incantation, and between the waving of his fingers, the white scorching air scratched through the traces, and the word cold appeared in the air all of a sudden. Looking around, Lin Shu quickly locked his target, pointing at a thick tree 10 feet away. The word cold transformed into a talisman, disappeared, and reappeared as it was already attached to the tree trunk. In an instant, the trees were frozen and the cold air was rampant. Lin Shu approached and touched the big tree frozen into an ice sculpture with his upper hand. Feeling the coldness on it, he nodded his head in satisfaction. This coldness is not as good as extreme ice, but it's enough. Just a single talisman has such power. Then how about 10, 100, 1,000? Now that he had such a spell, he was considered to have changed his job to become a long-range mage, and even if he was not defeated head-on, he would be able to pull the other side. At the same time, the Green Cloud Royal Dao skill was known for its ethereal nature, and with the fact that he still had the Frostflower Slash as a great killing weapon, it could be said that he had no shortcomings whatsoever. Lin Shu fantasized in his mind about the scene where he was waving his hands, and with his arms crossed, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Master Dao, I've made it. But he hadn't been happy for long when he suddenly sensed a blow on the back of his head. It doesn't do much damage, but it hurts. Lin Shu held his head in his hands and turned his head violently, but everything he did was in vain. Strange. I didn't realize there was anyone around, either. Who is it? How dare you sneak up on me? Don't let me catch you or else. How else? A familiar voice rang out. Lin Shu's body trembled, and he immediately changed his face and, so it's you, teacher. No wonder you couldn't hit me without God realizing it. Your cultivation is truly profound. I admire you to the core. Between the words, Lin Shu also made a 5-body gesture, looking at the teenager who was playing tricks in front of her eyes. The corner of Qiu Ruoling's mouth hooked up as she laughed softly. Early in the morning, I heard you laughing here, mouthing something like Master Dao. I've done it. How is it that just this little bit of magic satisfied you? If that's the case, you're too unambitious. As my Qiu Ruoling's disciple, you need to broaden your horizons a bit. Understand? Lin Shu was busy and kept echoing. Got it, got it, got it. Isn't this a minor accomplishment of the art? I can't help but want to try out the power of the three Qing Imperial Spirit technique. And sure enough, the fine quality of the technique passed down by my teacher is undoubtedly there. A minor accomplishment in the art? These 4 words fell into Qiu Ruoling's ears. Extraordinarily harsh. This is a small success? Lin Shu nodded blankly. Void Spirit Drawing Talisman. The sign of Spirit Talisman Imperial Small Achievement. The memories you passed on to me, teacher, said so. The purple chi out of ambush time was very short, and this time period Lin Shu had only managed to reach the point where he had only achieved a minor success in spirit symbol royalty and an introduction to the other 2 royalties. Seeing Qiu Ruoling's face showing embarrassment, Lin Shu thought that she was dissatisfied with her performance and hurriedly said, Disciple's stupidity. Purple Chi East can only do so much even if the time is too short. Disciple will surely cultivate well in the future and live up to the trust of master. Listening to the meaning of these words, Lin Shu still seemed to be very dissatisfied. It should be known that even when Qiu Ruoling first acquired this three Qing Imperial Spirit technique, it took nearly a month or so to reach such a point. Now you tell me that you have done so much in such a small amount of time. Qiu Ruoling was silent, and at the loss of her before, she was also known as a heavenly wizard that is rare in 100 years in the Taoist sect. That made her seem a little ordinary by comparison. It's true what they say, there's no comparison. Qiu Ruoling was silent for a long time, said nothing, and drilled straight into the middle of the ring. Lin Shu scratched the back of his vaguely aching head, confused. However, he still shouted at the ring, "Don't worry, teacher, I'm a humble disciple. I'll definitely redouble my cultivation in the future and live up to my master's expectations." Inside the ring, Xiao Ruoling covered her ears and said angrily, "You're a kid who's bent on pissing me off. Roll roll roll. What the hell? Who pissed her off? Is it possible that this world has menopause?" Lin Qiu spread his hands to express his incomprehension, but he thus withdrew his surprised mind, and secretly thought about the next thing in his heart. After January, the clan competition? Unsurprisingly, it must be a good opportunity for the protagonist to act like a bully and hit his face. Plus it's about the rise and fall of the family. This Yi Xian will definitely be on the stage, and it will 100% shine. In just 1 month's time, even if he's enlightened he won't be able to leap into the 5th realm in a single bound. So the general realm should be comparable to mine, and maybe he'll even run into me. Moreover, that moron you cannot be underestimated. It's a bit difficult to deal with. It was also at this time that the system's voice once again sounded in Lin Qiu's mind. Release mission. Defeat arch-rival Yi Xian in the middle of the Jin City clan competition and win the top spot. Mission completed. Get rewarded with a golden great treasure chest and 10 points of chi value. Lin Qiu. He knew it. He had just thought of this matter himself when a new system quest was released. Now there's another reason why I have to do it. Yi Xian. Don't blame me. This is what the system forced me to do. Lin Qiu revealed a smile and hummed a little song as he returned to the roof once again. Before the morning shimmering light falls, it is a good time to practice. Facing a SS-level Heaven's Destiny protagonist, Lin Qiu wouldn't dare to be careless. Therefore, he intended to spend this month trying to raise both immortal arts to the level of a great accomplishment. Only then would Lin Qiu have the courage to outwit the open protagonist. To say why, Lin Qiu could only say that it was always right to be cautious. After all, in case of an unreasonable burst at the end of the day, wouldn't he be planted if he couldn't resist? It was about the golden treasure chest. Lin Qiu could not afford to be sloppy. With the mysterious big treasure chest as an example, he was salivating over the big treasure chest rewarded by the system. Chapter 33. An open life needs no explanation. Time passes in a blur of hurried months. The period of time before the clan competition was exceptionally calm. However, Lin Qiu knew that it was always like this before the storm. It's just that these secret machinations, again, have little to do with Lin Qiu. During the month of January, Lin Qiu, apart from accompanying Xiao Wan to go out and wander around a few times, he almost always stayed inside the hut, skilling his techniques and cultivating at ease. Yunlan had also imparted a few high-level spirit arts to Lin Qiu during this period. Although it wasn't as good as immortal techniques, it was practical and powerful, making up for Lin Qiu's shortcoming of not having enough means of attack. After all, the Three Qing Imperial Spirit technique could not be used openly and honestly, and could only be used as a base card. And during this time, in addition to the several spiritual arts that Yunlan had imparted to him that he was already proficient in, the Ice Blade Condensation and the Three Qing Imperial Spirit technique, Lin Qiu didn't practice them to a great extent. In the end, he still underestimated the gold content of the Immortals techniques. However, although it hadn't arrived at the realm of great accomplishment, it had become more and more skillful. As for the realm cultivation did not have a substantial breakthrough. It still remained at the 4th realm. Lin Qiu found that his spirit platform was too huge. It would only take some effort to fill up the sea of spirit platform. Lin Qiu was not in a hurry to raise his realm. Laying a good foundation is the most important thing. There are times when a high or low realm can't represent a high or low strength. About Yi Xian, Lin Qiu had also heard little about him, but according to the plot setting, he should be utilizing his new plug-in Pagoda of Time to silently cultivate at this time. Then, in this clan competition, shine. Ah, the Time Pagoda. It sounds like it's awesome. The law of time has a very notable reputation no matter what world it's in. In addition, there was another thing that made Lin Qiu a little bitter. Somehow, Yunlan was also addicted to the story of the words he portrayed. It seemed that the entertainment facilities in this world were really too scarce. This also led to Lin Qiu having to spend time writing some talking stories in addition to his daily cultivation. Fortunately, as his realm cultivation increased, the memories of his previous life surfaced one by one in Lin Qiu's mind. Combined with the visual effects brought about by the eye in the sky, it was effortless to write some stories. Because of this, due to the long-term writing, Lin Qiu's character writing is getting better and better. The dragon-flying font has a bit of everyone's flavor. After writing the last word, Lin Qiu moved his wrist and called it a day. Hatsuko, why don't you just stop writing? What's the next plot? Hurry up and write it. What's the point of stopping here? Seeing Lin Qiu suddenly interrupting his writing, Xiao Ruoling was not happy and immediately snapped. Lin Qiu froze, but he had forgotten that there was such a hyped-up bookworm. I can't write it. The inspiration has dried up, and it's not too late to write it when I think of it. Xiao Ruoling was very dissatisfied. The sudden interruption of the climactic plot really made him itchy. I don't care. Hurry up and write it out for me. I won't feel at ease if I don't know the next plot. Lin Chu spread her hands helplessly. Teacher, even if you force me, I can't write it. Moreover, even if it's written, the quality won't be too good. If it doesn't meet the teacher's expectations, won't it spoil the fun? So you'd better wait. Teacher. Anyhow, Lin Chu could not imagine that Qiu Ruoling would actually like to read some stories about the harem battles of some dynasties, which was really a bit unexpected for him. Looks like she is very interested in these palace fighting methods, or maybe she is gossiping about the imperial harem? Since showing Qiu Ruoling this Shin Huan biography of words, besides urging herself to cultivate every day, she was constantly urging the writing of the words in her ears. It was a bit tiresome to mess with him. Fortunately, now that the clan competition was approaching, he was able to get rid of these days. Qiu Ruoling knew that it would be a waste of effort to go on, and after taking away the words she had just written, she drilled into the ring. It looks like it's going to be studied again in detail. Lin Chu had long been accustomed to this situation. Seriously, he really couldn't figure out why Qiu Ruoling would be interested in the affairs of the inner courtyard of the Deep Palace. In the world in the ring, Qiu Ruoling was reading the newly released Legend of Jin Huan, and every now and then, she let out a sinister smile. He. Little Chuzi's brain doesn't know how it grows, but it is able to describe the scenes of infighting in the palace so clearly and vividly. And the struggles described in this book are a lot more exciting than what I've seen in that palace. Interesting. It's really interesting. Wouldn't these schemes be a descending blow when placed in the Qin Imperial Palace? If I show this book to those women, with their minds, the harem will surely be in chaos. I would love to see that scene. A bold plan appeared in the middle of Qiu Ruoling's mind. However, Lin Chu didn't know anything about all of this. Even he himself did not think that a book that he had plagiarized unintentionally would become the trigger for the harem scourge of the Qian Yuan imperial dynasty in the future. Getting up slowly, Lin Chu dressed up and walked towards the door. At today's time, it was the day when the clan competition opened. Knowing early on that he needed to attend, Lin Chu was also ready to go. After all, he also wanted to compete with cultivators of the same realm in this world. Moreover, he had his heart set on Yi Xian's performance for a long time. The wool-gathering opportunity can be considered to arrive. The golden big treasure box Lin Chu has long been salivating. Yi family, the silent place in the back of the mountain. Yi Xian had no reason to have a chill in his heart. There is always a bad premonition. I always feel that something will happen. However, he didn't care to pay too much attention to it, and was immediately replaced by surprise. It was because he had finally passed the test of the Pagoda of Time and grasped a trace of the power of the laws of the ages. Now, he could finally drive the Pagoda of Time. This meant that Yi Xian would finally be able to obtain the inheritance of the first layer of the Pagoda of Time. Yi Xian had long since seen the efficacy of the Pagoda of Time. Although previously Yi Xian was not able to master it, with the help of whenever Yi Xian entered the pagoda, he found that the flow of time inside the pagoda was quite a bit slower than the outside world. One after another, let him know the pagoda has a 1-to-3 ratio of time flow, which let him than normal people have nearly 3 times more time to cultivate. 3 months of cultivation had not only allowed Yi Xian to successfully enter the fourth realm, it had also allowed him to grasp a trace of the power of the laws of time, which had successfully allowed him to obtain the inheritance of the first layer of the pagoda. One of the inheritances allowed Yi Xian to obtain a technique called the Treasure Code of the Ages, and even though it was only the first layer of the district, it benefited him greatly. In addition, there was also a spiritual art named Shakura Sword Technique, which sounded like a supporting art. The grade must not be low. Immortal art undoubtedly. Yi Xian, no matter how much he said, his head was also topped with the SS symbol. His talent was certainly not low, and spiritual arts such as the Shakura Sword Technique were also practiced by him to a small level of success. The first layer of the Age Treasure Canon also stepped into the realm of minor accomplishment. In short, an open life needs no explanation, and the son of Qi is as terrifying as he is. Chapter 34, The Great Competition is approaching. The midday sun breaks through the clouds and shines above the earth. The redwood walkway was bustling with people coming and going. In the middle of the Jade family, there were crowds of people, and there was more than a little hustle and bustle, with a lively atmosphere completely enveloping the manor. Even Lin Chu, who stayed in the compound to lie flat, heard no small commotion. Lin Chu slowly got up and sat up straight, his sight extending to the sound of people. Many of the Yu family's young talents gathered above the large square, and among the entourage, there were several middle-aged men with powerful breaths around the square. It looks like it should be the person who protects this team in the open. As for whether there is someone in the dark, Lin Chu didn't find out. After all, having not yet left the Jade family, these people thought that they would not reveal their traces. In a flash of vision, Lin Chu realized that Xiao Huan had already arrived in front of his courtyard door. In order to save his courtyard door, Lin Chu's figure flashed and came directly in front of the door. The moment the other man violently opened the courtyard door, he opened the wooden door directly ahead of him. This one directly caused Xiao Huan's staged kick to fall short. Without a support point, Xiao Huan fell straight into Lin Chu's arms, and in order to prevent the other party from falling to the ground, Lin Chu reached out and caught the other party. Noticing that she had jumped into Lin Chu's arms, Xiao Huan's little face flushed, but she didn't get out of the embrace at first. It was really the aura on Lin Chu's body that was so reassuring to her that one couldn't help but sink into it. Looking at Xiao Huan, who stayed in her arms and was unwilling to get up, Lin Chu knocked on her head. "Why aren't you willing to get up? Hurry up! Isn't the clan competition about to begin?" Xiao Huan's pretty face flushed red as she quickly straightened her body and pushed Lin Chu away, turning her body stiffly towards the front. "This girl is shy?" Noticing Xiao Huan, whose body was a bit stiff, Lin Chu had no difficulty in seeing the other party's small mind. Shaking his head and losing a smile, he then followed Xiao Huan's pace. Under Xiao Huan's leadership, the two soon arrived at the venue of the grand competition, where a crowd of 3 or 2 people had gathered, and it already seemed to be quite boisterous. At a glance, the number of people gathered was not small. As the top clan in Jin City, the Jade family's reputation carries a lot of weight, not to mention the fact that the Yu family now had the Cloudsang sect behind it as a dependency, and its development in recent years could not be described as fast. As a result, the triennial clan competition had been held in the Jade family 3 times in a row. The power of the Jade family was well known, so the prestigious families in Jin City didn't dare to have much objection to this. By noon, one after another, there were family representatives coming to the Jade family. The great competition of the major clans was considered a rare spectacle in Jin City, and it naturally attracted many onlookers. This kind of time was also a good opportunity for the clans to show their muscles, and they were happy to be seen by the world in order to increase the popularity of their clans. As for the commoners, being able to see a competition between cultivators was equally attractive to them. Although most of them might not be able to step into the path of cultivation, it did not stop them from yearning for the matter of cultivation. Seeing such a scene for the first time in his previous life, Lin Chu's heart couldn't help but tighten. After all, it was the first time he had ever had a bout on such an occasion and had to strike in front of so many people. At this moment, above the grand competition stadium, on the VIP seats above the high platform, there were already quite a number of people sitting and standing, talking and laughing amongst themselves. At the VIP seats, at the highest loft, Yunlan and Yu Xianer were among them. Unlike the previous year's grand competition, this time, due to Yunlan's arrival, the Yu family had doubled the importance of this grand competition. Even the level of grandeur has doubled several times. They couldn't wait to pull out all the young talents within the family to slip through the cracks. Even if any of them were valued by Yunlan again, the family would not be at a loss. The Jade family attaches such importance to this competition, so that the other families are also puzzled, and after a few inquiries, they also found that there is something fishy about it. Many clans knew about the visit of the Yuntsang sect's patriarch, the 10th realm immortal powerhouse, and they also had the same idea as the people of the Yu clan. This is a great opportunity to climb up the ladder and become a phoenix. Not only that, it was unknown who had released the news, letting out that there would be a high-ranking person from the Cloudsang sect present to observe this clan competition. With this great opportunity, it naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Even if the originally uninterested idle cultivators, there were quite a few of them each joining the major clans in Jin City. Just for the sake of showing himself, he hoped to use this opportunity to join the Cloudsang sect. The number 1 clan in the Cloud State is very prestigious. The clan competition was meant to be a way of family disputes, but because of this change, it resulted in too many participants, which led to a change in the rules. There was an additional rule of inviting a battle to a betting match, borrowing family assets as stakes, with each family sending one person from each side to compete, and this way was undoubtedly more brutal. After all, the basic condition of a betting match is that it requires both parties to pay the same amount of money for the bet. When this condition comes out, it might directly lead to the family's destruction. However, for some of the big families with plenty of family money, this rule is undoubtedly more advantageous. Correspondingly, the risk is also increasing with time. Once the fiasco, not just 30% of the industry can make up for it, but even if that was the case, it was not up to them to think too much. This time the grand competition had the Yuntsang sect's intervention. It wasn't just something as simple as the clans open and shut battles. It was just that even if these people were to think their heads off, they wouldn't know the reason why Yunlan would be interested in this grand competition, simply because she was trying to sharpen her newly accepted disciple. As for them wanting to get into Yunlan's eyes, I'm afraid they would only need to get past Lin Chu before they could do so. However, how easy was it to win over Lin Chu? As far as these shrimp soldiers under the field were concerned, They weren't enough for Lin Chu to beat with one hand. Lin Chu appeared at the attic immediately afterward and said in a respectful voice when he saw Yunlan, "Master." Seeing Lin Chu arrive, joy flashed in Yunlan's eyes as he smiled and said, "Chuer is here. This grand competition master is looking forward to your performance. This time your senior sister will also participate, and master hopes that the last two standing on the field will be the two of you." Lin Chu's eyes looked at Yu Xianer, and the other party skimmed her head and directly didn't look at him, with a haughty look on her face. It looks like he's going to split the difference with Lin Chu. Disciple will definitely go all out. Yunlan nodded in relief. There is no need to put too much pressure on yourself. After all, your senior sister has stepped into the fifth realm for a long time already, and you have just entered the fourth realm not long ago, so even if you lose, it's reasonable. Hearing this, Yu Xianer's eyes stared straight at Lin Chu and she said in a serious tone, "I will give it my all this time, and I want you to do the same." Looking at this, I'm afraid she won't stop, so Lin Chu could only obediently nod his head and agree. As the leaders of the big clans in Jin City led their clansmen to the venue and took their seats, Yu Lin, the head of the Yu family and father of Yu Xianer, whirled around and announced, "The clan competition, officially opened. Chapter 35, Nobody Move. I'm going to start playing B." Above the large square, everyone on the sidelines turned their gazes towards Yulin, and the other party let out a faint smile as he said aloud, "The time has flown by and it's the day of my Jincheng clan competition again, so I welcome all of you to come and support the event. However, this time is different from the past. Today's competition has Yun Song Sect's Yunlan Patriarch present to observe, and in response to the wishes of all the clans, the rules of this competition have been changed to the rules of inviting battles, and one can participate in the competition by paying the corresponding assets. As for the amount of assets, the two parties to the match will decide for themselves. Assets are self-defined. That's a lot of room to maneuver." All the people present were eager to hear this rule, and could not wait to have a big fight immediately. Looking at this scene, I'm sure that this bout will be much more exciting than the past. But more attention was paid to another quote from Yulin. The Yun Song sect patriarch arrived at the scene. Those present could not help but sigh in their hearts. Worthy of being the Jade family, to be able to have such a figure present. The prestige of the Jade family had once again risen a level in this Jin City. Under the gaze of those many envious and admiring gazes, the smile on Yulin's face grew even wider, and in his heart, he secretly rejoiced that by taking advantage of Yunlan's fame, the prestige of the Jade family would surely rise to another level. The fact that the Yun Song sect patriarch was personally present, and that the Yu family was even more openly proclaiming it, showed that Yunlan had tacitly approved of such behavior. This meant that the Jade family was valued by the Yun Song sect, and with this relationship, who would dare not give him the Jade family's face within the Yunzhou territory? Seeing that the desired effect had been obtained, Yulin also stopped talking nonsense and looked at the grey-robed old man standing in the center of the square. The other party would understand, and with a wave of his hands, a formation instantly appeared under his feet. The large square split into several circular rings in a flash, with the word Wu inscribed in the center of the ring. Not only that, between the grey-robed old man waving his hand again, dozens of circular rings floated up in the air, tiers upon tiers. The change did not come to an end until nearly 100 circular rings emerged from the field. Such a change caused the onlookers in the arena to let out a series of gasps. The Jade family. What a great stroke! A 7th grade formation, even used as a floating utility. It really makes people cry out for wealth. In response to this awe-inspiring display from the crowd, the clansman belonging to the Yu clan stood tall and proud. Seeing this, Yulin stroked his white beard and nodded with a smile. "Gentlemen, all young talents who are going to participate in the grand competition, step into the martial arts stage." Yulin's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone in the arena. Hearing these words, among the various great clans, dozens of figures came out one after another, each stepping into the martial arts venue. The grey-robed old man pinched the formation technique in his hands, and the crowd each appeared on top of the martial arts stage. The rules of the competition must have been known beforehand by all the families, so I won't say much more. Place the corresponding bets and choose the opponent you wish to challenge. Seeing that each of the 50 martial arts platforms stood on someone, the grey-robed old man stopped his hand movements and stood with his arms folded and said indifferently. Lin Chu, who was on top of the high attic, observed the floating martial arts ring with interest. Each ring had the corresponding ringmaster's information, including the realm, age, stakes, and from what family, all of which were basic information. Defeat the opponent. The obvious will be able to obtain the opponent's pressure on the bet. Win the bet can choose to stack, can also choose to take away by themselves. Very user-friendly design. But then, these big families must all think highly of themselves. If not, the strength difference is too big. Should not choose to abandon the game. After all, about the family reputation, such as if not to fight and submit. That lost face can be big. As soon as the grey-robed old man's words fell, the atmosphere within the martial arts arena steeply boiled up, and between the flickering of figures, there were constantly people challenging the ringmaster. The silhouettes flashed, and under the constant collision, it was all of a sudden intense. Performing martial arts competition. Not only is it allowed for cultivators to participate, but ordinary people are allowed to observe and stop by, which are all permitted. Seeing the people of cultivation fighting and competing, the people on the sidelines applauded, and the crowd was very loud for a while. Lin Chu, who had seen such a grand situation for the first time, was a little excited in his heart, and his sight kept flowing to observe the fight on the martial arts ring. Half a moment had passed, and the number of people on top of the 50 martial arts platforms had changed. This was only the first round of the competition, and in the eyes of the cultivators, it appeared a bit bland, but it was enough to open the eyes of many of the onlookers and the people. Of course, there were exceptions to this, as Lin Chu looked at the crowd fighting in the field with an excited smile on his face. This scene fell into Yu Xianer's eyes, causing the other party to be dissatisfied, and she hummed petulantly, "It's just some body refining realm fight. I don't know what you're so excited about?" Scratching his head, Lin Chu was a bit helpless. Ever since he broke into the fourth realm and received Yunlan's personal transmission, this girl's attitude towards him changed drastically, and from time to time, she would find herself in trouble. It seemed like everywhere was looking at himself as if he was unhappy. This kind of treatment was not something Lin Chu could enjoy. He, Lin Chu, wasn't the protagonist, so how could he make Yu Xianer, the antagonist, look bad? Adhering to the reasoning that I can't afford to mess with me and I can't afford to hide, Lin Chu gave a sarcastic smile and responded, "Senior sister is right. After all, senior brother, I have not stepped into the path of cultivation for a long time, and the first time I have seen such a scene, it's hard to avoid being excited." These words fell into Yu Xianer's ears, and she only felt that Lin Chu was bragging about entering the fourth realm in less than 3 months of cultivation, and a smattering of black lines were added to her glossy forehead. When he was about to say something more, he was interrupted by Yunlan's words. "Xianer, Xiaochu just entered the door of cultivation. What she has seen and heard is lacking, and it is different from you who have seen these scenes since childhood. Although it is some small fight, we feel at ease to watch as. Later you can go on that martial arts platform competition." After glaring viciously at Lin Chu, Yu Xianer didn't say anything more. Looking at Yunlan, whose gaze was directed at him, Lin Chu spread his hands and returned a helpless smile. Yunlan, who knew Yu Xianer's nature well, how could she not know why the other party was complaining about Lin Chu? It was naturally because she was used to being competitive. Lin Chu's appearance gave her too much of a threat, making her worry that she wouldn't be valued by Yunlan in case she was surpassed. At the end of the day, she is still a 15-year-old girl, and after all, she still has a little bit of a child's heart. Plus, Yu Xianer had been pursuing for a long time just to comprehend the power of frost, but now it was easily done by Lin Chu, causing her to be hit quite hard. Even if she was no longer haughty in character, in the bottom of her heart, she had already admitted that Lin Chu's natural talent was higher than hers. It's just that the pride in her heart won't allow her to be inferior. Lin Chu wasn't bothering about these trivialities because he saw a familiar figure appear above the martial arts ring. Yi Xian. He was seen standing upright with his arms folded, his clothes moving without wind, and he had an inscrutable look. This kind of appearance, in Lin Chu's eyes, was close to writing "Watch this. I'm going to start playing be written on my face." Lin Chu had a face like this and said, "Sure enough, the appearance of a plot like the great competition is a good opportunity for the protagonist to pretend to be B." Chapter 36 really loaded him up. The moment Yi Xian made his appearance, he drew a lot of discussion from the people present. Isn't that Yi Xian of the Yi clan? Hasn't his realm been stuck at the third realm? Now that he has just appeared in the grand competition, he even directly challenged that Li family's Li Hu. Knowing that Li Hu has already arrived at the fourth realm, is Yi Xian really not afraid of being directly killed? Who says it isn't? I really don't know who gave him the courage. It's said that the cultivation resources he's consumed in these 3 years are enough for a pig to cultivate to the fifth realm. But even a pig is able to cultivate to the fifth realm. But this Yi Xian has stayed in this third realm for 3 years. In comparison, isn't he even worse than a pig? Then you are really right. If it wasn't for the fact that he has a father who is the head of the Yi family, how would he be able to enjoy such treatment? I'm afraid he would have been thrown to the border to hunt demonic beasts long ago. Not to be outdone by the man with the script of the reverse flow protagonist, he was indeed reduced to nothing right out of the gate. Lin Chu had already imagined the scene of Yi Xian ruthlessly slapping these people's faces later on. The script is cliched, but can't resist the fact that a lot of people eat it up. Li Hu saw that Yi Xian, who had been reduced to a waste, even dared to issue a challenge towards himself. Was he treating himself as a soft persimmon? However, after thinking that he could easily win this round. The corner of Li Hu's mouth also raised a smile. In his opinion, the Yi Xian of the third realm of the district, how could he be able to defeat him, who had already entered the qi refining realm? Li Hu's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly smiled and looked at Yi Xian on the opposite side. Yi Xian, just who gave you the courage to stand in the ring and challenge me? Yi Xian's face was unchanged and calm, and did not answer Li Hu's question as he faintly said, to fight or not to fight? Seeing that Yi Xian unexpectedly didn't put himself in his eyes, Li Hu's heart ignited a nameless rage. His eyes were fierce, and he let out a hideous grin. Fine, fine. Later on, let's see me cripple you and see if you can still be arrogant. With the aura that came with the protagonist, Yi Xian and Li Hu's bout drew the attention of many people, and Yu Xianer and Yunlan were naturally no exception. Yunlan curiously sized up Yi Xian and said with some surprise, this Yi Xian has actually broken through to the qi refining realm, and his foundation is still so solid. Hearing her own master's words, Yu Xianer was stunned and delicately hummed. It's just the fourth realm, it's no big deal. And then, as if he had thought of something, a hint of an impish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring straight at Lin Shu. Lin Shu was stared at in a bit of a cold sweat and immediately said, what is it that senior sister has to do? Why don't you just say it? Yu Xianer waited for Lin Shu's words, pointed at Yi Xian who was in the ring and spoke. You will go and challenge that Yi Xian later. Remember that you can only win and not lose. Jade Fairy, you, go finish off the opposite side. Even if Yu Xianer didn't mention it, he would still go and do this. The golden great treasure chest. Lin Shu was determined to get it. Even Jesus couldn't stop him today if he came. Lin Shu nodded in agreement. However, always be used as a gun. Lin Shu's heart is also a little upset. Silently write down a sum. To be later wings hard. Must Yu Xianer taste a salty. The fight in the arena also started at this time. Li Hu clasped his arms to his chest and stared at Yi Xian with a cold smile. If you kneel down now and call Grandpa Tiger twice, I might even be able to let you off the hook. Does every villain like to talk tough before a fight? It is true that villains die from talking too much. When competing in a fight, it was most taboo to be taken advantage of. Seeing that the fight had already begun, Yi Xian didn't bother to listen to the other party's nonsense. His figure directly shook and reappeared in front of Li Hu. 5 fingers clenched into a fist, a powerful punch, straight toward Li Hu's face. So fast? Li Hu's heart sank when he saw Yi Xian's speed so fast. However, Li Hu, who had stepped into the fourth realm, was not an idle person, and knowing that this punch could not be dodged over, he immediately raised his hand to gather spiritual energy to resist. Bang! The fist was powerful and collided with Li Hu's hand that had condensed spiritual energy with a dull thud. Immediately after that, Li Hu's figure fell back several meters, and a clearly visible scratch was left on top of the martial arts ring. It was evident that Yi Xian's punch had a great deal of power. How can that be? Seeing that Li Hu was actually knocked back several meters by Yi Xian's simple punch left quite a few people baffled. Li Hu, who had stepped into the qi refining realm, was actually repelled by Yi Xian so easily? The surprised were not only those who were watching the battle in the field. Even Li Hu was a bit shocked. He was even repelled by a punch from Yi Xian, who was in the third realm of the district. Li Hu couldn't help but feel a wave of foreboding in his heart as well. However, although he was a bit shocked and uncertain inwardly, at least he had stepped into the realm of qi refining. Although the momentum of the punch Yi Xian had just thrown was fierce, he did not detect any fluctuation of spiritual energy. Coupled with the fact that it had been 3 years since the Yi family's young master's cultivation had stopped to the third realm, Li Hu dared to be certain that the other party was merely a bit stronger in terms of physical strength. Yi Xian, who was unable to utilize his spiritual energy, was definitely not a match for himself. With this thought, Li Hu was confident. So what if you have more power? You who can't step into the fourth realm can't get rid of the name of waste after all. With that, Li Hu revolved his spiritual energy and shouted, Fierce Tiger Fist, dropping Grasp Fist. Once this fist came out, the field seemed to visualize a ferocious and incomparable fierce tiger, interspersed with the sound of a fierce tiger roaring, heading straight towards Yi Xian's vitals. 4th grade martial art. Fierce Tiger Fist, a son of the Li family in the field, voiced out. Such might. This Li Ran is afraid that he has practiced this fierce tiger fist to the state of great accomplishment. Yi Xian, who has no spiritual power, under this strike, landing a serious injury is only light. Humph, but a mere body refining realm. How dare you dare to challenge Li Hu, who has already entered the qi refining realm? You can't blame others for seeking death yourself. The children of the Li family in the arena, gloatingly discussed. Many people who were watching the battle shook their heads in the same way. Just as the fierce tiger's shadow was about to fall, Yi Xian also finally made a move, only to see him extend his right fist. His spiritual energy condensed, and he was poised for a strike. It directly collided with Li Hu's fist. Click! The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by the sound of a crash. Ah! What followed was a miserable scream. When the crowd looked at the two of them again, it was to see Lee, whose entire body collapsed to the ground, clutching his fists as he kept screaming miserably on the ground. This scene let everyone present feel strange. Two people under the exchange of blows, even to the end of the Lee who defeat the fourth realm's Lee, who actually lost to the third realm's Yixian? As he was surprised, Yixian finally spoke up. Do you think you're the only one in the fourth realm? As soon as these words came out, Yixian's body was flooded with a dazzling blue light, which was the fluctuation of spiritual power. The fourth realm, the realm of refining qi. Hiss. Looking at the scorching light lingering on Yixian's body, sounds of sucking in cool air resounded above the grand competition square. The former trash had actually entered the fourth realm. No wonder he dared to challenge Li Hu so blatantly. It turned out that his strength had long been different from the past. Yixian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he looked at Yixian, who was making a big splash on the field. After today, Yixian was only going to completely clear his name as a waste. Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, the sect named Protagonist just knows how to pack it. Today, Lin Chu finally understood why some people would pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. Because the coolness of this back and forth contrast is really going to get you going. Looking at Yixian, who was looking arrogant and bullish in the field, Lin Chu knew that the other party was having a dark moment in his heart. This bee is really loaded for him. Chapter 37, Manifestation Before Men. High platform loft with extremely wide views. Yixian's appearance was striking, and the three masters and disciples, including Lin Chu, watched from the window in unison. Seeing Yixian, who effortlessly defeated Li Hu of the same realm, Yu Xianer frowned and said, "This Yixian isn't bad. His strength is still reasonable. To have entered the fourth realm in a month's time, this Yixian's natural talent is a superior choice." Lin Chu chimed in from the side. Regarding Yixian's counterattack, the people present had expressed their astonishment, and this kind of performance had once again attracted the attention of many people. More attention, more people with bad intentions. Some of the family forces that were originally at odds with the Yi family were trying to take this opportunity to launch a siege against Yixian. For such a thing, the people of the Yi family couldn't find any way out. After all, this grand competition didn't restrict multiple people from issuing a bet for a single person, although after each fight, there would be some recovery time, but for such a high-intensity battle, this time was obviously not enough. Only, the protagonist was the protagonist after all, and with so many people constantly wheeling around, surprisingly none of them were able to take down the other party. Moreover, it also made Yixian's reputation go up a notch, while at the same time, it also made the Yi family's reputation proclaimed. It's a double whammy, so to speak. Seeing that there were still quite a few people waiting to invite Yixian to battle, Lin Chu also lost his mind to directly go and settle the other party. With the aura of the protagonist, it was thought that in the end, Yixian would still stand out and successfully enter the final stage of the competition. Instead of spending time waiting, it would be better to defeat Yixian in one fell swoop at the final stage. Seeing this Yixian, who was invited to fight by multiple people, Yu Xianer wasn't asking Lin Chu to finish off the other party. The great competition in the field, the fierce competition at the same time. The battle scene is also more and more voluminous. Despite the isolation of the spell formation barrier, many of the people watching the battle could notice that the sound of the aftermath had risen by more than one level. The intensity of the battle increased with each passing moment, and those on the field were basically young cultivators at the fourth realm. The clan competition had an age regulation, only allowing young talents between the ages of 14 and 19 to participate. The sound and power of the bout was an eye-opener for many people, and there was an endless stream of excited shouts. Seeing that the fight in the arena had reached a white-hot stage, Yun Lan greeted, "Chor, you can go down. The arena is full of cultivators in the same realm as you, so let's take a look at your cultivation results for the rest of the month." Lin Chu nodded his head and replied, "I will not dishonor my master's order." After responding, Lin Chu leaped and floated to a martial arts ring. Seeing the attic at the highest building, a figure suddenly fell down, attracting the attention of many people. The people who had special seats to watch the battle were all prestigious families of Jin City, and the level of the floor naturally represented the status. Now that a figure had fallen from the highest loft, how could it not attract the attention of the crowd? Is he? The moment he saw Lin Chu, Yi Zhen froze. The leader of the Luo family, who was on good terms with the Yi family, couldn't help but inquire when he saw Yi Zhen let out an exclamation of surprise. "What? Brother Yi actually recognizes this person?" Yi Zhen touched his beard, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "There have been just a few faces. It is not considered acquaintance. I can only say that this person's origin is extraordinary." Hearing this, that Luo family leader paused, and said, "Why do I need you to say that?" Coming from the top of the attic, How could I not know that the other party came from an extraordinary source? I'm not a little cutie. Yi Zhan seemed to realize that he had said some nonsense, kindly laughed and continued, Brother Luo Yun, I don't know too much about the other party's origins. If I really want to mention it, the other party is afraid that they have a great relationship with the Cloud Sung sect. Luo Yun froze and turned his head to look at Yi Zhan. So that's how it is. In that case, I'm afraid that this grand competition having such a big change has a lot to do with this teenager. Yi Zhan sniffed and remained silent, his eyes staring straight at Lin Chu, his heart not knowing what he was calculating. The scene where Lin Chu defeated his son, Yi Xian, was fresh in his mind. Yi War heart is very clear. The other side of the talent is extraordinary. Now January passed. The other side of the strength is afraid to have come to an appalling level. With this thought, Yi Zhan could not help but worry about Yi Xian. Xianer, I don't know if you can cross this hurdle anymore. Looking at Yi Xian who was out in the arena, Yi Zhan whispered in his heart. However, no matter what the final result is, my father believes that you will be able to recast the Yi family's former glory. Lin Chu drifted to the ground, wearing a water and ink basilica suit, his face sculpted, his two curved eyebrows as if they were brushed, and a head of black hair swaying. After settling down, Lin Chu rolled up his cuffs and stood with his arms folded. A breeze whisked by and the black satin covering his eyes fluttered up. Such a forced scene, falling into the eyes of the opponent naturally shocked beyond measure. The heart cannot help but rise up to retreat. This scene naturally drew the attention of more people. Curiosity could not help but rise in the hearts of the crowd, and it was obvious that they were all looking forward to Lin Chu's next performance. However, for some of the family forces, they were more curious about Lin Chu's origin. Who is this man? So dashing. The strength must be extraordinary. Eyes covered with black satin. What a strange look. But this kind of look straightly makes people praise a handsome Shigongzi. This man is so handsome. I admit that I lost 1 point to the other in terms of looks. Quite a few people heard this speech and poked their heads in to find out what was going on, only to find out that it was the speech of a person who was less than 7 feet tall and fat looking. It only called for a quick skimming of the head, and a succession of obscure grumblings from the lips of the never seen such a brazen man. The corners of Lin Chu's mouth raised a light smile, giving off a feeling of confidence, and between the slight turn of his head, the black satin of his eyes accurately aimed at his opponent standing in this martial arts ring. This kind brother, please also make a move. Hearing this, the opponent who was 3 feet away from Lin Chu, couldn't help but tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword, and after gathering enough courage, he quickly went up to his body, and the light of the sword in his hand blossomed into an eye-catching light. With a lightning-fast momentum, he stabbed straight towards Lin Chu. This strike condensed half of his spiritual energy. If this was not able to cause damage to Lin Chu, he would no longer have a chance to win. Seeing the sword light that was rapidly approaching towards him, Lin Chu's smile on his face did not diminish as he stretched out one of his hands, with his index and middle fingers standing side by side, slightly bent. A cold light blade is condensed behind. Condensed is towards the direction of the sword light flying, the two under the collision. The light of the sword was like window paper. It was pierced in a moment, and the cold light of the ice blade did not diminish as it sped straight towards the opponent. The spiritual power shield condensed by the opponent was treated like nothing under the ice blade. Seeing the ice blades that were constantly approaching towards him, he was sweating coldly and a sense of despair arose in his heart. Looking at the ice blade close at hand, he was powerless to resist and closed his eyes in resignation. However, the scene in which he imagined himself to be heavily injured did not appear, and when he opened his eyes, he only saw the ice blade stagnate in front of his eyes. Out of nowhere, looking across the room at the black satin teenager, the other's voice came in due time. You lost. After freezing for a moment, he reacted and made a distant bow towards Lin Chu. Thank you brother for your mercy. I lost this battle. After dropping such a sentence, Lin Chu's opponent jumped straight out of the ring without even thinking about it. Just kidding. Under one's own full strength, even the other party's casual strike could not resist. This is still a fart. The other party had been merciful and had made a big profit by not hurting him. Good. A burst of applause rang out instantly. Lin Chu's performance was just too shocking. Lin Chu smiled faintly as he listened to the applause from the arena, his heart secretly rejoicing. So pretending to be a bully is such a pleasant thing to do. What happened to kind of sinking into it? Chapter 38, Battle against a Fifth Realm Cultivator. Lin Chu defeated his opponent in a crushing manner, drawing applause from the audience. Because of this, it caused few people to challenge Lin Chu during the next fight. There were also just a few unknowing, arrogant and frivolous family descendants who wanted to make a splash by defeating Lin Chu. Unfortunately, having the courage is good. Not having the strength falls flat on its face. None of the few people who challenged Lin Chu were a single match for him. Other than the two of them, Lin Chu and Yi Xian, there was another person who was equally noteworthy. Li San. a member of the Li family. As for why it attracted attention, it was naturally because the other party had already arrived at the 5th realm of chi refining. One of the few 5th realm cultivators in the grand competition arena, aged 19, happened to meet the qualifications to participate in the grand competition. With the continuous competition, the number of people in the big competition then sharply reduced down. From the beginning of the hundreds of people, to now there are only less than 20 people. The number of people who stayed in the arena were all the most talented sons and daughters of the various big families. As for why there was no one to pick the ring anymore, it was naturally because there were really no more candidates for Fuhua among the great clans. Some of the low realm of the clan children, even if they go is to send food, flat out lost family assets, not to mention, if you are not careful, may not be able to keep their lives. There were more than 20 people in the field. The people of the Yu family accounted for 9 people. The people of the Li family accounted for 4 people. The Yi family had 2 people present in addition to Yi Xian. The Luo family and the Wang family each had 3 people. And the rest of the family was the same with only 3 or 2 people present. Although the number of people was small, their strength was one of the best in their age group. The grey-robed old man who had originally manipulated the formation in the field to control the ring, waved his sleeve and opened his mouth. Are the clans certain that no one in their clan will pick the ring again? The leaders of the clans chimed in. Okay, in that case, let's start the next part. The grey-robed old man's narrowed eyes widened. His feet lightly lifted and stomped downwards. The formation once again manifested and instantly twisted. The original 50-count martial arts rings, one by one, merged smoothly and changed into an even more gigantic ring. Feeling the ring changes personally, Lin Chu, who had acquired the spirit formation royalty, could not help but show an interested expression, surveying the formation that flickered up underneath his feet, and muttered, "The formation of changes. This old man has a bit of formation Dao level, and is actually proficient in formation transformation, and his cultivation realm must have already come to the realm of refining the divine, ever since the spirit formation royalty became a small success." Although Lin Chu did not know what level his formation Dao was, he was able to easily see the grey-robed old man's formation changes in the field. Moreover, Lin Chu thought to himself that he was capable of doing so. It wasn't that Lin Chu was bragging. The formation under his feet wasn't some complicated formation. It was just a simple floating formation. Among the 3 Qing Imperial Spirit Arts, this kind of formation was the simplest category. After the formation changes in the field were completed, the grey-robed old man looked at the 24 people who still remained in the field and faintly said, "Next, the various rings will be randomly merged, and the 2 people on top of the martial arts ring will be your next opponents, with the winner advancing to the next round and the loser eliminated. Is there anyone who volunteered to leave this round with the resources they won?" Coming to this point, the remaining 24 people had accumulated assets and resources on them that were very rich. The Great Clan competition was meant to be an opportunity to compete for resources. So naturally, the winners were allowed to leave the field with the resources they had won. If it was put into the previous grand competition, maybe someone would run away with the resources they won. But this time was different, because the elders of their clan had urged them to not leave voluntarily without being defeated. As for the reason, they had long since learned the inside story from their elders. More than 20 people looked around. None of them made a move, the meaning of which was clear. No refunds. Seeing this, the grey-robed old man smiled faintly and said, "In that case, then the grand competition continues." As the old man's words fell, the 24 rings merged 2 by 2. What a coincidence! After the rings merged, the one who confronted Lin Chu was none other than that Li clan's son named Li Sun. Another person from the Li family? Or a 5th realm cultivator? It doesn't make sense. Ha! According to the setting, shouldn't this person be little Xuanxuan's opponent? How did it come to me? While full of doubts, Li Sun, who was confronting Lin Chu, clasped his hands on his chest with an arrogant expression. "Hey, kid, you admit defeat, lest you suffer some flesh and blood." Hearing that, Lin Chu was stunned and thought to herself, is he that powerful? You let yourself admit defeat with your mouth open? Is a 5th realm cultivation level great? Besides, is it popular for these people to talk a lot before a fight? Seeing that Lin Chu didn't answer, Li Sun said again, "You're only at the 4th realm cultivation level. Even if your spiritual attribute is stronger, you can't make up for the gap in realm." Although Lin Chu's spiritual energy was unusually condensed, Li Sun knew that the other party had not reached the 5th realm. That's why he's so confident. Each realm of the chi refining stage had a huge gap, and the increase in spiritual energy reserves and spiritual energy condensation from realm advancement was incomparable. For regular people, it's an insurmountable chasm. However, some people will always be the exception, Lin Chu said unconcernedly. People without ego or self-conscious. If the winner of the competition relied on their mouths, you'd probably have already taken the top spot. Originally, Li Sun, who was thinking of letting Lin Chu off the hook because of his unusual background, saw that Lin Chu didn't know any better and even taunted himself. Do you really think he won't dare to touch him because of his powerful background? In the arena, if you are not as skilled as the others, you will be injured, and it is no one's fault if you do not listen to the advice you have been given. Li Sun simply didn't say anything more and stared at Lin Chu, his eyes gradually turning cold. Lin Chu, however, did not put Li Sun in his eyes at all. Are you kidding? He had at least acquired so many advanced spiritual arts, not only after the divine fire to strengthen the physical body and spiritual purity, as well as the system plugin support. The side is with Autumn Ruoling and Yunlan 2 Immortal strong personal teaching. If you cannot do to cross the level of victory, also don't live. Moreover, looking at the brightly shining letter C on his head, his chi was just like that, just average level. Although he was a bit taller than the crowd around him, he wasn't as good as he was in his initial state. The feeling given to Lin Chu was not even as good as Xiao Huan, and he estimated that this Li Sun could not even defeat Xiao Huan. It is estimated that it is just a stepping stone for Yi Xian to make a name for himself and wash away the name of waste, and it is only right that such a characterization is a bit of fan juice confidence. Seeing the two of them, Li Sun and Lin Chu, in the same ring, many people had felt sorry for Lin Chu. In their opinion, Li Sun of the Fifth Realm undoubtedly had a better chance of winning. Yu Xianer stared at the two people confronting each other in the field, and let out a petulant snort, saying, this Li Sun is also really self-righteous enough. Does he really think that the realm can represent the strength level? When I was at the Fourth Realm, I didn't beat the Fifth Realm senior brothers among the sect. With these words, it was easy to see that Yu Xianer still had confidence in Lin Chu. During this month's time, Yu Xianer had not seldom offered to fight with Lin Chu, and despite the fact that every time she fought, she knew that Lin Chu's strength was more than that. Yunlan's eyes looked towards the two people in the field, associating it with Lin Chu's performance in the past month or so. Her heart was filled with confidence in the same way. Chapter 39, One Move. 1 second. Nothing to say. Along with the martial arts ring completely merging and the light blue light curtain completely enveloping the ring, the gray-robed old man opened his mouth and waved his hand, announcing, the competition begins. Along with the old man's words, Li Sun's face then turned icy cold, and solidified spiritual energy continuously surged from his body. With a look like that, it was clear that he was ready to go all out. Lin Chu, right? I'm going to let you feel how big of a difference there is between the Fifth Realm and the Fourth Realm next. Spiritual energy surged in the meridians. A surge of power spread throughout Li Sun's body. He stared at Lin Chu and let out a cold snort. His feet whirled and stepped forward, leaving a sonic boom sound in the same place. In a matter of moments, he appeared in front of Lin Chu. His 5 fingers were aligned together, and he flexed his palm to slap Lin Chu's face, and the powerful palm wind swept away all the clouds behind Lin Chu. In the face of this extremely powerful palm, Lin Chu did not have the slightest intention of dodging. Some people who couldn't see the way out of the door couldn't help but shake their heads at this scene, lamenting in their hearts that it looked like this teenager with black satin over his eyes was going to lose. Lin Chu, however, scoffed at this. It was just a futile gesture. Even though he was in the Fifth Realm, his spiritual power was not half as condensed as Lin Chu's spiritual power, and his manipulation of spiritual power was even more of a pile. This can also break through the Fifth Realm? It's still a minor character from the novice village after all, and there's still no gold in it after all. Lin Chu smiled disdainfully, and when the palm wind was about to fall, his right palm stretched out while revolving his spiritual energy, directly colliding with Li Sun's right palm. As the two palms clashed, gusts of sound waves spread around, and the huge fluctuations of spiritual energy collided on the shield barrier, setting off waves. Those who were originally not optimistic about Lin Chu let out exclamations of shock. How could this be? Only to see that the imagined scene of Lin Chu flying backwards did not appear. Instead, Li Sun violently faced backward after the blow, storming back dozens of steps. Lin Chu, on the other hand, always stood motionless, his face always remaining the same. At this moment, Li Sun squarely looked at Lin Chu. He had thought that by virtue of his realm being one step above Lin Chu, he could easily defeat the other party. However, he still thought too simply, and the vague feeling of ill will in his heart made him very diabolical. It was as if the person standing across from him shouldn't be the person Lin Chu, and this strange feeling made him very uncomfortable. Li Sun's face became cloudy, constantly calculating where this strange feeling came from, but in his heart, he could never find the answer he wanted. However, he still knew his mission clearly, and that was that he had to fight with all his might to defeat Lin Chu, who was standing opposite him. Li Sun's heart crossed. No longer thinking about it, spiritual power surged, shaking off the cold air in his hands like maggots attached to his bones. The eyes that looked at Lin Chu were no longer that contemptuous, and his body steeply erupted with an unprecedented amount of spiritual energy. setting off gusts of wind. The wind was so cold and fierce that it was like a knife, scraping people raw. Zooming out, looking at the blue light glowing on Lee Sun's body and his hair standing towards the sky, it was also a scene like a super saiyan erupting. Those who saw such scenes understood that this was the rhythm of amplification. In response, Lin Chu but smiled. The special effects are given quite enough. It looks quite bluffing, but in reality it's just like that. In January, Lin Chu became more and more skillful in the use of his heavenly eyes, and he was even able to see the frequency of the fluctuation of spiritual energy and the degree of its strength. Of course it was only limited to some people with lower spiritual purity than him. He hadn't been so self-absorbed as to observe the spiritual operation of some truly great powers. Watching too much consumed divine sense, not to mention that it might also lead to obstacles in the operation of one's spiritual energy. In his eyes, although Lee Sun's outburst of spiritual energy was much, it was only at an average level, and could not be considered as much of a power. But well, your Super Saiyan transformation. I also move a little real power in you play. Otherwise it seems that you this special effects a little price drop said. After Lee Sun's small universe exploded for a while, he finally made a move, only to see that he coalesced his entire body's spiritual energy to gather in his palm, and then he violently shouted, Song Mang Jin, accompanied by Lee Sun's loud shout. A huge palm print was sent towards Lin Chu to suppress him, the Lee family's 7th grade martial art, Song Mang strength. Among the seats watching the battle, many people exclaimed in shock. This Lee Sun was actually able to practice this 7th grade martial art to the level of minor accomplishment. His natural talent is truly extraordinary. And Lin Chu, who saw this scene, was surprised. Ward Hair, did you pay the production team? The special effects are so good? Rudraksh are coming. Really have money in the early part of the Dead to build. The late special effects fall sparse. Should not say that this genus is a little bit of a drop in the style of said. That's a decent move. While spitting, Lin Chu secretly condensed his spiritual energy and tapped his toes. An ice blade then protruded. Frostbite. Rise. Huge ice blades coalesced and probed out from the ground violently. Instantly breaking wind sounds rang out, mixed with extreme coldness, stabbing straight towards the huge palm print in the air. The large palm print and the frost giant blade collided together, emitting a piercing sound of metal cutting. Under the collision of the two, Lee Sun's face changed drastically. As a spellcaster, the moment the two collided, he sensed that this move could not defeat the opponent. As expected, the two attacks collided together, and in a matter of moments, they were separated, only to see that the huge palm print was instantly cut by the ice blade, and its momentum was not reduced at all, and it sped straight towards Lee Sun's direction. Looking at the ice blades flying towards him at a rapid speed, Lee Sun knew that he could not dodge them and made an instant decision, running his spiritual power, immovable as a mountain. The rock walls around Lee Sun continued to cascade up, gradually forming a small mountain that enveloped him. Just how much more he resisted was futile. The ice blade slashed directly on top of the small mountain. Dust filled the ring in an instant, and clumps of earth-colored smoke appeared in the ring. It's just a pity that this Lee Sun doesn't have the life of a protagonist, and the stereotype of having smoke without injury doesn't apply to him. After the smoke cleared, Lee Sun collapsed to the ground, motionless and unmoving. The gray-robed old man who had originally manipulated the formation appeared by Lee Sun's side, and looking at the scene it should have been him who had finally resisted Lin Chu's ice blade attack. The gray-robed old man looked deeply at Lin Chu and announced, Lee Sun, defeated. Leaving such a sentence, he directly left the martial arts ring with the unconscious Lee Sun. When the figure reappeared, it was back at the center of the formation. As long as one looked closely, one would be able to notice that the gray-robed old man's right hand still had some ice crystals that were emitting a gust of cold air. The back-and-forth exchange was only tens of breaths of time, and it was thought that Lee Sun, who had exerted his 7th grade martial arts with all his might, would win this match. Unexpectedly, the teenager whose eyes were covered in black satin, out of the blue, made an ice blade attack, directly chopping up everything like a quicksword, and resolved Lee Sun without the slightest delay. Lin Chor, one move in a second. There's nothing to say. From the beginning to the end, he had only made one move and directly took the bout, which was really shocking. In the middle of the grand competition square, a silence fell, and no one could imagine that this black satin teenager of the 4th realm had crossed the realm and crushed Lee Sun of the 5th realm so easily. Where the hell is this teenager coming from? The question cannot help but arise in the minds of many. If Yi Xian's performance had shocked and surprised them, then Lin Chu's appearance had left them stunned and amazed. Chapter 40, Fighting Yi Xian again. Since Lin Chu had killed Lee Sun of the 5th realm in a single move, all the opponents who faced Lin Chu again after that chose to admit defeat. You're kidding. Lee Sun, who had stepped into the 5th realm, was killed in a single move. As the pride of the family, they were proud, but it didn't mean that they were conceited. In the face of a contest without the slightest suspense, It would be better to simply withdraw and preserve the resources accumulated from the great competition. Lin Shu was happy to see this scene. After all, his goal this time was originally only one. These so-called industrial resources are worthless to him. The others consciously admitted defeat, and he didn't need to spend too much effort. Without an opponent, Lin Shu was happy to be free. Straight away, he brought out a recliner and a dessert of his own making, and laid down on top of the martial arts ring in a nice leisurely manner, observing the bouts in the surrounding rings. It's time to say no, and watch the match from above this ring with extra clarity. Although it made no difference where Lin Shu stayed, staying in the ring and watching was a different atmosphere. The fact that there was no one left to challenge Lin Shu made quite a few people a bit disappointed. After all, they wanted to take advantage of the great opportunity to observe to see whether or not Lin Shu had any other skills. These contestants are so wimpy too. How disappointing to not even have the guts to fight your opponent. Participants in the competition, you go. Go ahead. Let's see if you can catch that ice blade. With Lin Shu missing, the spectators had no choice but to set their eyes on the other rings. What made these people marvel was that Yi Xian, who had been reduced to a waste in the Yi clan in the past, played the same amazingly, defeating the three in succession with an overwhelming advantage. After 3 rounds of competition, only Yi Xian, Lin Shu, and a 5th realm cultivator from the Yu clan named Yulong remained in the arena. Jade Dragon was 17 years old, yet he was at the same cultivation level of the 5th realm as that Li Sun. It was thought that it should be the most talented person in the Jade family besides Immortal Jade. Yulong originally did not want to participate in this grand competition, but after learning the inside story of Yunlan's battle watching from his elders, he resolutely chose to participate in the grand competition. The attraction of the Yuntsang sect was undoubtedly huge for him. Leaving only 3 means that one person in the field will have a turn. I don't know if it was a backroom deal, or for whatever reason, this chance to take a turn fell on Lin Shu's head. Lin Shu had thought that this opportunity would fall on Yi Xian's head. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, the rotation was a good thing for him. If nothing else, the match between Yi Xian and this Jade Dragon, it should just be a chance to give to Yi Xian a thorough demonstration. The SS Protagonist. If he can't do the cross-border checkmate in order to win, what's the use of the SS he's holding over his head? As expected, after using Yi Xian to make an extremely weird sword move, Jade Dragon was directly defeated without any warning, and there were no more than 5 people present who could see Yi Xian's move clearly. After Yi Xian's seemingly unstructured sword, time seemed to freeze. When he reappeared, he was already standing proudly, appearing behind the Jade Dragon. The great competition square once again fell into silence, a stunned gaze, staring blankly at Yi Xian on the martial arts stage, their hearts shocked, making them still unable to return to their senses. What's the situation? What on earth has this Yi Xian done to actually outshine the Jade Dragon of the 5th realm? Just now the two were still entangled in a fight, and that Jade Dragon was still vaguely in the upper hand. So how did he suddenly lose? Never mind the rest. Jade Dragon's defeat has become a fact. This Yi Xian's strength is really surprising. Who says otherwise? The former waste young master of the Yi family has been sinking for 3 years, and once he breaks through the 4th realm, not to mention his strength, he is so strong that he is able to manage to cross the realm to control the enemy in order to win. It's really amazing. After a short period of calm, the large square resounded one after another with a murmur. They clearly knew that after today's great competition, Yi Xian of the Yi family was afraid that he would completely clear his name as a waste. What the hell is going on here? Looking at Yi Xian, whose face had a slight pallor, such a question coincidentally appeared in everyone's mind. Lin Shu also sat up and said with a straight face, in the end, it's still topped with SS level chi. This spirit technique is afraid that it's undoubtedly an immortal technique. It even made my mind freeze for a breath of time. Dang, that's interesting. The Pagoda of Time? Unsurprisingly, it should be an immortal technique about time, so we can't be careless later. Yun Lan, who was watching the battle in the pavilion, showed a shocked look as he looked at the young man named Yi Xian under the field. Truly a heavenly genius. He even comprehended some of the power of time and managed to combine it with his sword technique. Seemingly thinking of something, Yun Lan turned her head towards Yu Xiener and said, Xiener, you're afraid that these 3 years won't be easy for you. This Yi Xian is not as simple as he imagined. He even comprehended the power of time in the 4th realm. You should know what this means. Yu Xiener froze when she heard this. The power of time. One of the most powerful and bizarre forces in the world. He actually managed to do so? Looking at the field, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, Yu Xiener's face was a little complicated, but with her character, she wouldn't lose her fighting spirit because of something like this. Master, the 3-year appointment. I will win. Looking at Yu Xiener's serious eyes, Yun Lan smiled in relief. That's good. I will help you for master. You have to watch this battle between Yi Xian and your senior brother. This battle also lets you recognize the means of this Yi Xian. Yu Xian'er nodded, staring earnestly at the two who were about to face each other. In her mind, these two people could be said to be both people she had to defeat on her cultivation path. It had to be said that Jade Immortal was very good at picking her opponents, only picking peak opponents. After Yi Xian had finished resting, it was time for the final showdown with Lin Chu. Staring at Yi Xian who was confronting him, Lin Chuxin said, "I'm sorry, little Shen Shen. I have reasons why I have to win this battle." Yi Xian similarly stared at Lin Chu. His body in front of him was very serious. The scene of his defeat to Lin Chu was vivid in his mind. Now that he had accomplished his cultivation, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling when he faced the other party again. "Brother Lin, we meet again. I hope to see your true strength in this battle." Lin Chu smiled and spoke, "Brother Yi, more than a month's time I didn't expect your strength to be so strong already." The words left behind in the Yi family in the past were indeed correct. Your martial arts luck is really prosperous. Yi Xian arched his hand and thanked. If it wasn't for Brother Lin's help, I wouldn't have been able to make it this far. Brother Yi is overrated. You're just as capable without me. Lin Chu waved his hand and denied. After taking Yi Xian's chance, the other party even sincerely thanked himself. Even Lin Chu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After a few polite words, Yi Xian's face straightened and he said aloud, "Brother Lin, the Yi family lost to you in the past, so today I won't leave anything to chance. I'm only seeking a victory. Lin Chu, I also have reasons why I have to win this battle. You and I will see the real thing in the ring." "Good," Yi Xian finally answered, and the two of them's auras continued to rise as the atmosphere instantly became condensed. Everyone on the sidelines had never imagined that the final showdown of this clan competition would be fought between two fourth realm cultivators. Chapter 41, The Battle. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. The red and yellow afterglow reflected each other, and the light shone above the martial arts ring, glittering. The gusts of wind blowing through the area are soothing. Under the gaze of the Dao Dao, all the martial arts rings merged. And this time the martial arts rings did not float up in the air. The merged ring turned into a huge stone platform with a huge word Wu engraved in its center. Landing in the center of the grand competition square, gray-robed old man rode to the field. Hands appeared a floating array plate. Waved his hand violently. The array plate will be shot into the foot of the stone platform. The word martial turned to emit a dazzling light, and a barrier duly enveloped the stone platform as much as it could. After the incident, the gray-robed old man scanned the field of two people. Smiling faintly, "Everything is ready. You two full strength to fight is." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian and Lin Shui both nodded their heads towards the gray-robed old man, signaling, "Understood." Seeing the two of them standing by, the gray-robed old man stroked his white beard and let out a light laugh before dodging away from the stone platform. The moment the old man left, the atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. After a moment of silence, the two waves of spiritual energy instantly erupted and collided together, setting off a gust of air that continuously lapped up towards the surroundings like waves. The crowd looked incredulously at the two people in the field. Was this kind of spiritual power fluctuation really something that a fourth realm cultivator could emit? Everyone was filled with disbelief. Genius! This is the true pride of heaven. Under the short collision, it was ultimately Lin Chu who had the upper hand, but he didn't take it lightly in the slightest. SS-level chi protagonists were really extraordinary. He had opened so many hang-ups, but he still had no way to do anything to easily defeat his opponent. "I'm afraid this bout won't be too easy." Lin Chu stared at Yi Xian and said in a condensed voice. Yi Xianton was staring at Lin Chu with a heavy heart. His heart was filled with scorn. Entering the fourth realm he had switched to the immortal technique, and the strength of his spiritual energy had long been incomparable. Together with the assistance of the Pagoda of Time, it was 3 times more cultivation time than Lin Chor, and such a situation even fell into a disadvantage in the first wave of exchanges. "Brother Lin, your natural talent is truly extraordinary, but I won't admit defeat easily," Yi Xian said silently in his heart. At once, the battle spirit boiled up, and even the aura of his body climbed a lot. Lin Chu looked at the scene and couldn't help but spit out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This ING fight hasn't even started yet. It's on. You're great with high chi. I'm going to take this golden great treasure chest today. Even if you're SSS ranked you can't stop me. When Yi Xian's chi climbed a level, he dodged and moved, turning around and appearing behind Lin Chu, fiercely stabbing out his sword, heading straight towards Lin Chu's weak point. With his own superb martial arts talent, Yi Xian was naturally easily able to discover Lin Chu's dead center of defense. It was a pity that such an action had nothing to hide under Lin Chu's heavenly eyes. After his body slightly deviated to avoid the sword, Lin Chu beckoned and an ice blade instantly appeared behind Yi Xian. Noticing the coldness behind him, Yi Xian's pupils shrunk, and his Gongfu Age Treasure Classic operated, narrowly dodging the cold ice blade. Seen through. After dodging the ice blade, such a thought appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian, who wasn't fighting Lin Chu for the first time, naturally wasn't unfamiliar with this situation. After all, he had this feeling when he first fought against Lin Chu in the Yi clan. It's just that at that time, my cultivation was not obvious, so I couldn't see it as thoroughly as I do now. Intentions being seen through can be deadly in the middle of a bout. Lin Chu wouldn't give to Yi Xian time to react. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Xian would suddenly have an epiphany of something and directly give him a big wave. Ice Extreme Matchless. When Yi Xian heard Lin Chu softly pronounce the 4 words, he felt an endless chill surging through his heart. Between the fluttering of his pupils, he discovered that with Lin Chu as the center, a piece of ice crystal spread out, and the ice crystal spread out the entire stone platform at an extremely fast speed, subconsciously telling Yi Xian that he couldn't let Lin Chu unfold the ice crystal so easily. Inwardly, he violently operated his spiritual energy. The long sword in his hand surged with dazzling light. Split Sky Sword, a huge and powerful sword chi overflowed across the stone platform, directly chopping towards Lin Chu. The corner of Lin Chu's mouth hooked up slightly. Did you find out? But this level is already enough. Ice Blade, Congeal. The ice crystals that spread out violently appeared as countless diamond-shaped spikes, and as Lin Chu's words fell, the diamond-shaped spikes transformed into ice blades that rushed up into the sky. Lin Chu clenched his fist with his virtual hand, and hundreds of ice blades merged and collided with the sword chi surging towards him. Sword chi and ice blades collided, erupting in a huge fluctuation of spiritual energy. After blocking Yi Xian's powerful sword chi, Lin Chu continued to surge spiritual energy in her hands. Her teeth and lips slightly opened. Ice Blade, gather, only to see countless ice blades flying into the sky, a huge ice blade vaguely taking shape. The might emanating from it was incomparably appalling. Staring blankly at the huge ice blade hanging above his head, Yi Xian did not lose his fighting spirit, but instead revealed a satisfied smile. I've been looking forward to this time for a long time. The spiritual energy in his meridians operated to the extreme. Yi Xian closed his eyes, his breath continuously internalizing, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He let out a long breath, waiting for a certain optimal moment. Looking at Yi Xian, who looked as if he was going to open a big move, Lin Chu did not stay his hand, fluttering up and landing on top of the huge ice blade. The moment the ice blade was fully formed, his foot slammed down, and the huge ice blade flew straight towards Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian snapped his eyes open and his figure turned and disappeared in place, leaving behind only 4 words: that Shasta fangirl. That feeling of stagnant thinking surfaced in Lin Chu's heart once again, but he had expected it. Above the back of his hand, the word instantaneous suddenly appeared, and Lin Chu disappeared in place. With deliberate attention, Yi Xian's move was still seen clearly by the heaven's eye. As Yi Xian disappeared in place, he directly just swung out hundreds of sword chi to ward off the ice blades, and then, he eventually appeared in front of Lin Chu and was about to swing his strongest sword to defeat him. If Lin Chu hadn't been prepared beforehand and had left an instantaneous talisman on his body, I'm afraid that he would have let Yi Xian have his way. Looking at this situation, it's really letting Yi Xian comprehend the power of time, and his immortal technique is also a bit too strong. SS level Son of Chi is as terrifying as it is. Some tough ones. Yo! Lin Chu, who appeared on the stone platform, stared at Yi Xian, who was swinging his sword out in the sky above, and lamented. Although his heavenly eyes had a clear view of the situation, he hadn't found a suitable way to deal with it. Therefore, Lin Chu could only pray that the backhand that he had left behind would be able to finish him off completely. After Yi Xian swung his sword to cut through the air, an unpleasant emotion surfaced in his heart. After scanning his surroundings, he realized that a tiny ice crystal had appeared beside him, surrounding him in a mass, and Lin Chu at the bottom was staring at him with her head up and a smile on her lips. Between the ice crystals condensing, tiny ice blades continuously traveled through his body. Although the damage to the outside of his body wasn't great, it made Yi Xian just feel like his meridians and blood were about to be frozen. Are you still being seen through? But I haven't lost yet. Chapter 42, Mission Accomplished. Golden Treasure Chest. The sky full of frost condensed around Yi Xian's body, and the freezing coldness that penetrated his bones continuously eroded his body. Under the effect of the extreme cold force, Yi Xian's movements began to become sluggish, and the speed of swinging the long sword in his hand became slow at the same time. Lin Chu's expression became serious, intending to take advantage of this good opportunity to completely bring the curtain down on this match. Pinching the spell in his hand, his mouth silently recited, 3 Qing Royal Spirits. Spirit Talisman now. Spirit Formation. Rise. The power of extreme cold surfaced, and in the reddish sky, a stream of light cut through, and between flashes, it headed straight in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian, who was resisting the cold air in the air, noticed that the ice crystals around him were once again gathering and taking shape, and the word cold, which shone with blue light, suddenly appeared on top of the ice crystals, one after another. The ice crystals took on the same appearance, completely blocking off all the directions that Yi Xian was able to move. Out of nowhere, the ice crystals imprinted with the word cold transformed into Taoist talismans floating, and between the flashes of blue light, there seemed to be a thin thread linking all the talismans together. The gray-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrunk, his face full of disbelief. As a formation master, he was able to perceive that the talismans that appeared out of thin air had formed a formation under the interlinking of the talismans. Not only that, not only can he not see the grade of this kind of formation, but he does not even know the direction of the operation and the timing of the formation. This made him, as a 7th grade formation Dao master, a little ashamed. This kind of spiritual art of imperial talisman starting a formation is only extraordinary. The Yuntsong sect deserves to be called the Yuntsong sect. The gray-robed old man stared at the ingenious and incomparable spirit formation, his heart indescribably envious, but unwilling to give birth to the slightest bit of greed. Other people didn't know Lin Chu's identity, but could he, as a Jade family elder, not know? Coveting the Yuntsong sect's inherited spiritual arts, 10 lives would not be enough for him to live. Only, what he couldn't have imagined was that the spirit art that Lin Chu used out was not from the Yuntsong sect at all. Yunlan's beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Chu at this time, and in her eyes, she was filled with a different kind of divine splendor. Although she was not a formation Dao master, but the cultivation of a 10-realm immortal was there, so it would be strange if she couldn't see it. Strange. Where did Chor get this spirit royalty method from? Could it be that he comprehended it on his own? Thinking about it, Yunlan could only convince himself in this way. After all, she was aware that when Lin Chu had just broken through the 4th realm, he had realized the intrinsic spirit art that was able to invoke the momentum of the heavens and earth. And it would be normal for him to realize this kind of spirit sentinel technique again. What can you do with such a natural talent? Now that there are more questions in his mind, there is no way to verify them, so he might as well watch with peace of mind, and after the fight is over, he can directly ask Lin Chu about it. With this in mind, Yunlan did not think any further, and his eyes were once again placed on the 2 people competing on the stone platform. Brother Yi, take this move. For this big fat sheep, Lin Chu said that he hadn't wool gathered enough. But he couldn't just give the other party a beating to death, so he reminded him. As Yi Xian listened, an unprecedented crisis appeared in his heart. However, the protagonist is always the protagonist, even if he is at a disadvantage. The fighting spirit is not reduced at all. Looking at the spirit formations surrounding him, Yi Xian's eyes lit up with a blazing light, grinned, and shouted, "Brother Lin, just go ahead and make your move." Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded and chose to go all out. After all, this was the greatest respect for Yi Xian as an opponent. As for whether or not they would actually beat each other to death, that was bound to be impossible. Looking at Yi Xian's golden chi surging around him, Lin Chu knew that even if his move was stronger, he wouldn't be able to manage to kill his opponent. That was one of the reasons why he went all out. No snow in the great cold. Lin Chao's voice resounded through the heavens and earth, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Ice blue cold light suddenly gathered towards Yi Xian, and each cold spirit talisman emitted an extreme coldness. In an instant, Yi Xian was completely frozen, transforming into a huge ice ball that was placed in midair. Lin Chu's hand movements were not yet finished. 2 fingers lightly twisted, a silk thread linked to the ice ball. Under the pull of spiritual energy, he once again spat out a word. Explosion. Rumble. A loud bang spread across the large square in a split second, and the huge fluctuation of spiritual energy caused everyone present to change color. Yi Zhan even stood up violently, looking at the cold mist in the sky, his face embarrassed by it. The might of this strike was simply too appalling. It had simply departed from the realm of chi refining. Even if he, a cultivator of the god refining realm, received it head-on, he would suffer a considerable amount of damage. Not to mention Yi Xian, who only had a mere 4th realm cultivation. Xianer, just come back at ease. You've already proved to the world that you're not a waste. It's fine even if you lose this one. The future is yours. Yi Zhan stared at the cold mist in the sky and secretly read in his heart. Under the heaven's eye, Lin Chu clearly saw that when he shouted the word explosion, a pagoda appeared in Yi Xian's dantian, blocking most of the attack for him. Tisk, is there any sense left? Are you a little strong? So resistant? Lin Chu shook his head and spat in his heart. Brother Yi, you should know how keen I am about spiritual power perception. Don't hide. I know that I didn't defeat you with this strike. When Lin Chu said this, the crowd in the square was astonished. This didn't even defeat this Yi Xian. Are the 2 of you monsters? Yi Xian, who was hiding in the cold mist and secretly storing up his strength, heard Lin Chu's words and dispersed the clouds and mist, revealing his figure. Although the pagoda of time helped Yi Xian block most of the attacks, the aftermath of the attack still caused him considerable damage. At this moment, Yi Xian's top had already disappeared, and the pants he was wearing on his feet were only halfway down, and his pale cheeks indicated that he was in a very bad situation at this moment. I almost forgot about this, but it's about time to separate the winners from the losers. If there's no way to win this move, then I'm defeated. Looking at Yi Xian, who looked as if he was about to make a big move, Lin Chu's expression was also serious. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, he opened his mouth and replied, "Since that's the case, then we'll decide the winner with this move." Yi Xian retreated half a step back on one leg and foot, a golden aura emanating from his eyes as he pointed his hands forward and backward at Lin Chu. A sharp aura emerged with it. At this moment, Yi Xian seemed to have completely transformed into a sharp sword blade, pointing directly at Lin Chu. Looking at Yi Xian, who erupted with boundless aura, as if he had turned on Wushuang, Lin Chu's face trembled slightly, and he thought, asterisk 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 asterisk. 1 month is like this, after 3 years, you're going to go to heaven. God has spoiled you, so you're just hanging out with impunity, aren't you? Is there any law? Is there any law? Who the hell gave this this look? I'm going to block you if you keep this up. Yi Xian, who had put everything together, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes revealed a golden aura, and his mouth chanted, "The convergence of gold, attacking without equal." Under this strike, Yi Xian's essence, chi, and spirit intermingled and fused, reaching an unprecedented peak state. Looking at Yi Xian, who was so sharp that he sped towards himself, Lin Chu knew that this situation could only be toughened up, so he simply broke the pot and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Play like this, right? I'm done pretending. Showdown. And I'm hanging on the wall, burning heavenly divine fire. Destruction arrow. Lin Chu's 2 hands assumed the posture of drawing a bow, and an arrow of the color of red gold suddenly appeared in Lin Chu's hands. The arrows burst out and collided with Yi Xian in a flash. Above the stone platform, a sky of dust was raised, completely obscuring the line of sight down. The people under the field could only hear the ear-piercing sound of clashing golden geese. At the same time, an unprecedented spirit wave rushed over the barrier of the stone platform. Click, click, click. Clearly visible cracking sounds rang out, and a flash of dismay appeared in the hearts of everyone in the plaza. It was important to know that in the square, there were many body-refining cultivators whose cultivation level was less than the 4th realm, as well as some ordinary people who were watching. Once the barrier shattered, these people were afraid that they would suffer considerable injuries, and in serious cases, it might result in their lives falling on the spot. When the gray-robed old man wanted to remedy the situation, he realized that his array plate had already shattered, which meant that he was no longer able to do so quickly. Just as he was thinking of calling for reinforcements, Yunlan suddenly appeared in the center of the square, flexing his hand and laying down an unbreakable spiritual barrier. The gray-robed old man froze, not expecting Yunlan to make a move, then bowed. I'm grateful to you, Patriarch Yunlan, for your help. No harm done. In the end, it's still these 2 little guys whose strength is too surprising. After Yunlan left such a sentence, he was silent, his eyes staring straight into the field. Mission completed. The golden grand treasure chest has been issued. 10 points of chi experience value have been distributed. Please pay attention to receiving it. In the dust and mist, a figure emerged and walked slowly towards Yunlan. When Yunlan saw this, she smiled sweetly, and all of a sudden, heaven and earth seemed to be eclipsed. Chapter 43, The Great Competition comes to an end. Lin Chao's footsteps were a little wobbly, but each step was taken steadily. Eyeing Yunlan, who was already standing constant on the spot, Lin Chu nodded and bowed, smiling, Master, I won't dishonor my mission. The previous conversation between the gray-robed old man and Yunlan fell into the ears of everyone in the arena without a single hitch. Who doesn't know the name of Yunlan in this cloud state? Far more shocking to them than the strength Lin Chu had just displayed was the fact that this teenager was actually a disciple of Yunlan. Seeing this, the crowd only felt that everything made sense. Famous teachers make great students. It would be much more reasonable for the inheritance disciple of Patriarch Yunlan to have this strength. Reasonable? Reasonable my ass. The cultivators of the realm of refined god in the arena were scoffing at this. You've seen which 4th realm cultivator is able to burst out with the power of the realm of refined god. With this disciple, I'm afraid that Yun Sang's sect is going to prosper greatly. Even Yu Xiener, who was known as the #1 heavenly maiden of Jin City, did not have such an outrageous strength when she was at the 4th realm. Yu Xiener was also looking at Lin Chu in the field with a complex face at this moment. Even though she was so proud of herself, she had to agree with the strength of both Lin Chu and Yi Xian. Even nowadays, she was able to do so with her cultivation level of the 5th realm. However, if placed in the 4th realm, her indeed could not do what the two did. Seeing Yi Xian, who had such a performance, Yu Xian'er thought of the 3-year contract she had set with him, and suddenly felt that there was 1,000 pounds of force on her head. Of course, with pressure comes motivation. And at this time, the fighting spirit in Yu Xian'er's heart was likewise increasing with each passing moment, and her mindset changed at the same time. If Lin Chu was here, he would be able to notice that the golden chi lingering on Yu Xian'er's body had more than doubled in intensity, and the letter A on her head had begun to go into a trance, and vaguely, there were signs of it transforming into an S. Yi Xian still let her pressure doubled, not to mention the more perverted Lin Chu. Thinking that the other party had just stepped into the cultivation path for only 2 months, Yu Xian'er only felt chills all over her body. As for Yu Xian'er, who originally wanted to fight with Lin Chu, now she had also completely dismissed the idea. After all, after this kind of great battle, if she challenged Lin Chu again and won, she would still be winning. As for Lin Chu, who was regarded as a pervert by Yu Xian'er, he was currently standing in front of Yunlan. Yunlan took a step forward to help Lin Chu and smiled. Very well done. Master is very satisfied. Saying that, Yunlan also ferried a strand of spiritual energy into Lin Chu's body. Lin Chu only felt his spirit lifted and his lack of spiritual energy disappeared. Seeing that the fight in the arena came to an end, the group of people led by Yi Zhan hurriedly came in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who had such a great performance in the great competition, is now the treasure of the Yi family, and cannot afford to be half-hearted. After Yi Zhan checked, he found that although Yi Xian's breath was withered, it was not life-threatening. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yi Xian's dusty and tender face, his face covered with relief. Even though he lost in the final match, no one dared to underestimate Yi Xian's strength anymore. The same thought came to those in the arena. Unanimously, the Yi family, it was going to be completely revitalized in this youngster named Yi Xian. Yi Zhan carefully channeled some spiritual energy into Yi Xian's body, and after a long time passed, Yi Xian also slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the Yi family's crowd that surrounded him, he seemed to have thought of something and murmured softly, "Did he lose to him after all?" Yi Zhan looked at Yi Xian, who was a bit downcast, and patted his shoulder to bring him back to his senses. Looking at Yi Zhan with tears in his eyes, Yi Xian's heart trembled for no reason, and then a sentence rang in his ears. "So what if you lost? Winning back in the future is just that. Brat, in today's battle, my father is proud of you. I knew that my Yi Zhan son was never any trash. Ha 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 ha." After saying that, Yi Zhan also let out a burst of cheerful smile. Yi Xian looked at his father in a daze, a smile appearing on the same face as he looked at the completely sinking sunset. The twilight dusk, even if brief, signifies the arrival of new life tomorrow. Today's great competition is to tell all of you who have underestimated me that I, Yi Xian, have never been any trash. Never. Yi Zhan picked up Yi Xian on his back and led the Yi family crowd towards the outside, smiling as he walked. "Brat, walking, we're going home." Right at this moment, Lin Chu's voice rang out behind the Yi family's crowd. "Uncle Yi, wait." Yi Zhan stopped his footsteps and turned his head to look at this teenager who had defeated his son twice. Amazement flashed in his eyes, and his mouth responded by inquiring, "Little friend Lin, what else is there?" Lin Chu took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yi Zhan, replying, "Although I was lucky enough to win over Brother Yi in this grand competition, I am not a descendant of any of the clans in this Jin City, so the rules of this clan competition have nothing to do with me. Please ask Uncle Yi to accept the assets that Brother Yi won from the previous fight." When Yi Zhan heard this, he froze for a moment and looked at Yunlan beside him with some uncertainty, indeed inquiring about the truth of this matter. Yunlan looked at Yi Zhan and spoke, "Indeed, Cho Er is my disciple, and he was ordered by me to come here to participate in the grand competition to hone his skills, so he's not considered to be a member of any of the various clans in Jin City. The Jade family is only allowing Cho to participate in this grand competition because of my face, and the matter about the family industry betting fight will not be counted, so patriarchy might as well take it." After thinking about it, Yunlan looked around and softly said, "Of course, the assets of all the clans that were previously defeated and won by Cho Er earlier are also not counted, and the clans will recognize the order later on. To be honest, for these family assets, it would be a lie for Yi Zhan to say that he wasn't moved. Yi Xian had defeated no less than 50 people in this grand competition, so the accumulated industry was very huge. If they were to receive the help of this asset, their Yi family would almost instantly leap to become the family with the richest assets besides the Jade family. After thinking about it, it was a matter of the rise and fall of the family. There was no room for Yi Zhan to be pretentious, so he immediately said, "If that's the case, then Yi Mao will be flattered. It's no wonder that little friend Lin's strength is so astounding. Now that I look at it, I can see that it's really a famous teacher who has a high level of talent." Hearing Yi Zhan praise Lin Chu, the corner of Yunlan's mouth curled up slightly as she laughed. Patriarchy's son's natural talent is also quite extraordinary. the Yi family should be revitalized in sight. Yi Xian, who was on Yi Zhan's back, also looked up at Lin Shu at this time, his face showing gratitude and his eyes thanking him. Lin Shu of course also noticed Yi Xian's actions and nodded as a way of acknowledging the thanks. And the reason Lin Shu did so was of course very simple. His position today is not a villain against the protagonist. At best it's a passerby character, but also strong, so billion ... It's natural to befriend protagonists of honorable character. Doing so would also make it easier for Lin Shu to pull wool over their eyes in the future. Step by step, source by source, the main focus is a sustainable one, with Yun Lan stepping in to deliver the message. Even if the clans that were not on good terms with the Yi family were upset, they did not dare to act rashly at this time. They were only able to watch Yi Zhan receive this huge asset. After the great competition, the dust had settled. The one who gained the most from this session of the grand competition was definitely the Yi family. Chapter 44, Divine Breath Converting Technique. The curtain fell on the grand competition, and the Yi family used the assets gained from this grand competition to develop in a big way. Gradually, it has taken over a portion of the market area in the East City area of Cam City. Not only that, due to Yi Xian's superb performance above the grand competition, many young talents were attracted to join the Yi family. In half a month's time, one after another, other Jin City cultivation clans came to express their congratulations. After this great competition, everyone understood that with Yi Xian in the Yi family, he would definitely lead the Yi family to an unprecedented height. For those who came to the door to visit and express their congratulations, Yi Zhan, as the head of the Yi family, naturally instructed his subordinates to give them a good reception. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes. How could Yi Zhan not know what these people were thinking? Nowadays, the Yi family's reputation has spread far and wide, and the family's assets have increased dramatically. Accepting the good intentions of these people would definitely be far more beneficial to their Yi family's development at the moment. After all, there is a saying that the jungle is not about fighting and killing, but about human feelings. The reasoning is the same in this city of circling mismatches and deeply polarized forces. Although the Yi family has been developing very rapidly during this period of time, it has encountered quite a few obstacles. The clans led by the Li family, which was not on good terms with the Yi family in the first place, were even more blatantly hindering the Yi family's development. It's just a pity that the Yi family has finally produced such a lucky son as Yi Xian. The Yi and Li families fought and disputed, often ending in a victory for the Yi family. In just half a month's time, the Li family's family assets have shrunk by half, and they haven't given up on the idea of messing with the Yi family after all this. This Li family's line of people are really brainless. Listening to Xiao Huan's tirade, Lin Shu smiled without saying anything. The aura that the Qiluk protagonist brought with him was just so terrifying that it directly made the brains of the hostile forces become bad. Didn't you also underestimate that Yi Xian before? Have you changed your mind now? Lin Shu reclined on a chair, leisurely shaking his legs, and said on his lips. Xiao Huan said with a stiff upper lip, before was before, now is now. The previous Yi Xian was originally a waste. 3 years without breaking the realm. Who would have thought that now one day he would actually break into the 4th realm, and also be able to fight with you? A pervert, in a back and forth manner, engaged in now miss, daily stay in the room door does not come out, has been staying inside the head cultivation, look like back to the Cloud Sun sect before, miss is not going to come out again. Lin Shu tilted her head back and looked at the sky, shaking her head, saying, this is also a good thing. Senior sister is so hard at cultivating. After 3 years, she will definitely be able to surpass that Yi Xian. Xiao Huan stood up, crossed her arms and said divinely, that's for sure. Even though that Yi Xian has recovered his talent, but Miss is now on the verge of breaking through the 6th realm. Ha! Hearing this, Lin Shu froze. About to break through the 6th realm? When did this happen? Half a month ago. Wasn't Jade Immortal's realm only at the middle level of the 5th realm? Close to a breakthrough now? Did someone enhance her talent? Looking internally at his spirit platform, Lin Shu realized that his spirit platform had accumulated not even a tenth of the spirit energy, and he was still far from breaking through the 5th realm. It was important to know that with Lin Shu's physique, he was accumulating spiritual energy in his body every moment. Plus he absorbed the first strand of violet chi from the sky every morning to help accelerate his cultivation speed. Under such circumstances, Lin Shu himself estimated that it would probably take another half a year before he could break through to the 5th realm. As for breaking through the 6th realm, it was estimated that the amount of spirit energy that needed to be accumulated was also going to skyrocket exponentially. Jade Immortal Air broke through the 6th realm, and this completely widened the gap between the realms. With her natural talent, coupled with a cultivation level that was 2 great realms higher than Lin Shu's, Lin Shu estimated that he should not be able to defeat the other party. Well, at least it's an A-rank Chi index. It's not like those little characters before it could compete. Moreover, Lin Shu estimated that the first thing that Yu Xianer would do when she broke through the 6th realm was to run and beat herself up. In this way, you can stabilize your Taoist mind. Just thinking about this, Lin Shu had a bit of a headache. After the clan competition, these days Yi Xian also seemed to have fallen into silence, not triggering any chance events, making Lin Shu quite disappointed. And the big golden treasure chest rewarded for completing the quests didn't open anything good for increasing your battle power. Divine Product Breath Convergence Technique converts its breath internally, obscuring all breaths including spiritual power fluctuations, undetectable by non-Tonshan realm powers. Good things were good things, but they were a bit of a chicken scratch for the current Lin Shu. It was also good that the rewards offered by the system didn't require Lin Shu to deliberately learn. After loading, in a moment, it was straight through to the Great Perfection realm, eliminating the need for Lin Shu to spend time practicing, which he was still very satisfied with. As for the rewards from the previous Alchemy Patriarch inheritance, Lin Shu hadn't been in a hurry to choose to load and use them. It's really the labeling of the system on top that is a little too appalling. Alchemy Patriarch inheritance, within it, contains the lifelong alchemy inheritance skills of a 14th realm alchemy practitioner. Due to the memories being too large, most of the memories have been sealed by the system, which can be gradually unsealed as the host's realm rises. But it's still very dangerous. System tip: we also hope that the host's divine soul has been strengthened before choosing to use it, or else the lightweight soul will be harmed, and the heavyweight will directly become a demented person. A system tip. Had to listen to it. Following such hints, Lin Shu knew that his divine soul power was still a bit weak. It's a little too frustrating to not even be able to accept the system's rewards. If it wasn't for the fact that there was such a restriction, Lin Shu would have directly used this inheritance long before the clan competition. The lifelong inheritance of a 14-realm Dan Dao powerhouse. Fatal General Temptation. It was also good that Lin Shu was strong-willed and didn't choose to act out of his will. Looks like it's time to go out for a spin. Lin Shu pondered inwardly. After all, he couldn't hang himself from the same tree as Yi Xian, and Lin Shu also wanted to catch a glimpse of what kind of scenery this Tian Yuan continent was. It's decided. After returning to the Cloud Sang sect for some time, I will go out and travel around this cloud state land. Having an inner plan, Lin Shu was heading toward Xiao Wan, who was at the side, and inquired, "Xiao Wan, the end of the grand competition is now over. When will we return to Yunsan sect?" Gollum. Xiao Wan, who swallowed a mouthful of juice, wiped the juice on her mouth and returned. "I guess it's just these few days. Miss and the Patriarch want to go back to Yunsan sect as well. How come you also want to be curious about what kind of style Yunsan sect is like?" Seemingly sensing that she had said the wrong thing, Xiao Wan carefully glanced at Lin Shu, but realized that the other party didn't seem to care at all. Lin Shu nodded and said, "This is natural. I also want to feel for myself what kind of style the Cloud Sung sect, which is known as the #1 sect in the Cloud State, is like." Hearing this, Xiao Huan sighed in relief and resumed his previous godly appearance. "Then let me, Lord Xiao Huan, take you, a country boy, to see the world after that." Cooperating with Xiao Huan, Lin Shu put on a look of not being stingy with his advice, arched his hand towards the other party and said, "Then I'll be grateful to Lord Xiao Huan." Chapter 45 Frustration. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 30/100. Acquired techniques, Spirit Gathering Technique, Green Cloud Royal Dao Technique, Frost Sacred Cannon. Acquired spiritual arts, Ice Blade Concentration of Ice and Cold Triple Concentration Technique, Triple Qing Spiritual Art, Frost Breaking, Great Cold and No Snow. Avatar, Divine Breathlessness. Talent, Innate 1 Airbody, Heavenly Eye. Props, Feats Enhancement Scroll X1, Universal Mother Cauldron, Golden Crow Burning Heavenly Flame. Inheritance of the 14th Realm Alchemist Master, to be used. The moonlight is bright and the sky is full of stars. Silver light spread on the ground. The evening wind blew. The leaves swayed and rustled. Lin Shu had nothing to do and checked up on the system panel. Looking at the inheritance that he had longed for but couldn't use, he was really full of helplessness. It wasn't that he hadn't asked Xiu Ruoling about the technique for hammering the divine soul, but he hadn't gotten a satisfactory answer. The strength of the divine soul is inherently determined by heaven. As for the techniques to hone the divine soul, although it was rare, it wasn't unavailable. Only that Xiu Roland's side didn't have enough suitable feats that could be provided to him. Even though Lin Shu had emphasized several times that it wouldn't hurt to have a weaker level of the Gongfu, it was met with Xiu Ruoling's unquestionable denial. Her original words were these: "Although I have some low-ranked divine soul techniques here, ultimately the grade is too low for you. You brat want to cultivate a divine soul aspect technique. When the time is right, I'll look to help you find an immortal realm technique." When the words came to this, Lin Shu was left speechless. It seemed that the other party's eyes were too high, and she didn't even bother to take out any of the non-immortal realms techniques for Lin Shu to use. It's so torturous to only be able to look at it and not be able to use it. Lin Shu looked up to the sky and sighed helplessly. In a flash, Lin Shu stood upright. His face steeply changed. His spiritual energy condensed and poised. The scope of the heavenly eyes probing was limited to the small courtyard by him. And now there was a person who suddenly appeared in the courtyard without any warning, which really made Lin Shu startled. After all, to be able to appear in Lin Shu courtyard without any warning, the other party's means of concealing their scent must be extraordinary. One must know that the Jade family now had Yunlan in charge, and in order to ensure Lin Shu's safety, she had set up a divine soul barrier in Lin Shu's small courtyard. Once someone approached, Yunlan would be the first to notice, and to be able to approach Lin Shu's courtyard without alerting Yunlan, the other party's strength must be undoubtedly at the immortal realm. Not only that, the strength of this mysterious immortal realm powerhouse was at least at the same level as Yunlan. A mysterious immortal realm powerhouse suddenly appeared by his side. What could be more frightening than that? When the person in the dark saw that his movements had been discovered by Lin Shu, he was slightly shocked, and then he no longer concealed his figure, gradually revealing himself from the shadows of the darkness. Good brat, truly worthy of being the person that the young lady values. His divine sense is so sharp that he was able to detect my traces. Seeing a man dressed in a night suit and wearing an eagle-eye mask on his head, appearing without warning, Lin Shu's face stared up. There was no doubt about this breath immortal powerhouse. Moreover, the other party was a strong person who was good at stealth. Shadow Force. Assassin? Lin Shu stared. Hearing Lin Shu explain the characteristics of his spiritual power, the mysterious man laughed softly. Interesting, really interesting. Kid, you don't have to be so nervous. I have no ill will in coming here. I just want to bring you forward to meet someone. Lin Shu stared intently at the mysterious man. Is there an option to refuse? The mysterious man placed his hand on top of the hilt of the knife pinned to his waist and grinned. What do you think? Cut. Lin Shu bristled and asked again. I'll rephrase the question then, kid. Who is the person who wants to see me? The mysterious man didn't answer positively. You won't know when you go. Lin Shu was definitely unwilling to do anything about this, and in his mind, he hurriedly contacted Xiao Roland. Teacher, request for support. After calling out several times in a row, there was no response, which caused Lin Shu's heart to sink into a bottomless abyss. Not being able to sit back and wait for death, Lin Shu could only strive to make some noise, which in turn attracted Yunlan, so that he could have a chance of survival. Noticing Lin Shu's movements, the mysterious man laughed softly, disappeared in place, and reappeared behind Lin Shu. A great sense of crisis surged in Lin Shu's heart. So fast, it's impossible to dodge. Knowing that he only had one chance to strike, Lin Shu directly used the strongest means of attack that he currently possessed, and red golden flames surfaced around him. The mysterious man looked at the burning sky flame in a daze, and when he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but tighten the hilt of the sword in his hand and laughed out loud. This is really great. And then, the eyes that looked at Lin Shu became incandescent, as if he had discovered some rare treasure, and his hand provocatively beckoned towards Lin Shu, signaling him to attack towards himself. Lin Shu didn't dare to hold back anything. He directly operated his entire body's spiritual energy and innate air and offered the strongest strike. Golden crow burning sky. In a matter of moments, a reddish golden giant bird appeared in the field, interspersed with unparalleled destructive power, spreading its wings in the direction of the mysterious man. The power is sufficient, worthy of having the golden crow burning heavenly flame of destructive origin. I'm really getting more and more satisfied with you, kid. The mysterious man looked at the incoming giant bird without any tension at all. Instead he smiled and commented. Lin Shu, who had fought with everything he had already lost his strength, and was now kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath as he looked at the red golden giant bird that was speeding away, inwardly praying that this strike would lure Yunlan to come. Only such thoughts were instantly dashed when the mysterious man made his next move, only to see the mysterious man turn into a black mist, instantly engulfing the golden crow giant bird without even causing a single sound. Out of nowhere, when he reappeared, he was already holding the hilt of the knife pointing to the black satin on Lin Shu's eyes, and from time to time, he also picked. So it's really a blind man. Can't let such a pair of good skin for nothing? Have to let the people within the clan find a way to find a pair of good eyes for you to make up for it, so that it can be worthy of them as well. Witnessing his supreme strike, so easily received, Lin Shu was already stunned and in a trance, muttering, is the gap even this big? It was obvious that he hadn't heard a single word of the mysterious man's earlier words. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the mysterious man hemmed and hawed. What? You kids still want to make some noise in front of me? An immortal realm, with your fourth realm cultivation. Don't you think too highly of yourself? Lin Shu didn't reply and a wave of frustration ran through his heart. The strength is still too weak. At this moment, Lin Shu's desire for power reached its peak. Looking at the lifeless Lin Chu, the mysterious man knew that he seemed to have overplayed his hand a bit, and coughed, comforting him. I don't know what you kid is frustrated about. Your strength is already strong enough. Just now that move even the ninth realm, without defense to take it will be seriously injured. Just be content. Looks like you still don't know the meaning of the word immortal. Without further ado, it's time to take your brat and turn in. After mentioning a mouthful, the mysterious man was lifting up Lin Chu and disappeared in the same place. Chapter 46, The God of Killers. Shadow. It was only after a moment of heavenly rotation that Lin Chu felt his connection with the outside world. Just now, Lin Chu only felt that he was in a dark and incomparable alien space, and in a moment's time, the mysterious man seemed to be leading Lin Chu to his destination. After feeling the binding sensation on his body disappear, Lin Chu stood on top of the ground, and the first thing he did was to extend his heaven's eye vision to observe his surroundings. This was a small courtyard in the forest. Jade green bamboo forest surrounded the courtyard around, and when Lin Chu wanted to continue to extend his vision to observe, he found that he was generally blocked by an invisible barrier. This was the first time that such a situation had occurred, and Lin Chu knew that it would be futile to do anymore, so he simply dismissed the intention directly. At this point, there were simply too many doubts within him. On the way to catch up, the mysterious man didn't know for what reason, but he even took the initiative to transmit spiritual energy to help Lin Chu recover. Although he didn't know why this mysterious person would do such a thing, Lin Chu readily accepted it after realizing that the spiritual energy in his transmission body had not been tampered with. This also allowed Lin Chu to gradually recover his state, and after calming down, he then had the presence of mind to think about this sudden and unwarranted disaster. However, judging from this mysterious man's behavior, he had indeed not done anything harmful to himself, only, he was going to take himself to meet someone. And who was that person? Under such great trouble, an immortal was sent to arrest himself and resume his duties. Lin Chu didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Really, he couldn't think of why an immortal powerhouse would seek him out. That's why he'll strike in an emergency. Under the thought, Lin Chu's aura suddenly appeared. You're from the Morong family? The mysterious man hemmed and hawed, removing the eagle-eye mask he wore on his head, revealing a face that was simple to the core. If one ignored the eyes that appeared a bit cloudy, and replaced him with a farmer's outfit, anyone would believe that he was a farmer in the ground. There's just such a contrast. You're not too stupid, kid. If you had thought of it earlier, you wouldn't have needed me to go to all this trouble. When Lin Chu heard this, he was inwardly speechless to the extreme, and spoke with his mouth. An immortal powerhouse with unknown origins and intentions, suddenly appearing by his side. Would you be shocked if it was placed on you? The mystic smiled brightly, scratched his head, and said, Me? Of course I wouldn't, because if it were up to me, I wouldn't let someone with such bad intentions live in this world, even if that person was an immortal. Looking at this simple smiling face, Lin Chu only felt chills all over his body and his heart sank. This person is a real killing god. Only a friend, not an enemy. It's the kind of person who laughs and puts you to death that's the scariest. Lin Chu was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, It's good that you're from the Morong family. The mysterious man smiled and patted Lin Chu's shoulder. You kid is good. Very much to my liking. Now that you're clear in your mind, come with me to see the lady. Seriously, I'm high on you, kid. After all, I've never seen a small rookie from the fourth realm of the district who dares to fight with everything he has to strike out knowing that his opponent is an immortal powerhouse. Courage is commendable. The mysterious man looked at Lin Chu, and that satisfied look could not be faked. Lin Chu was a bit nervous by this look and changed the topic. I still don't know your name. Senior. Fame? I'm just a weapon to remove obstacles for the Morong family. I don't need something like a name Wu. However, after thinking that Lin Chu was someone that Morong you valued, Shadow pondered for a while and spoke again. As for the name, you can just call me Shadow. Since Miss Morong wants to see the brat, then please ask Shadow Elder to lead the way. Lin Chu wouldn't dare to directly address the other party by name. Shadow sensed that scorn Lin Chu had for himself and said with a naive smile, You brat don't need to be so nervous. You're the one Miss values. I wouldn't dare to take a shot at you. Maybe I'll even do something for you afterward. So you and relax. Yes. Lin Chu agreed with his mouth. But inwardly, he was indignant. Don't look at that look of a god of death descending on you just now. And with those words, who would dare to disrespect you? Shadow knew that he wouldn't be able to change Lin Chu's mind for a while, so he didn't force himself. We have business to attend to, and it would be bad to delay it. Kid walks, it's time to meet the lady and the girls, so behave yourself later. Understood. Responding with a reply, Lin Chu followed behind Shadow. Following the bamboo and wooden walkway, Lin Chu soon realized that two figures appeared in the distance. In front of a small mahogany table, two figures sat opposite each other, seemingly talking about something at the moment. One of the figures was none other than Morong Yu, who seemed to be shy due to the words of the person sitting opposite her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. After noticing the arrival of both Lin Shu and Shadow, the two stopped talking at the same time. Moronu looked at Lin Shu's arrival and hurriedly turned her head away, exhaling a few deep breaths to calm down her heart. Obviously, she didn't want Lin Shu to see her in this pouty state. Such a scene fell in front of the beautiful woman across from her, causing the other party to reveal a meaningful smile. Shadow stopped his footsteps at a distance of 3 feet from the two of them, before kneeling on one knee and arching his hand to report. Miss, Lord Yun Xian, the people have been brought. Shadow made this pause, which caused Lin Shu, who was following him, to have the same footsteps. Looking at Shadow, who was kneeling on one knee, Lin Shu fell into a deep thought, inwardly wondering if he needed to do this or not. Morong Yunxian ignored the shadow on her own, her eyes staring straight at Lin Shu, and in an instant, she came to his body. Lin Shu didn't even have the slightest amount of time to react. He couldn't even capture the trajectory of how the other party appeared in front of him. Such speed is appalling. After circling around Lin Shu, Morong Yunxian then spoke. Not bad, not bad. The innate one air body, plus having the body of the golden crow burning heavenly flame. What you said is not false. This tiny land of Yunzhou has produced such a heavenly genius as you. Interesting, really interesting. Saying that, Morong Yunxian even went up and pinched Lin Shu's arm. The strength of the physical body is the same far beyond the level of the fourth realm. After fusing the origin divine flame, has the physical body been refined? Moreover, the spiritual platform is also very solid, and you have also managed to cultivate the two laws at the same time. It's not surprising that you, who is burdened with the innate one air body, can achieve such a level. It's just that, where did this Taoist technique you're practicing come from? And the grade isn't low. Your kid's blessings aren't shallow. Listening to Morong Yunxian telling all of her secrets, Lin Shu only felt a rush of scalp numbness. He was completely seen through in general. Not a single chance to try to hide it. Noticing Lin Shu's body stagnating abruptly, Morong Yunxian revealed a soul-stirring smile. Look at how nervous you kid is. There is no need to worry. I'm not curious about the little secret you're carrying. I'm just going through some necessary processes. After all, it's about our family Yuer's big life event, so it can't be sloppy at all. Hearing this, Morong Yu hurriedly got up and came to her side, stopping her. Auntie, don't talk about these irrelevant things. It's because you're like this that I don't want father to let you come here. You're always doing redundant things like this. Morong Yunxian covered a large ball. That is the direction of the heart. Face incomparably sad. Tone of voice 10,000 grudges. Sobbing, this child is really big. Do not understand at all the good intentions of us elders. You say that I came all the way from Qinzhou to Easy? Staring at the two in a daze, Lin Shu was also a bit puzzled for a while. A life event? What's it got to do with me? Confused is really confused. Chapter 47, The Art of Refining the Gods. Although Lin Shu was full of doubts, but sensing the strange atmosphere between the two aunts and nephews, he also chose to keep his mouth shut and quietly watched the argument between the two. How could the inexperienced Morong Yu possibly talk past Morong Yunxian? The argument between the two ended with Morong Yu's defeat. Looking at the sulking Morong Yu, Morong Yunxian also stopped chanting. Alright, auntie, I won't say anything. It's okay. Let's get down to business. No anger, no anger. Poof. Morong Yu stifled a grunt and skimmed her head, not having the slightest intention of paying attention to the other party. Morong Yunxian spread her hands towards Lin Shu and said helplessly, this girl really doesn't know what to say. Too petty. Xiao Chua. You'll have to be more tolerant in the future. Seeing that he was suddenly mentioned, Lin Shu froze and nodded. His mouth woodenly answered. Oh, kid knows. Morong Yu turned back violently again at this time, her apricot eyes wide, her eyes filled with anger as she looked fixedly at Morong Yunxian. How could Morong Yunxian not understand that this little niece of hers had reached the brink of an outbreak, and if she said one more word, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, she also knows her own little niece's small nature. A sarcastic smile is to close her mouth, no longer say a flirtatious words. Coughing, Morong Yunxian said with a straight face, does the kid know why he is looking for you today? Lin Shu shook her head to indicate that she didn't know, and was inwardly speechless. You guys tied me up and asked me why. Isn't that a joke? One of the reasons for seeking you out here is to examine to see if you are qualified to be able to serve as an ally of our Morong family. Morong Yunxian looked at Lin Shu and smiled with satisfaction. Now it seems that you kid couldn't be more suitable. In response, Lin Shu had nothing to say and nodded helplessly. This is an honor for the late generation. Second, it's about a personal matter that needs your boy's help. A personal matter? Need a favor? How did these words connect so strangely to Lin Shu? The top power of the Tianyuan continent actually needs the help of a tiny fourth realm cultivator like me. Lin Shu said that the joke wasn't funny at all. And don't put on an unbelievable face, you brat. Have you forgotten what you got from my heir? Morong Yunxian seemed to have sensed what was going on in Lin Chu's mind and opened her mouth. Lin Chu pondered for a while. The divine flame automatically recognizes its owner. And the kid actually doesn't want that. That's a true statement. To be honest, if he really knew that taking in this golden crow burning sky inferno would lead to so much trouble, Lin Chu really didn't want to do it. After all, the things rewarded by the system were unknown how many times better than this so-called golden crow burning heavenly flame. Morong Yunxian puffed and laughed. Your kid is pushing the responsibility cleanly. Don't worry, the divine flame origin you have all been fused away by you. We can't do anything about it even if we wanted to force you to hand it over. Lin Chu was inwardly shocked. You guys really have the idea of forcing me to hand it over. I'll set your monkey. If I had known it was a hot potato, I wouldn't have taken it. So much trouble. Plants. Inwardly, Lin Cho was more than just churning. Lin Cho forced himself to be calm and spoke. What does senior need kid to do? As long as it is within kid's ability, I will definitely do it properly for you. Morong Yunxian nodded his head in satisfaction. It's good that you can say so, but our Morong family is also unreasonable people. You saved my heir. This golden crow burning heavenly flame will be sent to you. As for the matter of letting you help, naturally will not let you suffer. What you have to ask for will be mentioned later. Our Morong family is still in this Tianyuan continent or a few points of power. Then the kid will thank senior here. Hearing these words from Morong Yunxian, Lin Chu thanked him. A thought then popped up in his mind. I think that the Morong family, as a top-tier power, should have quite a few divine soul techniques, right? It's just that I don't know if the other party is willing to take them out in exchange. The preciousness of the divine soul technique was notorious in this Tianyuan continent. Even a low-grade divine soul technique was able to serve as a family's inheritance, helping to strengthen the family. After all, the strength of the soul power depends on the talent, and if you want to enhance it, apart from some precious pills and heavenly treasures, you are left with the path of the soul technique, and the divine soul technique was undoubtedly more cost-effective compared to pills and heavenly treasures. With all the reasons, the divine soul technique naturally became a rare treasure. Low-order divine soul technique is still like this. Even more terrified of that high-order divine soul technique? Although Lin Chu had this idea, it also depended on what the Morong family needed him to do. He could naturally make such an equivocal request if it was the kind of thing that was incredibly difficult. Of course, if it was something trivial and insignificant, then there was really no reason for him to make such a request. From what Yuer said, the origin of that golden crow burning heavenly flame of your brat is a destruction origin? Hearing this, Lin Chu nodded his head without comment and replied, yes. Morong Yunxuan's eyes lit up as she came over to Lin Chu and said with a burning gaze, then how much control do you have over it? How much origin power can you manage to mobilize? What level of fusion for the destruction origin has it reached? 3 questions in a row. Morong Yunxian spoke fast, not worrying at all about whether Lin Chu had heard clearly or not. However, even though her speech was fast, Lin Chu still heard her clearly and answered one by one. It's not much of a problem if you master it. Just because kid my cultivation level is still too low. Although the divine flame origin is thoroughly compatible, the divine flame origin is somewhat difficult to mobilize completely, and without Hong Xian's help, I can only slightly manage to mobilize the divine flame origin to a mere degree. How much origin power can be mobilized then? Probably less than 0.5%. As for the degree of fusion of the destruction origin, Lin Chu thought for a moment. The divine flame is thoroughly compatible with my spirit platform already, and has completely transformed into a part of my body. With the help of the mother cauldron of all things, the process of fusing the divine flames was not hindered at all, and Hong Xian, who was the spirit of the divine flames, willingly cooperated. With this help, the divine fire was directly and completely fused with him, becoming an inseparable part of his body. Thoroughly fused with your spirit platform? This, Morong Yunxian was stunned for a moment when she heard Lin Chu's last sentence. Then she said in an excited tone, you kid is really capable. In such a short period of time, you were able to make the unruly golden crow divine flame willingly submit to you. You're a person we Morong family will want to have. 0.5% of destruction origin power? That's enough. Tell me, what is your kid's request? Just go ahead and put it forward. Looking at such an atmospheric Morong Yunxian, Lin Chu knew that the time had come and respectfully said, kid, I want to request a divine soul strengthening technique. Divine soul technique? Morong Yunxian muttered, and then with a wave of her hand, she directly agreed. No problem. Isn't it just the divine soul technique? Is the 13 realms immortal technique possible? 13 realm immortal technique. Hearing this, Lin Chu was excited and quickly nodded his head. Morong Yunxian knocked Lin Chu's head. You brat is really nonchalant. But seeing as you're the future son-in-law of our Morong family, this will be given to you as part of the dowry. Dowry? Lin Shu froze, but soon such a trivial matter was put behind him. A son-in-law is a son-in-law. Anyway, he is all alone now. Not to mention whoring a daughter-in-law for nothing. And such a generous dowry. Such a good thing. Don't want it for nothing. As for who the bridegroom is? Whatever. Anyway, looking at this Morong Yunxian and Morong Yu, the two of them who are so beautiful, I think the other Morong family women are not much worse. When you're a son of a big family, you can't go wrong with your looks. What's more, this was still a world of cultivation, and Lin Shu had so far never seen the existence of ugly people among the ranks of cultivators. With this thought, Lin Shu agreed without even thinking. It's a blessing for me, kid, to be able to get into senior's eyes. Morong Yunxian couldn't hide the smile surging from her brows and patted Lin Shu's shoulder. Smilingly said, not bad. Don't worry, your unmarried daughter-in-law is a great beauty. In our Morong family, appearance is also ranked. Will not aggrieve you. The more I see of you, kid, the more satisfied I am with you. So this spirit refining art will be passed on to you altogether. Feeling the sudden surge of memories that appeared in his mind, Lin Shu was excited. Spirit refining technique, 13 realm immortal technique. Take it down, take it down. It's time for you to perform on the feat enhancement scroll. Alchemy Patriarch Inheritance. I, Lin Shu, am here. Chapter 48, The Way of the Dan Dao. The spirit god of Tai Ching transforms into the green. The morning sun hides the light and refines the 5 forms. The palace drives the 6 harmonies. And the 7 spirits are calmly adjusted. Dead knots are dissolved. And the roots of the fetus are purified and pacified. Yuan Shi Shangjin. Dual view of the 2 mysteries. The right detains the 7 pranas. The left binds the 3 souls. Unite with my deity and spirit. And the form is always present, week after week. Refine the deity and return to the hidden. Obscure and difficult to understand characters constantly surfaced in Lin Shu's mind. Although it was only a short 64 words of aphorisms, the greatness it contained was unparalleled. In just a few breaths of time, Lin Shu, however, clearly felt that his divine soul was getting stronger at a speed that was almost a leap. The 64 words were repeated over and over again, and after another week after week, Lin Shu had already sunk into it and was unable to extricate himself. 13th realm techniques are this powerful. Then what about the 14th realm? Lin Shu's mind moved and he directly chose to use the feat enhancement scroll on the spiritual prana refining art. The system's beep came out. The use of the feat enhancement scroll was successful. The spirit refining art smoothly changed from the 13th realm to the 14th realm immortal art. Under this change, Lin Shu only felt that his divine soul spirit was in an incomparably vast starry sky, with endless starry rays condensing and continuously pouring into his divine soul spirit. This caused Lin Shu's divine soul power to start soaring up again at an appalling speed. As the power of the divine soul soared, a cyclone appeared in the center of Lin Shu's eyebrows, and the sound of buzzing accompanied by the cyclone's rapid rotation was transmitted into the ears of the 3 people in the outside world. Good brat! In such a short while, you've gotten this spirit vibrancy refining art started? Morong Yunxuan's beautiful eyes slightly glared as she said in a somewhat incredulous tone. Saying that, she turned back to Morong Yu and gave a thumbs up towards the other party, her eyes twinkling with starbursts, full of appreciation, and said excitedly, "You are, good eye. This kind of talent really makes it impossible to find the slightest fault. No need to say more. This person is our Morong family's aunt. I'll take care of your father's side." Morong Yu ignored her own aunt's words on her own, but after seeing that Lin Shu had so easily initiated the spirit phenomenon refining art, her heart was equally filled with shock. Is his enlightenment even this appalling as well? As we all know, one of the first conditions needed to enter the path of the Dan Dao is that the power of the divine soul should be strong. And this spiritual prana god refining technique was one of the topmost god refining techniques of the Morong family. The conditions for cultivation were incredibly harsh, and even with Morong Yu's talent, it took her more than a month to get started. In such a comparison, Lin Shu's enlightenment was truly shocking. If they were to know that nowadays, this spiritual prana refining art was already a 14th realm immortal law, I'm afraid that it would be too much for their little hearts to bear straight away. As for Lin Shu being able to cultivate this god refining technique to the introductory level so quickly, it was still due to the merit of this feat enhancement scroll. When he was upgrading the level of his gongfu, Lin Shu only felt that in his mind, a memory appeared for no reason, and on his own, he refined this kind of gongfu by deducing it, and with it being extremely relevant to himself, it couldn't be simpler to get started. If this state continued for a while longer, perhaps Lin Shu could directly cultivate this god refining technique to the level of minor accomplishment. It was a pity that this state came and went quickly, but Lin Shu was already very satisfied with this. The power of the divine soul has directly become more than several times stronger, and the range of the celestial eyes probing is the same. This spiritual prana refining art is truly extraordinary. This level should be able to receive the inheritance of that Dan Dao patriarch. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 30/100. Acquired techniques, Spirit Gathering Technique. Green Cloud Royal Dao Technique. Frost Sacred Cannon. Spirit Alchemy Technique. Acquired Spiritual Arts, Ice Blade Concentration of Ice and Cold Triple Concentration Technique. Triple Ching Spiritual Art. Frost Breaking. Great Cold and No Snow. Avatar, Divine Breathlessness. Talent, Innate 1 Air Body. Heavenly Eye. Props, Mother of All Cauldrons. Golden Crow Burning Flame. Inheritance of the 14th Realm Alchemist Master, available. Indeed. This inheritance can finally be used. Looking at his system panel, Lin Shu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. System. Use the Dan Dao Patriarch Inheritance. System, inheritance loading in progress. Loaded successfully. As the system's mechanical beep sounded, Lin Shu only felt that a huge wave of memories appeared in the middle of his mind. Out of nowhere, these memories were like shocking waves, surging and rushing into Lin Shu's mind. This directly caused Lin Shu to let out a muffled grunt. But fortunately, his divine soul power had long been different from what it used to be, and he could still withstand this level. After carrying the first wave of the tidal wave of memories, it was much easier to accept them next. System, it has been detected that the host has already touched the maximum limit of inheritance memory acceptance. The remaining inheritance memories are now sealed, and will only be unlocked after the host's realm has been elevated. At these words, the surging memories were suddenly curbed as if a door valve had been closed. After shaking his somewhat dizzy head, Lin Shufang came back to his senses from the state of epiphany. Feeling the vast memories in his mind, he unconsciously clenched his fists and thought, now I am considered to have stepped into the Dan Dao lineage. According to the Alchemist division rank in my memories, I should now be considered a 7th grade Dan Master. According to the memory of the inheritance, the Tianyuan continent is roughly divided into alchemist grades. The 1st to 9th grade alchemists, and then onwards were the 5 stages of King, Emperor, Zun, Immortal, and God, which corresponded to the 5 realms of immortals. And now that Lin Shu, who had obtained the inherited memories, was able to easily refine any elixir below the 8th grade if he had enough herbs. After fusing the inherited memories, there was just such a surge of confidence in his heart. After taking a few long breaths, Lin Shu gradually calmed himself down and his consciousness gradually returned to his physical body. As soon as his sight returned, Lin Shu saw a flawless face appear in front of his eyes, and it was also Morong Yunxian, who was currently sizing him up curiously with a pair of beautiful eyes. Noticing Lin Shu's return of consciousness, Morong Yunxian was directly putting her hands on his shoulders. Good boy. You've gotten started with this spiritual prana refining art so quickly. How does it feel? Looking at the cheeks that were getting closer and closer, the faint fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose, Lin Shu couldn't help but gulp, his heart beating faster without competition. Compared to Morong Yu's pure and noble difference, Morong Yunxian was the type that was voluptuous and full of seductive power. The attraction given to Lin Shu was undoubtedly huge. Noticing Lin Chuchu's abnormality, the corner of Morong Yunxuan's mouth hooked up with a charming smile as she approached Lin Chuchu's ear and exhaled, "Little Chuchu, so you can see clearly. How about it, sister? Do I look good?" Lin Shu froze and replied, "It looks good. Then in that case, how about letting Sister Me marry you?" "Sister Me? I don't have a Taoist partner yet, and I really like you. Is it really okay?" Lin Shu said excitedly. "The sky's the limit. How can you say no?" Judging from her performance just now, Morong Yunxuan's strength was at the very least one level higher than Shadow. If he really wants to marry such a mature and beautiful young woman, he, Lin Shu, has not come to this world in vain. Upon hearing Lin Shu's reply, the smile on Morong Yunxuan's face became even brighter. Little Chuchu is very discerning. Yo! However, there are requirements to become sisters Dao couple. Yo! And I'm only afraid that there are still people here who are against this marriage. Yo! Demands? What demands? Lin Shu acted as if he hadn't heard the second sentence. Morong Yunxian looked at Lin Shu's serious expression, as if she really had the intention to marry her, and gave such a request. "If you wanna become sister my Taoist couple, at least your cultivation should exceed mine. Yo. What cultivation level does sister have now?" "Not high. Just a mere 13th realm immortal. Yo." Lin Shu. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. Chapter 49, Swapping Origin Powers. No more digressions. Yo. Noticing Morong Yu's gloomy face, Morong Yunxian did not talk too much about this topic and changed the subject. "The God refining technique has been handed over to you. It's time for you to pay the corresponding reward." Lin Shu returned from the silence. "Sister, what do you need me to do?" "It's not that I need you to do anything. Yo, rather, she needs your help." Looking in the direction Morong Yunxian pointed, it was also Morong Yu's direction. "What does Morong need from me?" This time, Morong Yunxian didn't answer, but Morong Yu's voice came into Lin Chu's ears. I need you to help me cultivate? Why does that sound familiar? Lin Chu was silent for a moment and responded. How do I need to help you? I need the destruction origin within you, Morong Yu said bluntly. Lin Chu also didn't hesitate for a second and directly agreed. No problem. The answer without the slightest bit of procrastination caused all three people present to stare. Noticing the trio's astonishment, Lin Chu scratched his head and said, What's the problem? Morong Yu, do you know what extracting the divine flame origin means? Looking at her with this serious look, Lin Chu pondered for a moment before saying in a serious tone, I don't know. I don't know, how dare you say yes so easily. Holding her forehead, Morong Yu said breathlessly, I really don't know how to say good things about you. Lin Chu was unimpressed by this. After taking the reward, one should pay the corresponding price. I have already accepted the gongfu, so naturally, there is no reason to refuse. Morong Yu, who had thought that if this did not work, implementing a second plan would not be impossible, was stunned. The man is too honest. Morong Yu, who had already made up her mind, was now at a loss as to what to say. Morong Yunxian, who knew everything that was going on, had already been on the sidelines holding her abdomen, forcing herself not to laugh. Morong Yu's face complexly looked at Lin Chu, and her eyes looked at Morong Yunxian helpfully. Morong Yunxian wiped the teardrops overflowing from the corners of her eyes and said with a smile, Haha, you brat really has enough to take people by surprise. In that case, mobilize the destruction origin in your body. Mobilize as much as you can. Lin Chu answered with a good, and then mobilized the destruction origin with a relaxed face. Looking at Lin Chu, who seemed to be acting like nothing, the three people present once again fell into silence. It's that easy to mobilize? Lin Chu, are you alright? Morong Yu said tentatively. Lin Chu was confused and said in disbelief, What can I have to do? However, after thinking of a certain possibility, Lin Chu stared blankly at the two people in front of him and hesitantly said, Can it be that mobilizing the divine flame origin will cause any irreversible damage? Although the two of them didn't answer, Lin Chu read what the two of them meant from the look in both of their eyes. What else? This is finished. It seems like you guys have done something shocking again. And you guys didn't say so earlier. I thought the divine flame origin was something that could be extracted whenever you wanted to. Lin Chu was resentful inwardly, since he had fused the divine fire. No one had told him that there was such a thing. He's not going to be taken for research, is he? Noticing the eyes of both Morong Yunxian and Morong Yu, Lin Chu burst into a sweat. Master, what has happened to you? Why have you suddenly mobilized so many divine fire origins? A delicate and cute voice mixed with an urgent tone rang out, breaking the weird and calm atmosphere of the scene. Hong Xian's figure then appeared by Lin Chu's side, looking at him with an anxious expression. Seeing the sudden rescue, Lin Chu hurriedly seized the opportunity and said, It's fine. It's just an exchange of equals. Exchange? Is it that old unashamed man called Jin Ling who is looking for trouble again? After all this, is he even still not dead? Hong Xian said with a somewhat angry tone. However, while she was trying to search for Jin Ling's trail, she found Morong Yunxuan's figure. As the spirit of heaven and earth, Hong Xian, it was her innate instinct to seek good fortune and avoid evil. A latent sense of crisis surged in her heart. Dodging and quickly hiding behind Lin Chu, she revealed half of her head towards vigilantly looking at Morong Yunxian, timidly saying towards Lin Chu, Master, this woman is dangerous. The origin is given and given. We can't afford to mess with her. Touching her head, Lin Chu spoke. I took the initiative to hand over the origin to her. I wasn't coerced in any way. Hong Xian, you've misunderstood. Hearing this, Hong Xian came to a sudden realization. Anyway, for her nowadays, losing some origin was just not a big deal, and she would be able to make up for it at any time. After determining that Lin Chu wasn't in any danger and Morong Yunxian was making her feel dangerous, so she didn't want to stay here for much longer. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Just without waiting for her to make the next move, Morong Yunxian directly beckoned and confined her directly to the spot. Are you the spirit of the golden crow that almost caused my Yuer to lose her life? I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. After denying the trifecta, Hong Xian tilted her head in a sworn look and glared at the other party. It was that fellow who had to devour me, causing the two originally repulsive origins to storm out. I'm also a victim, okay? You can blame the greedy one. If it wasn't for her, this wouldn't have happened. Morong Yunxian narrowed her eyes and laughed. Don't think that I don't know what you think. If you hadn't gone through Jin Ling's cultivation, would you be able to possess spiritual awareness? It wasn't because she spent her efforts to cultivate me in order to seek greater benefits. And after all this, the master has also given nearly 0.5% of the destruction origin to you, which is enough to compensate you. Hong Xian did not show any weakness and said righteously, You're a sharp-tongued fellow. Do you know where you are now? Hearing this, Hong Xian said disdainfully. Really? You people are really thinking of making a move when you can't say it. I'm ashamed to be in your company. Anyway, I can't escape, so I'll give you this condensed part of my spiritual consciousness, and I'll do as I please if I want to kill or scrape. Looking at Hong Xian, who was putting up an appearance of being at the mercy of others, Morong Yunxian also became curious. The loss of her spiritual sense couldn't even threaten her. What gave her such a bottom line? It seemed that Lin Shu had some big secrets in her that even she couldn't see. Interesting, really interesting. This was a good bet, and it wasn't a bad one. Morong Yunxian, don't care to get angry with a pet yet. For the sake of little Chu Chu, I'll forgive you this time. With a wave of his hand, the bindings on Hong Xian's body were directly lifted. Master, I told you that this woman is dangerous. You must not be fooled by her. Listening to Hong Xian's words with conviction, Lin Shu smiled without saying anything. Dangerous? So what? It's only after you've conquered it like this that you'll feel a sense of accomplishment. From then on, Lin Shu had one more reason to cultivate hard. At this time, another petite figure appeared by Morong Yu's side. Jin Ling waved her small rounded hand and directly took in that half% divine fire origin into her body. After doing so, Jin Ling, however, did not directly disappear into Morong Yu's body, but instead stared at Hong Xian with a serious expression. In exchange, I can give you a portion of the living spirit origin. Really? Hong Xian's face was delighted as she said in a shocked voice. Jin Ling didn't reply and directly flexed her fingers to extract a brilliant golden light ball and threw it in Lin Shu's direction. The instant the light mass peeled away, the aura on Jin Ling's body became weak to a degree visible to the naked eye. It seemed that this was the true way to open up the extraction of the origin. It was not at all like Lin Shu who extracted it out directly as if nothing had happened. It's a bit less, but yet it's enough. Holding the light ball in her hands, Hong Xian excitedly said towards Lin Shu, Master, we can become stronger again. Thank you, Senior Jinling. Lin Shu stroked Hong Xian's head and thanked towards Jinling. It was obvious that she should have made a great deal of determination to make such a decision. Chapter 50, Tangled Branch Jade Flute, Cloud Song Sect, the number 1 sect in the Cloud State. The sect was established at the rolling hills of the northwestern corner of the Cloud Song Ridge, surrounded by mountains. The mountains were steep, and other than the only mountain road built since the founding of the clan, there were no more mountain roads that could enter the Yungsong sect. Of course, if a person with a high level of cultivation, he can use his own cultivation to cross the 10,000 foot mountain and enter the Yungsong sect, where the mountains stretched on, surrounded by clouds and mist. That was where the Cloud Sun sect was located. The high peaks and mountains are covered by clouds and mist, just like a fairyland. On top of the cliff, a raised ice blue stone platform, Lin Shu sat cross-legged, looking at the early sun rising from the east. A wisp of purple chi surrounded his body, accompanied by a perfect cycle between circumambient breaths. After absorbing this strand of initial light violet chi, Lin Shu did not stop moving his hands, as the surrounding rich spiritual chi and morning glory yuan chi were absorbed within his body. The icy blue airflow seeped out, the milky white airflow lingered, and after circulating for a week and a day, it was all returned to Lin Shu's body. This state lasted until the early sun rose completely in the east before Lin Shu slowly returned to his rest. His sight returned, and the morning light of the eastern sun caused Lin Chao's body to take on a layer of golden splendor clothing. Clenching his fist, Lin Shu muttered, no wonder it's known as the number 1 sect in the Cloud State. A place like this where people are so talented. The aura and innate purple chi are not something that can be compared to other places. It's just average. When you see more of the outside world, you'll realize it's nothing. A female voice with a familiar sound entered Lin Chao's ears. Lin Shu slowly stood up, stretched his body, and responded, Teacher, this is a good condition. Be happy with what you have. Besides, going to that Qianzhou will not allow your soul body to be discovered. Stay here, you can show up as often as you like. There are good and bad things, and I'm going to go out there in a few more days. Maybe I'll get a windfall too. 3 months had passed since the last meeting with Morong Yu. Last time, because of the presence of Morong Yunxian, who was in the realm of the 13th realm of immortals, it was not good for Qiu Ruoling to show up and help Lin Shu. This would allow her soul to be discovered, not to mention that it might attract some of her former enemies to plot against her. Now that she only had one soul body left, she naturally needed to be a bit more careful. Autumn Ruoling skimmed her mouth and said with some dissatisfaction, that woman who was afraid of trouble will still not be far away from millions of miles, running to this land of Cloud State. It is really rare. If I have to change the other Morong family, I really won't allow me to directly cover all the power of the divine soul to fall into a deep sleep. Hearing this, Lin Shu shook her head helplessly. Lin Shu had heard these words no less than 100 times in the past 3 months, and from Qiu Ruoling, Lin Shu also heard some inside information. Although Morong Yunchuan's cultivation was only in the 13th realm, Her divine soul power was far beyond the 13th realm, and she herself was a divine alchemist. At the same time, he was also one of the few divine alchemists among the Morong family. In the land of Qianzhou, he also served as the domain master of the Dan domain, an organization formed and highly recognized by alchemists in every state. The main responsibility is to coordinate all alchemy matters within the area of responsibility. Because of its transcendent status, it was extremely prestigious in the Tianyuan continent. For Morong Yunxian to be able to serve as the Dan domain master of the land of Qianzhou, her level of Dan Dao as well as her own strength could be imagined how powerful she was. This was one of the major reasons why she had an extraordinary status in the Morong family. The 13th realm of cultivation is the achievement of a divine alchemist. This kind of talent is really worthy of having an S level of Qi rank. That's a bit of a hard daughter-in-law to marry. At that time, when he heard Qiu Ruoling's words like this thought bubbled up in Lin Chu's heart. It's understandable to have that thought. After all, who could be unmoved by a stunning woman who combines beauty, strength, and money? However, Lin Chu did not get discouraged because of this. He always believed that things are in people's hands. With the system to enhance him, he was confident that he could be stronger than Morong Yunxian. Between his hands, he took out a token with the word Dan engraved on it, and under the gilt color. It looked very lofty. This thing was handed to him by Morong Yunxian after that day. According to her, with this gilt token, one could go forward to any Dan pavilion to obtain alchemy resources and be able to summon Dan pavilion powerhouses for their own use, which was considered one of the gifts left behind. Seeing Lin Chu take out this token again, Qiu Ruoling said in a bad mood, taking out this broken token again, do you really want to marry that female goblin? You're not afraid of being eaten by that woman without any bones left. Lin Chu gave a kind smile. Teacher, one should always have something to pursue, and this can also be counted as motivation for my cultivation path. Che, you brat, really don't know what to say about you. Can't you see that the Morong family's girl has an inexplicable affection for you? Qiu Ruoling pointed at Lin Chu's head. And you want to directly marry two of the Morong family's heavenly daughters? I'm really not afraid of bracing you to death. Touching his nose, Lin Chu, however, did not answer and looked at the sky, inquiring, Teacher, are you really sure that Morong Yu has feelings for me? Although he had heard Qiu Ruoling say such words many times, Lin Chu was still a bit unconvinced. It's impossible to think about such things in any way. Yi Xian's childhood friend. According to the setting, Morong Yu should be one of his predetermined future daughters-in-law. How did the heroine develop a crush on him? Moreover, Lin Chu hadn't crossed paths with her too much in his memory. Qiu Ruoling heard Lin Chu ask this question again, so she no longer hid anything and said bluntly, that girl has sent her own tangled branch jade flute to you. Do you know what this means in the Morong family? Hearing this, Lin Chu took out a jade flute carved with delicate patterns and hesitantly said, can it be that this is some kind of love token? What else do you think that girl meant? Giving you a jade flute to protect you from the enemy? To be honest, Lin Chu really did have such a thought, thinking that the other party was showing kindness to him by giving him such a jade flute. Besides, this jade flute was not some kind of mortal object. The body was bright and shiny, and a warm and moist aura was coming from it vaguely. He thought it was some kind of imperial treasure. I didn't realize there was such a layer to it. Lin Chu surveyed the jade flute in his hand and muttered, this doesn't make sense. How could it look at me? Hearing this, Qiu Ruoling interrupted. You kid really don't get a bargain and still sell out. AI teacher, it's not that I'm getting a bargain. It's just that I can't figure out the reason for it and I'm a bit confused. Touching her chin, Qiu Ruoling was also in deep thought. Indeed, the Morong family has always had a high vision. Although your brat's natural talent is extraordinary, but that Yi Xian from earlier wasn't too bad. There must be some unknown hidden secrets among them. Suddenly, Qiu Ruoling seemed to think of something and looked at Lin Chu with an odd expression on her face. I suddenly thought of a possible reason. What is it? Lin Chu hurriedly inquired. It seems that he himself is very curious about the reason for this. It should be because of the divine fire. Didn't you get a ball of living essence from that girl? Together with the destructive origin from you, there is only one way for the two extreme forces to merge, that would be yin and yang. Chapter 51, Traveling the Cloud State. Yin and yang intermingling? Is there such a saying? Isn't this double cultivation? Lin Chu gave a cry in his heart. That's just one possibility. The yin-yang intercourse method has tremendous benefits for both you and that girl. Not to mention the fact that the two of you have each fused two different origin forces. If it is truly possible to achieve such an origin compatibility, the benefits are incomparable. When Qiu Ruoling said this, she stared at Lin Chu and added again. Besides, with your enlightenment talent, plus being burdened with the Dao sect's holy body, you will definitely become the leader of the Dao sect's new generation in the future. It's normal for their Morong family to want to follow you to hook up with the Dao sect. Lin Chu played with the jade flute in his hand, Morongyu's face appeared in his mind, but the corner of his mouth was inadvertent. A light smile appeared. It's still too long term to think about these things. Right now I'm nothing more than a 5th realm tiny cultivator. Grabbing the cultivation is the important thing. That's right. In 3 months' time, Lin Shu managed to raise his cultivation to the 5th realm. Both his Dao cultivation and spirit law cultivation had entered the 5th realm. Successfully built the Huanyu Palace on top of the spiritual platform. Being able to step into the 5th realm so quickly was also thanks to the enhancement of the divine soul power, coupled with the auxiliary pills made from some exotic treasures, as well as the favorable cultivation environment provided within the Yunsan sect. It was only with the help of a god that there was such a rapid realm advancement. It was just that it would be much more difficult to step into the 6th realm. The 3 things to be done at the 3 realms of Qi cultivation were building the spirit platform, building the palace, and transforming the spirit sea. After doing these 3 things and having enough spiritual energy, one can impact the realm of God refining. Looking internally at the spirit platform and looking at the grand palace built on it as if it was an imperial immortal court, Lin Shu just had a headache. To fill up the spiritual aura in the enriched palace, this was a completely different level of difficulty from before. It is also good that the Taoist cultivation is completely different from the art of replenishing the spirit, bearing the innate one air body. He is able to constantly and confidently absorb the outside world to supplement the Yuan Qi within. When the Yuan Qi was full, he would naturally be able to break into the next realm without any bottlenecks. This stage is also a test of underlying accumulation, and the time it takes to do the same is enormous. Only that it didn't require Lin Shu to deliberately cultivate. He could do it in a watery manner, which was why the innate one air body was known as the holy body by the Taoist sect. Lin Shu looked at the clouds in the sky. A round of dazzling sun was slowly rising, burning warm sunlight, sprinkling down from the high sky. It's time to take a walk down the mountain. Living in the mountains is nice, but it's still difficult to achieve great things in a short time. He hadn't forgotten what his biggest leverage was. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 30/100. Cultivation, 5th realm. Acquired techniques, Spirit Gathering Technique, Green Cloud Royal Dao Technique, Frost Sacred Cannon, Spirit Alchemy, Dan Jing. Acquired spiritual arts, Ice Blade Condensation of Ice and Cold Triple Condensation Technique, Sanqing Imperial Spiritual Art, Frost Break, Great Cold Without Snow, Xinxian Imperial Fire Art, and the Art of Spirit Rising. Avatar, Divine Breathlessness, Talent, Innate One Air Body, Heavenly Eye. Props, Mother of All Cauldrons, Golden Crow Burning Flame. Inheritance of the 14th Realm Alchemist Master, in use. Occupation, 8th Grade Alchemist, 7th Grade Formation Master, 7th Grade Runic Master. After obtaining the inheritance, 3 months of time to cultivate, Lin Shu smoothly entered into the realm of the 8th Grade Alchemist, and he became more and more skillful in various spirit arts, except for the 3 Qing Imperial Spirit Art which did not come to a great completion. All the other spirit arts have come to a great completion. In the final analysis, it was still due to the fact that the 3 clear Imperial Spirit Art manipulation required a great deal of demand for the power of the Divine Soul. Despite having the spiritual prana refining art to assist in the cultivation of the Divine Soul, but just this is not enough for Lin Shu to completely train this 3 Qing Imperial Spirit Art to the state of great completion. However, Lin Shu's current strength had been enhanced more than tens of times compared to his 4th realm self. It was worth mentioning that half a month ago, after entering the 5th realm, Lin Shu had fought with Yu Xiener, who had already entered the 6th realm. In the end, the result ended with Lin Shu's victory. This was quite a blow to the other party, except that Yu Xiener didn't sink down because of this, and almost every day after she was defeated, she would look for Lin Shu to have a fight. Although every time she failed, her fighting skills grew at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Under one defeat after another, Yu Xiener no longer had the heart to defeat Lin Shu, and only thought of continuously enhancing her strength so that she could beat that Yi Xian at the 3-year appointment. The idea was simple. If she couldn't beat Lin Shu, she must be able to defeat that Yi Xian. This period of time, under the constant competition, made Lin Shu a bit troubled as well. Once or twice, even if a day to find their own fight on 3 or 4 times. He is not a professional chaperone, which has so much time, sometimes in order to not let the other party injured, and cannot be full strength, but some of the hands and feet. Teacher, what do you say we go around this cloud state wherever? Lin Shu said lazily. While talking, he walked towards the distance. Don't you want to go wherever you want? With your demonic talent, there's nothing I can teach you. Just make up your own mind. And when you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me again. Leave me alone. I've got to go look at the talking books. During this period of time, Xiao Ruoling had sort of discovered that she couldn't teach Lin Shu anything at all. Not only was his enlightenment heaven-defying, but his fighting skills were even more impossible to pick out. not to mention all the high-level spirit arts, most of which had been cultivated to the stage of great accomplishment. The spirit prana refining art was coveted even by her, a 12th realm immortal. To be honest, it was quite a failure for her to be a teacher and not be able to teach Lin Shu anything. In that case, let us master and disciple have a glimpse of this Yunzhou scenery. Lin Shu hemmed and hawed, while then speeding up the pace on his legs and leaving this place where he usually practiced. Within a spacious and bright hall, Yunlan sat on top of the main seat, his hand propped up on his chin as he said somewhat helplessly, "Cho Air, do you really want to go down to the mountains to practice? But is it because of Siener?" It seemed that Yunlan was also aware of Jade Immortal's 3 days. From time to time, finding Lin Shu for a match, Lin Shu shook his head and denied, "It's not because of senior sister, because I want to go down the mountain to travel a bit, to enjoy the scenery of the cloud state, and to grow some experience. Mainly, Disciple also wants to go within the Cloud Song Ridge and fight against those ferocious demonic beasts. That being said, Disciple also lacks some experience in life and death combat. I still hope that the master will grant me permission." With such a resolute request for an order, Yunlan was unable to find a reason to refuse. Ever since she accepted Lin Shu as her disciple, she was very satisfied with him everywhere. Moreover, half a month ago, Lin Shu, who had attained the Tao and broken into the 5th realm, had crossed over and defeated the 6th realm's Yu Xiener, and Yunlan was even more astonished. However, this disciple was now thinking of traveling down the mountain, and his tone was so resolute that it was really hard to refuse. Yunlan sighed and nodded his head in permission. "Since you're determined to go, then I have no choice but to agree." "Thank you, Master. However, you have to promise me that you will report your recent situation to the clan every month, and that you will directly seek help for any suffering you encounter, and never try to be strong." "Apprentice understands." Lin Shu bowed his hand and returned. Yunlan shook his hand and summoned a few balls of light to fly towards Lin Shu. In his hand, a token, a jade talisman, a sword with a snow-white body, and some jade bottles. That token is a sovereign's token, which can drive some forces affiliated with the Yunlan sect to be used for you. In the jade talisman, there are 3 of my sword chi hidden. When you encounter someone who is unbeatable, you don't need to cherish it, just take it out and use it. This sword is called the Lingfrost sword. It was my sword before I certified to the immortal realm. After I stepped into the immortal realm, it was tainted with my immortal Dao Qi. Although it can't be in the ranks of the king's immortal artifacts, it's much stronger than the average 9th grade spiritual artifacts. Now that you're out traveling and don't have a weapon to use, this will be gifted to you. Lin Shu didn't refuse to take these things one by one. Yunlan looked at Lin Shu and said in a solemn tone, "My master's last instruction. No matter what happens you must put your own life first. Understand?" Concern was overflowing. Lin Shu's heart was warmed and he respectfully said, "Remembering master's instructions, disciple understands. No matter what happens, put your own life first." Chapter 52, Cloud Song Ridge. The night came with a gust of cool wind. The time of March passed, and it was already early fall. The weather fell more and more cold day by day. Fine rustling wind blowing leaves sound came. Dark woods, curls of bonfire burning, so that the quiet dark night added a layer of different colors. Wind blowing bonfire. The flame is not the slightest shaking. Always keep the original appearance of burning, and such a bonfire underneath, but did not see any wood as a burning material. If such a scene were to be seen, it would surely emit a loud gasp of amazement. Beside the campfire, the teenager with eyes covered in black satin, boredly rested his chin and stared at the flames that were burning. 3 days had passed since Lin Shu left the Cloud Song sect. From the northwest corner into this Cloud Song Ridge where endless mountains existed, he had rushed all the way to kill quite a few thousand strange demonic beasts. Since they had not yet entered the depths of the Cloud Singling Ridge, the cultivation of these demonic beasts was generally not high, mostly in the 4th to 6th realms. The only demonic beast that he encountered in the 7th realm, after wasting some effort, was also successfully killed by Lin Shu. In 3 days' time, quite a few demonic beast inner pills as well as spirit medicines had been accumulated. With the herbs, Lin Shu also had a good time making pills. Despite not having the aid of an alchemy furnace or external objects, Lin Shu was able to achieve void alchemy simply by relying on the divine Xian fire royal art that he had obtained from his inheritance. That demonic beast's 7th grade inner elixir also changed into a dragon eye-sized 8th grade elixir in Lin Shu's hands. As for the 7th grade inner elixir but being able to refine it into an 8th grade elixir, this was also thanks to another inherited art, the art of spirit ascension. Seeing Lin Shu's level of alchemy, this gave to Qiu Ruoling another big shock. At the same time, he excitedly instructed for Lin Shu to look for suitable medicinal herbs to refine some pills that strengthened the power of the divine soul. Although the idea was good, but the medicinal materials for refining this kind of elixir could not be found so easily. In the past few days, even with the addition of a plugin like Heaven's Eye, He had only found a few low-grade soul-warming grasses. The divine soul mistletoe grass is still a bit hard to find. It seems like we have to look a little deeper. This efficiency is just a little too slow. Lin Shu looked at the burning flames, contemplated for a while, and reckoned that what do you think, teacher? Feasible. With your strength you can break into the depths of this cloud song ridge, even if you encounter a demonic beast that you can't defeat. Isn't there still me? A voice that Lin Shu was more than familiar with came from the ring in his hand. By the time you reach this cloud sangling ridge, it's enough for you to show off your abilities to your heart's content. Lin Shu laughed silently. He was now a little curious about his own strength as well. This was also the reason why he would choose to come to this cloud sangling ridge first, to test his battle power so that he could have a bottom in his heart. Since that's the case, then tomorrow I'll attempt to enter the deeper mountains of the cloud song ridge. The edges of the clouds were slightly white, and the mist shrouded the distant mountains, and on a tall, thick and upright tree, Lin Shu had been waiting for a long time. When the purple chi came from the east, it was very beneficial to Lin Shu's cultivation, so he also developed the habit of waking up early every day to enjoy this rising sun. When this time period passed, Lin Shu leisurely woke up, and after stowing away and returning to his rest, he did not delay anything further. Directly, he was quickly swiping his shadow towards the deeper reaches of the cloud song ridge. In a few breaths of time, it disappeared into the sky. Out of nowhere, crossing into an area, a strange yet distinctly familiar feeling suddenly came from Lin Shu's body. Lin Shu quickly reacted as if he had arrived in an isolated alien space. Because of being brought to a piece of alien space by Shadow earlier, and because the memory of being tyrannized by the other party at that time was just too deep. That's why he was able to notice this strange feeling so quickly when it appeared again. The power of space? It seems like we've come to the territory of a certain foreign beast, to be able to control the power of space. Interesting, Lin Shu muttered. At this time, Qiu Ruoling's astonished voice entered Lin Shu's ears. To be able to have you meet an 8th order Void Tungsten Python in this place, you kid is really lucky. Void Tang Python? 8th rank. Lin Shu froze for a moment and hesitated, obviously not thinking that yesterday just planned to look for high-level demonic beasts and try out what level he is at now. Early this morning, before he had even begun his search, chance brought him across such a big guy. Pursing his lips, Lin Shu's tone revealed excitement as he inquired towards Qiu Ruoling. What is the strength of this demonic beast? Can I beat it, teacher? Qiu Ruoling pondered for a while and slowly said, if it's any other 8th order demonic beast, it shouldn't be too much of a problem according to your skills. It's just that this Void Tang Python has the skill of spatial shifting, and for you right now, spatial ability is still a bit of a difficult task. That's a bit of a hard point, by the sound of it. However, it was not easy to meet a decent demonic beast. Lin Shu kind of didn't want to give up. Teacher, just tell me how sure I can win against this guy? It's 50-50 with him with your bottom card out. Only 50% sure? That's a bit low. Lin Shu was a bit hesitant when he heard this. It was a bit unstable to have only 50% certainty with all his cards. Qiu Ruoling glanced at Lin Shu. I don't know what you're hesitating about. You really had to have a reason to finish it off today. Void Tang Python. This kind of demonic beast is originally a demonic beast that can be encountered but not sought. Its demonic beast inner Dan can help you comprehend the power of space. And with your kid's current alchemy level can be good enough to be able to use its inner Dan as the main medicine to refine the 8th grade Dan. Empty spirit Dan. Once this guy's bloodline is allowed to metamorphose and turn into a Voidtingjiao, his strength will definitely be among the realm of immortals. And when it fully awakens its innate aptitude of spatial shifting, to catch it even if I put out my full strength, I won't be able to do it. The snake becomes a python. The python becomes a boa. The boa becomes a viper. And the viper cultivates for 500 years to become a jiao. Bloodline evolution was undoubtedly the most tremendous form of enhancement for the stream of demonic beasts. After hearing that this Void Tang Python came from such a strong source, Lin Shu's eyes flashed with a strange color. Void Tang Jiao? Immortal realm? This guy is so strong? Not only that, when he heard the name Empty Spirit Pill, Lin Shu only felt a wave of familiarity and hurriedly searched his mind for relevant memories. Empty Spirit Pill? Within the inheritance memories, there happens to be a formula for this elixir, considered to be one of the few relatively low-ranked elixir formulas left amongst the inheritance memories. Although the inherited memories were huge, most of the Dan formulas that were included down in them were above the 9th grade, and there were very few Dan formulas below the 9th grade, and the worst part was that right now, Lin Shu was only at the level of an 8th grade alchemist, which put him in a somewhat awkward situation. However, among the few Dan formulas below the 9th grade, there was a Dan formula for the Empty Spirit Dan, so it seemed that this Empty Spirit Dan really had its own special features, and was able to gain a place amongst the memory inheritance of the big brother. According to this situation, Lin Shu really did have a reason why he had to do it. The power of space. Prepare to strike. Prepare to strike. Looking at Lin Chu's fist-pumping appearance, Qiu Ruoling shook her head and lost her smile. Just now, you were in a fearful manner, but now you're full of energy. You're really unbeatable. Lin Chu hemmed and hawed and said with a straight face, the world is all about profit. The world is all about profit. It's just human nature. Teacher, let's get ready to do it. Chapter 53, Void Tang Python. Glancing blankly at Lin Chu, Qiu Ruoling also stopped talking and arranged. This 8th order Void Tang Python spirit is not low, and if it senses that something is wrong, it will surely sneak away and escape. So later on, we will have to be careful to get close, and make the first move to seriously injure it. After being seriously injured, you can also tangle with it for a bit to work on your fighting standards. That's a good feeling. Then we'll do as you say. Sensei, after obtaining the divine concealment technique, concealing breath and whatnot couldn't be simpler, and with the help of this divine ability, sneak attacks and whatnot were simply like a godsend. Qiu Ruoling also knew that Lin Chu had such a restraining technique, only she thought that this technique was the same as the spiritual prana refining technique, the same thing that Morone Yunshan brought to him, so she didn't ask too many questions about it. Everyone had their own chances, not to mention Lin Chu, who was blessed with deep fortune. By chance, it was normal to have obtained some feats, spiritual arts, inheritances, or whatever. After making up his mind, Lin Chu quickly concealed his aura and rushed towards the direction provided by Qiu Ruoling. Passing through a dense forest, the scenery suddenly opened up, and a water pool appeared in front of us. The water hole was cut off in all directions by towering cliffs, which blocked it on all sides, and the fact that the sun had not yet risen completely made the place seem a little dark and damp. If you looked down, the water was pitch black, giving people the feeling of gazing into an abyss. Clear water is shallow, green water is deep, and black water is abyssal. Underneath this pool of water, there was undoubtedly a bottomless abyss. The Void Tang Python is different from other yin-loving snakes. It will mostly come out of ambush at the beginning of the morning. Absorbing the early sun 11 light can help them cultivate better. It's a good time. Later, while it is not on guard, don't keep your hands off to attack it with the golden crow burning heavenly flame. Later on, I will also make a move to block the space in this area, so you don't need to worry about it escaping into the void. After Qiu Ruoling surveyed the surroundings, she was even more certain that this was the habitat of the Void Tang Python. Lin Chu didn't have a problem with it and agreed in response. Good. As time continued to pass, the originally calm water surface suddenly rippled. The sound of the water waves became louder and louder, along with the sound of the water waves lapping against the cliffs, which continued to resound at the same time. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the water pool, and a giant python's figure flew out from the whirlpool. The Void Tang Python completely appeared in front of Lin Chu. What kind of python is that? On the head of the huge snake, there was a sharp horn, with wings on the back. The whole body had red-colored prismatic scales wrapped around it. The body was more than 10 feet long, and it flew up without legs and landed on top of the mountains. The pupil of the snake stared at the direction of the rising sun in the east, and then the coiled snake body gathered into a disc shape. The snake's head resided in the center, and the black pointed horn on the head was emitting white light, and even the ruddy scales on the body began to flicker regularly. Red-colored scales? This Void Tang Python seems to have had quite a strange encounter. As his sight returned from the Void Tang Python, Lin Chu heard Qiu Ruoling's words and curiously inquired, "Does this have any effect?" Qiu Ruoling waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, a red-colored Void Tang snake is better for you to deal with instead. Little Chuzi, remember, wait until this Void Tang Python's head horn appears to have a red-colored glow. That's the time for you to strike." After using the golden crow burning heavenly flame to destroy its head horn, its strength will be greatly reduced, plus your extreme cold power just to restrain him. Your chances of winning are estimated to be 70% to 80%. Oh, Lin Chu murmured, is it 70 to 80%? It's not too low, it can be a battle. Leaving behind such a sentence, Lin Chao's figure disappeared into thin air. After a while, the sharp horn on the head of the Void Tang snake finally glowed with a ruddy color. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Chu snapped, and red golden flames suddenly appeared, transforming into a golden shadow that swept towards the direction of the Void Tang Python. Hiss! A sharp snake cry followed, sounding miserable. After the hissing sound, the Void Tang Python's vertical pupils condensed, coldly staring at the direction where the red gold flames appeared. After his purpose was achieved, Lin Chu simply stopped concealing his figure and directly jumped out from the direction of the bushes. That's what makes you look like a snake. It's a little awkward to look at with a pointy horn on it. Seeing that the sharp horn on the Void Tang Python's head was completely erased, Lin Chu chuckled. I have to say that the snap of the broken corner is still pretty good. The spiritual intelligence of an 8th-rank demonic beast was already very high. Thus Lin Chu's words were still understood by the Void Tang Python. The The Void Tang Python's vertical pupils stared at Lin Shu, revealing an endless coldness that drew chills all over one's body. The sharp corners were erased to nothing, meaning that nearly a century of cultivation was destroyed, destroying the path of cultivation. This kind of life and death revenge, it vowed to wipe out Lin Shu. The huge figure of the Void Tang snake violently crossed over, and in an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Shu, and with a swing of the snake's tail, it rolled up a huge wave of wind and swept over. After dodging the blow, Lin Shu inclined his head towards the void python that had already appeared in his original position and faintly said, "Waiting for you." Before the words fell, a formation suddenly surfaced around the Void Tang Python, and extreme frost power surged as countless ice crystals appeared and rapidly gathered together. Frost break! Lin Shu crossed his two fingers, his teeth and lips slightly opened, and spat out 3 words. Rumble! A huge explosion sounded again, and layers of airwaves spread in all directions with the center of the explosion. Tisk as expected of an 8th-ranked demonic beast, it still can't be dealt with well. The first thing Lin Shu did was to notice that this attack didn't cause much damage to it. Under the heaven's eye, the figure of the Void Tang Python appeared in Lin Shu's mind, the prismatic scale armor on its body standing up and flickering with crimson light. Lin Shu, who had long predicted this scene, had majestic spiritual energy surging within his body, his white hands dancing out remnants of shadows. And with that, dozens of talismans appeared in the air. This wasn't all. Once again flexing his hand and pointing, a huge ice blade appeared from behind Lin Shu, along with the talisman blasting in the direction of the Void Tang Python. Lin Shu didn't have the slightest intention of letting the Void Tang Python strike. Poor for precision strikes, rich for fire coverage. He was a melee mage. He definitely had to deplete the opposite side's wave of blood before saying anything. Under the constant frost attacks, the Void Tang Python was obviously also pushed, and after hissing, the light on its scale armor flourished. A blazing firelight emerged, and channels of fiery red streams of light collided with the ice crystals. Rumble! A loud explosion sounded under the energy exchange. Tiskit's worthy of being an 8th-ranked demonic beast. After being heavily injured, his strength had dropped by half, and he was surprisingly able to counterattack so quickly. The Void Tang Python is at least the top group of demonic beasts, and its strength is naturally not comparable to ordinary demonic beasts. Xiao Ruoling reminded at the right time. You and be careful in dealing with it. Understood. Responding, Lin Shu's figure ran in the direction of the Void Tang Python, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand. The sword light flickered slightly, and the unusually harsh sword blade brought out a sound that cut the air. Strike the snake 7 inches. Lin Shu went straight for the vitals of the Void Tang Python, and his spirit sword slashed on top of the python's scale armor, making a crisp sound of gold and gold. Only, the scale armor obviously didn't block the spirit sword's chopping, and under the collision, the spirit sword cut straight onto the flesh and blood under the Void Tang Python's scale armor. Blood spattered out, and with it came the hissing sound of a giant python. Chapter 54, Where did you meet? After being stabbed, the Void Tang Python's snake body swung even more violently, and even the pupils of the snake began to turn blood red. After a long cry to the sky, the Void Tang Python's body suddenly rumbled. Its bloody mouth opened, and huge energy fluctuations gathered on it. Feeling the accumulating waves of spiritual energy, Lin Shu realized that it was not advisable to fight it head-on, and his figure violently retreated towards the back. However, the Void Tang Python was obviously not willing to give up and instantly operated its innate divine ability and appeared behind Lin Shu between prancing and shifting. Looking at the giant python that crossed space and appeared behind him, Lin Shu was not surprised. After sensing its disappearance at the first moment through his heavenly eyes, he had secretly prepared a means to deal with it. Divine Xian Royal Fire, Burning Heavenly Flame, Gather. After obtaining the Divine Xian Fire defense technique from the inheritance, Lin Shu's level of control over the Golden Crow Burning Heavenly Flame became more and more at his will, coupled with the fact that the destruction origin was becoming more and more fused with his own body. The might of the Golden Crow Burning Heavenly Flame had long been incomparable. The burning heavenly divine flame fluttered out from Lin Xiao's palm, growing more and more terrifying with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, moving indistinctly and transforming into a fiery red ball of light about the size of a human head. A circle of spatial ripples visible to the naked eye spread continuously in all directions. Feeling the blazing heat and terrifying power of the flaming ball of light, the vertical pupil of the Void Tang Python, which was prancing around, flashed through a trace of gravity. However, things have come to this point, cannot allow it to hesitate, the two must go all out, fight a high and low points. The crimson light pillar was ejected from the python's mouth, mixed with a terrifying and horrifying might, and swept towards Lin Shu's direction. The fireball flew out leisurely from Lin Shu's palm and collided with the crimson light pillar without any speed. As the strongest divine fire in heaven and earth, how could the Golden Crow Heaven Burning Flame be resisted by a mere 8th-order demonic beast? After the fireball condensed by the burning heavenly flame collided with the light pillar, it continuously destroyed the energy light pillar spat out by the Void Tang snake under its horrified gaze. Realizing that it was not good, the Void Tang snake's vertical pupils rotated, and once again crossed the space in an attempt to avoid the fireball attack. How can it be so easy to escape when you see a bad situation? The Divine Xian Royal Fire Art was in operation, and Lin Chu controlled the flames to continuously track the python. The Void Tang python's spatial shift spanned a distance of less than 100 feet, so no matter where it appeared, Lin Chu would be able to spot it first. Looking at the fire mass that was in hot pursuit, the Void Tang python also knew that it couldn't that sooner or later, the flames would fall on its own body. The vertical pupil shrunk slightly as it snapped and flew in the direction of Lin Chu. Knowing that you can't resist the divine fire and wanting to take care of me as the manipulator first. Quite clever. Only it's still almost interesting. Eyeing the giant python that swept through the air, Lin Chu smiled faintly. With Lin Chu as the center, a field of frost unfolded and countless ice spikes appeared, all pointing at the Void Tang python in the air. The frost is over. No snow in the great cold. Pinpointing the right moment, the Void Tang python once again used spatial shift and appeared behind Lin Chu. The corners of Lin Chu's mouth hooked up slightly as she laughed softly. I knew you'd be like this. The idea is quite good, but you've been seen through by me. A talisman suddenly appeared between Lin Chu's fingers. Instantaneous talisman. Transportation. The two attacks simultaneously reversed direction and landed on the body of the Void Tang python together. Under the ice and fire, the Void Tang python's injuries, which was already seriously injured, worsened once again. Bang! The sound of a giant python falling to the ground came from the snake's pupils, which were filled with unwillingness. Just as Lin Chu approached and wanted to make up for it to completely kill the Void Tang python, it held up its snake body as if it was returning. Not good. It wants to fight to the death to open the spatial channel and banish you into the middle of the spatial turbulence, dragging you along with it. Qiu Ruoling drank. Hearing this, Lin Chu quickly stormed back towards the distance. However, the Void Tang python ironically wanted to pull Lin Chu's back, and wasted no time in burning out the power of his bloodline to open up a spatial passageway that traversed the two. The sudden shocking change even caused Qiu Ruoling to not react, and just like that, Lin Chu and the Void Tang python were directly falling into the spatial passage. Fortunately, with Qiu Ruoling present, Lin Chu would not die under this spatial turbulence. After stepping into the spatial turbulence and following the waves for a while, Qiu Ruoling appeared to land on a green field with Lin Chu. After being dizzy for a while, Lin Chu then settled down and observed his surroundings. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Chu said blankly, "Egu my plants. Your great master, where did this give me to do?" Qiu Ruoling appeared floatingly and knocked Lin Chu's head. "You still care where you came from? If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, you would have almost died in that spatial turbulence. You know, disciple knows his mistake." Knowing that he had dropped the ball this time, Lin Chu obediently admitted his mistake. It was really because he had overlooked this Void Tang python's determination, to the extent that he even wanted to pull Lin Chu to the back even in death. In the end, he had underestimated the other party. However, with this lesson, Lin Chu would definitely be more careful with these demonic beasts afterward. "Teacher, do you know where we are now?" Lin Chu inquired. Qiu Ruoling wrapped her arms around herself and surveyed her surroundings, spread her hands and said, "I don't know about that, but what I can be sure of is that we should still be in the territory of Yunzhou. After all, even if an 8th-ranked Void Tangi beast poured everything into opening a spatial passageway, there's no way for it to manage a teleportation distance across a state." Lin Chu nodded and said, "It's still within the Yunzhou territory, so it's still within the range of acceptance. But then, we must first figure out exactly where we are now." Autumn Ruoling waved her hand and turned to say, "This matter is not urgent. You first take out the demonic beast inner dan of the Void Tang python and then say that its body is also put in your place. Put it inside the inherent soul ring, make all the blood smell of pandemonium. But also, how do you let me stay?" Lin Chu's eyes lit up and he said, "The Void Tang python is still at your place, teacher? I thought its corpse was taken away by the spatial turbulence." Qiu Ruoling, it's just a spatial turbulence in the district. I can block it with my hands." Okay, you hurry up and do the right thing." Before the words fell, the corpse of the Void Tang python appeared in front of Lin Chu and casually replied, "Alright." He was searching up where the inner elixir of the Void Tang python was located, and as his heavenly eyes swept over the corpse, he clearly sensed a huge amount of energy coalescing at the head of the snake. Flexing his fingers, the ice blade directly sliced the snake's head open, and a dark red-colored, round demonic dan appeared in the field of vision, about the size of a dragon's eye. It's a pity that this bloodline power was sacrificed, otherwise it would be good body refining material for you. Well, at least it contains some red dragon bloodline and is about to turn into a boa constrictor." Qiu Ruoling shook her head and said with some regret. Lin Chu echoed, "It's indeed a bit of a pity. Teacher, do you see anything else on this python that can be utilized? The skeleton is a good material for refining weapons. It's just that the weapons refined will be of little use to you. Upon hearing this, Lin Shu didn't drag his feet and directly inserted the entire skeleton. It's also considered a waste utilization. It's not bad to save this meat and use it as food as well. This meat is so firm. It should taste quite good. Watching Lin Shu dissect the Void Tang python cleanly and methodically in 3 strikes, Qiu Ruolin only felt that he was taking personal revenge. Chapter 55, a new S-rank Chi protagonist. After properly disposing of the Void Tang python, Lin Shu flexed his hand and flicked out a wisp of flame, taking care of the traces left behind at the scene. Looking around, he found himself at the summit of a mountain peak with a dense green forest at his feet. Early fall has arrived. Many leaves began to blow with the wind drifting down one after another. Pattering leaves, but it is very aesthetic. Bang bang. In the middle of the dense forest, there was suddenly a regular crashing sound, and if one recognized it carefully, one could hear that it was the sound of fists colliding with trees. This sudden sound likewise drew Lin Shu's attention. Following the direction of the source of the sound, drawing his sight closer, Lin Shu realized that in the forest clearing, a teenager's figure had appeared, approximately no more than 14 years old. At that moment, the teenager was in a horse stance, with blackened iron ore hanging from his thighs and waist, and his hands were formed into fists, striking the stump with one punch after another. Under the mutual collision of fists and trees, although the teenager's body was constantly trembling, the movements of his hands did not stagnate in the slightest, one after another, even as the force intensified. Looking at this teenager's figure, Lin Shu seemed to have thought of something. His vision shifted and a bright S symbol appeared on the teenager's head. True enough, young man, I see that you are not an ordinary person at first glance. An uncontrollable excitement surfaced on Lin Shu's face. I can't imagine that there's an unexpected joy under the misadventure. Qiu Ruoling noticed the excitement on Lin Shu's face and said suspiciously, "What's so special about this teenager, causing you to be so excited?" This youngster's eyes are full of perseverance, and looking at his soon-to-be exhausted appearance, he must have been practicing in the morning for a long time. Lin Shu didn't hide his appreciation for the teenager and said bluntly, "Diligence and perseverance. Teacher, don't you think these things are hard to see at this age?" Qiu Ruoling did not deny it, but still did not hold any expectations for the teenager. "You're right, but just relying on hard work and perseverance is not enough to become a strong person. There are times when talent, qualifications and background of origin can determine everything. Some people are destined to be superior. There has never been equality in this world. You should understand what I mean." Xiao Chu. Lin Shu smiled and recognized her. "However, it's undeniable that people who change their destiny against the heavens exist in this world, and I'm optimistic about this teenager," Qiu Ruolin said indifferently. "Although I don't know why you're looking at him favorably, what we need to do now is to figure out where we are." Lin Shu spread his hands and said, "This neighborhood seems to be a village, a place where people gather. It should be a small family." After Qiu Ruoling unfolded her divine sense and observed, she added, "The strongest person is only in the 4th realm. We should have come to some remote town. Later you can just find someone to ask. Being in a place like this has no significance to you at all in terms of practicing. It's better to leave this place before it's too late." Lin Shu laughed softly and didn't answer back, but replied to himself, "Maybe there will be some surprises here?" Qiu Ruoling watched as a meaningful smile appeared on Lin Shu's face and was filled with incomprehension, but she didn't say anything more. "Since you have your own plans, you can see to it yourself." After leaving such a sentence, she didn't say anything more and drilled into the soul containment ring in a puff of smoke. After collecting his breath and pacing closer to the teenager, he found a golden exclamation mark appearing above the teenager's head, for which Lin Shu was more than familiar with. "Oh, just arrived and a new chance is delivered to your door?" With a thought, the golden exclamation mark swelled up and finally transformed into a golden dialogue box. Granite Town. The Qin family. Qin Yan luck against the heavens. At midnight today, in the Qin family cave at the back of the mountain found a deserted broken stone disc. The real origin of the stone disc is in fact the ancient artifacts of the divine martial arts ring, which contains the ancient to martial arts into the Tao of the supreme power of the inheritance of the ancient. After obtaining the recognition of the stone disc, relying on their own luck and martial arts talent, 3 months in one fell swoop from the body quenching 3 times more than for the body quenching 9. The distance to break through the 4th realm is only 1 step away. System, Ding releasing the latest mission, preempting the recognition of the divine martial ring and intercepting Qin Yan's chance. Mission successful, obtaining a golden large treasure chest and 10 points of Qi experience value. After reading the content of the mission, Lin Shu couldn't help but touch his chin. Tisket's worthy of being the main character of Qi whose initial Qi value is S. It's really a sleepy man who delivers pillows, and in 3 months' time, he directly crosses 2 major realms to come to the refined Qi realm. This so-called quenched body 3 should be in the first realm is about to break through the second realm of the ground. Quenched body 9 should be in the third realm of the existence of the realm of the extreme. March time to finish the road that others can only finish in a few years. Really worthy of being a person favored by God. This youngster is able to be cultivated and nurtured. And it's not bad to be the second big fat sheep after Yi Xian. Seeing as Qin Yan has a good heart, Lin Chu intends to cultivate him. At least he is an S-rank protagonist, and will definitely be able to bring unexpected benefits in the future. Person of the Qin surname. Teenage boy, I'm optimistic about you, yo. Don't let me down. Lin Chu smiled. However, I'll take this chance of yours first. Of course, after intercepting the other party's chance, Lin Chu would also take the responsibility of cultivating and nurturing the youngster named Qin Yan. As an 8th grade alchemist, he was equally capable of making Qin Yan cross from the so-called body-tempering 3rd gravity to body-tempering 9th gravity in 3 months. Lin Chu wasn't trying to better intercept this Qin Yan's chance in the future. Right, definitely not for that reason. As for what we need to do now, it's to first figure out where this Granite Town Qin clan's backyard land is located, and first acquire this divine martial ring. Completing the system quest is the top priority. Lin Chu pondered for a moment and directly disappeared in place, his heavenly eyes probing range expanding to its maximum range. This Qin family is quite big. The family is set up in the deep mountains and dense forests, so that it's easy to protect the family? The idea is not bad, but I'm afraid I'll have to put in some effort to find out where the back of the mountain where the divine martial ring is hidden is located. Stepping in the air, walking in this dense forest, Lin Chu found that the Qin family's land, located in the deep mountains and dense forests, the so-called back of the mountain has no less than more than 10 places. Without a precise target, Lin Chu had to search one place after another. Of course, he wasn't searching aimlessly, and in accordance with the principle of proximity, he first started searching in the back of the mountain where Qin Yan lived. Even after narrowing down the target, there were still 3 places to search. Fortunately, with the spirit sword, he was able to fly through the air, and his efficiency was still quite high. Coupled with the probing of his heavenly eyes, Lin Chu soon found a mysterious ancient stone disc. Chapter 56, The Divine Martial Arts Ring. The Man of the Gods. The stone disc is about 3 inches in size. The whole presents the shape of an octagonal array disc. 8 edges and corners of the careful observation of the disc found respectively engraved with 8 different small fonts. The 8 characters are fist, palm, leg, gun, sword, knife, arrow and mace. It seemed that this should represent the 8 martial arts techniques inherited from this supreme person. Proficient in the 8 laws, martial arts to the core. When his divine sense entered it, he felt a strong spiritual power burst out from the stone disc, and these 8 words were then firmly reflected in Lin Chu's mind. At this time, the mother cauldron of all things, which was based in the space of the foreign fire, sensed the aura of the stone disc, and a stream of light emanated from it, naturally landing on top of the stone disc. Stream of light fell into the moment of the stone disc. The stone disc suddenly changed to kind. The original ancient rustic tattered black look is no longer. Now is emitting bright sunshine. The word martial then appeared in the center of the stone plate, while the word God appeared in the center of the other side of the stone plate. The 2 words mirrored each other, emitting an incomparably powerful force. Martial arts trials, open. Defeat the trial candidates to obtain the corresponding martial arts inheritance. The first trial, boxing. Suddenly, Lin Chu only felt that he was on top of a huge and incomparable ring. Within the field of vision, there was also a mysterious shadow, demonstrating boxing techniques to him under one punch and one gesture. Not allowing it, Lin Chu knew that this was the test for obtaining the divine martial ring. He gathered his mind and focused on observing the fist technique that was being demonstrated in front of him. The silhouette moved slowly, but it gave the impression of a profound and unfathomable. The starting hand progresses with 1,000 pounds of force. The returning hand turns over and turns around. The right hand straightly stabs the top of the left hand, and the upper and lower hands merge into one. Simple movements but let Lin Chu feel an unrivaled mood, only with a little spiritual power surging to hit the space to send out bursts of broken sound. Under one move, Lin Chu was unable to sink into it, and although the movements were slow, he only felt that the punches in it were really obscure. After a set of boxing techniques, Lin Chu estimated that he had only learned 1 or 2%. Although the entire set of boxing techniques were able to be practiced, they were far from reaching the level of shattering the void with the fist that the mysterious shadow was able to do. After the fist maneuver was completed, the shadow then dissipated above the martial arts stage. A voice rang from Lin Chu's ears. The first martial arts trial. Fist Dao. Begin. Looking at the black shadows that appeared in front of him, even though he couldn't detect any aura from this group of black shadows, Lin Chu didn't dare to underestimate them in the slightest. Taking a long breath, Lin Chu assumed the chi posture of practicing boxing, eyed the dark shadows, and said in a condensed voice, "Come on, seniors, Leaving such a sentence behind, Lin Shu pushed himself up to progress and jabbed away with a straight punch. The Black Shadow seemed to have anticipated that he would do this, flexing his fist at Lin Shu's wrist, and after dislodging most of the wind from his fist, without showing any mercy at all, he once again delivered a punch, surging straight towards Lin Shu's chest. Lin Shu's face changed slightly, and his other hand was placed across his chest, narrowly deflecting the blow. Despite reacting very quickly to block the punch, the force from the fist still caused Lin Shu to let out a muffled grunt. You can see how much force is on it. The Black Shadow looked at the repulsed Lin Shu and spoke. The wind of the fist is powerful, but the power has not been solidified. The mind and spirit have not been united. The meaning of the fist is insufficient. There is only a resemblance of the form, but not enough of the god. Not qualified. Lin Shu froze for a moment, knowing that the Black Shadow was pointing at him, clenched his fist and said, "Again." Once again, he built up his strength to attack, and unsurprisingly, Lin Shu was once again repelled by the Black Shadow. Boxing together, mind and body unity. The heart is intentional, but the force is not enough. Did not do to hold a body and move the whole hair. The heart has the power but the body power is not enough. Not qualified. The Black Shadow's tone was extremely calm as it once again pointed out Lin Xiao's mistakes in his punching technique. Lin Shu gritted her teeth and said defiantly, "Again, inner and outer are not united. Spirit power and chi have not been united. Fail. Again, the movement is not united. The timing of the fist transformation is not right. Fail. Insufficient intent. The three elements of boxing essence and spirit have not been united. Fail. Being knocked back one after another." I don't know how long had passed, but Lin Shu was now lying on the ring, panting heavily, but his face was filled with the color of excitement. Even though every time ended in failure, Lin Shu realized that his mastery of the boxing technique was constantly increasing, and every time he fought with the Black Shadow, the return contract was constantly increasing. Lin Shu only felt that he was about to touch a certain tipping point, and once he broke through this tipping point, he would have a huge breakthrough in the fist technique. After lying down for a while, Lin Shu's physical strength also recovered a little. His hands were bent and placed on his shoulders. Both hands were launched at the same time. He straightly stood up, grinned, stared at the Black Shadow, and said again. Seeing this, the Black Shadow stood still and simply beckoned towards Lin Shu, signaling him to attack towards him. For this kind of action, Lin Shu had long been accustomed to it after failing over and over again. Slightly moving his wrists, Lin Shu assumed a strange starting position, aiming in the direction of the Black Shadow. What seems to be a simple movement is capable of completely mobilizing the power of any part of the body. This was also a valuable lesson that Lin Shu had gained from his repeated failures. With a tap of his toes, Lin Shu's figure swept straight towards the Black Shadow, so fast that even above the martial arts ring, there was only a slightly stagnant silhouette of Lin Shu's figure. The speed of the Black Shadow is not weaker than Lin Shu at all. The two people are in a mess. Their fists are exchanging with each other, bringing out gusts of whistling winds, and the sonic booms of the broken air are not uncommon. It was also good that the two were competing on top of the divine martial ring. If they were placed in the outside world, this kind of horrifying noise would definitely attract a lot of people's attention. The speed at which the two fists were delivered was getting faster and faster, and the sound was getting more and more appalling. Under the constant clash of fists, Lin Shu snapped and drank. It's now. Unity of mind and spirit. Unity of body and mind. Unity of inside and outside. Unity of intention and unity of movement. I'll unite them for you. Raising his hand to block the Black Shadow's punch, Lin Shu delivered a straight punch with all his might, stabbing straight towards the Black Shadow's chest position. This punch Lin Shu poured everything he had into it. It was the strongest punch he could make at the moment. Ka-chow. A shattering sound came as Lin Shu's punch went straight through the Black Shadow. In response, the Black Shadow didn't care at all, instead letting out a soft laugh. Not bad. You qualified. Defeat the first trialist of the Fist Technique trial and gain recognition from the Divine Martial Arts Ring system. Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission. The Golden Grand Treasure Chest has been issued, and 10 points of Chi Luck experience value has been issued. Listening to the two pleasant voices coming from his mind, Lin Shu couldn't help but have a joyful smile on his face. After obtaining the recognition of the Divine Martial Ring, Lin Shu also understood where it came from. As expected, someone who could be called by the system as the most powerful person. His true strength was indeed a powerhouse of the realm of the passing god. At the same time, after defeating the first Fist Technique trialist, Lin Shu knew another thing, and that was that there were still 9 people behind this Fist Technique trial that he needed to defeat. Only by completely defeating these 10 people would Lin Shu be able to completely obtain the inheritance of this Fist Dao. Not only that, Lin Shu discovered that this Divine Martial Ring had another function. being able to summon the black shadows that were defeated by Lin Chu and supply them to hone their techniques. This meant that he could rely on the divine martial ring to train some people with martial arts talent. As a result, an idea was born in Lin Chu's mind. Chapter 57, Want to learn? I'll teach you. Qin Yan, who had completed a day of martial arts training, the sweat left on his body had long since soaked the lapel of his coat, and after collecting his mind for a moment, the aching sensation in his body surged and swept over. This aching sensation of unbearable soreness and sweat staining the wound made him keep sucking in cool air. Only, for Qin Yan, who had long been accustomed to this kind of pain, his level of endurance could be imagined. Strongly enduring the pain on his body, Qin Yan didn't stop his movements. Raising his head to look at the orange-red sky, he was running towards a certain location on his own. After running for about a quarter of an hour, Qin Yan arrived at his destination. It was a towering mountain peak in a place where Qin Yan often spent his evenings blowing the evening breeze and calming his heart, because whenever he stayed here, it enabled him to better soothe his emotions, and thus better cultivate his martial arts. After a while, Qin Yan used this place as one of his secret resting spots. At the same time, whenever he meets certain troublesome things, as well as the bottleneck of martial arts on the way of cultivation, he habitually comes to this place, as if everything will be enlightened when he comes here. Of course, in Qin Yan's opinion, this might be a psychological factor for him, but being able to help was good for him. Standing firm at the top of the mountain, Qin Yan stared blankly at the dense forest huts beneath his feet. That feeling of having a panoramic view of the mountains was what made him the most passionate. He loved this feeling and hoped to make it this far on his own someday. This feeling of looking down on everything from above was wonderful to him. It's only the third weight of body quenching today. My father said that the realm of body quenching is only the starting point of cultivation, and that only after the ninth weight of body quenching can one barely be considered a true cultivator. So when will I be able to become a true cultivator? Qin Yan bit his lip and raised his head to look at the sky, his eyes filled with a yearning look. Not to mention their small Qin family. Within this granite town, how many of the younger generation would be able to become true cultivators? Nowadays, he is only a small body quenching 3 times. Body quenching road can only walk through 1/3. Let him spend half a year time. More fear after the road of body quenching? However, even if Qin Yan was only a small body hardening martial artist right now, he was yearning for those means that could open mountains with their strength and move mountains and overturn oceans. Moreover, Qin Yan hid within him a reason why he had to do this. He wanted to become the pillar of the family, his father's pride, and even more so, he wanted to personally defeat the guy who had almost caused his father to fall. At that thought, Qin Yan couldn't help but clench his fists. However, how easy is it to do all this? Right now, the only thing Qin Yan could do was to put his life on the line to cultivate and practice martial arts, simply because it's the only thing he can do nowadays. As the mountain wind whipped by, blowing his clothes and calming the waves within, Qin Yan stopped quietly for a while. Then he planned to walk towards the cave deep in the mountaintop as usual. That was the destination of his trip, and also an excellent place for practicing martial arts that he had found. Walking into the middle of the mountains and forests, Qin Yan suddenly heard some loud noise, and with a bewildered expression, he said, "Someone?" Out of curiosity, he paced towards the source of the sound anyway. After all, it was at least the Qin clan's territory, and he didn't believe that someone could have plotted against him here. As for why you think that way? That can only be described as the blind confidence of a teenage boy. It only felt that within the family, there were several fourth realm cultivators protecting them, so if there was truly a dangerous person, they would have definitely taken action long ago. The innocence of a teenage boy. Silently approaching the direction of the sound source, Qin Yan saw the most unforgettable scene in his life. What did he see? A teenager not much different from him in age, with eyes covered in black satin, crumbled trees within dozens of meters with a simple punch. What shocked him the most was that not a single fluctuation of spiritual energy surfaced on this person's body, which meant that this person was merely relying on physical strength to achieve such a level. Other than that, Qin Yan couldn't think of anything else, and in Qin Yan's perception, this was simply appalling. He had never seen such a scene before. Despite the fact that he was only a body tempering 3rd grader, he still had the basic common sense of cultivation, stepping into the 7th grader of body tempering to be able to draw the spirit into the body, tempering the meridians and flesh, accumulating the reserves in preparation for breaking into the 4th realm. But what did he see? This person hardened his perception of cultivation. Shocked, Qin Yan also heard the words of this teenager. Still haven't learned it, but that's right. Only when you defeat the 9 people behind you will you be considered to have truly stepped into the Tao of boxing, and being able to achieve this level today is barely enough. What did he hear? You haven't practiced enough yet? Do you know what you're talking about? Even his grandfather, who was about to break through the 5th realm, I'm afraid he couldn't do this so easily. right? Where the hell did this guy get this monster? Now, the narrow-eyed Qin Yan simply did not see that Lin Chu did not use the slightest bit of physical strength at all. It was just the meaning of the punching technique that he had comprehended from the middle of the divine martial ring. If one had to find a suitable title, then it would be more than appropriate to call it martial fist intent. Shocked, more than anything else, Qin Yan was appalled in his heart. What was the purpose of such a powerful person appearing in their Qin family without any warning? Not allowing him to think carefully, he instinctively wanted to step back and leave this place, report this matter to his father, so that he could notify the strongest person in the family to come here for assistance. No matter why this person had come, he could not be allowed to achieve what he wanted so easily. It was just that Qin Yan wouldn't have thought that Lin Chu's purpose for appearing here was simply to wait for him. As for Lin Chu, he had already spotted Qin Yan long before he stepped onto the mountaintop, and all that he saw was just what Lin Chu wanted him to see. Sensing Qin Yan's intention to retreat, the corner of Lin Chu's mouth spread a light smile. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? When Qin Yan turned his head to make a move to leave, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and the black satin teenager, who was more than 10 feet away from him, unexpectedly appeared in front of him in the twinkling of an eye. This guy, how in the world did he get over here? Qin Yan's heart had long since set off shocking waves, inwardly repeating the question to himself. Lin Chu laughed. Teenage boy yo, where do you want to go yo? Swallowing his saliva, Qin Yan forced himself to be calm, pointed at Lin Chu, and said tremblingly, You, what the hell? What the hell are you? How did you appear in the Qin family? What exactly is the reason for appearing here? Ho, you have a bit too many questions yo. So which question would you like me to answer first? Lin Chu maintained that smiling look, black satin to Qin Yan, and said in a relaxed tone, staring vigilantly at Lin Chu. Qin Yan said, just answer one by one. I am a mediocre cultivator. Coming to your Qin family was also by chance. Coming here merely for a small thing. You need not worry about what harm I will do to your Qin family. Lin Chu fumbled his chin and added, besides, the strongest person in your family is only at the 4th realm. It really doesn't give me any interest, and with a family that doesn't have any assets at all, I don't even have any interest in robbing money. Listening to Lin Chu, who had trivialized his proud family and reduced it to nothing, Qin Yan did not dare to have any dissatisfaction at all, because he didn't hear any lies in the other's tone. It seemed that he really didn't have the slightest interest in his family, and with that thought, Qin Yan couldn't help but let out a long breath in his heart. Luckily, the family is so poor and weak that neither can get into the other's eyes. Oy vey. What am I celebrating here? Qin Yan growled inwardly. Since your excellency doesn't have any interest in my family, then please leave this place as soon as possible. A small clan like ours really can't withstand your excellency's destruction, Qin Yan said meaningfully, and after leaving behind such a sentence, Qin Yan wanted to take a step to leave this place with the idea of getting out of danger first before making any plans. It was really because the pressure and shock Lin Chu had given to him was too great. Gazing at the deep black ribbons covering his eyes, Qin Yan only felt a pang of fear in his heart, as if he was standing naked in front of him without any secrets to speak of. Seeing that Lin Chu did not stop him from leaving, Qin Yan once again let out a breath in his heart. It was just that Lin Chu's next words caused his heart to begin to stir. Teenage boy yo, want to learn the punch I just did? If you do, I'll teach you. Ha! Chapter 58, all that stuff about me becoming the protagonist's golden finger? Qin Yan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stiffly turned his head back and looked at Lin Chu, the other party's face that always had a smile on it. Obviously, the shock Lin Chu had given to him with such words was far more than several times that of earlier. Although he didn't know why this mysterious teenager would say something like this, Qin Yan was clearly yearning for the means that Lin Chu had just performed. He was ruthlessly moved, and the idea of becoming stronger at this moment had an unprecedented high in his heart. As for doubting whether Lin Chu could really help him become stronger, Qin Yan had of course had negative thoughts, but the scene that broke his notion was presented before his eyes, making him believe more in his heart that Lin Chu was able to do what he needed to do to help him become stronger. Not only that, Qin Yan vaguely felt in his heart that obtaining the help of this person in front of him would enable him to advance by leaps and bounds on the path of cultivation. After struggling internally, Qin Yan finally made up his mind and stared at Lin Chu with a solemn expression, saying, "What is the price I need to pay?" "The price? Do you think there is anything in you that is worthy of my seeking? Or perhaps there is something in this family of yours that I would seek?" Lin Chu forced herself not to laugh out loud. "Rather than what I want to seek, I think more highly of you as a person. Look favorably on me as a person? I'm just a little rookie who just hardened his body at the 3rd level. What's worth being looked upon favorably by him?" Qin Yan could not help but think darkly in his mind. At the thought of this, Qin Yan's expression couldn't help but begin to fall. Lin Chu could see the thoughts in his mind, walked up to him, patted his shoulder and said, If a person has lost confidence in himself, then he is destined to not become a strong person. And at the same time, if you're not able to meet my expected standards, I'll naturally go and pick the next person to train. You should know what I mean. Hearing that, Xin Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. If that's the case, then I'll prove my worth. I don't want to be a loser. I want to become stronger. Looking at Xin Yan, who had regained his fighting spirit, Lin Chu could not help but nod his head in approval. Not bad. Now that's a bit of a protagonist. Since you have the heart to become strong, come with me. Becoming a so-called strong person isn't that easy, so you have to be prepared. Xin Yan did not say a word, but his eyes revealed unrivaled determination. Lin Chu smiled and walked towards the place where he originally practiced martial arts. Let's go. Didn't you want to learn the fist technique you just practiced? Watch this. From today onwards, I will only rehearse it once a day. How much you can comprehend depends on your own skills. Xin Yan stopped for a moment and quickly followed Lin Chu's pace. Lin Chu stood on an open green field, corrected her posture, and reminded towards Xin Yan. Watch this. Hearing this, Xin Yan collected his mind and discarded distractions, staring intently at Lin Chu's punches and gestures. Only, due to the reason that his cultivation level was too low, after Lin Chu practiced the fist technique once, he only memorized about 10% of it. Of course, just 10% was enough for the current Xin Yan. Lin Chu collected his fist and opened his mouth to inquire. How is it? How much have you memorized? Shaking his somewhat giddy head, Xin Yan turned red and kept snapping his fingers as he awkwardly said, Less than 10%. Less than 10%? I've purposely lowered the speed of my punches in order for you to see the action. Lin Chu was also a little surprised, and thought that this once down, this Xin Yan at least able to learn 5 or 6% of it. But, after opening his mouth, Lin Chu still didn't say anything and said instead, Your cultivation level is a bit low. It would be a ghost if you can see clearly. By the way, how is your status in the Qin family? Xin Yan didn't know why Lin Chu would suddenly ask about this, but he still obediently answered. Originally, the status was quite high, only that something happened later on and it started to fade away from the center of the family's power. Lin Chu didn't have the good sense to say, Speak clearly. What's the point of shelving and playing dumb riddles with me? Some status, but not much. Fiddling with his chin, Lin Chu spoke. Get some low-ranked body-hardening herbs over here. Your cultivation of a mere first-realm martial artist has enough of a drop. It's really hard to teach you something. Xin Yan was uncertain. Low-ranked body-tempering herbs? What does senior need those for? Lin Chu knocked Xin Yan's head. What do you call senior? Am I very old? Covering his head, Xin Yan suffered some pain, but he didn't dare to put up any resistance. Then if you don't call it senior, what do you call it? My name is Lin Chu. Just call me Big Brother. Why is it so much trouble to ask you to fetch some low-grade body-hardening herbs? Lin Chu always felt that this Xin Yan was a bit dull. If you want to break through the realm quickly, just do what I say. Do you still want to practice martial arts and become stronger? Xin Yan quickly nodded his head and hurriedly replied. Of course I want to. Big Brother Lin Chu, I know what to do. Even if he was slow, he knew what Lin Chu wanted to do. Lin Chu, it's good to know. Practice your fist well. In an hour, I will come to check your results. Xin Yan solemnly nodded his head in agreement. Understood, Big Brother Lin Chu. As soon as the words fell, Xin Yan followed the fist technique that Lin Yan had just punched out and practiced it in a decent manner. And Lin Chor? Instead, he leaned under a large tree, relaxed and cozy as he took out a jug of spirit wine and drank it in a good way. It was really that defeating the Black Shadow had taken too much energy, and he really didn't want to continue to transport his energy to cultivate. It's a combination of work and play. At this time, Xiao Ruoling then popped up. Xiao Chuzi, you're still really planning to cultivate this brat? Lin Chu froze and then laughed. What else? Didn't you see it, teacher? But you've only just stepped onto the path of cultivation and you're starting to be a good teacher. I really don't know what to say about you. Listening to Xiao Ruoling's tirade, Lin Chu hemmed and hawed and said mysteriously, Teacher, would you look at what this is? For Xiao Ruoling he didn't hide anything. After all, after staying by his side for so long, except for the system, which is the biggest secret, Xiao Ruoling is considered to know everything about Lin Chu. Therefore, there was no need to hide the divine martial ring. This thing would be discovered sooner or later, so it would be better to inform her directly, once and for all. Looking at the thing shaped like a gossip disc in Lin Chu's hand, Xiao Ruoling was shocked and said, Little Chuzi, where did you find this thing? Lin Chu smiled mysteriously, meaning to say, where else? Xiao Ruoling looked left and right, and after carefully surveying for a long time, she looked odd and said, This kind of artifact, that it would appear in this kind of small place, it's really strange enough. Lin Chu had the same look of joy on her face. Maybe some of the artifacts, treasures, And legacies like to appear in such small places? Qiu Ruoling's eyes looked towards the divine martial ring in Lin Chu's hands, and in her eyes, there was an indescribable look of envy. But she, who had a good face, still forced herself to pretend to be calm. Also, it's only a divine artifact in the district. What's so great about it? You'd better hurry up to obtain his approval and completely become his master before you say anything else. If you don't have enough cultivation and someone else takes it from you, you won't be able to cry. Lin Chu once again revealed a smile and said, Teacher, I've already gained its approval. Oh. Qiu Ruoling looked at Lin Chu incredulously and stuttered. Recognized? Recognized the master? Damn brat. You're just here to piss me off. Get lost. The exasperated Qiu Ruoling, screaming a few words, once again drilled into the soul containment ring. Chapter 59, The Things About Me Becoming the Main Character's Big Brother. Big Brother Lin Chu. A great favor is not appreciated. From now on, no matter what happens, you are my Qin Yan's big brother. At the top of the mountain range, two teenagers of similar age were gathered around a campfire, eating grilled fish stuck on wooden sticks. Next to the campfire, which was simply surrounded by stones, there were several fresh fish stuck in it, which by the looks of it should be big fish that hadn't been flayed alive for a long time. Talking about these useless things, what kind of favor can you do for me with your mere 6th level of body tempering? Even the fist technique I taught you only managed to comprehend the first layer. Lin Chu took a bite of the grilled fish and skimmed his mouth. Qin Yan's expression remained unchanged, still serious and solemn. I will definitely become a truly strong person, and at that time I will be able to help you. Big brother. Ah yes, yes, yes. Lin Chu smiled and said, it's enough that you have this heart, but since you said so, I'm waiting for the day when you become a strong man, then you'll be the #1 fighter under me, and what you have to do is to fight wherever I tell you to fight. Got it? Qin Yan understands. Looking at Qin Yan's serious reply, Lin Chu couldn't help but shake his head. Alright, hurry up and finish eating to start today's martial training. Hearing this, Qin nodded and accelerated the speed of eating the fish. In 1 or 2 mouthfuls of effort he had eaten the fish in his hand cleanly, and after finishing one he once again picked up a freshly roasted fish. Lin Chu has long been surprised by this. This kid has reached the point of obsession for practicing martial arts. According to Qin Yan's own words, he enjoyed the feeling of exhaustion after practicing martial arts because it meant that he was able to progress faster. This kid wants to get ahead so bad. Practice. Who can roll over you? A month had already passed since he came to this Granite Town Qin family, and Lin Chu, apart from instructing and training Qin Yan on a daily basis, was staying within the divine martial ring to fight against the Black Shadow Man. After spending a month, he had only defeated 3 Black Shadow people. With regards to martial arts fist techniques, Lin Chu became more and more skillful and exquisite, and nowadays, even if he didn't use any other means, he would be able to fight against the 6th realm's Yu Xiener, despite not knowing if he could beat her. Remaining undefeated was barely possible. However, for the 4th Black Shadow person, Lin Chu was unable to do anything at all, and each time, he couldn't go more than 100 moves in his hands. What exactly is the problem? Clenching his fist, Lin Chu asked himself. After pondering for a while, Qin Yan's voice came from his ears. Big brother Lin Chu, I'm done eating. It's time for you to teach the 2nd layer of the true martial divine fist today. Lin Chu no longer thought too much. After all, there is a saying that a bridge is naturally straight when it reaches the end of the boat. He didn't believe that he would be stopped from advancing by this 4th Black Shadow person in this district. Here we go. What's the hurry? I will naturally do what I promised you. After defeating the 3 black shadowed figures, Lin Chu also knew that the fist technique acquired from the divine martial ring was named True Martial Divine Fist. In total, it was divided into 9 layers, and after defeating the 3 black shadows, he had also fully acquired the first 3 layers of the fist technique. At the same time, Qin Yan's progress over the past month or so had been equally swift. Not only had his cultivation come to the 6th level of body tempering, which was the peak of the 2nd realm, the first layer of the true martial divine fist, he was also able to completely execute it. As for why his cultivation was able to skyrocket, it was of course because of the help of Lin Chu, who was an 8th grade pill refiner. During this month's time, Lin Chu had refined some body tempering pills from time to Qin Yan, and it was hard for him not to progress, seeing as I only rehearsed it once. After saying that, Lin Chu was demonstrating the 2nd layer of the true martial divine fist in front of Qin Yan, while the latter was staring at Lin Chu's movements with a concentrated expression. Not daring to miss a single detail, Lin Chu collected his fist momentum and inquired towards Qin Yan. How is it? How much did you understand? Qin Yan scratched the back of his head and said in embarrassment, it's only like 20 to 30%. 20 to 30%? That's enough. Go practice. Alright. Qin Yan agreed and practiced his boxing as usual. Lin Chu, who was leaning on top of the tree trunk, suddenly felt something in general, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Appearing again, he had already stepped on the sword and arrived at a height of 10,000 meters. Looking at the sovereign's token in his hand that shone with a dazzling light, "Master, did something happen?" Spiritual energy surged into the token, which floated up in the air, and a void screen unfolded in front of Lin Chu. This Xingqi scene had aroused Lin Chu's interest. There is still such a summoning tool among the cultivation world. It's quite unexpected. After muttering a few words, Yunlan's stunning face appeared on the void screen, followed by her cool voice full of concern. "Sure, where are you now? Are you safe? Why don't you send me a message to report your safety?" Hearing this, Lin Chu scratched his neck. "Disciple forgot. Please don't be offended, Master." When Yunlan heard Lin Chu's words, she puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction, but she didn't blame anything. Instead she continued to inquire, "Then where are you now?" "A small place called Granite Town outside of Yongning City, where the disciple has now landed." Yongning City? Yunlan pondered for a moment, apparently recalling where Yongning City was located. "Why did you run off to that place?" Lin Chu replied truthfully, "Disciple found a secret realm suitable for cultivation here that can help me appreciate some martial arts techniques, so I stayed." Hearing this, Yunlan nodded. "In that case, you should cultivate well. And remember to use the Patriarch's token to send me a message about your recent situation at this time every month." "Senior, are you communicating with that stinky guy Lin Chu?" Above the void screen, an urgent voice came from above. "No need to think, it must be you, Siener, without a doubt." Before the words fell, above the screen, once again appeared a flawless face. After seeing Lin Chu, she was condescendingly said, "You the stinking guy, without saying a word, left the clan. Is not just to find you a few more fights. Do you need to leave the sect to avoid me? It's caused this girl, Xiao Wan, to whisper about you in my ear every day." "Really, senior sister, goodbye." Lin Chu laughed. "I didn't hide from senior sister. I just wanted to go out for some traveling in cultivation. Fortunately, this month or so has passed and the harvest is quite good." Yu Xianer hummed petulantly. "Good harvest? Then when you return to the sect, I'd like to see how much you've grown, so don't let me defeat you." "Lin Chu, I won't let you." "Senior sister, down, and I will definitely surprise you." "Senior sister, and your master at that time, who wouldn't be able to talk big. When you return to the clan, I'll show you how powerful I am. This time I'll definitely crush you underneath me. Then I'll wait for you, senior sister, to go on a rampage and crush me underneath." After talking for a long time, the void screen also began to vaguely flicker and flicker, watching the original white and bright token become dim. Obviously, this represents the end of the call. Yunlan instructed again at this time. "Sure, Yongning City has the clan's industry, so you can go ahead and fetch some cultivation resources with the clan master's token. Remember?" When Lin Cho heard that there was such a good thing, he immediately agreed. "Apprentice understands. In the next few days, I will make a trip forward to Yongning Town." "That's good. Sure, you should cultivate well." Leaving behind such a sentence, the void screen disappeared out of nowhere, and the dull and lightless sovereign's token once again returned to Lin Chu's hands. Chapter 60, Desire to collect the world's martial arts. After briefly reporting on the recent situation, Lin Chu once again returned to the temporary stronghold in the Qin clan. At this time, Qin Yan was still practicing the true martial divine fist over and over again with great effort and repetition. Qin Yan, who was focused on martial arts training, even after realizing that Lin Chu had suddenly left for a while, he still didn't stop moving his hands. Just such a concentration was enough to support him to become a not-so-weak cultivator. Of course, Qin Yan, who was a person of S-class Qi, would certainly not stop at this. What's more, nowadays, in addition to some long-cherished wishes from the past, he had an additional reason to become stronger, to help Lin Chu, or to become a veritable fighter for him. Even though it seemed to Lin Chu that his own words earlier were nothing more than a joke, it was as if Qin Yan was determined and desperately wanted to become stronger. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Lin Chu's help, he, Qin Yan, wouldn't have been able to become a body-tempering 6th-level cultivator in just a month's time. Throw in a plum and return it with a peach. Qin Yan is not unaware of this reasoning. Teenagers will always have some willfulness, determine things even if you spend a lot of effort, but also not able to pull them back. After practicing the true martial divine fist several times, Qin Yan had long been exhausted, half squatting his body and leaning against the thick tree. Resting for about half a quarter of an hour, he gradually regained his strength. Once again, he stood up and practiced his fist technique, but this was not the true martial divine fist, but another set of tong arm fist technique, a third-grade martial art, that he had learned from his father, Qin Yun. Compared to the true martial divine fist, this tong arm fist was undoubtedly simple and easy to practice. The tongue arm fist was practiced in Qin Yan's hands, through the shoulder and arm, letting go of the long strike, falling, slapping, piercing, chopping, these techniques, in his hands constantly changing, showing the momentum of the big open and closed. This third-grade martial art had been practiced by Qin Yan to the point of great accomplishment in just a week's time, and his martial talent could not be considered bad. However, this was not without the factor of Lin Shu summoning a black shadow to fight against it. This also allowed Lin Shu to discover another effect of this black shadow, being able to replicate punches to fight people, thus honing his skills. Restrictions were certainly few and far between. The first black shadow could only replicate up to 4th grade and lower punches. The second would be 5th grade. The third would be 6th grade. And so on. This meant that the 10th black shadow was sufficiently capable of replicating some of the 13th realm martial fist techniques. The other 7 martial arts techniques of palm, leg, gun, sword, knife, arrow, and mace would certainly have the same function. Therefore, having this divine martial ring was equivalent to having a basic martial arts storeroom. An idea of organizing the world's martial arts also popped up in Lin Shu's heart. Only, all of this was still just Lin Shu's speculation. The real actual situation would have to wait for him to defeat the 10 black shadows before he could truly understand. Of course, Lin Shu was still more confident that the divine martial ring was capable of doing so, and with the name of an ancient divine artifact, if it was only this capable, then the name of a divine artifact was really a bit of a misnomer. Calm down and collect your punches. Phew. Qin Yan closed his eyes and let out a long breath before ending today's cultivation. When he opened his eyes, there seems to be a stream of essence at first glance. Feet slightly bent. The silhouette disappeared at first, leaving only a little splash of dirt in the original place. And when he reappeared, Qin Yan appeared in a place 10 feet away. Big brother Lin Shu, I finished today's martial arts training, and I've reached the grand completion level of the Tong arm fist. Qin Yan scratched the back of his head and said with some small pride in his tone. After Lin Shu drifted down from the tree, he came to Qin Yan's side and patted his shoulder, encouragingly saying, well done. In a week's time, with your cultivation at the 2nd realm, practicing a 3rd grade martial art to the point of great accomplishment, your martial art talent isn't bad. Hearing this, Qin Yan couldn't help but be overjoyed, as if being able to receive Lin Shu's praise was some great honor. Just as Qin Yan wanted to say something, Lin Shu's next words caused the look of joy on his face to abruptly freeze. Shouyan, I'm getting out of here. Hearing these words, Qin Yan's body couldn't help but tremble a few times, the joy on his face gradually being washed away, but he still forced himself not to put on a sad face. Haha, I know that you are not an unusual person, big brother Lin Shu, and that you will always, one day leave this place. It's just that I didn't think that this day would come so quickly. As he spoke, he couldn't stop the teardrops from slipping from his eyes. You go away. Sooner or later, I'll catch up with you and fulfill my promise to become the #1 fighter by your side. Definitely. After saying that, Qin Yan waved his big hand and turned his back, obviously not wanting to see Lin Shu leave. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist retaining the other party. During this month's time, the scenes of Lin Shu teaching him boxing techniques and helping him refine body tempering pills were vivid in his mind. As the eldest son in his family, Qin Yan had always told himself to help his father share the pressure, and he had always adhered to this notion. And Lin Shu's appearance gave him a great help, like an elder brother to help him grow, encourage him to cultivate. In the heart of the young man named Qin Yan, Lin Shu has long been and his heart occupies a very weighty part of the position. Qin Yan has long known in his heart that Lin Shu's status is extraordinary, and knows that he will always leave himself one day, but he still can't help but feel sad and uncomfortable when it really comes to this day. Still too weak to even go after others. At this moment, Qin Yan's determination to become stronger was once again high. What are you talking about? You interrupted me before I could finish my sentence. You've grown up, haven't you? Lin Shu looked at Qin Yan's tears, which cannot understand this kid's mind. Directly a big nose pocket fan in the back of the head that is facing his own. This slap directly caused Qin Yan to stagger, almost unsteadily about to fall to the ground. Qin Yan was also dumbfounded by the slap. I'm going to leave here for a while, heading to Yongning City to fetch some things, and I'll be back in a matter of days. So I don't know what your brat is being sentimental about? Lin Shu pinched Qin Yan's neck and said without any good humor. What? You can't do it without me? Put away that bad kid look and show some gusto. Otherwise how can you become the strong man you talk about all the time? Qin Yan clutched the back of his head and wailed a few times before turning his head around excitedly, saying, going to Yongning City. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. I won't dare to interrupt you big brother anymore. Yongning City was the closest city to Granite Town. As one of the 10 cities in Yunzhou, although it was far inferior to Jin City and Yonghe City, the 2 largest cities in Yunzhou, it was at least a veritable city. Granite Town is a bit underwhelming in comparison, and as one of the 4 major forces in Granite Town, the Qin family, they were dreaming of occupying a place in Yunhe City. After being overjoyed, Qin Yan once again inquired, "Big brother Lin Chu, what are you going to Yongning City for?" Lin Chu didn't hide it from the other party and said bluntly, "Fetching some cultivation resources. Although it won't be of much benefit to me, it won't necessarily be to you. Plus I also want to see how the scenery of the different cities and pools are different. So if so, it's still very necessary to make a trip." Hearing that Lin Chu's purpose of this trip was actually for himself, Qin Yan's heart warmed. "Thank you big brother Lin Chu, I will definitely not fail you. Come on, it's better for you to catch up on your cultivation." Lin Chu pretended to look like he didn't need to care. "By the way, were you trying to say something just now?" Qin Yan's face was full of prayers as he said, "I want to tell you, big brother, that 5 days from now, it will be the day of our clan competition, and I want to invite you, big brother, to go and see it." "Another big competition?" Muttering in a small voice, Lin Chu agreed. "Okay, I know. I'll wait to see your performance in the clan competition 5 days later. And if you're not number 1 in the big competition, there will be consequences for you." Qin Yan patted his chest and assured, "Clan competition no. 1. I will definitely take it and won't let you lose face, big brother." Chapter 61 Yongning City. The night passed in a flash. After Lin Chuchen got up and practiced, he stepped on his spirit sword and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the city called Yongning City. Yongning City, as the name suggests, means to pray for eternal peace. The land of Yunzhou was located in the southernmost area of the Qianyuan imperial dynasty, bordering the land occupied by the Manhwa demon beasts. 2,000 years ago, the beast-tide cholera, and Qianyuan dynasty had a fierce battle. The territory of Yunzhou, most of the territory was occupied by demonic beasts, though all the frontiers were eventually recovered. The formerly spiritually rich land of, however, because of the influence of the bloodbath gas, the breath of silence, the curse of the demon race, and so on, can no longer reproduce the prosperous appearance of the past, which is why the cloud state of this state is an important reason for the decline of the state. At that time, the reigning person of the imperial dynasty, the vigor is extraordinary, not willing to suffer this kind of humiliation. In order to make up for this loss, the imperial dynasty united with the Taoist, Confucian, and the famous families of the world to send out 3 godly mighty men, 14 realms of immortal strength, as well as dozens of immortal realm of the top of the strong. Along with the border of the Qianyuan imperial dynasty 10 million troops at the same time to the demon race declared war. He attacked the demonic beast group tribes, decimated millions of demonic beast swarms, and forced the 3 demonic emperors at the time to sign an agreement. In the Yunzhou territory bordering the demonic beast communities, the human race was licensed to form a hunting group to reasonably hunt the reckless demonic beasts within 100 miles outside of Yunzhou. Because the scourge of the demon race was too serious and far-reaching, it had brought about an indelible impact on the people and cultivators of Yunzhou. That's why it's called Yongning. In the same way, that so-called Yonghua castle has such a name because of this reason. The Qian emperor gave the name, and with this honor, these are the only 2 cities in Yunzhou. The first impression one gets is of Yongning City, and the first impression one gets is of its incomparably lofty walls, compared to the height of the city wall. I am afraid that even Jin City is not as high as this Yongning City. The countless traces of animal claws on it rather demonstrated the longevity of this lofty wall. Only, when you enter the city, the place of the marketplace is far less than the place of the brocade city. There is a considerable difference not only in the streets but also in the architecture of the houses. However, the point that made Lin Chu strange lies in the fact that the buildings here in Yongning City are all cast from obsidian. This black stone called obsidian, which was pure black in color, was used as a building material due to its incomparably hard material and minerals spread throughout the Yongning City division area. Although Yongning City is not as big as Jin City and Yunhe City, everyone understands that the sparrow may be small but all its organs are complete. Outside Yongning City, on the Passage Avenue, the crowd was equally bustling. Inside the city, the bazaar was bustling with songs and dances, and the crowd was bustling with a few moments of prosperous light. In the end, it was because Yongning City was the closest city to the border hunting grounds, and many people chose to settle here in order to hunt Manhwa demonic beasts. Yongning City was right in front of him. Lin Chu's back foot slightly stepped, and his spirit sword knew it, and his speed multiplied once again. When he was about to enter inside Yongning City, Lin Chu was stopped by a person. The one who stopped Lin Chu was a white-bearded old man, dressed in a white brocade suit, with a resolute face, eyes like eagles, sharp and incomparable. His weathered voice rang out, "Within Yongning City, it is forbidden to travel in the air." The other party didn't rely on external objects to move through the air like Lin Chu did, his feet stepping on the void and opposing Lin Chu. A powerful god refiner who travels in the air? Lin Shu looked at the old man with interest and thought, I didn't expect that this Yonghe city still has this kind of people guarding it. At the same time, the white-bearded old man was also sizing up Lin Shu. Since there are rules in this place, Lin Shu is not someone who doesn't talk about rules and smiled. It's my first time here. I don't know the rules of Yonghe City, please don't be offended. The white-bearded old man had expected this, but when he saw that Lin Shu was so courteous, he couldn't help but have a touch of appreciation in his eyes. He had seen countless people, and there was no shortage of playboys who were bossing around based on their family's power. And this black satin teenager in front of him, just by looking at the spirit sword under his feet, he knew that he came from an extraordinary background. Chen Shi thought that he would have to spend some effort to solve things again, but now he has saved some trouble. There's no harm in not knowing. If little brother wants to enter the city, follow me. Doesn't the benefit of treating people with courtesy come in? That crowded road has a large number of people. Really want to wait down the estimated not a few hours is no way to enter the city. And this middle-aged man at a glance is in this Yonghe city has an extraordinary status. Buy him to lead the way to save time and effort. Without any doubt, Lin Shu drove his spirit sword to follow the pace of the other party. Bypassing the bustling crowd of the avenue, Lin Shu followed Chen Shi to a small door. After Chen Shi pulled out a black token and placed it in the door valve groove, the stone door instantly opened. Little brother, this way please. Chen Shi stepped across the threshold first, then turned his head towards Lin Shu and said. Lin Shu did not hesitate and took a step to follow Lin Xiao's pace. May I ask for young brother's name yet? Chen Shi inquired as he walked. By the way, my name is Chen Shi, the current city lord of Yonghe City. Surname Lin Shu. From the Yuntsong sect. Chen Shi's footsteps could not help but pause, but in an instant it was also calming down the inner waves, stroking his white beard and laughing. So it turns out that the Yuntsong sect senior disciple I don't know what little brother Lin Shu is here for. Lin Shu, the master instructed that the main purpose of coming here to fetch some cultivation resources is to have some experience? Oh, you're here to practice? Little brother alone came here to hunt demonic beasts? Realizing that his words were a bit inappropriate, Chen Shi added, it's not that the old man is looking down on little brother, but it's too dangerous to hunt the Mang wasteland demon beasts alone. The Mangu demonic beasts have too much ferociousness, and while they are murderous, they also have the mutual cooperation between their clans, so they can be considered tricky. Thanks to Elder Chen for reminding me. I was prepared for this. Lin Shu responded with a smile. How could Chen Shi not know the meaning of Lin Shu's words? Stroking his white beard, his tone of admiration undisguised, he said, haha, it's the old man who was overthinking. How could a high-ranking disciple of the Yuntsong sect not have a life-protecting treasure? Lin Shu was silent, considered acquiescing to the other party's words. As for Chen Shi, when he saw Lin Shu's cloudy appearance, his heart once again raised a few heights regarding Lin Shu's status in the Yuntsong sect. Since little brother is there to fetch cultivation resources, then he must be heading to the Cloud Room Pavilion. The Cloud Attic? Suddenly, Lin Shu remembered a fatal blind spot. During yesterday's communication, Yunlan only informed him that he had come to Yonghe City and did not tell him precisely where to pick up the cultivation resources. This made Lin Shu fall into deep thought. However, soon Lin Shu thought of a way. Isn't there a so-called lord of Yonghe City? Just ask him. The obvious guide. Anymore, it's not impossible to ask him for a map. Chapter 62 Chen Xie. Seemingly noticing the confusion in Lin Shu's eyes, Chen Shi looked at the other party with a smile on his face and said, since it's the first time for little brother to come to this Yonghe City, and he's not familiar with the place, if you don't mind, I'll help you to find a leader. Originally, with little brother Lin's identity, it should be the old man who leads the way, but as the city lord, I'm really a bit distracted, so what do you think? Little brother Lin? Lin Shu didn't refuse and returned a smile, saying, then the kid thanks Elder Chen. Following Chen Shi's footsteps, he arrived at a mansion, and there were constant sounds of compliments. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Greetings, Lord of the City. Chen Shi's face was calm, ignoring these voices, but for Lin Shu, he always wore a smile like a spring breeze. Some of the subordinates who had never seen this scene before couldn't help but say in their hearts, what is this youngster's origin? How could he make Lord City Lord treat him like this? After traveling all the way through the wooden corridor walkway, Chen Shi brought Lin Shu to a special courtyard. As he came, Lin Shu was also constantly observing his surroundings. Although the courtyard is small, but the items in it are incomparably luxurious. Let's say that the table beside Lin Shu is made of 1,000 years of sandalwood, and it still emits a burst of sandalwood fragrance. The utility of this sandalwood effect to calm the mind and concentrate the spirit could be said to be no weaker than a normal third-grade Jing Shindan. Not to mention the many exquisite porcelain utensils placed around, glittering under the sunlight. Although it can't be used as a weapon, it is good-looking and ornamental enough, thus attracting a lot of people. If we were to use these materials to build weapons, we would be able to create quite a few fine weapons. It seems that this old man has made a lot of oil in this so-called Yongning City lord. However, this was also someone else's ability, so of course Lin Shu was guilty of not bothering people for such things. Thinking about it, although Yongning City is not considered a big city, but it can't help that it has a good location. The contract signed 1,000 years ago attracted countless people to form hunting groups to come and hunt demonic beasts, and with a large flow of people, the economic development also skyrocketed right afterward. The profiteering, one can only imagine. Little friend Lin, take a short rest, I'll find a leader for you to come over. Lin Shu answered and sat down. Thank you, Elder Chen. After settling down Lin Shu, Chen Shi walked towards the door and ordered towards the red-skirted maids who stood in a row on the side. Go to my room and fetch some top-grade spirit tea and spirit fruits to send them in. Serve the one in the room well, and whatever he asks, just do it, okay? Yes, master. After ordering a few words, Chen Shi left with quick steps. Inside the house, Lin Shu enjoys the maid's leg-punching and shoulder-squeezing services, and from time to time, there is also an open mouth to enjoy feeding. Although these maids are not considered to be excellent in appearance, they are all excellent choices. Not only that, the massage techniques on their hands were obviously specially trained. Just the right amount of massage to make Lin Shu soothed. Lin Shu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The evil feudal society. Should not say. This city lord old man really will enjoy. See his first face also thought is a serious old man. Whoever thought also in the house face hid so many beautiful maids. Depraved. So depraved. After about half a quarter of an hour, Lin Shu was able to sense that Chen Shi had brought a young girl with him and was rushing towards his side. The young girl was wearing a long purple dress. Her flawless googly-eyed face was embellished with a pair of purple eyes. Her skin was fair, and the most striking thing was the waves that were calling out from her chest. Unsurprisingly, this young girl should be the tour guide that Chen Shi had found. Only, looking at the way the young girl struggled, she seemed to be very reluctant to have this errand fall on his head. Lin Shu stroked her chin and greeted the maids beside her. You guys go down. Elder Chen is back. Several maids glanced at each other and respectfully retreated to the side, waiting in silence. Grandpa, I don't want to be a leader for that what's-her-name Yunsong sect disciple. Can you not set people up? Last time, that what Yongha City Qin family's clan son is also do not know who owes him something. All day long put a stink face. Command this, command that. I'm tired of listening to all. Before the person arrived, Lin Shu heard a silver bell-like voice. Hearing his granddaughter purposely speak such words at this time, Chen Shi couldn't help but frown tightly and drink in a low voice. How dare you? Why don't you, this girl, understand my grandfather's painstaking efforts? That Qin Tian Ming, even if he is a bully, people have real skills. Besides, this time, it's just for you to show people around this Yongning city. It's not like you need to do anything else. I do not believe it. Several times you were so say. I and not seen those big clan children. One by one are arrogant not. See what things have to get, not on the family forces, to pressure people, also do not know how their family elders, is how to educate, net out of some playboys. The purple-skirted girl wrinkled her agitated nose and said unflinchingly, as soon as he heard that she had reduced the sons of those great families to nothing, Chen Shi was instantly anxious. After all, her words along with scolding Lin Shu inside the house, in case he angered the other party because of this, the Yunsong sect's anger, he, a small Yongning city lord, would not be able to block it. Chen Shi hurriedly covered the young girl's mouth and whispered, see ya, little ancestor, even if grandpa begs you, don't say any more. Do you know what these words will bring to grandpa? How many more times do I have to tell you that trouble comes out of the mouth? Count on grandpa begging you. Grandpa promises that this is the last time he'll let you do this kind of thing. Just do grandpa a favor, okay? Chen Siya looked at Chen Shi as he put on a pleading face inside, saying with a sigh full of helplessness, then grandpa, you have to keep your word, saying that the last time is the last time. Lin Shu, who was inside the house, took in the words of the grandfather and grandson duo. For this young girl named Chen Siye, Lin Shu also raised some interest. It looks like if this young girl's character is set up, it should barely be considered a heroine setting. After checking Chen Siye's Qi Luck Index, a bright A appeared above her head. Grade A Qi Luck value. It's pretty good. Lin Shu surveyed it with interest for a while and said, it's worth paying attention to a hand. Chen Siye stepped into the house, her violet eyes staring straight at Lin Shu, who was sitting aside drinking tea, and after her eyes lingered on the black satin in front of his eyes for a little while longer, she unceremoniously sat down on the neighbor's chair, looking much better than that Qin Tian Ming. Is it your pet peeve to have your eyes covered in black satin? Chen Shi looked at Chen Siye being so out of tune, and hurriedly said, little friend Lin, this granddaughter of mine is a little too jumpy in nature. Please don't be offended. Lin Shu smiled faintly and said, Elder Chen is overstating things. Today, let this granddaughter of mine bring little friend Lin to familiarize herself with this Yongning City. Then I'll be grateful to Miss Chen. Seeing Lin Shu being so courteous, Chen Siye's attitude changed and she returned the salute. Chapter 63, The Chamber of Commerce. Lin Shu and Chen Siye were wandering around the streets of Yongning, and in order not to cause more trouble, Chen Siye deliberately put on a bucket hat to cover her face. Are you really from the Yunsung sect? Lin Shu let out a kind smile. Is it hard to believe that Miss Shiyu thinks that there is anyone who dares to face the lord of a city with great fanfare under the name of the Yunsung sect? That's true. Chen Siye nodded in agreement. If there really is such a person, 10 lives wouldn't be enough for him to die. Since you're from the Cloud Sung sect, shouldn't we make a trip to the Cloud Room Pavilion first? Lin Shu was not in a hurry to get those cultivation resources, just some of the spirit gathering pills. With Lin Shu's alchemy level, these things are a bit chicken ribs. He simply do not see. There's no hurry in this matter. But I'd also like to trouble Miss Shiyu to first introduce what kind of condition this Yongning City is in. Chen Siye did not refuse and introduced towards Lin Shu. Yongning City, because it is the first city near the border of the Southern Pass. Since the contract was signed down 1,000 years ago, its existence is equivalent to the responsibility of a transit station. And I don't know how many demonic beasts come here to hunt. Those with evil intentions see a profit to be made and naturally want to take their place in Yongning City. Due to the involvement of too many forces, there are naturally more disputes among them. And what too many disputes will lead to, Mr. Lin should know all too well, right? Lin Shu picked up. There are more disputes, and some individual forces are showing their heads as if they were springing up. Likewise, if the competition is too fierce, I think there will be forces that can't withstand the pressure that will go to extinction. Chen Siye nodded and said, because of this, the rules of Yongning City are different from other cities, and in order to prevent some forces from fighting over benefits, a deathmatch arena was specially created, where the best will win and the strong will be honored. It's whoever has the biggest fist here that has the right to reason. Cruel and realistic, but such a rule really isn't an inappropriate solution. Lin Shu expressed his approval for such a solution. Since there is such a rule, then there is a more obvious plan for the division between the high and low forces in the city, right? That's right. That's why in this Yongning City is roughly divided into 4 forces. And quite a few newly emerged forces will choose to offer up a portion of their interests as a way to seek shelter from these 4 forces. Of course, I don't know if people want to or not. 4 forces? Miss Shiyu, tell us more carefully. Lin Shu inquired curiously. Chen Siye's teeth and lips gently opened as she introduced. The Cloud Room Pavilion, the Treasure Exchange Chamber of Commerce, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, and the City Lord's Mansion. Intercloud Pavilion, a subordinate force under the Cloud Sang sect. Huibao Chamber of Commerce, behind no forces as a pillar, but their president is a god refining strong plus strong financial strength, often with a high price to buy some exotic treasures, very willing to pay, and thus in this Yongning City is very famous. The 10,000 Beast Pavilion. It was said that the power behind it was a beast royalty sect, and their main purpose was to shelter some of the rare mangy demonic beasts. City Lord House. No need to introduce too much. No, all understand. Backed by the Qian Yuan dynasty, the official power. Chen Siye walked aimlessly for a while and asked the question again. After the introduction, you should say where we're going first, right? Lin Shu murmured and didn't answer, instead inquiring, I wonder if Miss Shiyu has any suggestions? My suggestion? Chen Shiyu glanced at Lin Shu. If you don't want to go to the Cloud Room Pavilion, then we can first go to that Treasure Exchange Chamber of Commerce to take a look. Today they happen to have an auction there. There should be quite a lot of good stuff. I just don't know if you'll be able to look at it. Lin Shu lightly laughed. Since Miss Shiyu suggested to go to that Huibao Chamber of Commerce to have a look, then let's go and see what kind of condition that so-called auction is in, with an exact place to go. The two of them also rushed towards the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. In no time, the two of them were standing in front of the gate of Huibao Chamber of Commerce, as one of the 4 major forces in Yongning City, with unknown forces behind it as its backstage. It was not small in scale. Outside the Chamber of Commerce, it was filled with densely packed heads, enough to see its status amongst Yongning City. The two didn't have any intention of going with the flow and entering the crowd. A place like this didn't need to be thought of to know that there would be a VIP system in place, and Chen Siye, who was the granddaughter of the city lord, would naturally be one of these. As expected, under Chen Siye's leadership, the two of them came to a luxurious passageway and entered the interior of the Chamber of Commerce unhindered. With Chen Siye showing up, the two of them didn't linger much in the chamber's outer grounds. The outfield area didn't have anything worth paying attention to, mostly herbs of the 1st to 3rd order, which didn't serve any purpose at all for Lin Shu and didn't have to care. As for picking up the pieces, Lin Shu said that his luck was not good enough to have such treatment. Of course, if he waited for his chi to come to the S level, he might have this honor. Go? Why does Miss Shiyu have the leisure to visit my Huibao Chamber of Commerce today? A delicate voice rang out, and when one looked around, there was a woman wearing a colorful red sleeve robe, with a beautiful smile on her face, which was extraordinarily stirring. The temperament was not like Chen Xie, a dignified and elegant flower girl, with a mature flavor all over her body, and this appearance attracted the fiery gazes of many people around her, but she didn't care about the stares, and even twisted her arse in a more rhythmic way, and as she paced around, those charming eyes revealed curiosity as they probed towards the duo of Lin Chu and Chen Xie. The eyes lingered a bit more on Lin Chu, and it wasn't hard to see that the woman's attention was still more on Lin Chu's body. After all, while the two of them were wandering around, Chen Xie introduced the surrounding things towards Lin Chu every time, already acting as a guide. In other words, Chen Xie was entertaining Lin Chu in a service-oriented manner. The hallowed Miss Shiyu of the city lord's mansion. Within this Yongning city, the proud daughter of the heavens who combined status, beauty, and strength, was now personally guiding the way for others. The identity of this blindfolded teenager must be extraordinary. This woman is the chief auctioneer of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. It is said that she has a great relationship with the president of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, coupled with the fact that her own strength has already reached the peak of the 5th realm, and I heard that she is only one step away from the 6th realm, so her status in this Chamber of Commerce is still very high. Chen Shiyu didn't answer the beautiful woman's question, but instead transmitted her voice towards Lin Chu to explain to the other party's identity. Lin Chu's line of sight inadvertently lingered on this woman's body for a while longer, and secretly sighed in his heart. This woman calls a word on earth. Although it is not as good as Moron Yunxian, but it is also a rare and superb product. But then, the Chi Luck Index is a bit poor. It would be great if it was one level higher. The woman had a bright letter C on her head, which was somewhat unworthy of the look. A redhead is nothing more than that. Chapter 64, Chief Auctioneer. What? Does this young lady have to report to you, Xian Yu, for coming to the Huibao Chamber of Commerce? Chen Xie frowned slightly, and her tone revealed her attitude towards this woman. Xian Yu was not annoyed by this tone, but instead returned a smile. Miss Shiyu can come if she wants to. Naturally, she doesn't need to report to me as a small auctioneer. Since I happened to run into Miss Shiyu today, why don't you let me take you too for a spin? Chen Xie just wanted to refuse, but her eyes swept over Lin Chu who was on the side, and she thought about it but still didn't say anything. As the chief auctioneer of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, Xian Yu was definitely more familiar with the inner workings than an outsider like her. Moreover, there is also an auction today, and I think there are many good things from the Mangu beast race in it. Although I don't like this woman, but if she leads the way, we'll be able to travel a lot less. But her purpose should be you. This woman is very shrewd. Don't blame me for not reminding you if you're mesmerized by her at that time. Chen Xie's voice transmission came from his ear once again. Lin Chu pondered for half a second and replied in a voice transmission. If someone takes the initiative to help out, a tool person who finds his way to the door, then he definitely has to make good use of it. I hope you don't just get mesmerized by this woman. Just beware of being eaten without even a crumb left. With a beautiful person like Miss Shiyu by my side as a companion, I naturally won't be so easily mesmerized by beauty. Hearing Lin Chu's praise, even Chen Xie, who was used to hearing other people's compliments, could not help but feel a burst of joy. Xian Yu, who was waiting quietly on the side, naturally knew that the two were secretly transmitting a voice conversation. However, she, who was good at reading people, judged through their expressions that they should have agreed to stay. As expected, the next moment, Xian Yu heard the words of the black satin-covered youth. Since that's the case, then please ask this Miss Xian Yu to lead us around the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. As it should be. Xian Yu stretched out her white jade hand, slightly bowed her waist, and pointed towards the direction of the inner court. Both of you, this way please. After nodding and signaling, Lin Chu turned to follow her in the direction indicated. After walking up the steps, looking at the large mass in front of him that kept swaying in front of him, Lin Chu secretly said in his heart that it was not a good idea to look at it. This woman's posture was really exquisite. Knitting her brows and smiling, a step and a shake. It was really enough to hook people, especially with the Heaven's Eye enhancement. Lin Chu could see incomparably clearly. The good thing was that it was blindfolded in black satin, so I didn't have to worry about drawing attention to myself due to the fact that the sight was too scorching. Keeping pace, he crossed the steps to the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce, and Xian Yu's voice came once again. The elixirs and medicines placed downstairs, and the spirits of the grasses and trees can't even get into your eyes. So I have no choice but to bring you two here to look at some of the exotic treasures that the Chamber of Commerce has collected in the past few days that can't be seen in name only. Saying that, Xian Yu came to an exquisite and luxurious storage room. her jade hands slightly resting against the center of the door, and an azure-colored spell formation surfaced in front of the wooden door trimmed with brilliant gold stripes. After a flash, it was silent. A 5th grade spirit trapping formation? Even though the formation only flickered for a moment before dissipating into thin air, Lin Chu could still tell this formation at a glance. The spirit trapping formation was still a relatively complicated formation amongst the 5th grade formations. Looking at this means of disarming the formation, this Xianyu thought that she should be a 5th grade formation Taoist with some Dao skills, and she really did have some skills. Hearing Lin Chu break down the type of formation in a single word, Xianyu was a bit surprised. This gentleman is also a formation Dao master? Lin Chu wiped his nose, but he didn't have the idea of hiding it, and directly admitted the identity of the formation Dao master. Barely. When these words came out, it caused Chen Shiyu's eyes to reveal a trace of surprise, but when she thought of Lin Chu's identity, she felt that it was a bit more reasonable. Your Excellency is too modest. To be able to see this spirit trapping formation so easily, you must have an extraordinary level of formation Dao. Xianyu smiled sweetly. In order to prevent the spiritual power of the spirit Dane grass from dissipating, the spirit trapping utility of this spirit trapping formation has naturally become an essential part of the equation. Both of you inside please. This woman was shrewd and didn't delve too deeply into Yu Lin Chu's formation Dao level. Instead, she directly introduced the spirit trapping formation. Knows the difference. No wonder she can become the chief auctioneer of this Huibao Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chu secretly praised this woman in his heart. Stepping into the room, what met his eyes was a huge crystal barrier, in which all sorts of rare items were placed. This kind of crystal is called spirit crystal, and its main utility lies in condensing spirit energy, preventing spirit energy from dissipating, and has the function of gathering spirit. Although it couldn't be called how precious the crystals were, such a huge spirit-containing crystal was still relatively rare. Such a piece of crystal stone to be carved and made into a crystal barrier, the craftsmanship of which must have taken a lot of effort. It's a nice leisurely way to spend so much effort to create such a crystal barrier. However, it was normal to think that, as a chamber of commerce, these decorations counted as their cards, and such things were essential to them. Without stopping, Xianyu took a step inside and introduced towards the two of them. These are some of the highest grade treasures of the Chamber of Commerce nowadays. I hope that they will be able to fall into the eyes of the two of you. Lin Chu nodded and examined the items around him to himself. 6th grade Frost Attribute Spirit Sword, forged from 6th grade Frost Stone, forged by a 7th grade caster within the Chamber of Commerce. 6th grade Body Forging Dan, has the effect of strengthening the physical body, the effect of which depends on the talent. The lowest effect has the effect of 10%. The most applicable is still in the forging of a realm of cultivators. 5th grade Thunder Drawing Talisman, it can draw the power of thunder to kill the enemy. And if a 5th realm cultivator encounters the Thunder Drawing Talisman slightly inadvertently, the lighter one will be seriously injured, and the heavier one will be directly killed. Whenever Lin Chu stood in front of a treasure, Xianyu's voice would ring out with it, introducing information about the exotic treasure towards the two of them. These pills, spiritual weapons, and talismans may be means of life protection and holy medicine for cultivation for others, but for Lin Chu, the grade is too low to be of great use. Chen Xie stared at these things. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal longing, but in order not to lose face, she still pretended to look unconcerned. Of course, she herself knew that these things counted as the treasure of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce's bottomless treasure, of which the price was bound to be exorbitant. Moreover, if Lin Chu didn't know the rules here, could Qin Shiyu, who was a member of the City Lord's Mansion, not know them? Coming here to trade is done through bartering. Only at the auction house held by the Huibao Chamber of Commerce was it possible to make purchases through money. After stopping and observing the center area of the house for a while, Lin Chu shook his head with some disappointment. I really don't have the life of a protagonist. It's not my turn to go out and pick up a treasure. Chapter 65, 7th Order Empyrean Spirit. Xian Yu, who was always keeping an eye on Lin Chu's movements, saw the other party shaking his head, and immediately her heart sank. Does he not see any of these things? The other party's origin must be beyond one's imagination. In what way should one approach the other party? Use yourself as a bargaining chip? No way, no way. This idea had just appeared in Xian Yu's mind, and was instantly rejected by her. Such an approach might be able to achieve its goal quickly, but Xian Yu was not such a person. Despite the fact that she would display her body with reckless abandon on weekdays, there was not a single man who could catch her eye. If you give it directly for nothing, it looks like you're too cheap. You have to be recognized by the other party. After thinking about it, she could only smile helplessly, and then she continued to observe Lin Chu, introducing some treasure information towards the other party from time to time. On the other hand, Lin Chu, who was the person concerned, did not know in the slightest that this woman named Xian Yu was secretly plotting against him. Of course, If Lin Shu knew about it, he certainly wouldn't stop it and would only say, more is better. Lin Shu stopped in front of a counter at that moment. Her attention focused on an open sandalwood box in front of her. To be precise, his eyes were fixed on the small wriggling worm-like living thing inside the wooden box. A 7th order traveling air spirit? This kind of thing is also able to be placed here? Interesting. I can't imagine there's an unexpected delight. Gonzi good eyes. This is in the Mangu border hunted to a beast. Is our Huibao Chamber of Commerce president personally out to hunt to? Only due to the Mangu demonic beast character is too rigid. Unwilling to be captured alive, it led to the inner Dan self-detonation. Although the last was stopped down, but led to the inner Dan damage. Into the present moribund appearance. Xianyu duly spoke out towards Lin Shu to introduce the foreign beast that was presented in front of him. And after a moment of contemplation, she once again added, this swimming empty spirit is in a state of near death. And the residual efficacy of the beast pill in its body is less than 0.5%. So no matter if it is used as an alchemy medicinal ingredient or any other efficacy, it will not be able to achieve the expected utility, unless it is helped to replenish its injuries with the sacred pill for healing. It's just that the cost of helping him recover from his injuries is even higher than hunting another traveling hollow spirit of the same rank. So even after it was put into the auction house, there weren't many people who chose to acquire it anymore. Hearing this, Lin Shu instantly realized that it was not that no one wanted it, it was that it was not worth it. He naturally sensed that this swimming hollow spirit state was at a freezing point, almost like it would die upon touch. But then, for him, all these worries were just clouds. Not long ago, Lin Shu had just learned through Hong Xian that the flame of the living spirit that he had acquired from Jin Ling had been completely tamed by her, which meant that he was able to slightly use the flame of the living spirit. It's just that nowadays, the origin power is too rare, and in the words of Hong Xian, the origin power is too rare to be worthy of Lin Shu. He had to wait until the mother cauldron of all things continued to contain it for a period of time and grow the power of the origin before allowing him to fuse the words, so that Lin Shu's strength could once again be greatly increased. In that case, Lin Shu would be able to have two origin powers with very different strengths. And because there is the mother cauldron of all things sitting in the foreign fire space, naturally, there is no need to worry about the phenomenon of the two forces of origin being incompatible. As for treating this endangered Yu hollow spirit, a small wisp of breath of life would be able to bring him back to life. As for the damage to the flame of the living spirit, it was only minimal, and with the help of the mother cauldron of all things, it could be made up for in a small half day. So then, this swimming hollow spirit was just perfect for Lin Shu. What is the value of this traveling air spirit? Sensing the excitement in Lin Shu's tone, Xian Yu was a bit puzzled, but she didn't say anything more. But then, she vaguely understood that Lin Shu should have a way to free this one Yukong spirit. Because of this, in Xian Yu's heart, Lin Shu's status was once again elevated by one level. In terms of value, according to the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, it is traded in a bartering manner. Bartering? This rule is good. Lin Shu paused and spoke bluntly. This caused Xian Yu to retract the words she had just put on her lips. She was going to say that if it was Lin Shu, she could make an exception for him and let Lin Shu pay the minimum price to acquire this half-dead Yu hollow spirit. However, if you look at Lin Shu's expression, it's clear that this proposal of hers won't come in handy. At the same time, when Xian Yu saw Lin Shu pull out a huge skeleton, her fox charming eyes froze. It was a long vertebrae as the main skeleton, with an extremely large number of ribs attached to the sides of the vertebrae, approximately numbering more than 200 pairs, placed across the storage room, filling the entire room in a flash. That's right, the huge skeleton that Lin Shu pulled out was none other than that Void Tang Python skeleton. Even though the Void Tang Python chose to burn the power of its bloodline in the end, as an 8th-ranked top-level demonic beast, the skeleton it retained was also a rare material for refining weapons, and was worth quite a lot. This is the skeleton of an 8th-order demonic beast. It's relatively well preserved and doesn't have much damage. How many things can it replace? Chen Siye, who was on the side, surveyed the large skeleton, and her eyes flashed with the same look of dismay. Above this skeleton, there are residual traces of dried blood, and the skeleton is intact and not overly worn. From these 2 points, it was not difficult to see that this 8th-order demonic beast must have been decapitated to death only a short while ago. The two women gulped and looked incredulously at Lin Shu, seemingly asking for something. Lin Shu read both eyes and spread his hands. This was beheaded with the help of the elders in January. It wasn't something I came from hunting alone. These words did not lessen the shock in the hearts of the two men. In the eyes of the two of them, Lin Shu, who was only in the 5th realm now, had dared to intervene in the battle of hunting 8th-ranked demonic beasts. Such strength must have already touched the threshold of the god-refining realm. Such strength. Simply terrifying. Without caring about the stagnant two, Lin Shu continued to ask, How many things can this demonic beast skeleton replace? After Xianyu slowed down, she looked at Lin Chu with complicated eyes. This skeleton is naturally more than enough to replace the dying Yukongling. If you don't mind, you can choose whatever you want within this storage room. Lin Chu nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll take this traveling hollow spirit. After he finished speaking, he turned toward Qin Shiyu, who was also staring blankly at the side, and said, "If Miss Shiyu has something she wants, just feel free to pick it." "Ha," Chen Siya murmured, but didn't reject Lin Chu's good intentions. "Then I won't be polite to you. There happen to be two things here that I've always wanted to get." In response, Lin Chu returned a smile, signaling the other party to just make themselves at home. As for himself, he had randomly selected some high-level body refining medicinal herbs, just in case. This kind of behavior has made Chen Siya develop a lot of good feelings towards Lin Chu. This person is not bad. Hoof. Chapter 66 Reckless Beast Tide. The swimming empty spirit was an exotic beast that contained spatial attributes just like the void tang python, and it was likewise one of the main pill guides for refining the empty spirit pill. Moreover, this one swimming hollow spirit belonged to the Mang wasteland border and was hunted, and after blowing up its inner den, its vitality hadn't completely drained away yet, which meant that the power of the bloodline contained in its body was extraordinary. Although he was half dead, it was already enough for Lin Chu. Not only did he save himself the effort of going on a hunt, but he also gave himself a small load. This void tang python skeleton was also considered a waste of time. It wasn't in vain that he had kept him for so long. "Your Excellency, the value of the items that you and Miss Shiyu have selected is far less than the value of this demon beast skeleton. If you have any other requests, just say so, and we will definitely comply with whatever Huibao Chamber of Commerce is able to do." Xianyu didn't have the idea of taking advantage of the situation, and under the sight of such a large sum of money from Lin Chu, she only had one thought in her mind, and that was that she must befriend Lin Chu. If they grasped this thigh, the future of their Huibao Chamber of Commerce would definitely not just be resigned to this small Yangning city. Hearing such eager words from the other party, Lin Chu thought for a moment and said bluntly, "In that case, then please ask the Huibao Chamber of Commerce to keep an eye on these herbs." A piece of parchment appeared indistinctly in Lin Chu's hand, which was filled with the names of medicinal herbs, including some high-grade body-refining medicinal herbs inside medicinal herbs for refining the Empyrean spirit pill. Someone had taken the initiative to ask for help, so Lin Chu didn't have to spend the effort to search for the herbs himself. As for whether or not the Huibao Chamber of Commerce had bad intentions, so what if he was allowed to have bad intentions? It's just the god-refining realm. Lin Chu, who has so many cards, is still afraid of these? Not to mention the Cloud Sang sect. Even the Cloud Room Pavilion in this Yangning city is enough for the Huibao Chamber of Commerce to drink a pot. Xianyu reached out to catch the parchment, lowered her eyes to scrutinize it for a moment, and returned. "After today, the Chamber of Commerce will do its best to search for these herbs." Lin Chu thought for a moment and then turned to add, "After 3 days, I have to leave, and at that time, I will make another trip to the Huibao Chamber of Commerce to take away these medicinal herbs." 3 days? Xianyu froze, a trace of color flashed in her gaze, and she replied in a confident tone, 3 days later, these herbs will appear in front of you. So be it. After fetching what he wanted, Lin Chu didn't want to stay here any longer. "It said that there's an auction at the Huibao Chamber of Commerce today? If you are interested, Xianyu can lead the way for you. It's still early in the day and the auction won't start until the hour of 5 o'clock. Xianyu's willow eyebrows slightly raised, a light smile spreading from the corner of her mouth. "If you don't mind, my concubine can take you to enjoy the special services within the Chamber of Commerce." Special services? Lin Chu raised his eyebrows lightly. He wanted to see this special service. How special it was. "Then lead the way." Chen Shiyu on the side looked at the two people who were talking and laughing. Her heart couldn't help but feel a bit upset. "Tisk, how long has it been? You've been charmed by this woman and don't know where to go. You believe in everything that people say, and you just swore by it? Ha man." Lin Chu gave a sarcastic laugh and changed the topic. "When I first came here, it's always right to listen to others' advice more often. See, have you picked something out yet?" Chen Shiyu's mind is very transparent. Did not in this topic more in depth. Between the hands, pulled out a body bright spirit sword, as well as a number of ceramic jade white bottles containing pills. Ling Frost sword, 6th grade spirit sword. Miss Shiyu has a good eye. This sword is Master Frost Moon's finest work. Xianyu praised from the sidelines. There are also these spirit containing pills. With this addition, I'm sure that in a matter of days, Miss Shiyu will be able to break through to the 5th realm. A 17-year-old 5th realm cultivator, worthy of the name of heaven's proud lady. No one doesn't like to hear good words, and Chen Siye was certainly not an exception. Hearing Xianyu's praise, she gradually became happier. "With these things, it will only take 3 days for me to be able to break through to the 5th realm, and then I'll be able to go to the heavenly desert canyon and hunt the Mangwei demon beasts in person." Xian Yu let out a light laugh. After March, when the Mang Wasteland Beast Tide comes, I'm sure Miss Shi Yu will shine again. At that time, I'm afraid that it will be the city lord's mansion that obtains the position of chief of Yongning City again. If that group of guys from Yongha City don't come to get involved, that would be a big relief. Every year the Beast Tide, this group of dilettantes are relying on their stature to share half of the demonic beast inner pills. One by one, they don't do, and they are beckoning to share the benefits. It is really disgusting to the extreme. Chen Shiyu was a bit indignant and wrinkled her agitated nose in dissatisfaction. At these words, a bitter smile also appeared on Xian Yu's face. Who says it isn't? It's just that it's not like we can do anything about them. Who let these guys have a good family history? A wave of manga beasts? Lin Chu, who was listening to the two men's conversation from the side, came to be interested. He heard the sound of chants coming and saw that the chants that had arrived was beckoning towards him. What's a manganese beast tide? When the two women heard Lin Chu's question, they looked at each other and their eyes coincidentally looked at him. The astonished eyes seemed to be saying, the Mangmao beast tide doesn't even know what it is? Are you sure you're not joking with the two of us? Lin Chu coughed. A small lie. Since I remember, I have been staying in the clan. Deep and Simple out of the outside world knows very little. Hearing this, the surprise on Chen Siye's face dissipated quite a bit. Deep and Simple. Is it dedicated to cultivation? That makes sense. Xian Yu was keenly aware of the word clan and gradually realized something in her heart. The children of a large clan. Going out for training? That makes sense. The two had different minds, but they agreed with the statement given by Lin Chu. Subsequently, from the two people, Lin Chu also learned about the Mang Wasteland Beast Tide. Mangwu Beast Tide refers to the dissension organized by the Mangwu Demon Beast Clan. They are not willing to let the human race hunt demonic beasts this easily, so every year, they will organize a huge beast tide to clean up the human race in the area of 100 miles. For a period of half a month, all of the mangy beasts outside of Yunzhou, within 100 miles of the territory, would riot and organize some hunting activities in an orderly manner, attempting to hunt the young cultivators who participated in the beast tide. Of course, due to the pressure of the Chen Yuan dynasty, the beast race didn't dare to be too domineering. Generally speaking, within a beast tide, the highest ranked demonic beasts did not exceed the 6th rank. After a while, the Mangwu beast tide became a training activity, and in order to hone the human cultivators, the Chen Yuan imperial dynasty also acquiesced to the existence of the beast tide. The last thing the beast tide did was to reach an agreement that all cultivators below the realm of god refining could participate in the Mangwei beast tide and conduct hunting activities on the tides of demonic beasts. Comparatively speaking, the Mangwu demonic beasts were also able to reasonably hunt down the human races that stepped beyond the border during this period of time. Superiority and strength are honored. Life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. Under such conditions, the activity was gradually recognized as time went by, and thus gradually became a grand event in the Yunzhou territory. After the system was perfected, every city within Yunzhou would send some of their children to practice and grow their experience in fighting demonic beasts. Chapter 67, The Beast Resisting Technique. So it is. Lin Shu nodded in understanding, then thought of something. Then why does half of Yongning City's beast den need to be owned by Yongha City? Chen Siye sighed and said somewhat glumly, the two cities of Yongha Yongning were originally one city. Only because of the beast race's aggression 1,000 years ago, it caused the two cities to split. Yongning City came about as a result. At that time, in order to protect this city, Yongha City deployed most of its generals to protect the city. And after that, due to the Qian Emperor's gift of the name, there was no more intention for the two cities to merge. Therefore, Yongning City can only be considered as a sub-city underneath Yongha City. It can't be called a separate city. And the great clans within Yongha City will send some of their sons and daughters to Yongning City every year when the beast tide is approaching, to share half of the demonic beasts inner dawn obtained from the hunt under the name of helping. And due to the might of the great clans, they only dare to be angry. Lin Shu thought about it and said doubtfully, since it's a beast tide, how many dead and injured demonic beasts are in it? It's hard to believe that there's someone else who spends effort to come and count them on purpose? This is naturally not the case, but for the beast tide attacks of the Mangwu demon beasts, no one dares to face the beast tide attacks alone unless that person is stupid. So generally speaking, most people would choose to form a team for their hunting activities, and that's where the problem lies. Xian Yu added with a frown as if she had thought of some troublesome matter. Is that so? Lin Shu stroked his chin and muttered, in that case, acting alone has quite a few benefits, and the things acquired can truly belong to you. Hearing Lin Shu's words, the two women let out a bitter laugh, only thinking that Lin Shu had said it as a joke. Together with his earlier words, he delved into simplicity, and practiced with a single mind. Naturally, it wasn't like them to have personally experienced that beast attack. The tide of beasts that swept in like the sky covering the sky was never something that one person could stop. What they didn't know was that Lin Shu really had the idea of going alone. After all, he had too many cards that he could not expose to the eyes of others. Not only that, Lin Shu never had the intention of cooperating with someone in action. And if he wanted to take food from a tiger's mouth, he should ask the sword in his hand whether it was sharp or not. However, it's good to bring Qin Yen with us to see the world. With his S-ranked fortune, there might even be a trigger event. After gradually having an idea in his mind, Lin Shu began to think about what he needed to do next. The cultivation of the realm of body tempering is still too weak. This March time has to let the guy Qin Yan's realm rise up, or else with such a low realm, he can only be cannon fodder. There's also your own strength that needs to be upgraded and elevated. At least for this March, you have to refine the empty spirit pill, and master the power of space before it's too late, in order to have a few more points of protection. From the mouths of the two daughters, some more relevant matters were learned. Beyond the Beast Tide, the region called Tianmo Canyon was an important area for the Beast Tide to attack, and by the time the Beast Tide riot was over, countless numbers of mangu beasts would pass through this place, and because of the unique canyon terrain, it's a natural and excellent hunting spot. After knowing the relevant matters, Lin Shu did not speak too much on this topic and ended it on her own initiative. Afterward, it was under Xian Yu's attentive hospitality that he saw the so-called special services. I have to say, the service is really very much in place. Looking at Lin Shu, that is a dazzling. The words white, moist, and large appeared uncomfortably in his mind. It's ing called life. Under Xian Yu's hospitality, Lin Shu also saw the so-called auction. As an auction organized by the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, which was one of the four major forces in Yongning City, it naturally drew the attention of many people. The line of people that Lin Shu was particularly concerned about was the line of people called 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. Each of them had a very sturdy stature, and their chi and blood power was incomparably abundant. So much so that if one didn't observe carefully, one wouldn't be able to detect any fluctuations in spiritual power on their bodies, because that demonic beast-like physique was so appalling in its might that it even overshadowed spiritual power. Specializing in physical cultivation? Physical cultivation? Does it have anything to do with the practice of the sentinel beast method? Interesting. Such a cultivation method is refreshing, and for some people, it's not a bad cultivation method. As his divine sense swept through the 10,000 Beast Pavilion's line of people, Lin Shu keenly discovered the presence of several unusual auras within some of them. Unsurprisingly, these strands of strange aura should be the demonic beast bloodline power extracted from the enslaved beast race. In order to better utilize the power of the demonic beast's bloodline, the first and foremost condition was that one needed an incomparably strong physique, and then one needed to enhance the power of one's divine soul. Otherwise, if one were to be affected by the ferocious aura of the demonic beast, falling into a serious injury and coma would be considered light. There are gains and there are losses. The person who invented this kind of cultivation method calls it a phrase of genius. It's just that this kind of method also has enough chicken ribs. If it can enter the level of immortal technique, it might not be much worse than the spirit beast royal. Lin Shu pondered for a moment and realized that this beast sentry technique is really quite suitable for him. It seems like I have to find an opportunity to get my hands on this technique, and it's best to figure out which sect is the power behind this 10,000 Beast Pavilion. There's also the fact that we have to get a few feet enhancement scrolls to raise this dharma to an immortal level before it's too late. With a goal in mind, Lin Shu began to plot. After leaving the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, Lin Shu went to the Cloud Room Pavilion, where he also parted ways with Chen Xiyu. After presenting the sovereign's token, the owner of the Cloud Room Pavilion was close to treating Lin Shu like an ancestor. Looking at the building owner who was like a dog's leg, Lin Shu unceremoniously commanded him to investigate what power was behind the 10,000 Beast Pavilion. Young Patriarch, Mo Lin will arrange for his men to investigate the 10,000 Beast Pavilion, and he will definitely give you a satisfactory answer in 3 days' time. Mo Lin was the owner of the Cloud Room Pavilion, originally a son of the inner sect of the Cloud Song sect. Now at the age of no confusion, he had already reached the realm of God refining, and it was naturally more than enough for him to sit at the head of the Cloud Room Pavilion. There's one more thing. Lin Shu pursed his tea and said lightly, the Mang Desolate Beast Tide after March. Do your best to gather information. I'm going to attend then. Are you going to personally participate in the Beast Tide, young sovereign? Since that's the case, do you need me to identify a group of cultivators as your subordinates? Mo Lin proposed when he heard that Lin Shu was interested in the Mangdao Beast Tide. Lin Shu shook his head and denied. That's not necessary. You only need to collect all the matters of the Mang Wasteland Beast Tide and the related geography to me. There's no rush on this matter first, just hand it over to me before the Beast Tide. Remember, the more detailed the information, the better. Subordinate understands. I also hope that you, young sovereign, will not worry. Chapter 68. Young Patriarch, the things you need have already been prepared. And due to the number and variety being too complicated, my subordinates have specially prepared several storage bags. Mo Lin held several storage bags of different colors and came to Lin Chu, handing them over to him as if he was offering a treasure. Lin Chu turned his head and swept Mo Lin. Between waving his hand, the storage bag in Mo Lin's hand disappeared. Well done. After returning to the sect, I will truthfully inform the master of your performance in recent days. The sect will not forget everyone who has merit. Regarding the big pie that Lin Chu drew for him, Mo Lin, however, showed excitement and looked at the other party with a rather solemn expression. This is all what subordinates should do. Should I say no? This Murin really wants to progress. And Lin Chu was also very satisfied with Mo Lin's performance in the past 2 days. He had a good understanding of all aspects and was exquisite in all aspects. He was a rare talent. It was worth cultivating and training. You've been here in Yongning City for over 10 years now? Back to the young lord. 12 years. 12 years? Lin Chu murmured. That's long enough. After this period, if you want to return to the sect to cultivate, or go to another big city, just let me know. Hearing this, Mo Lin's heart was overjoyed, and his body involuntarily trembled twice. Many thanks for the cultivation of young sovereign. Mo Lin will definitely not forget your favor. Young sovereign, I am willing to go through fire and water for the young sovereign. Lin Chu laughed softly. There's no need for that. You've worked hard for the clan for so many years. These are what you deserve. Don't forget about the Mang Wasteland Beast Tide. I'll have great use for it when the time comes. Before he left, Lin Chu once again emphasized the matter of investigating the Mang Wasteland Beast Tide. Mo Lin solemnly replied, please also rest assured, young patriarch, I will personally take charge of this matter and will definitely not let you down. After that, every month at this time, I will make a trip to and from Yongning City. So remember to prepare the things I asked you to prepare. After leaving such a sentence, Lin Chu did not stay any longer and his figure disappeared within the attic. Mo Lin looked at the direction where Lin Chu disappeared, narrowed his eyes slightly, pursed his lips and sighed. Young Patriarch's cultivation is really unfathomable. I think the Yuntsung sect will be about to have one more immortal to sit on the ground in addition to the Patriarch. God bless the Yuntsung sect. After saying that, Mo Lin also retreated and left the attic, changing into a majestic appearance. Come on people. Increase the manpower to investigate the detailed terrain within a 10-mile radius of the Heavenly Desert Canyon. And don't forget to increase the manpower to investigate the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. This matter is directly responsible by me, and all the relevant news is directly reported to me. Yes, Master. With Murin's intervention, all matters proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lin Chu, on the other hand, once again came to the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. This time, the one who came to greet Lin Chu, apart from Xian Yu, there was also a middle-aged man in cloud-white brocade clothes with a goatee, narrowing his eyes as he stood beside her and waited quietly, looking kindly. However, Lin Chu knew that the other party was far from being as kind as it seemed. After all, no one would dare to underestimate a god-refining realm powerhouse. This person's strength should be on par with Mo Lin. Lin Chu couldn't help but compare this middle-aged man with Mo Lin. If the guess is good, this person should be the president of this treasure exchange chamber of commerce. As expected, the first time Xian Yu saw Lin Chu, she got up and introduced him. Your Excellency, this is the president of our Huibao Chamber of Commerce, Song Yuan, who specially came to greet you after learning of your visit today. Under me, president of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, Song Yuan. The middle-aged man who was originally sitting on the side also stood up at this time, stroked his beard, and smiled kindly towards Lin Chu. Yuntsung sect, Lin Chu. Since the other party had made a personal gesture of goodwill, Lin Chu wasn't the type to be arrogant and rude and returned a smile. Moreover, Lin Chu knew very well in his heart that he was afraid that his whereabouts had already been mapped out by the two of them. Together with the fact that he had been staying at the Cloud Rune Pavilion for the past 2 days, the two of them must have long since learned of his own identity. So, might as well be open about it. Upon hearing the 3 words Cloud Sung sect, both Song Yuan and Xian Yu paused, but were not too shocked, thinking that they should have guessed it earlier. Would it be possible for me to boldly address a young friend of Lin? Song Yuan said without any politeness. Lin Chu nodded her head as a sort of acquiescence. Seeing this, Song Yuan once again said, little friend Lin has sent such a great gift to our Chamber of Commerce. As the president, I should need to thank you properly. It's just a deal. Something you and I would like to do. President Song doesn't need to be like this. Lin Chu replied in a nonchalant manner. Song Yuan wasn't annoyed at this. That being said, the chips given to little friend Lin are still too expensive. For this reason I have specially prepared some good things. I hope little friend won't mind. Lin Chu raised her eyebrows slightly and came to be interested. Is that so? Then I have to see what exactly can be called a good thing by President Song. Aha, I won't let you down, little friend. And follow me. Song Yuan stood up and walked ahead. Xian Yu bent down and gestured towards Lin Chu. Mr. Lin, this way please. Lin Chu didn't say anything more and followed closely behind. The Huibao Chamber of Commerce was not a small force, so what could be called good stuff by Song Yuan must have something unique. Following Lin Chu came to travel all the way through. The group of three arrived at an incomparably empty square. In the center of the square there is a huge disc. Outside the disc, there are 8 stone piles arranged in 8 directions. Unsurprisingly, this huge disc was a huge formation disc, and the formations inscribed on it should be formations that had something to do with binding. Lin Chu surveyed the inscriptions on the array disc with interest. A 7th grade demon prisoner array? To spend so much effort on inscribing such a huge array disc to be used as a prison for demonic beasts. President Song is so generous. Hearing Lin Chu's praise, Song Yuan stroked his beard and replied with a smile. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Little friend Lin is really something when he can tell what kind of formation it is so simply. Lin Chu was silent and turned to inquire. Can it be that the good thing President Song is talking about is not a demonic beast? I really can't hide it from you. Little friend. Song Yuan didn't sell out and said bluntly. The gift to be given to little friend is a demonic beast. This is the demonic beast I hunted together when I hunted that touring empty spirit at that time. Before the words fell, the inscriptions on the disc flashed up, and a formation floated up in the air. That wasn't all. The disc twisted up all of a sudden. The center part gradually concave, and a huge red giant bird slowly appeared within Lin Chu's field of vision. Song Yuan smilingly introduced towards Lin Chu. 7th order inflammatory sparrow. At that time, this inferno sparrow's strength dropped drastically due to the production, which was hunted over by me. And now that its injuries have improved quite a bit, can it still fall into the eyes of my little friend? Satisfied. It's a lot of satisfaction. Lin Chu had always wanted a beast pet that looked good as a mount, and now the 7th ranked inferno sparrow was just enough. Thank you, President Song, for taking the trouble. Chapter 69, Taming. Since little friend is satisfied, why don't we let me take over now and help little friend enslave this demonic beast? Song Yuan furtively said. Lin Chu, however, did not accept his good intentions. I still have some skills in taming demonic beasts, so there is no need to trouble President Song anymore. Oh, hearing Lin Chu reject his help, Song Yuan froze, but he didn't doubt the truthfulness within the other party's words. Then I'll have to see the means of little friend. After nodding towards Song Yuan, Lin Chu paced towards the disc. Into the eye. A body length of more than 10 meters of giant birds, long neck and long tail, red and yellow feathers attached to the body above. Silk red flame dotted on it. The head is relatively small. The pupils of the eyes present a strange and bright orange red. Nice face. Fancy you. As my first spirit beast, you're barely enough. Don't worry, follow me. I won't let you suffer. Not caring if the yen bird in front of him could hear or not, Lin Chu murmured to himself. Clanking. The inferno bird hissed. The inferno flame chat on his body rose up to the sky. How could the inferno bird that was so proud be provoked like this? She immediately drove the flames towards Lin Chu's direction, wanting to burn this tiny human in front of her into charcoal in one fell swoop. Little friend Lin, be careful. This flame is the Inferno Sparrow clan's innate beast fire. Song Yuan, who was on the side, saw that the yen bird suddenly made an attack, but Lin Chu was not moved, thinking that the other party had been sanded down, and immediately reminded in a loud voice. The crimson flames swept in at a rapid speed, and Lin Chu's side was instantly turned into a sea of fire. Tisk, so ungrateful. You have to be taught a lesson before you're convinced, right? Hearing Lin Chu's voice, Song Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If he really let the Yunsan sect's children die in his acreage, he wouldn't have enough lives to survive even if he had 10 lives. Lin Chu slowly raised his hand and a ball of red gold flame appeared out of thin air. The red-colored flames around him stopped shaking as if they had met some great terror. At the same time, the orange-red pupils of the inferno bird's eyes gazed at the golden flames for a moment, and felt the power of the bloodline tremble. Clanking. The yen bird chirped again, but this time it was not as arrogant as before. After hissing, she consciously lowered her head and willingly prostrated herself in front of Lin Chu's body. This scene fell into Song Yuan's eyes, causing his pupils to suddenly shrink with a look of disbelief. One must know that at that time, Song Yuan had captured this yen bird alive, and in addition to taking advantage of the fact that she had suffered a great deal of injuries from her production, he had also relied on her heir as blackmail. Otherwise, with the yen bird, this clan's proud nature, not to make a jade and stone, are considered light. Now that she had chosen to submit to Lin Chu so easily, it made Song Yuan sigh. This son has the appearance of an immortal. That's right. Why bother resisting much? Lin Chu looked at the yen bird that lowered its head and nodded in satisfaction. President Song, Please untie the demon prisoner formation. Song Yuan, from his shock, came back to his senses and froze back. Good. A moment later, the 8 stone piles slowly disappeared into the ground, and the formation that had imprisoned the yen bird dissipated. As the formation dissipated, Song Yuan was also on guard at this time, his eyes staring straight at yen bird, fearing that she would make some more movements. Lin Shu's feet slightly stepped and rose up in the air to mount the disc. The inferno bird whimpered towards Lin Shu after noticing the suppressive force on its body dissipating, but it always remained prostrate. Don't worry, I'm not someone who would extract your bloodline power to cultivate. Besides, I can't really look at this bloodline power of yours. Lin Shu touched the feathers on the inferno bird's head. The feel was not bad, very soft. The inferno bird's head visibly shook, as if it had been struck by some blow, and it hung its head a little. Noticing her emotions, Lin Shu grinned. Don't be too demoralized. I will help you enhance your bloodline power. Well, at least it's my first beast pet. I won't treat you badly. Hearing this, the inferno bird's eyes brightened up and chirped a few times in excitement. Get ready. After concluding a contract with you, granting you a chance to survive it and letting your bloodline power rise by a level might be possible. A flash of color flashed within the eyes of the inferno sparrow, fluttering its wings and chirping loudly up to the sky. 3 smaller inferno sparrows, fluttering their wings, flew over. Oh, there's still an unexpected joy? Your 3 little ones' bloodline power is quite a bit higher than you as a mother. Lin Shu scrutinized the 3 little inferno finches and commented. However, their strength is too low to withstand the scorching of the burning sky flame. The inferno bird hissed, and a hint of determination flashed in its eyes. Do you want to try even if you can't make it? So be it. As you wish. Lin Shu realized what yen bird meant. Then get ready. The inferno bird spread its wings to envelop the 3 little ones and gave a long chirp up to the sky, signaling that Lin Shu could start. You have a good idea. How could Lin Shu not know what yen bird meant? But, even if you resist most of the fire's scorching power, it's still not something that can be withstood by a mere 3rd realm. Having said that, Lin Shu's hand movements did not decrease in the slightest. His right hand gushed out white air and flexed his hand to draw words in the void. Sanqing Imperial Spirit Technique, Spirit Pet Royalty. Along with the strange fonts drawn in white air falling on top of yen bird's head, the flames on her body instantly raged, and the firelight rushed to the sky with a horrifying sound. To a degree visible to the naked eye, the breath on the yen bird's body continued to grow, and in the blink of an eye, it was restored to its peak state. This made Song Yuan, who was witnessing all of this from the side, that was dumbstruck and astonished. It's now. Seeing that the time had come, Lin Shu flicked his right hand vainly, and a tiny, silky flame pierced into the center of the yen bird's eyebrow. This sudden turn of events caused the yen bird to wail as she gave Lin Shu a grateful look. Then the crimson flames on her body blazed even more. The original crimson flame seemed to have a golden light flickering, which meant that she had only just begun to usher in her metamorphosis. The little 3 inferno sparrows that were prostrate under their mother's wings were similarly suffering from the burning flames and wailed in pain for a few times, but had no intention of leaving. Be consistent and stay by their mother's side. Lin Shu watched the scene with interest, praising a few words from time to time. Not bad. You've got a lot of perseverance. About a quarter of an hour passed, and the roaring flames began to diminish. The inferno bird let out a long chirp, and the flames on its body instantly collected itself. It's done. Lin Shu nodded, satisfied. Look at your child. Receiving the reminder, the inferno sparrow raised its feathers in a panic, and 3 small inferno sparrows appeared. Nothing life-threatening except for their breath being shriveled. It wasn't too bad. It barely sort of carried over. Lin Shu probed the breath of the 3 little ones and there was no danger to their lives. The power of the bloodline has also increased quite a bit. It's quite a rewarding harvest. I don't thank you, a mother, for being so attentive in protecting them. The inferno bird chirped and prostrated itself in front of Lin Shu in a submissive position. Seeing this, Lin Shu smiled and touched her head. Don't worry, you mother and child won't be separated. I promise you. Chapter 70, Submission. The 2 of them, Song Yuan and Xianyu, who witnessed the yen bird's entire change, couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their palms sweating, and they couldn't help but look at Lin Shu with a touch more respect. This kind of tactic was the first time even Song Yuan, who had lived for so many years, had seen it, and his eyes couldn't help but drift towards Xianyu. After seeing Xianyu's eyes that were staring at Lin Shu obsessively, a plan was instantly born in his heart. I don't know if this set of beauty tricks applies. Xianyu's body like this must be. Thought. Only, before he could think about it in detail, Lin Shu's words interrupted his thoughts. President Song, this is a very good gift of yours. I'm very satisfied. As far as I know, your Huibao Chamber of Commerce has been trying to find a backup for itself. If you're willing to do so, I can pull some strings for you to become a subordinate force of the Yuntsung sect. Lin Shu's words made Song Yuan's heart flutter with excitement. But his face didn't move. Being able to become an affiliate of the Yongtsang sect is naturally an honor for us at the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. It's just, looking at Song Yuan's expression of desire to speak, Lin Shu naturally knew that the other party wanted to negotiate with him. I know your concerns. I can give you a promise. Cloud Song Clan will not interfere with the operation of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. And Cloud Song Clan will send strong people to sit in the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, and within a reasonable range, cooperate with you guys to carry out things similar to hunting demonic beasts. After all, President Song Yuan is able to occupy a place in this Yongning city without assistance. So I think that he has his own unique insights about business, and I believe that with assistance, he will be able to develop and grow the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. Song Yuan got Lin Shu's promise. His rippling face was finally showing joy. This promise completely poked the tip of his heart. The Huibao Chamber of Commerce was his heart and soul for more than 10 years, so he naturally wanted to hold the power of the chamber in his own hands. However, this world is ultimately the strength is honored. No background of the Chamber of Commerce want to continue to expand, certainly need to be a major force as a backup, and the involvement of major forces will certainly be divided power. Song Yuan was ambitious but equally far-sighted. He had been waiting for a certain time, and Lin Shu's arrival and the promise given to him perfectly suited his interests. As for whether or not Lin Shu was fooling him, he thought about it but didn't believe that Lin Shu would do that. Song Yuan's heart is very clear. With Lin Shu's just showed his slight strength, he definitely won't be able to settle down in the small cloud state. If you ask why he has this opinion, a big part of it comes from his intuition as a businessman, I guess. I am grateful to the gentleman to see on the Huibao Chamber of Commerce. From now on, Huibao Chamber of Commerce will become a subsidiary strength of the Cloud Song sect, and Song promised to Huibao Chamber of Commerce in the future will take out 30% of the net profit on the supply of the Cloud Song sect. Not only so, Lin Shu stretched out his hand to signal the other party to stop talking. I don't care about these things. In the future, what will be the operation of the Huibao Chamber of Commerce? You should still go and contact Mo Lin, and just discuss and decide with him. Seeing that Lin Shu was not interested in his words expressing his loyalty, Song Yuan also had the good sense to swallow back the words that were already on his lips, and smiled apologetically. Mr. Song understands. Later on, you go to find Mo Lin and just inform him of the cause of this matter. He will discuss the next thing with you. And there is also the fact that as the owner of this Inferno Sparrow, the 3 Inferno Sparrow cubs she gave birth to I will take away with me. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Song Yuan thought of something when he heard this. His face was a little difficult, but he quickly made a decision. Since Mr. Lin has his eye on these 3 yin bird cubs, just take them. President Song looks like he's in a difficult situation. Lin Cho sensed the difficult look on the other party's face. Hearing this, Song Yuan hurriedly denied. That's not the case. It's just that when Mr. Song brought back the infant sparrow cubs, he had promised to leave one for his daughter as a coming-of-age gift. Speaking of which, Song Mao was too arrogant and indulgent of her, allowing her to raise an arrogant and domineering nature. The thought of giving her a new gift Song Mao a headache, thus revealing a difficult color. I hope that the gentlemen do not blame. Oh, Lin Shu realized. The ring on his hand lightly flashed fluorescence. 2 round pills the size of a dragon's eye appeared in his hand. Flexing his palm slightly pushed, the 2 pills floated in the direction of Song Yuan. These 2 pills should be enough as a gift, right? Looking at the 2 pills floating towards him, Song Yuan's face showed a color of surprise, and with a flick of his sleeve, the 2 pills appeared in his hands. Enough is enough. Thank you, Your Excellency, for cultivating me. The 2 pills given by Lin Shu were, respectively, the K-mending pill that helped speed up the molding of the palace, and a 7-star pill that helped break through the realm of God refining. The value of the 2 pills was extremely expensive, and truly speaking this time, Song Yuan really earned a lot of money. However, this is only relative. As the 8th grade alchemist Lin Shu, the 8th grade of the following pills Lin Shu casually capable of refining. The degree of rarity in his case is nothing more than giveaway also giveaway. Anyway, from now on, Huibao Chamber of Commerce under the banner of the Cloud Sang sect, barely also be considered their own people, to give small favors to improve loyalty, so that they do a good job for their own. This small loss sooner or later will make up for it. The corners of Song Yuan's mouth were on the verge of grinning behind his ears as he put away the elixir. After doing so, Lin Shu didn't stay much longer. As long as you're satisfied, I won't stay much longer. Seeing that Lin Shu wanted to leave, Song Yuan put away his smile, coughed, and towards Xian Yu, who was at the side, threw out a look that could only be understood. Xian Yu, you send the prince off for me, so that I can head to the Cloud Pavilion building to discuss the matter of subjugation with the owner of their building. As you wish, President. Xian Yu understood. her beautiful eyes staring in bewilderment as she replied in a delicate voice. Your Excellency. This way please. Lin Shu didn't refuse and followed behind Xian Yu, criticizing and critiquing her proud figure from time to time. Nice twist. Very sensual, big, round and moist. And while Lin Shu was admiring it, Xian Yu accidentally slipped her feet and was about to have a flat fall when Lin Shu aided her with another accident. Xian Yu fell into Lin Shu's arms without the slightest intention to get up, but after scrutinizing her for a moment, Lin Shu was able to right Xian Yu. At this, Xian Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, but she was also smart enough to quickly stand up and thankfully say, Many thanks, Your Excellency. It's just a small thing. Lin Shu understood Xian Yu's small mind, but he was not the type of person who craved for beauty. This level of the district was not even close to tempting him. After this little episode, Xian Yu didn't try, and Lin Shu left the Huibao Chamber of Commerce without any problems. After seeing Lin Shu leave the Huibao Chamber of Commerce, Song Yuan's figure appeared beside Xian Yu. Mr. Lin is not one of those people in the past. The district Yunzhou can't trap him. Whether you can grasp this opportunity also depends on yourself. Such a good opportunity is in front of you, don't waste it for nothing. With his help, you might be able to do that easily. Xian Yu looked at Lin Shu's faraway direction, and within her beautiful eyes, a hint of determination flashed. President, I know what to do. Chapter 71, The Dragon's 8 Trigrams Poem. At the top of one of the mountains of the Qin family in Granite Town, a teenager of about 15 or 16 years old was lying on the green lawn with a dog's tail grass in his mouth, leisurely enjoying the warm autumn sun. The warmth of the sun always warms the body in the fall. Tomorrow the clan competition will start. How come Big Brother hasn't come back yet? It can't be that he has forgotten to have one thing, right? The teenager mumbled as he opened his eyes somewhat depressedly to the clear blue sky. Now that I've hardened my body to the 7th level, such a cultivation level is also a premier existence within the clan. The clan ratio and whatnot, I'm stowing put chas. The teenager with the dog's tail grass in his mouth was naturally Qin Yan without a doubt. During the 3 days that Lin Shu had left, he hadn't been idle, and after today's morning exercise, he had a slight epiphany to successfully break through the realm and step into the 7th level of body tempering. Don't underestimate this little one. This one realm represented Qin Yan's success in entering the 3rd realm from the 2nd realm, which meant that Qin Yan could attempt to simply draw the spirit into his body to quench it, and he could also try to cultivate the basic spirit gathering technique, and with his chi luck that was as high as S rank, his cultivation speed would only get faster and faster in the future. After this, Qin Yan is truly going to start his open life. Just as Qin Yan was enjoying himself, he didn't realize in the slightest that a figure had appeared behind him. Suddenly, Qin Yan sensed the danger and immediately reacted by placing his hands behind his head, slightly exerting himself, and standing up directly with a backflip. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and Qin Yan's body then slid towards the back, leaving a scratch several meters long on the green lawn before he managed to stop himself. After being away for a few days, you seem to be floating. You seem to be very proud of yourself for entering the 3rd realm. Hearing the familiar voice, a smile appeared on Qin Yan's face, not caring about the pain coming from his small arm. Big brother, you're finally back. Cut the crap and let me try how much you've grown. Please, Qin Yan replied with an excited face. Lin Shu lightly laughed, his body slightly leaned forward. The moment he clenched his right hand into a fist, a whistling wind sound rang out, and the harsh wind of his fist headed straight towards Qin Yan's face. The force is great, not to be taken hard. Qin Yan's vision was poisonous, and he gave a cry in his heart. Taking a quick step back towards the back, he went with the flow, and after melting away some of the force, he moved a step sideways and handed out a punch towards Lin Shu. Not bad. The harmonization power has allowed you to comprehend it. It seems like you've still put in a lot of effort in the past 3 days. After sidestepping Qin Yan's fist, Lin Shu praised. Qin Yan grinned. It's all because Big Brother taught me well. However, just this level is not even close. He was not surprised by Qin Yan's performance. After all, with such a high chi luck value there, it was only right to be more enlightened. Lin Shu changed his fist into a palm, and with a direct tackle, he grabbed Qin Yan's fist, dodged to his back, and bound him in a strange position. And there was no way for him to get out of Lin Shu's control no matter how much he struggled. Qin Yan was not a person who gave up lightly, although his fists were bound so much that he couldn't move, but he could move his legs, allowing his hands to be tackled. Qin Yan kicked out directly towards Lin Shu's waist. Lin Shu lightly laughed. Using Qin Yan's body as a support point, he used his strength to take off into the air, and after dodging the kick, his entire body pressed down on Qin Yan's body in a smooth manner. With one foot standing, the point of force was clearly insufficient, and Qin Yan trembled as a result. Lin Shuxiao looked at the shaking Qin Yan below and exerted her body. With a fluttering sound, Qin Yan directly fell to the ground. Ouch! Such a person pressed on his body directly caused Qin Yan to let out a cry of pain. Being defeated so easily, Qin Yan wasn't the slightest bit discouraged. Instead, he recalled the grappling technique that Lin Shu had just used. Big brother, then what kind of martial art is this? It seems like it complements the true martial divine fist and is mutually exclusive. Lin Shu floated up and stretched out her palm towards Qin Yan. Good eye. Want to learn? Hearing this, Qin Yan quickly nodded his head and said in an excited and firm tone, I want to. Greed is not enough to swallow a snake. True martial divine fist hasn't even been cultivated yet and you want to learn palm technique. You're a bit too hasty. When true martial divine fist has been cultivated to the third layer, then mention this matter again. Patting Qin Yan's head, Lin Shu did not have the good sense to say. Qin Yan was not dissatisfied with this, but instead said again with great interest, then when will you teach me the third layer of true martial divine fist? Wait, big brother? Your cultivation has also come to the third realm, so you can learn the third layer of the true martial divine fist. So I'll teach you tonight. Okay. Looking at Qin Yan, who was full of excitement, Lin Shu smiled and didn't say anything. The palm technique that Lin Shu had just performed was called the Swimming Dragon 8 Trigrams Palm, which was another martial art that he had realized from the divine martial ring in the past 2 days. Unlike Xinwu Xinxuan's harshness and strength, Yulong Bagua Palm emphasizes the use of softness to overcome weakness, and mainly lies in the use of the power of transformation. Nowadays, Qin Yan was able to simply utilize his transforming energy to defend himself against his enemies, which was barely reaching the threshold of practicing this palm technique. During the 2 days in Yongning City, Lin Shu certainly didn't waste his cultivation, and since he was slow to defeat the Black Shadow, he naturally shifted his attention to the palm technique. Lin Shu, who had acquired the Swimming Dragon 8 Trigrams Palm, also understood at this time that the secret to defeating the Black Shadow was hidden in this Swimming Dragon 8 Trigrams Palm. With the foundation of the true martial divine fist in place, Lin Shu easily broke through the first 2 thresholds and thus also acquired the first 2 layers of the Wandering Dragon Bagua Palm. With his deepening understanding of the Swimming Dragon Bagua Palm, Lin Shu gradually determined the idea in his heart. The Swimming Dragon Bagua Palm and the true martial god fist were originally mutually exclusive martial arts. After the first thought was realized, Lin Shu focused on starting to study the Swimming Dragon 8 Trigrams Palm, the benefits of which are also significant. Here's a task for you. Lin Shu stopped and turned her head to look at Qin Yan. In 3 months' time, your realm must rise to the 4th realm. Without asking too many questions, Qin Yan solemnly said, guarantee to complete the mission. He knew that Lin Shu must have his deepest intentions for doing this, and that it must be for his own good, so he just had to do as he was told. Lin Shu nodded in satisfaction at this. One more thing. Tomorrow at the clan competition, don't let me see the position of the leader of the pack being taken away by someone else. That's natural. The position of this leader is mine. Big brother, just put your heart in a million pieces. Little brother won't let you down. I can give you a gift if you get the quartermaster. Oh, Qin Yan's eyes lit up, obviously interested in the gift Lin Shu was talking about. After all, the things Lin Shu gave him were never bad. Big brother, can I know what the gift is first? No way. And you have to pass their test before you can do that. I'm just giving you a chance. It's still up to you to work hard. Lin Shu's words completely mobilized Qin Yan's curiosity. However, he knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he didn't ask any more questions. In his heart, he couldn't help but speculate about the so-called gift. What about a high-level martial art or a body refining elixir? Really curious. It's a pity that Big Brother doesn't say anything either. Forget it. It's better to cultivate well and ask to take the clan competition leader. With this in mind, Qin Yan discarded his distractions and began another round of drills. Chapter 72, System Task X2. The following morning, the ink-colored night curtains gradually cleared. There seemed to be a gap in the eastern sky, and the glow leaked out through the gap in wisps. The silver glowing edge runs across, and the bright red sunrise rises slowly. Lin Shu still adhered to the habit of absorbing the primordial sun's violet chi, and at the moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain range, with curls of violet chi lingering around his body, constantly running with the rhythm between one breath and the other. The dome of the sky morning sun is getting stronger and stronger. The clouds and haze of colorful colors intertwine and linger, with the sky purple halo gradually dissipate. Also foretells that Lin Shu's up cultivation has been over. After getting up and stretching his body, Lin Shu's mind moved and a huge red bird stopped in front of him in the air. Walking, destination Qin Clan Ancestral Hall. Go see how well that Qin Yan kid has prepared. Stepping onto the yen bird's back, Lin Shuxin said a sentence. The red giant bird let out a long chirp and lifted its wings, setting off a gust of wind, and instantly disappeared from its original location. Lin Shu didn't stay in the back of the Qin family's mountain, but took advantage of the morning sun before it was light and rode Yen dance to one of the highest mountains. Although the Qin family was located in the small town of Granite Town, the buildings they had built were quite complete. Clan Ancestral Hall, Martial Arts Training Platform, Martial Arts Loft, Weapons Loft. They are all in one place and quite elaborate in every way. Although the strength is almost interesting, but the stuff about the cultivation path is still quite something, Lin Shu secretly commented in his heart. Judging from these things, this Granite Town's Qin family should be nothing more than a small subfamily. This could also explain why their strength was generally not high, but they had a set about family building. After casually finding a place to land, Lin Shu let Yen Dance land. After all, writing Yen Dance in the past was still a bit too attention-grabbing, and a seventh-order demonic beast infested in such a small family was afraid that there would be quite a few people who would be stressed. It's always good to keep a low profile to avoid unnecessary trouble. With the distance of his heavenly eyes unfolded to its maximum extent, Lin Shu quickly found the way to the Qin clan's ancestral hall. Even though it was still early in the morning, quite a few people in the Qin family were starting to get busy, leisurely preparing to carry the sundries. As an annual Qin family competition, it was one of the few things that the Qin family congregation valued. Moreover, the clan competition is also a way to show the strength of the family towards outsiders, and it is always sloppy when it comes to the majesty of the family. After watching for a short while, Lin Shu was a bit disinterested. This so-called clan competition and the previous Jin City grand competition. Under the comparison of the two, it was really a heaven and a earth. There was no comparison whatsoever. Moreover, Lin Shu had also snooped around a little bit, and those who participated in this clan competition, juniors who stepped into the third realm were a rarity, not to mention those who entered the Qi refining realm. If such a character really came out, the Qin family would probably offer him up, lamenting that the heavens have eyes. There was nothing to see, but Lin Shu still made the trip. The purpose of coming here, aside from examining Qin Yen, he also wanted to see if there were any surprises. After all, Qin Yen was, for all intents and purposes, an S-rank Qi protagonist. According to the script, triggering an event like the Great Competition, the protagonist should have triggered a chance or something besides pretending to be B. Why, you ask? Most of those novels and scripts Lin Shu had read in his previous life had such a setting, so it was always right to come over and take a look. Just like this, Lin Shu brought Yen Dance with him, one person and one bird traveling inside and outside the Qin family. After Yen Dance was recovered as a beast pet by Lin Shu with the spirit pet royal, she naturally mastered the method of changing her form. At this moment, she had already transformed into a palm-sized red bird and elegantly landed on Lin Shu's shoulder. Out of nowhere, Lin Shu discovered a spiritual figure and almost subconsciously probed away. Another bright S-letter fell into Lin Shu's eyes. It's true. I didn't expect that this tiny Qin family has two S-level Qi protagonists. A person with double S Qi in one family. It's really worthy of being a person with the Qin surname. At the same time, a golden exclamation mark appeared on the head of the agile girl. Seeing this, Lin Shu's face was delighted. He was more than familiar with this exclamation mark. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden exclamation mark expanded and shattered, transforming into a golden dialogue box that appeared in front of Lin Shu. The Qin family has a daughter who is named Qin Yushi, bearing a top-grade ice attribute physique Xian Ice Sacred Body. As the possessor of the sacred body, Qin Yushi is born with the power of Xian Ice nurtured within her body. This is both good and bad. Under the effect of the power of Xian Ice can let her easily transform her spiritual attribute into the ultimate ice attribute. Not only that, she has a Xian Ice Sacred Body. For the cultivation of ice attribute technique has a unique innate conditions. The downside lies in the fact that without the aid of a suitable technique, the inexpensive cultivation of Qin Yushi was unable to grasp the Xian Ice force that constantly appeared in her body. And the Xian Ice force that had been accumulated for a long time thus erupted to leave her seriously injured. System, releasing a new mission. Help Qin Yushi get out of danger and assist the other party in mastering the power of Xian Ice in her body. Mission accomplished. Rewarded with a golden grand treasure chest and 10 points of Qi luck value. The corners of Lin Shu's mouth couldn't help but hook up. Her mood was very pleasant. This trip really wasn't in vain. The young girl named Qin Yushi clearly hadn't thought that a certain person was plotting against her. At this time, she is holding the wooden box jumping towards the distant cabin rush. The morning sunlight through the light dappled leaves, above the ground sprinkled with starry glow, the young girl's lively figure, and the light and shadow of this picture scroll, tailing the young girl to the front of the wooden house. Lin Shu watched as the young girl gently opened the door and walked in. Brother, why haven't you gotten up yet? Aren't you getting up to prepare for the clan competition? Didn't you say that you want to shine at the clan competition today? Yushi brother, I was a little too excited to sleep last night. So I got up and practiced my boxing, and I practiced too much. But don't worry, I'm sure I'll surprise you all today. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Shu slightly froze. Coincidence this is not? These two turned out to be brother and sister. No wonder, I have to say. The parents of these two people are really able to give birth to two people who are both SG protagonists, and I really have to ask for advice on how their parents did it. It was also at this time that Lin Chu's line of sight enveloped the wooden house, and a golden exclamation mark similarly appeared on Qin Yan's head. Qin Yan and the discovery of his sister Qin Yuxi's body appear abnormal. In order to save each other, regardless of their own safety, to risk their own to help channel the power of the Xian ice, with strong willpower to successfully carry after. And thus a blessing not only developed the use of the power of the Xian ice forging method, not only that he also found by chance the extraction of Xian ice spirit beads, the use of the power of the Xian ice forging after a month. Qin Yan's cultivation fast, raised to the 9th level of body tempering. System, release a new mission. Rush before Qin Yan and intercept the chance. Upon completion of the mission, reward a golden great treasure chest and 10 points of Qi experience value. Lin Chu. System, what do you mean? Qin Yan is now my favorite family friend. Hand and foot brother. How can I keep intercepting his chances? System, mission completed. Rewarded with 2 golden grand treasure chests. 20 points of Qi experience value. Lin Cho saw that the system directly doubled the reward and said in a hurry, accept the quest. Looking at the 2 pending tasks, Lin Chu's heart was indescribably satisfied. System, greatly. You are so atmospheric. Chapter 73 Explosion. Xian Ice Power. In the face of the doubled rewards, Lin Chu was very quick to receive the new mission issued by the system. Qin Yan, don't blame me for being unrighteous. It's really because the system is giving too much. After 3 seconds of silence for Qin Yan, Lin Chu's mind wandered to the 3 large treasure chests that hadn't reached him yet. 3 gold large treasure chests. Better give me a few feet enhancement scrolls. Inside the wooden house, Qin Yan received the wooden box with breakfast food from Qin Yuxi's hand and inadvertently touched her small hand. Yuxi, why is your body so cold? Qin Yuxi hurriedly retracted her hand, pinched her earlobe, and smiled in a pretense of relaxation. Just now, I was washing clothes, and this is not my mother's way of letting me come directly to ask you to get up for dinner. Qin Yan frowned and reached out to pinch her smooth and tender face. Are you hiding something from me? Every time you lie, you have a habit of pinching your earlobes. You can fool your parents but not me. Is it that the coldness is growing in your body again? Seeing that she was exposed by her own brother, Qin Yuxi also showed her cards and stopped pretending, saying with a beak, really, nothing can be hidden from brother. During this recent period of time, I always feel that the coldness in my body has become more and more, especially every night the coldness escapes involuntarily, and every morning when I get up, I find that a thick layer of ice crystals appears on my bed. Listening to Qin Yuxi's explanation, Qin Yan's brows furrowed even deeper, and in his heart, he vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen to Qin Yuxi. When the clan competition is over, I'll take you to a place. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, or else I always feel that this cold air will be unfavorable to you. Qin Yuxi's pretty face revealed a touch of curiosity and couldn't help but inquire, brother, where are you taking me? Go to a place that will take the chill off of you. Hearing this, Lin Chu, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but secretly give Qin Yan a nod in his heart. This is what a good brother is. It just so happens that I didn't find any suitable reason to approach the other party. This is once and for all. So good. Oh, yeah. Although Qin Yuxi didn't know where the place Qin Yan was talking about was, she was still convinced of his words. Moreover, she also vaguely sensed that the mysterious place that Qin Yan was referring to, I'm afraid, had a great deal to do with the uncertainty of his whereabouts in recent days. Qin Yan's changed these days. Qin Yuxi could see it very clearly. Compared to earlier, she clearly perceived that in addition to the perseverance in her own brother's eyes, there was an extra point of self-confidence. I also don't know if Big Brother can solve the coldness in Yuxi's body. Qin Yan secretly pondered in his heart. Ever since Qin Yan had befriended Lin Chu seemed to be omnipotent in his heart. Not only did he teach him boxing and guide him in his cultivation, but in his spare time, he had also seen Lin Chu's divine alchemy, not to mention his unfathomable strength, which made it even more impossible for him to think of catching up. Qin Yan slapped his face and said, how can one doubt Big Brother's ability? If even Big Brother can't solve it, then who else is there? Looking at Qin Yan suddenly slapping himself, Qin Yuxi was a bit puzzled. Brother, what are you doing? Nothing. Qin Yan waved his hand, signaling that nothing happened. Yuxi, if you can't control the cold qi anymore, tell me at the first time, okay? Looking at Qin Yan with a solemn face, Qin Yuxi nodded. Got it, brother, you'd better hurry up and wash up and eat. Everyone is preparing for the clan competition, and you're the only one still in bed right now. Qin Yan heard, how can this work? So in a hurry, he began to wash and dress. 3 or 2 efforts to fix everything. Yuxi walk. We first go to the clan ancestral hall. Breakfast on the road to eat on the line. The fiery look made Qin Yushi reveal a smile. Really? After so many years, you're still the same old brother. The Qin family's martial arts practicing ground, at this time, had already gathered a lot of people. Some of the young sons of the Qin clan were each dancing with swords and spears in a rocky ring. Not to mention, the spectacle is still there. And along with the sunrise, the clan ratio was officially opened. This kind of scene is naturally the link of face punching and pretending to be a pussy. And sure enough, after Qin Yan revealed his true strength, he shocked the people who were present to watch the battle with what he called a dumbfounded look. Seeing this, Lin Chu, who was secretly watching, couldn't help but TSK. It's true that after the protagonist grows in strength, he always has to pretend to hit his face. Not to mention that it's quite enjoyable to watch. And just as Qin Yan was looking proudly at the whole field, a sudden change occurred. Qin Yushi, who was mingling in the crowd, suddenly fell unconscious, and a layer of dense and hard ice crystals appeared on her body. As the Xian ice force went out of control, with Qin Yushi as the center, the extreme Xian ice force began to spread out in all directions. The power of Xian ice, which was the ultimate ice attribute, was naturally not something that could be easily blocked by these Qi refining realm cultivators of the Qin clan. After such an incident, the high-ranking cultivators of the Qin family wanted to contain the power of this Xian ice, but realized that no matter how they operated their spiritual power, they had little effect. At this moment, the white-haired old man sitting at the highest position also came to the field, running a thick stream of spiritual energy drifting in Qin Yushi's direction. The white-haired old man whose name was Qin Jin was the current head of the Qin family today. At the same time, this man is also Qin Yan's own grandfather, now the strongest person in the Qin family. His cultivation has already come to the peak of the 4th realm, and he only needs to have a slight enlightenment to break into the 5th realm. However, Qin Jin's intervention was likewise unable to help Qin Yushi. On the contrary, when the spiritual energy came into contact with the power of Xian ice, it was tainted with a little bit of the power of frost, causing all the meridians to operate to suffer a little bit of stagnation. This situation caused Qin Jin's face to constantly change. Then he quickly made a decision and said in a deep voice, "All cultivators of the Qin clan below the 4th realm, immediately retreat and do not approach within 3 feet of Qin Yushi." Hearing this, the Qin family members did as they were told and obediently retreated 10 meters away, only for their eyes to still probe in surprise towards Qin Yushi in the center of the field. What the hell is going on? That's Qin Yan's sister, right? How did she suddenly become like this? Who knows? That level of coldness, I have not even directly touched it, all feel cold tight. That girl is afraid of a lot of bad luck. I think so. Just now it seems as if Elder Qin Jin himself didn't manage to contain that chill. What should we do? You guys really don't say. I always felt that Qin Yan might have a way. What are you thinking? Although Qin Yan's strength is good and won the Qin family competition champion, but he's just a body-hardening cultivator who doesn't even know how to utilize spiritual energy. So you expect him to help? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Che, you guys were just as unfavorable to Qin Yan as you are now. And what happened? A slap in the face. Are the two comparable? Even Elder Qin Jin, who is about to break into the 5th realm, is unable to do anything? What do you expect Qin Yan, who is only in the 3rd realm, to be able to do? With these words, the voice that favored Qin Yan also fell into silence. At the same time, Qin Jin, who was in the middle of the field, commanded, "Remaining members of the Qin clan, run your spiritual energy to contain the overflow of cold air." Chapter 74, Mission Accomplished. Great Harvest. The Qin family's people combined their efforts to activate their spiritual energy, and although it briefly contained the spread of the power of the Xian ice, this was never a long-term solution. Spiritual power would eventually run out, while the Xian ice power in Qin Yushi's body was inexhaustible. And once the power of Xian ice had condensed too much within Qin Yushi's body and there was no way to spread it outwards, there would always be a time when it would then explode. If it really came to that, I'm afraid that the entire Qin clan ancestral hall would be razed to the ground. Along with the passage of time, the people controlling Qin Yushi in the field were affected by the power of Xian ice, whether physically or in their internal meridians. The body was gradually unable to resist the piercing coldness, and the operation of the spiritual energy in the meridians began to become slow. It was also at this moment that Qin Yushi's body once again erupted with an even more surging force of Xian ice, directly causing many people in the arena to fly backwards. Seeing this, Qin Yan's face stared and he resolutely stepped towards Qin Yushi's direction. When Qin Jin saw Qin Yan take a step closer, he droned in a deep voice, "Yener, this cold ice power is not something you can block down. Back off, Grandpa. I want to." "No, you don't want to." Before he could finish his words, Qin Yan felt a wave of dizziness, and a familiar voice came from his ears. "What's the point of trying to be strong? Stay aside." Lin Chu's figure appeared in the middle of the field, and when he saw Qin Yan almost stealing the show, He directly flung a diversion formation over, moving Qin Yan to a position 10 feet away. Almost made me lose my hand with the golden big treasure chest. You kid. Lin Shu looked deeply at Qin Yan. Qin Shen looked at Lin Shu, who had suddenly appeared in the center of the field. His face couldn't help but become gloomy. Can't see through it. What exactly is the origin of this youngster? What exactly is the reason for appearing in my Qin family? Regarding the gazes cast by the Qin family members, Lin Shu didn't care and slowly raised his hand, gently swinging it outwards. The Qin family members surrounding Qin Yushi immediately felt a repulsive force, causing them to fly out backwards. They didn't suffer any damage. Instead, they felt a sense of relief. Along with the piercing coldness they had just received had also weakened quite a bit. After a moment of relaxation, their hearts were filled with astonishment, and the same question, coincidentally, surged in their minds. How is this teenager so strong? What exactly is his origin? Qin Shen was naturally one of them, looking at Lin Shu in the arena in shock and uncertainty, as Qin Yan's voice came from his ears. Grandpa, Brother Lin doesn't have any malicious intentions. You don't have to worry about him having bad intentions towards the Qin family. Hearing this, Qin Shen turned his head to look at Qin Yan and said in a tone filled with surprise, Yener, you know him? Seeing Lin Shu voluntarily show himself in front of the crowd, Qin Yan naturally knew that there was no need to hide Lin Shu's existence nowadays. Yes, my grandson's strength is also thanks to Brother Lin. Without his help, there's no way for me to continuously break through the realm in such a short period of time. So it is. So that's how it is. Qin Shen came to a sudden realization, looking deeply at Lin Shu in the arena and muttering, while at this moment, Lin Shu had already arrived in front of Qin Yushi. Looking at the young girl who had already frozen into ice, he reached out and touched the turquoise blue ice crystal. The moment his palm touched the ice crystal, a layer of frost surfaced on Lin Shu's hand. Such a coldness. I'm afraid it's not even comparable to the extreme ice power that I'm exerting. Is the Xian ice power? Interesting. However, this level is still not as good as my innate air. Just when Lin Shu wanted to use the innate air to melt the power of Xian ice, Xiao Ruoling's voice rang in his ears. TSK, 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 you kid is really something. How is it that you can have strange encounters everywhere you go? A physique like the Xian ice sacred body can still be picked up by you in a place like this. It's really a great poo from the world. Just a coincidence. Lin Shu smiled sarcastically. Xiao Ruoling blankly glanced at Lin Shu and didn't look too deeply into the matter. Instead, she reminded, the idea of using the innate air to melt the power of Xian ice is very good, but you have to pay attention to one thing. When the innate air is poured in, you have to protect the young girl's heart chakra, or else such a pure power of Xian ice will cause her to directly fall. Lin Shu nodded and responded, I understand. Thanks for reminding me, teacher. As soon as the words fell, a rich white scorching yuan qi surged out of Lin Shu's hand, and he raised his hand and slapped it within the ice crystal, and wisps of white qi surged into Qin Yushi's body from all directions. The huge Xian ice crystal, under the influence of yuan qi, gradually melted away. What was strange was that after the Xian ice crystals melted, they did not turn into a liquid like water, but rather turned into an azure-colored fluid like lava, which surged along the white scorched yuan qi in the direction of Lin Shu. Such a situation made Lin Shu a bit bewildered, instinctively wanting to expel these blue fluids, but was stopped by Qiu Ruoling's words. There is no need to worry. This is the Xian ice spirit formed by the Xian ice crystals being melted down by your yuan qi. Absorbing it will be beneficial and harmless to you, and might be able to make your extreme ice attribute transform into Xian ice power even further. Lin Shu still trusted Qiu Ruoling's words, so he dispelled the idea of driving away the Xian ice spirit, and even took the initiative to use his yuan qi to guide the Xian ice spirit to flow towards him. As the Xian ice spirit flowed all around Lin Shu's body, the ice crystals on Qin Yushi's body similarly began to disappear rapidly. Although the ice crystals had faded, the piercing coldness still remained. The young girl felt the warmth and instinctively wanted to get closer to Lin Shu. The moment she touched Lin Shu, Qin Yushi's arms directly wrapped around the other party. Her flawless little face full of collagen even involuntarily rubbed against Lin Shu's chest. In this regard, Lin Shu didn't have the leisure to enjoy it. After absorbing all the Xian ice spirit into his body, he was too busy to convert the extreme ice power in his body into Xian ice power, continuously mobilizing the body's yuan qi melting transformation. The effect is very pleasing. Just for a while, most of the Xian ice spirit has been completely absorbed by Lin Shu. The extreme ice power is also along the way gradually transformed into Xian ice power, and it was also because he kept mobilizing the yuan qi in his body that made Qin Yushi, the little girl, crave more and more for Lin Shu's body's aura, like a kitten constantly rubbing in Lin Shu's arms. Qin Jin, who saw this scene, couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Yushi what a beautiful job. As for Qin Yan, when he saw this, he lowered his eyes and pondered in his mind. If Yushi marries big brother Lin Shu, Then how should I address him? Do I still need to call him Big Brother at that time? It's really a bit of a dilemma. When they were floating in their thoughts, Lin Shu, who absorbed the Xian ice spirit, was also gradually approaching the end. After letting out a long breath, Lin Shu was surprised and said, "It's really no effort at all to get it. This will directly transform the extreme ice power into Xian ice power. And the power of casting the ice attribute spirit art is bound to be one level higher than before. The harvest is good." It was also at this time that the system's mechanical voice also sounded in Lin Shu's mind. "Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with Golden Grand Treasure Chest X3 and 30 points of Chi Luck experience value." Although the system's beep didn't have the slightest emotion, Lin Shu felt that the voice was like heavenly music. A great harvest. A great harvest. Yes/no to open the great golden treasure chest. That goes without saying? Just open it straight away. Open. All of them. Open the golden grand treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Chapter 75 Enlightenment of Bodhi. Congratulations to the host for opening the golden grand treasure chest and obtaining the rewards. Gong Technique Completion Scroll X1. Spiritual Art Completion Scroll X1. Enlightened Bodhi X1. Scroll of Completion of Feats. After being used on a crippled and incomplete feat, it helps to complete the feat and make the feat fit the host perfectly. Spiritual Arts Completion Scroll. After using it on a defective spiritual art, it will help to complete the spiritual art and make it fit the host perfectly. Enlightenment Bodhi, a superb celestial treasure. The fruit of the ancient god Enlightenment Bodhi tree that ripens once every 50,000 years. It is said that taking the fruit of the Enlightenment Bodhi can greatly increase the enlightenment of the person who takes it and can make the person who takes it fall into the state of epiphany directly, every time he browsed through the relevant introduction of a reward. The excitement in Lin Chu's heart increased by a few points. They're all good things. Although there's no enhancement scroll, the completion scroll is not bad either. It's kind of like each has its own merits. The most crucial reward is still this Enlightenment Bodhi. Enhancing enlightenment and stepping into the state of epiphany. A rare treasure. Pressing down the excitement in his heart, Lin Chao's eyes quickly moved away from the golden dialogue box, and his eyes turned to the young girl who was in his arms, rubbing herself haphazardly. The young girl had a head of black hair, a few strands of hair cocked up, like porcelain jade-like cheeks. At this moment a touch of redness emerged. Cherry mouth unconsciously flooded with a touch of contented smile. The spirituality and beauty of a youthful maiden could not be more appropriate to describe Qin Yushi. Not only that, but because the movements were so large, it caused all the clothes on the young girl's body to start falling off. "Tisk, I can't see that you're quite material at such a young age." Feeling the subtle touch coming from his body, Lin Chu couldn't help but secretly comment in the bottom of his heart, "This girl has the talent of a big D." Of course, Lin Chu wasn't the type of person who was lustful, and nowadays, Qin Yushi was only 14 years old. Despite the fact that at this age in today's world it's already possible to get married, the memories of her previous life still imprison Lin Cho. "Tch, if it's that Xianyu, maybe I'll just go ahead and do it." Shaking his head and discarding some distracting thoughts that he shouldn't have, Lin Chu flexed his finger and lightly tapped on Qin Yushi's brow. With the influx of spiritual energy, Qin Yushi woke up leisurely. "Unwelcome." Qin Yushi groaned and opened her eyes. What came into her eyes was Lin Chu's handsome face. So handsome. If only my brother was this handsome. Listening to the young girl's soft murmur, a light smile spread across the corner of Lin Chu's mouth. "Little girl, do you know where you are right now?" Qin Yushi suddenly reacted at this time, realizing that apart from being unclothed, she was still clinging to this handsome as a reader teenager in front of her. After blankly looking around the surroundings, she suddenly let out a startled cry, then quickly broke away from Lin Chu's embrace, her pretty face slightly red as she lowered her head, shyly rubbing her hands together. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Yan suddenly dodged to the side of the duo, which caused Qin Yushi to also find something to rely on and quickly came to hide behind Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked at Lin Chu with an expression full of respect. "Thanks to Big Brother for helping out. Otherwise Yushi would have been afraid of a bad outcome today. Look at you. Look at this kid. It's so honest." Lin Chu touched his nose and let out a light laugh, saying, It's fine. You and I don't need to be so polite. It's just that the hidden danger on this sister of yours hasn't been completely solved yet. The coldness on her body will continue to grow and strengthen with time. If there's no way to eradicate it, I'm afraid that what happened today will happen again." At those words, Qin Yan's face became cloudy. His eyes drifted involuntarily towards Lin Chu, hesitating to say something, but he could never say it. Seeing him like this, Lin Chu directly went up and patted his head. "Say what you have to say. What's it like to be hesitant? Are you bothering me less? You just need to remember to fulfill your own promise. Understand?" Qin Yan rubbed the back of his head and let out a kind smile. "Understood. Then Big Brother, do you have any ways to be able to help Yushi with her hidden physical problems?" "Of course I have a way. Only how to choose still needs to be. To see how your sister chooses. Lin Shu pointed at Qin Yushi behind him and spoke. Hearing this, Qin Yushi, who was behind Qin Yan, spoke up, I'll listen to my brother. Qin Yan stroked his own sister's head, stared at Lin Shu and nodded. Seeing the two of them in such a brother and sisterly manner, Lin Shu didn't sell the story and said bluntly, the coldness in your sister's body has something to do with her physique. The best way is to let him step into the path of cultivation. And when her cultivation comes up, not only will this icy coldness of hers not hurt her, but instead it will be a booster for her cultivation. A special cultivation physique? That's simply great. Then I'll bring Yushi to cultivate tomorrow. Qin Yan said excitedly. Hearing that Qin Yan wanted to teach Qin Yushi to cultivate, Lin Shu said in a bad mood. You're a good teacher with your three-legged kung fu. Get lost. Do you need to be taught by me? Qin Yan smiled awkwardly. It's not because I'm afraid of troubling you. Big brother, come on. I still don't know your little mind. From tonight onwards, just bring your sister to the back of the mountain to look for me. There is no difference between teaching one person and teaching two people as far as I am concerned. Watching the interaction between the two, Qin Yushi, who stayed behind Qin Yan, couldn't help but giggle. She could see that her own brother had a lot of respect for this one called Lin Shu, and the two of them had a very good relationship. A sudden laugh interrupted the conversation between the two. Lin Shu glanced at Qin Jin, who was pacing closer on the side, and said quietly, I don't need to hide my existence from your clan, but I don't want anyone to bother me every day. Leaving behind such words, Lin Shu did not stay any longer and flew into the distance with his sword. Looking at the scene of Lin Shu's imperial sword in the air, a trace of envy flashed through Qin Yan's eyes. It was only when he saw Qin Jin, who had come to his side, that he reacted to why Lin Shu had said those words. Yener, where did that man come from? Grandpa. I also don't know where Big Brother comes from, but I'm sure his identity is honored. And his cultivation is likewise very profound and unpredictable. Even that guy can't compare to Big Brother. Qin Jin nodded approvingly and switched to a different question, inquiring, then how did you befriend him? Yener? Qin Yan pondered for a moment. This matter is not a secret. Coupled with Lin Shu's words left behind before he left, he directly told to know, this matter is not even a secret. I'll just tell you. Speaking of which, Qin Yan was about to tell the process of befriending Lin Shu, but this time it was stopped by Qin Jin. Qin Yan looked around and realized that many people were watching him. Then he realized what was going on and silenced himself. Chapter 76, Accepting an Apprentice on Behalf of a Teacher. The sun is setting in the west, and the afterglow is all over the place. After handling the matters of the clan competition, Qin Yan brought Qin Yushi and Qin Jin to the place in the back of the mountain where he and Lin Shu practiced martial arts on a daily basis. Meanwhile, Lin Shu had been waiting for a long time. The moment he stepped into the back of the mountain, Qin Jin was keenly aware of a strange sense of isolation, as if his connection to the outside world was disconnected. It was faint, but he was sure the feeling was real. No wonder I haven't discovered such a person for so many days. How can such formations be discovered by me in the fourth realm of the district? After secretly sighing with emotion in his heart, Qin Jin followed Qin Yan to Lin Shu's side, looking at this teenager who was about the same age as his own grandson with a complicated expression. This kind of heavenly pride. I'm afraid those people from the inner clan can't compare to it. Yener, to be able to obtain this person's help, your future achievements will be unlimited. Qin Yan didn't notice the ever-changing expression on Qin Jin's face. Instead he quickly tugged Qin Yushi to Lin Shu's face and said with a big grin, Big brother, I brought Yushi and my grandfather here. Don't worry, I've only told my grandfather about you, not even my father. You don't have to worry about anyone bothering us. Lin Shu nodded indifferently. Elder Qin has taken the trouble. Hearing this, Qin Jin was slightly stunned and arched his hand. Since little friend is unwilling to be disturbed in his purification, I will naturally do as I am told. Besides, I would also like to thank little friend for the matter of teaching Yener to cultivate. It's just a small matter, to be able to reach today's achievements. It's more on Qin Yan himself. I'm just providing him with a small cultivation boost. Qin Yan, who was listening from the side, interjected. If it wasn't for Big Brother giving me the resources to enhance my cultivation, there's absolutely no way for me to make it to this point today. It's all due to Big Brother. Lin Shu leisurely stood up, waved her hand, and said, all right, it's fine not to mention these things. I can see that Master Qin has a lot of questions and worries in his heart. I'll be straightforward. I only came to Granite Town by mistake, and happened to realize that Qin Yan has a not-so-weak martial arts talent, so I thought of cultivating him. And the reason why I stepped in to rescue Qin Yushi today is equally simple. I'm sure you can also see the extraordinary nature of her physique. I can tell you that little Yushi's cultivation talent is very high, an unparalleled wizard, and I want to bring the brother and sister duo back to the sect to cultivate them. If the two of them are willing, after returning to the clan, I will provide the best cultivation environment for the brother and sister duo. Of course Master Qin need not worry. With me around the two of them will naturally not be bullied in any way. When Qin Jin heard such words from Lin Chu, he was instantly overjoyed. From the previous conversation with Qin Yan, he could easily see that Qin Yan had a lot of trust in this teenager in front of him, coupled with the superb strength that Lin Chu had shown. If Lin Chu really had bad intentions towards the siblings, why would he bother to do all these irrelevant things? Thus, Qin Jin felt that Lin Chu's words were still trustworthy. I'm grateful for little friend's favorable opinion. I thank little friend for his regard on behalf of their brother and sister. With that said, Qin Jin bowed and made a bow towards Lin Chu, while Lin Chu accepted it down openly. Only words. Lin Chu was calculating another thing in his mind. If we really let Qin Yan join the Yunxing sect, what kind of scene would it be to let him fight Yi Xian at that time? Interesting, really interesting, kind of looking forward to it. After a moment of excitement, Lin Chu leisurely came back to his senses, coughed, and flipped his hand to take out an elixir. Elder Qin's cultivation is now only half a step away from the fifth realm. This is a K repairing elixir, and I think that it should be able to help you cross into the fifth realm without any problems. Hearing that, Qin Jin's eyes looked towards the pill in Lin Chu's hand with fire, and immediately, he was about to drop his knees and bow towards Lin Chu. This, I hereby thank you for the favor of giving me the medicine. Little friend. Lin Chu hurriedly stopped the other party's action. It's just a 5th grade elixir. Why would it be so bad? Just accept it at ease. Elder Qin. Old master, you'd better take the pills and break into the 5th realm first. Qin Jin answered in a row and claimed that he was good. Then he took the K-mending pill from Lin Chu's hands and took it directly. Seeing that he had already entered into a state of meditation, Lin Chu stopped paying too much attention and turned to the Qin Yan siblings. What other thoughts do you siblings have about joining my sect? After all, such things as joining a sect is up to you, and it is up to you to decide exactly how you want to do it. Qin Yan was the first to reply. Of course I don't have a problem with it. Besides, I've long wanted to see what your clan is like, big brother. Qin Yushi's answer was even simpler. I listened to grandpa and brother. Lin Chu nodded in satisfaction. That's very good. Qin Yan, I'm asking you, do you want to break through the realm quickly? Even though he didn't know why Lin Chu would ask such a question, Qin Yan obediently answered. Of course I want to. Lin Chu smiled faintly. There was some unkindness in his smile. Now then, I have a way to be able to allow you to step into the 9th level of body tempering within a month's time. Do you want to try it? Looking at Lin Chu's unsuspecting smile, although Qin Yan felt a little weird, he knew that the other party wouldn't harm him, so he replied stiffly. I want to, as long as I can become stronger. Big brother, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Ho ho ho, nice determination. Then you have to prepare yourself mentally. This method is going to take a lot of torture. Yo, no matter what the difficulty is, as long as I can become stronger I can carry it. Qin Yan replied in a very firm tone. That's good. I'll start helping you temper your physique later. For now you go ahead and practice the true martial divine fist once more to get the breath in your body to turn over. What Lin Chu was going to do was simple. Use the power of Xian Ice to help Qin Yan forge his body. Anyway, now that the system rewards had arrived and little old brother's chance had been intercepted by him, then he would use the power of Xian Ice to bestow a chance on Qin Yan himself. I don't know if it's possible to jam a Buge in the system, but it's never wrong to try. He has nothing to lose if he fails, and if he succeeds, it's a 2-for-1 deal. So why not? System, nice guy. I straight up called good guys. Arranging some of this for me. Lin Chu once again turned his gaze to Qin Yushi and said in a warm voice. Little Yushi, I can call you that, right? Qin Yushi glanced at Lin Chu, thinking about what happened not long ago. Her cheeks couldn't help but blush for a while, and her voice was like a mosquito as she replied. It's okay, since my brother calls you big brother, then you are also my big brother. Lin Chu lightly laughed. The coldness accumulated in your body, although it has just been dispelled by me as much as I can, but the root cause of the coldness lies in your special physique. With the passage of time, the coldness will continue to accumulate. I now have a method that can help you solve the problem in your body. Do you want to learn? Qin Yushi tilted her head and glanced shyly at Lin Chu before softly saying, I want to learn. It's good that you want to learn. I'll teach you once I perfected my cultivation technique a bit. Chapter 77, Superhuman Enlightenment. Lin Chu silently recited to the system in his heart. Use the spiritual art completion scroll and the feat completion scroll to complete the target ice-cold triple condensation technique and frost holy cannon. System, feats completion scroll and spiritual art completion scroll have been used successfully. Feats frost sacred codex has been completed successfully and advanced to 12 realm immortal feats. Spiritual art ice-cold triple condensation technique has been completed successfully and advanced to 12 realm immortal spiritual art. After the successful use of the completion scroll, the two techniques were successfully completed and advanced to the 12 realms of the immortal laws. Feeling the huge essence of the techniques in his mind, Lin Chu couldn't help but nod his head. The completed techniques and spirit arts are simply different from the previous ones. The harvest is good. Host, Lin Chor. Lucky rank, B. Upgrading experience, 70/100. Acquired techniques, Spirit Gathering Technique, Green Cloud Royal Dao Technique, Frost Sacred Cannon, Spirit Alchemy, Dan Scripture. Acquired spiritual arts, Ice and Cold Triple Condensation Technique, Iceblade, Ice Armor, and Ice Spirit. Triple Ching Imperial Spirit Technique, Spiritual Symbol, Spiritual Formation, and Spiritual Favorite. Frost Breaking, Great Cold and Snowlessness, Divine Xian Royal Fire Technique, Technique of Spirit Rising, Ice Extreme and Unparalleled, Jinwu Divine Fist, and Wandering Dragon 8 Trigrams Palm. Avatar, Divine Breathlessness, Talents, Innate 1 Air Body, Heavenly Eyes, Power of Ice. Props, the Mother Cauldron of All Things, Golden Crow Burning Flame, Divine Martial Arts Ring, Enlightenment Bodhi. Inheritance of the 14th Realm Alchemist Master, in use. Occupation, 8th Grade Alchemist, 7th Grade Formation Master, 7th Grade Runic Master. Spirit Pet, Inferno Sparrow, Inferno Dance. These are still secondary. The Enlightenment Bodhi is the most important thing. I don't know what level I will be able to ascend to after taking it. With his eyes on the Enlightenment Bodhi in the props column, Lin Chu secretly calculates in his heart. Everything will only wait until tomorrow when the purple chi comes from the east to see the results. Resisting the fiery thoughts in his heart, Lin Chu whirled his gaze towards Qin Yushi and softly said, "Let go of your mind. I will impart to you, after perfecting your cultivation technique, with Yushi's physique, cultivating this kind of technique, your path of cultivation will definitely be smooth and unhindered in the future." Hearing this, Qin Yan pulled Qin Yushi from behind him and pushed her in front of Lin Chu. "Yushi, don't hesitate. Big brother Lin Chu won't harm us. Just do as you're told." Looking at Qin Yan's encouraging gaze, Qin Yushi silently nodded and obediently came to Lin Chu's body, took a deep breath, and whispered, "I am ready, big brother Lin Chu." Lin Chu looked at the somewhat nervous Qin Yushi and smiled gently. "There's no need to be too nervous. It's just a matter of imparting your gongfu." Qin Yushi looked at the gentle and handsome Lin Chu and lowered her head a little shyly. Okay. Seeing this, Lin Chu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The little girl is quite shy. Or is it that I'm too handsome? What a sin. After a small narcissistic moment in his heart, Lin Chu then stretched out his slender finger and pointed it at Qin Yushi's brow. Feeling the warmth coming from her brow, Qin Yushi's original nervousness gradually dissipated, and immediately afterward, she began to receive the gong methods taught by Lin Chu. Qin Yushi, who possessed the Xian Ice sacred body, practicing this frost sacred cannon was naturally more than appropriate. After the teaching of the technique was completed, Qin Yushi's eyes remained tightly closed, and the azure-colored stream of light in the center of her eyebrows flickered erratically as the meridians pulsed. Seeing this, Qin Yan was a bit tense, his eyes staring at Qin Yushi in front of him, his worry for her overflowing. Looking at the nervous Qin Yan, Lin Chu patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, her state is much better than even you. When she fully accepts the memories in her mind, she might just cross over the realm of body refinement and enter the realm of chi refinement. Instead of worrying about her, you should worry about yourself. In case she catches up with you, I'm afraid you'll lose face as a brother." These words caused Qin Yan to freeze in place. Is it so perverted? Then what's the point of me spending so much effort every day to quench my physique? Lin Chu puffed. "Count your talent as poor. Count your time. Are you satisfied with this answer?" "No, big brother, you have to help me. If I really let Yushi catch up with me in terms of cultivation, then what qualifications do I have to say that I'm her older brother? In case I can't beat someone else in the future and have to rely on my sister's help, do I still want to lose face?" Qin Yan looked at Lin Chu with a grave expression, as if he had imagined some not-so-wonderful things. "Help. I will definitely help you. But I still have to remind you, it's not true that this method can quickly help you quench your body. But the process is definitely difficult." Lin Chu's words didn't make Qin Yan falter. "Big brother, difficulty isn't a problem. As long as I can become stronger, I'll carry through any difficulty. Then as you wish, sit on your knees and I'll help you quench your body." "Good." Qin Yan agreed to a sentence, and then did as he was told one by one. Lin Chu also stopped talking nonsense, raised his right hand, condensed the power of Xian Ice, and began to slowly ferry it into Qin Yan's body. Feeling a chill that pierced his bones and entered his marrow, Qin Yan's body involuntarily stood up and sweat. But of course this level of the district didn't make him give up as a result. Use the power of Qi and blood in your body to resist the cold Qi, and try to induce the cold Qi to flow through your meridians and quench your physique. Listening to Lin Chu's voice coming from his ears, Qin Yan gritted his teeth and began to drum up his Qi and blood power to resist the cold. Although he was unsuccessful at first, as he tried over and over again, Qin Yan seemed to have found certain tricks and began to gradually gain the upper hand. Under constant attempts, he was even able to manage to induce the power of Xian Ice to spread around his body. TSK, Tiskets worthy of being an S-ranked chakra protagonist, to be able to do this so quickly. Lin Shu sighed, but the movements of his hands didn't stop, and the Xian Ice power formed by the transformation of the innate One Air was continuously ferried into Qin Yan's body, and Qin Yan lived up to his expectations, gradually stepping onto the right track and starting to possess the power of Xian Ice to quench his physique. That's not all. All of a sudden, Lin Shu suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from Qin Yan's body. This kid, surprisingly, he really made it. This started to actively absorb the Xian Ice power. If there was no mistake, this kid Qin Yan should be trying to draw on the power of Xian Ice to condense pure Xian Ice spirits. Not bad at all. In that case, I'll give you a hand. With a mutter on his lips, Lin Shu then increased the speed of the Xian Ice power delivery. The rich Xian Ice power surged into his body, and after Qin Yan received it in full, he began to try to condense the Xian Ice spirit. As time passed, Qin Yan's body began to erupt with a sudden high rise of spiritual energy, and a whimpering sound rang out, signaling that he had successfully stepped into the realm of the 8th level of body tempering. Looking at this situation, it shouldn't take a month's time for this kid to be able to step into the 9th level of body tempering. It's not too bad Mang Wasteland Beast Tai can try to pull him to slip around. It's enough to be a treasure scout. Lin Shu stroked his chin and calculated in his heart. Chapter 78 Determination and Change. On this day, Qin Jin, the head of the Qin clan, successfully stepped into the 5th realm. Qin Yan lived up to his expectations in mastering the method of utilizing the power of Xian Ice to quench his physique. And in addition to that, the method of condensing Xian Ice spirits was also comprehended by him. It could be said that Qin Yan's previous destiny hadn't changed in any way, only that the process of it had been slightly skewed due to Lin Shu's intervention. At the same time, Lin Shu saw that the system did not withdraw the rewards, and his heart gradually came to a clear understanding. Although it was plundering chances in Qi, it was obvious that the Qi that Lin Shu had obtained did not all come from the Qi protagonist of this world. The more Lin Shu thought about the idea of pulling the wool over the Qi protagonist, the more he felt it was feasible. Moreover, each of these protagonists had great potential, and with Qin Yan as an example, Lin Shu felt that he might be able to try to cultivate them and make these protagonists his own fighters. As soon as he thought of this, Lin Shu couldn't help but get excited. After all, if he brought these protagonists to a dry run afterward, he was afraid that it would be a problem if he wanted to lose. The potential of the little girl Qin Yushi was even more terrifying. In just 2.5 hours, not only did she break 7 in a row from the 1st level of body tempering, directly arriving at the 8th level of body tempering, but the Frost Sacred Cannon was also successfully initiated. One must know that today's Frost Sacred Cannon was a 12-realm immortal technique. For little Yushi to be able to cultivate to the introductory level so quickly, such a speed was simply unheard of. Of course, in Lin Shu's opinion, this matter was very reasonable. After all, with an S-class Qi rank, what's wrong with a little bit of openness? And what Qin Yan had feared had indeed happened. Qin Yan, who woke up leisurely, felt his body tempering 8th cultivation level, and his face was incomparably excited, until he saw a stream coming from Qin Yushi's body, which was not the least bit weaker than his aura, causing him to be deeply struck. A hole hanging his head down. What's it like to sigh? What? Work hard if you don't want to be surpassed. Looking at Qin Yan, who was sighing and drawing circles on the ground, Lin Shu directly went up and heavily slapped the back of his head, directly staggering Qin Yan. Big brother, this world is also too unfair. I this half a year every day to get up early in the morning to quench the physique. If not this period of time to meet the big brother you, I at most but a quenching the body of the 4th weight of the cultivator. With the big brother you help, which stepped into the quenching of the body of the 8th weight. But, Qin Yan paused for a moment and glanced at Qin Yushi with complicated eyes. The figure of a person couldn't help but appear in his mind. His heart was secretly saddened. Could he really surpass that fellow? Big brother, I don't mean to be jealous of you, Shi. I just can't help but wonder if such a me would really be able to do what it takes to revitalize the family. Looking at Qin Yan, who looked a bit dejected, Lin Shu patted his shoulder. This world is inherently unfair. Some people are born extraordinary and have excellent cultivation talent. Some people are born ordinary and can only be ordinary people. You have to learn to accept it. And you're not that bad. Know why I chose to help you? Qin Yan shook his head. He definitely didn't know why Lin Shu would choose himself. Of course it's because you're the son of luck. If you can't make it, then who else? Lin Shu slandered in his heart, but on his mouth, he said, sunrise and sunset. The moon is bright and the moon is new. Even if it is a dark star that is silent and unknown, there will be a time when it flickers and glows. There's no need to doubt yourself. Just work hard. Sooner or later, One day you'll get what you want. Moreover, little Yushi has made such rapid progress because I taught her the gongfu. And after you find the right gongfu, with your qualifications, you will definitely be able to quickly break into the realm of chi cultivation by elevating your realm. Qin Yan's eyes gradually brightened up. Can it be that I also have some special cultivation physique? Lin Chu gave a kind smile. This is naturally not true, but your martial arts talent is excellent. The path of martial arts suits you well. If you stick to it, your future achievements won't be bad. Is that so? Then I've decided that I must become the second strongest martial arts expert in the Tianyuan continent in the future. Everyone else is trying to be the first master. Why do you want to be the second? Qin Yan rubbed the back of his head and laughed nervously. The first one is not Big Brother you. After all, I learned all my kung fu from you. Big Brother. Lin Chu laughed. You kid. It's good that you have a goal. During this period of time, cultivate well. After 3 months, I will take you to a place that can help you quickly improve your strength. Haven't you always wanted to fasten your practical combat ability? Going to that place you will definitely make rapid progress. At this time, Qin Yan was full of confidence and said aloud. Alright, rather, he didn't ask where they were going because he knew that when the time came, Lin Chu would naturally inform him. As his words stopped, Qin Yan moved to the side and began to earnestly practice the true martial divine fist. At the same time, Qin Yushi leisurely opened her eyes. At this time, the color of her eyes changed to a strange icy blue color, and her skin all over her body became fairer and smoother, and even her figure was taller by a few points, and she looked as if she had grown up directly. The current Qin Yushi was like an ice-cold fairy who had stepped out from the middle of a scroll and was not eating the earth. Qin Yan, who was on the side, looked at the drastically changed appearance of Qin Yushi and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Are you really Yushi? Qin Yushi glanced at Qin Yan, and that glaring look straight away caused him to feel a chill come over him. However, soon Qin Yushi changed her expression and beamed, looking at Qin Yan with a dumbfounded expression. Brother, you're not stupid, are you? How come you don't even recognize me anymore? A clear and cold voice spat out from Qin Yushi's mouth. Not only did it cause Qin Yan to freeze for a moment, along with Qin Yushi herself, she froze. Is that my voice? Is that still Rainy Creek's voice? The voices of the two siblings sounded at the same time, voicing the same question. And then, the eyes of the two of them drifted to one person, Lin Chu, in unison. When Qin Yushi woke up at the first time, Lin Chu shifted his sight to her. And to be honest, he didn't expect that her appearance and figure would change so much after practicing the Frost Sacred Canon. She is Yushi, yes. It should be that after practicing the gongfu, her physique was completely activated. That's why she has changed so much. Lin Chu's words simultaneously answered the doubts of the siblings, and the two of them also put on an icy expression as they nodded at each other. Only after receiving Lin Chu's confirmation did Qin Yan get close to Qin Yushi's side, looking left and right, and from time to time even letting out exclamations. Yushi, you're so beautiful now. Yushi, how did you grow so tall? You're almost catching up with me. Yushi, now that you're so pretty, you'll definitely attract a lot of suitors in the future. Don't be fooled if you're so simple-minded. The last sentence, Qin Yushi heard over, her eyes couldn't help but fall on Lin Chu's body. Her mouth murmured wordlessly, not at all. Chapter 79, The Yen Bird Chooses Its Master. Qin Yushi's little look fell into Lin Chu's eyes as much as possible, to which he pretended not to know. After all, although this girl's appearance had changed drastically, her own personality hadn't changed much, so if she was revealed, she might make another blush. Yushi, how do you feel? Is it possible to control the coldness in your body? Qin Yan, this elm brain, obviously didn't notice her hidden eyes that glanced at Lin Chu. Hearing this, Qin Yushi shifted her gaze in Qin Yan's direction and said earnestly, I'm already able to control the cold chi surging within my body, and I'm even able to do so by inducing the cold chi to help quench my physique. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan couldn't help but freeze, invoking cold chi to quench the body. So familiar. Wasn't this a method that he was just figuring out? Yushi even knows how to do it? Lin Chu at this time, paced to the side of the two, answered, Xiao Yushi can utilize the cold to quench her physique because of her special physique. It is naturally different from the spells you rely on your own comprehension to come. With this experience, next time you will not only be able to utilize the power of Xian Ice to forge your body, you can also try to utilize the power of the blazing flame to forge your body. One pass. Qin Yan nodded, and in a flash, he seemed to have remembered something, rubbing his palms together as if he were a fly, and looked at Lin Chu with a playful expression. Big brother, didn't you say that you have a gift for me when I get the top spot in the grand competition? It's your thing. It can't run away. It's up to you to get its approval. Lin Chu replied. The yuan chi on his fingers surged slightly. He muttered a strange incantation under his breath, and the white air surged straight towards the high sky. Not long after, a high-pitched chirping sound came from the sky, and a huge red bird flew in the air. The two wings were completely unfolded, and after shaking the wings up and down, a gust of wind was stirred up. The giant bird drifted down behind Lin Chu, lowered her noble head and rubbed against Lin Chu's slightly raised palm. Qin Yan swallowed his saliva with a look of disbelief. Big brother, is the mysterious gift you mentioned this inferno bird? Lin Chu smiled sarcastically. You really dare to think, even if I give you a chance, with your cultivation of the third realm, do you dare to try to subdue her? Hearing this, Qin Yan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. I told you so. Lin Chu glanced at her and communicated with Yen Dance inwardly. Your heirs can't live under your shelter all the time. The two people in front of you are both people with great chi. In the future, their accomplishments will definitely not be low, and it's barely enough to serve as the masters of your children. Yen Dance raised his head, his orange-red pupils, and chirped as he scanned the two of them, Qin Yushi and Qin Yan. I understand, master. After replying, Yen Dance raised both of his wings and shook them a few times, and three compact figures appeared in front of the trio's eyes. Raising his wings and arching the three little inferno finches towards Lin Chao's direction, the three little ones also came forward to Lin Chao's side. After being tempered by the golden crow burning heavenly flame, the bloodline power of these three small inferno finches was fully strengthened. The Yen bird clan, generally after reaching adulthood, would usually become a seventh-stage demonic beast, equivalent to a powerhouse of the god-refining realm. And according to the bloodline power of the three little ones nowadays, once they entered adulthood and awakened the inferno bird clan's innate beast fire, they would definitely be able to enter the eighth realm. Not only that, the power possessed by the born beast fire that was tainted with the golden crow burning heavenly flame's breath was not something that could be compared to ordinary beast fires. Lin Chu flipped his hand and took out a few beast nurturing pills and waved them towards the three little ones. Their gazes were quickly attracted, their bright eyes staring straight at the pills in Lin Chu's hands. Looking at the expression of the three little ones that were salivating over the elixir, Lin Chu smiled, satisfied with this. However, he didn't directly feed the beast nurturing dan to these three little inferno finches. Instead, he tossed it to Qin Yan. This is the fire attribute beast nurturing dan I've refined. It's specifically used to cultivate the inferno finches. Later on, you can use this to gain their goodwill, and try to gain their recognition. Inferno sparrow. Qin Yan stared at the three little yen bird, his eyes incomparably excited. Although he hadn't seen the yen bird's appearance with his own eyes, he was very clear about their origins. Big brother, if these three inferno sparrows all recognize me as their master, in the future won't I be equivalent to having three god-refining realm beast pets? What a sight! And you want the three inferno sparrows to recognize you as their master? Why don't you go to heaven? Although they share the same mother and the same root, with the degree of condescension of the inferno bird clan, they will never identify with a single master. Lin Chu's words snapped Qin Yan back to reality. Just kidding, I was just so excited that I got a little carried away. Gathering his emotions, Qin Yan held the beast nurturing dan in his hand and kept waving it up in front of the three little ones in an attempt to get their attention. After a few attempts, it didn't attract the attention of the little inferno sparrows, but Qin Yan had expected this. If the inferno sparrows really succumbed that easily, then it wouldn't be called inferno sparrows anymore. Just as Qin Yan continued to lure the little flame sparrows, Qin Yushi also eyed the three little ones. Due to the fact that these three little inflammatory finches had just been born not long ago, they were now still in the appearance of a small peahen, and with their soft and beautiful feathers and heterochromatic pupils, they naturally looked incomparably adorable. And for a young girl like Qin Yushi, who had not yet left the court, the attraction of such an extremely cute and adorable thing to her was definitely huge. So, she also wanted to try and catch the gaze of the inferno sparrow. However, whenever Qin Yushi approached them, they quickly fluttered their wings and walked away, causing her to lose her mind. The yen bird belonged to a fire attribute beast, and Qin Yushi's physique was this special. Ice and fire had been at odds since ancient times, thus it was naturally difficult for her to gain the recognition of the yen bird. Noticing Qin Yushi, whose eyes were fixed on the three little inferno sparrows, Lin Chu came to her side and comforted her with a smile. Your physique belongs to ice and the inferno sparrow belongs to fire. Ice and fire are incompatible, and it's normal for them not to be close to you. Big brother Lin Chu. I know. Qin Yushi replied with a good-natured cry, fondly withdrawing her gaze that was resting on the little yen bird. Big brother, I made it. Just at this time, Qin Yan's excited voice suddenly came out. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, he saw that Qin Yan was currently holding an inferno sparrow in his hand and running towards him quickly. While running, he didn't forget to hold the little inflamed sparrow in his hand up high. Look big brother, I've decided on this one. This yen bird that Qin Yan had chosen was the tallest of the three small ones. The eyes are very stern, and with the Qin Yan when practicing martial arts, it is very similar. This may be the fateful. Long ago predestined things.